Chapter 18. Sitting just outside of Rosalie Teabag in Diagon Alley, Harry Potter sipped at his cup of tea while watching the newsstand out of the corner of his eye. As he watched, a wizard walked up to the proprietor of the newsstand and, after a brief hushed conversation, the wizard handed over a few coins and the proprietor discreetly handed over a rolled-up Daily Prophet. As the wizard walked away, Harry felt himself grinning into his cup. It'd been 2 weeks since the Guardians' strike against the vampires, and ever since his mother had been on a propaganda tier using Xeno Lovegood's Quibbler. Instead of reporting its usual nonsense, the Quibbler became a beacon of truth that flew in the face of the Daily Prophet and the Ministry. The first main article, which had been plastered across the front page, gave testimonials from the pureblood families that had survived the vampire attack, for which the Guardians had been blamed. The very next article, which had been released the next day, gave the details about how the vampires had been striking at not only the purebloods but the Muggleborn's testimonials as well, and how the Ministry was hushing those attacks up. Then the third article came out, a testimonial from the victims that had been rescued from the Sanguine clan. Of course the Ministry and the Daily Prophet tried to do everything they could to try and discredit what was being said, but when people actually started going to the St. Mungos to speak with the rescued victims, and as families were reunited, the Ministry made their biggest mistake. They outlawed the Quibbler. Which, of course, everyone needed to get their hands on a copy. And now, albeit slowly, the public's opinion of the Guardians were starting to change for the better, while the opinion of the Ministry and the Daily Prophet were starting to slide. Of course, the slowly changing opinion of the public had only been one of the many strides the Guardians had made. The other most noteworthy of which had been the revelation of the prophecy that his mother and Madame Bones had been trying to hunt down for years. The memory that Moody had provided was one of his own, in which Dumbledore had shown him his own memory of the day the prophecy had been made. So now they knew the exact wording of the prophecy, and with it they could better understand the motivations behind both Dumbledore's and Voldemort's actions. How many is that now in the last half hour? Turning his attention back to Ahsoka, Harry set down his cup. Of course she didn't look like the Ahsoka that he preferred, as he didn't look like the Harry that she preferred. While public opinion was slowly starting to shift in their favor, it was still dangerous for them to go out in open wearing their normal faces. 13. Harry answered, letting go of his tea and picking up a biscuit. I have to say, when my mother said that she was sending the two of us out on a date, this was not what I was hoping for. Across from him, Ahsoka smiled shyly. Me either, she said, reaching across the table and taking his hand in her own. But, at least we're out and about, right? Smiling back, Harry patted her hand. You're right. I guess that I just need to look on the brighter side of what is he doing here. Just over Ahsoka's shoulder, Harry spotted the ferret himself walking through the street completely alone. Ahsoka, for her part, didn't look around immediately in response to his sudden declaration. Instead she made a show of digging through her purse on her side, allowing her to bend over slightly and look behind her. Is that Draco Malfoy? Yeah, Harry nodded, keeping his face neutral and his eyes on Ahsoka even as he followed Malfoy out of the corner of his eye. But what is he doing here? And alone at that? Hogwarts hasn't even been out for a month, and it'll still be another month until the students get their class lists. The two watched silently as Draco swept past the two of them and deeper into the alley. When he was almost out of sight, Ahsoka quickly got up to her feet, threw more than a few coins onto the table, and started moving off. Well, come on already, Harry. Gathering his stuff quickly, Harry had to almost jog in order to catch up with Ahsoka. Together the two trailed Draco from a fair distance away, always making sure that they kept him in sight but slowly occasionally to look into a storefront window or even ducking into a store whenever they got too close to him. Eventually, Draco made his way into a section that Harry had never bothered to venture into in the past. Nocturne Alley. Harry mumbled, his arm tightly around Ahsoka's waist, purely for appearance's sake of course. What could he be wanting from there? Watching from a safe distance, the two frowned as Draco, after checking behind himself, ducked into a shop called Borgin & Burke's. Shit! Harry cursed, backing up so that the two of them were against a wall across from the store Draco had ducked into. What does he want in there? Ahsoka meanwhile had taken one look into the store, and then turned her attention to the opposite end of the alley from them. With a slight wave of her hand, several crates that had been stacked up on the far end toppled over loudly, drawing the attention of just about everyone in the alley. Don't fall behind Harry, Ahsoka whispered into his ear and, after making sure that no one was looking at them, Force leapt up onto the roof of the building. Looking up and down the alley to make sure that no one was looking at him, Harry Force leapt up and onto the roof as well, landing right next to Ahsoka. And right in front of them was a large skylight that opened up into the shop Draco had ducked into. Ahsoka, Harry breathed, kneeling down next to the dirty glass and staring down into the shop. You're a bloody genius. Of course I am. Ahsoka smiled back as the two stared down into the shop together. Beneath them, Draco was standing in front of a large cabinet that was easily 1.5 times as tall as he and twice as wide, while behind him a man, Harry assumed to be the owner, was haggling with Draco. Useless without the matching set. Draco shouted, rounding on the man. I need both of them. The proprietor of the store rubbed his hands together. Well, I could make the effort to track down its mate. It will take some time of course. And money. And of course a matching set is worth far more than just a single unit. So, triple the asking price. Draco whirled around and glared at the old man, not that it did any good as the old man merely stood there with a grin on his face. You know who I'm here on behalf, don't you? Of course. The old man shrugged. And I know him better than you do, you little shite. And between the two of us, he more than likely likes me more than you. So triple, no. Seeing as how you're being such a little shite, I would say 4 times the asking price and not a nut less. Draco's face was turning an interesting shade of red as he silently fumed. Why you, how long will it take to procure the second? The old man shrugged. A couple of weeks. That should be enough time for your father to scrape together the money. If he can, that is. I've heard that he's had a run of bad luck lately in the financial department lately. I wonder if the Malfoy fortune will even be around in another generation or so. Draco made to comment, but the old man held his hand up. 2 weeks to find the second cabinet. And 4 times the original asking price. Now get out of my shop. Draco looked like he wanted to argue, but instead he showed that he actually did have something resembling a brain as he turned tail and walked out of the shop with his head held high. Hey, Harry mused, moving back towards the edge of the roof and watching as Draco marched angrily down the street. That was interesting. What was the cabinet that he was after? Ahsoka asked, sidling up next to him. I don't know. Harry answered honestly. But I do know one thing. If Draco wants it that bad, it means that his father wants it. Which means that the Dark Lord wants it for some reason or other. Ahsoka finished for him. So, are we going to go in there and steal it? Destroy it? Or simply buy it out from under him? Casting her a sideways glance, Harry couldn't help but smile. We'll try buying it out from under him first. Then sabotage if that fails. I really don't feel like stealing if we don't have to. But first, we need to figure out just what that thing is. Making sure that the coast was clear, Harry calmly stepped off of the roof and free fell to the ground, using the force to slow his momentum at the last moment so that his feet lightly touched the ground. So, Ahsoka murmured as she landed softly next to him and the two began to approach the storefront. What's the plan? Biting his lip, Harry began to formulate a plan off the top of his head. Follow my lead for now, he whispered, reaching out for the handle with one hand while wrapping the other around Ahsoka's slim waist. We'll see what we can dig up and then play it by ear. Plastering a smile across his face, Harry pulled open the door and led her inside. Ya see babe, this place is perfect. They've got everything. Falling into her role quickly, Ahsoka smiled widely and pecked him on the cheek. I never doubted ya for minute Shuga. The old man behind the counter frowned as the two walked hand in hand into his store. Americans. That we are, my good man. Harry smiled. My girl and I here just finished up at Salem a few months ago and we wanted to see the world before we finally tied the knot and settled down into real life. My folks gave us enough money to last for 15 years too. But just between us, I don't plan to let it last a year. 2 maybe at most. Gotta have fun when you can, right my man? At the prospect of just how much money Harry had on him, the old man's eyes lit up like Christmas had just come early. I couldn't agree more with you, young man. The old man smiled toothily, making his way around the counter. Now what might I interest you two in? I have just about anything you could want. You name it, I more than likely have it or can get it for you. For the next hour the two allowed themselves to be led around the shop as the old man showed off various trinkets or items. Most of which ranged from dark to quite insidious. The more eagerness they showed towards some of the dark objects, the more at ease the man seemed to become with them and the more open he became about the true nature of some of the objects he was selling. More than once Harry had started to head towards the cabinet that Draco had been interested in, but each time Ahsoka pulled him back. Let him lead us to it. She whispered into his ear, while playfully nipping at his neck, which wasn't helping his concentration in the slightest. We don't want him to know that's what we're after. Finally, after placing a few items onto the counter, the trio came across the whole reason they'd entered the store in the first place. And what is this? Ahsoka asked cheerfully, disengaging herself from Harry and making a show of examining the large cabinet. Are these runes etched into the wood? It's beautiful. You have a good eye, my dear. The old man commented, in a tone slightly more hesitant than he'd been using just moments earlier. That's called a vanishing cabinet. They were actually quite the rage about a decade and a half ago here. You see, if you had a pair then you set one up in one location and another up in a separate location. You enter one, close the door and come out the other. And no wards would be able to keep you from leaving or entering. As he said that, Harry's stomach dropped. A way to either enter or leave a location at will. Bypassing any wards that stand between the two cabinets, force. They could go anywhere. But why would they want one of these? Voldemort's signature was always tearing down wards and setting up his own to keep people from fleeing. Unless he needed this to get somewhere he can't get into. That train of thought led Harry to one of two places. Neither of which were good. He either wants to get into Hogwarts or the temple. And seeing as how he has no way to smuggle one of the cabinets into the temple, odds are he's going to have his junior Death Eaters smuggle this thing into the school. Either way, we can't let him succeed. Which means we can't let Draco get his hands on this. Quite rare indeed, lass. The old man nodded, bringing Harry's attention back to the matter at hand. And the reason for that is simple. After the incidents of a few years ago, the Ministry, while not outright banning these, made it extremely hard to come by. And those who did have them had to turn them in for one reason or another. But simple fact was most were destroyed. Well then, Harry smiled, pulling out his coin pouch. If it's rare, then it is definitely on my radar. How much, my good man? And I would be more than happy to pay triple the asking price if you would happen to have its mate on hand. Or if not, then I would be happy to pay for the expenses of finding it, as long as I can take this one with us today. The old man looked visibly torn. I like you, lad. I really do. But I'm afraid that this one is off the market. Another interested buyer has expressed interest in it, and I'm afraid that I cannot let this client down. And before you ask, no, it isn't a matter of money either. I understand. Harry nodded, frowning as he stared at the cabinet. I guess that we'll just have to settle for what we have here then. It's still a good haul. 50 galleons later, Harry and Ahsoka were walking back out of the shop once again, arm in arm with one another. After a few twists and turns down the alley, Harry stopped and deposited their newly acquired items into a trash bin before igniting them all. They were all fakes, Harry said, answering Ahsoka's unasked question. And all of them were layered with tracking charms and a few other nasty little curses that would have had us crawling back in a few days begging him for either more of his wares or a cure. Nodding, Ahsoka took his arm again and together the two of them walked back into Diagon Alley. So what are we going to do? Ahsoka asked quietly as they dodged through the traffic. We can't just let him get his hands on that thing. Especially if that old man manages to find its mate. I know. Harry nodded as the two of them made their way towards the apparition point within the alley. But there's not a lot we can do right now. I'm sure that, given his shop's location, that man has applied every anti-burglary charm or enchantment there is on his shop and its items. No. Unfortunately, we're caught in a bit of a pickle. The best we can do is inform everyone else and go from there. And we know that we have 2 weeks to figure it out as well. And besides, look at the bright side. There's a bright side? Ahsoka asked, standing beside him in the apparition point. Of course. Harry smiled. At least our outing wasn't boring like we'd feared. Wiping up the last few measly scraps of food from his tray, Gellert Grindelwald, famed dark wizard, set his tray aside and laid back down in his makeshift bed. Looking up at the ceiling, Gellert started counting the stones that made up his cell. 6,642. He thought to himself as he didn't even make to 100 before he stopped. There will always be 6,642. Except for that one time that there were 6,643. That was an interesting week. Hearing the voices starting up again, Gellert slammed his mental barriers into place. Well, if there was any upside to being stuck in here for the past 60+ years, it's that I've definitely improved my mental barriers. I doubt even my old friend Dumbledore could get into my mind now. Closing his eyes to rest, Gellert stiffened as he felt the air shift unnaturally in his small prison cell. Sighing, he sat up and turned towards the darkened corner of his cell. I knew that you would come. I didn't know that it would be today, but I knew that you would be coming sooner rather than later. A figure clothed completely in black stepped out of the shadows. His face almost featureless save for his dark red eyes. Dark Lord Gellert Grindelwald. The failure. Smirking, Gellert shook his head. Tom Riddle. Or do you prefer Lord Voldemort now? Either way, you're a fool. And for the record, I didn't fail. Quite opposite in fact. For the past 60 years I have won. Riddle took a few steps closer before squatting down so the two were at eye level. You think you've won? Pathetic. I didn't want to think that the man that I aspired to be could have fallen so low. But now I see that I was wrong all along. Pausing, Riddle pulled out a pitch-black wand and pressed it against his forehead. Gellert didn't resist. There was no point resisting. At least now the voice would stop. Your great destiny will now become mine. Gellert couldn't help himself. He'd repeated those same words when he'd been young and stupid. And he found himself saying almost the same thing the one he'd killed had said. You think that there is some great destiny for those like us, Riddle? No. Look around. This is what awaits those like us. To die alone and despised by everyone. You think you're special? You're not. One day, you will die as well. Hated and alone. Stopping, Gellert leaned forward, pressing the tip of the wand harder into his forehead. I've made my peace. I thought that I would be ready to leave with no regrets. But now I realize that I will leave this world with one regret. I will never be able to see you fail. Do what you will, boy. Your fate is sealed. Snarling, Riddle stood up abruptly. We could have achieved so much together, Grindelwald. I actually almost regret that it's come to this. Avada Kedavra. Gellert didn't even try to move as the green light of the killing curse struck him square in the chest. And he died with a smile on his face, knowing that finally, after more than 70 years, that the voice would stop. Crawling across the floor of her cell, Bellatrix Lestrange felt something strange happen. Something that hadn't happened in a long time. She smiled. The Dementors, who'd been tormenting her for years, had vanished. She could hear the guards outside her cell scrambling trying to figure out what was going on, but Bellatrix knew. Even if they didn't. He's come for us. Soon enough the halls of Azkaban were filled with the sounds of the dead and dying as the guards were cut down with ruthless efficiency. He's so close. Bellatrix almost purred, looking down at the dark mark on her arm. So close. One last idiotic guard decided to try and make one last stand outside her cell door, making some dramatic and idiotic speech about how he would rather die than let her get out. Well, he got his wish in the end as the one she'd been feeling crushed the fool without even breaking stride. So very close now. Bellatrix actually did purr this time as she crawled on her hands and knees towards the door. He's come for us at last. Finally. The door to her cell groaned and then snapped as it was pulled off of the stone wall and thrown down the hall. And there, standing where her door used to be, was none other than the Dark Lord Voldemort. My lord. Bellatrix laughed manically, falling at the Dark Lord's feet. You've come for us. Of course I have, my dear Bellatrix. The Dark Lord said soothingly, kneeling down and cupping her chin and making her look up into his eyes. I have returned to you all at last. And it is time to complete our noble work. My faithful disciple. For Nox, the past few weeks had passed by far faster than she'd anticipated. As soon as the business with Sanguine had been concluded, Nox had gone on the offensive using the Quibbler to counter the Ministry and the Daily Prophet. It took a couple of days for what had been printed to gain any traction, which admittedly wasn't aided by the fact that she was using a medium that was widely panned. But the Ministry, in its infinite idiocy, had done her a favor by banning the publication, thereby ensuring that everyone would want to know why. And now after just a few short weeks the public's opinion of both herself and the Guardians was starting to swing back into her favor. Although none of her political allies had yet to come back to her. The Guardian forces themselves had also started to grow. Several of the magicals that they'd saved had asked to join up with them and were currently with Master T.I. at the training center undergoing basic training. Master T.I. had also cleared a number of troopers for duty, which allowed them to replace the numbers that they'd lost to this point as well as form a whole new squad under the command of Dan Granger. Which gave them 5 squads total. Not a significant number to be sure, but it was a start. They'd also been able to finish the work on 2 more LAATs as well. Which was a serious boon considering their steadily increasing numbers. But to Nox, the biggest gain had been the addition of a second squadron of fighters. While the Nighthawk squadron had proven their worth against the vampires, but they were fighter interceptors. This new squadron flew the F-1 Beta S, a 2-seater fighter that was larger and designed more for bombing missions than for air-to-air combat. Master Sakura had actually made a fairly good comparison between the two. She compared the F-1 Alpha the Delta 7 Jedi Starfighter while the F-1 Beta S were more like the BTL Y-Wings that the Republic had used. Even though they didn't alike, their purposes aligned almost perfectly. Despite the influx within her forces, she was still troubled. The prophecy that Moody had given them being one of the many things that made her so. Although in truth, that revelation wasn't too much of a surprise to her as she'd already guessed most of its contents. But it did help to have confirmation and clarification on why Voldemort and Dumbledore had been acting as they had been around both herself and Harry. Which was all she really wanted anyway. She'd never placed much stock in prophecy. And she didn't put much stock into this one either. The only reason why she'd even wanted it in the first place was to better understand her opponents. Then there was the revelation that Harry had brought to her attention the other day in regards to Draco and what he was after. These vanishing cabinets were indeed worrisome. And learning of their existence had made her go back over the wards surrounding the temple with Bill to make sure that such devices couldn't be used within the walls. Once she was sure that the temple was safe from someone slipping one inside, she began her next task, which was to acquire said cabinets. Unfortunately, the old man at the shop was proving to be more than slightly stubborn. She'd offered the man an obscene amount of coin, nearly 10 times the asking price, and he'd flatly refused her. He said that a deal was deal and that he wouldn't go back on his word. She'd thought to persuade the man. But then thought better of it. She was trying to limit her torture these days to those who truly deserved it. And as for mind tricking him, unfortunately the man had way too strong of barriers to fall victim to such a trick. She'd entertained the idea of stealing the cabinets. But Harry's first assessment had proved to be correct in that the man had warded his shop and the items within with just about every anti-theft magic there was. So, as she couldn't buy the cabinets nor steal them, she was left with only one option. Destroy them. They were far too dangerous to leave in Voldemort's capable hands. A dead drop to one of her spies within Voldemort's camp later, and she was assured that the issue would be handled once they were able to do so. After resolving that last little hiccup, and upon conceding that she'd have to wait for Voldemort to tip his hand before they moved again, Nox set about solving a mystery that had been plaguing her since their assault on the vampires. The Green Force Lightning. A variant she'd never even heard of before, which was saying something given her experiences and the depth of her knowledge. Unfortunately, that left her only one of two options. The first was to head to the library and begin digging through the numerous holocrons she had. Which would take Force only knew how long, so that option was out. Which left her with only one option left. Talk with someone who might have more knowledge than she. And unfortunately for her, that left only one individual in the temple. It wasn't that she minded his advice, far from it in fact. No, what galled her was the fact that a Jedi might know something that she herself did not. Which is how she found herself sitting cross-legged on a meditation platform across from the ancient Jedi Grand Master. A strange Force lightning you say? Yes, Nox nodded. I've seen many variations of Force lightning in my time. Even created one or two applications for it that could be considered outside the norm, I guess you could say. But Green Force lightning, that was something else completely. Something that I've never even heard about before. Humming, Yoda scratched at his chin, his nails. Interesting. Describe your state, when used this attack. There was nothing. Nox answered simply. There was no hatred. No anger. Just, nothing. The man was merely an obstacle in my path and I lashed out at him like I'd done thousands of times before. But like before, this was not. Yoda said knowingly. Anger. Hatred. Desire to harm. Traits needed for Sith Force lightning, these are. But when you attacked, devoid of these traits you were. Lashed out with the Force only, you did. Leaning back, Nox thought on Yoda's words. The little gremlin is right. There was no darkness in my attack. I simply reacted. But why doesn't he seem so surprised? You've seen this type of Force attack before. Nox stated, not quite accusingly. Or at least you've heard of it. Heard of it, I have. Yoda nodded. Master Plo-kun. The same phenomenon as you, experienced he did. His studies, put on hold they were. The Clone Wars, begun they had. Wonderful. Nox sighed. So basically nothing is actually known about this technique, outside of the fact that it exists. Well, nothing like researching from scratch. And in times past I would have embraced the opportunity with open arms. But I'm more than a little pressed for time at the moment. Well, Nox sighed out loud, rising from her seat. I guess that I have my work ahead of me then. Thank you for your time, Master Yoda. Bowing slightly, Nox turned to leave the room, only for the door to slide open right in front of her. Standing on the other side was a remarkably pale-faced Amelia and an equally pale-looking Sirius. Wonderful. Nox grumbled, taking her seat once again. All right. What the fuck's gone wrong this time? Instead of answering her, Sirius merely handed her the paper. Plastered across the front page was a picture of Azkaban. Or at least what was left of the once famous prison. Which had been pretty much reduced down to just its base foundation. How many? Nox asked, scanning over the article quickly. All of them. Amelia answered. His Death Eaters and anyone else that was locked up. They're all gone. As are the Dementors. Finishing the article, Nox tossed the paper over to Yoda. Well, at least they're not trying to place the blame on us this time. Nox sighed. And the paper didn't specify who escaped, only that a few prisoners managed to get away. And that the Dementors had been relocated. I take it your contact in the Ministry gave you the truth. Yes. Amelia nodded, walking fully into the room and sitting down onto one of the open flat meditation seats. What are we going to do about it? Unfortunately there isn't a lot that we can do. Nox answered, her brow furrowing as she thought. Voldemort did more than just bolster his number with this. He's trying to force our attention away from him once again by letting prisoners, most of whom I assume are violent offenders, out into the open and giving them free rein. He wants us to go after them and leave him alone again. So what are we going to do? Sirius asked, making his way into the room. Allow this to distract us, we cannot. Yoda spoke up, shocking both magicals as the old master was usually fairly quiet around the both of them, allowing Nox to lead. Yoda is right. Nox sighed. We can't let a few escaped convicts divert us again. Fortunately they're not like the vampires in that they're not organized. We'll leave your former colleagues to deal with the escapees, Amelia. I'm sure Fudge is already scrambling to try and capture as many as possible. And while they're doing that, we'll focus in on Voldemort. Keeping her head down, Narcissa followed behind her husband dutifully as he led her through the darkened maze of twists and turns. She had no idea just where they were as Lucius had simply grabbed her arm and brought the two of them here after announcing that the Dark Lord had summoned his most loyal supporters to his side. And as the dutiful wife of Lucius Malfoy, Narcissa was forced to come along as well apparently. He must have something big planned. Narcissa thought as Lucius began leading her down a flight of stairs. The only times he's brought me before the Dark Lord in the past was when the Dark Lord had some big announcement. It's too bad I don't know where we are. I'd be willing to bet every nut I have that this is where he's been hiding out. Do not say a word. Lucius growled at her as they reached their destination. Not one word. Nodding, Narcissa held her head up high as her husband led her into the next chamber. They were not the first ones to arrive. Dozens were standing in the room that was dominated by a large circular table in the center with 4 chairs around it. As she followed her husband towards one particular group, her eyes drifted over the occupants. Only a few of them are Death Eaters, or even British for that matter. What is going on here? As if to answer her unspoken question, as soon as Lucius and her found their place amongst the masses, the large double door that stood opposite from the one she'd entered from opened. A red curtained litter was carried into the room by 4 large, shirtless, men. As they approached, Narcissa noticed that each of their eyes were completely white. They're all under the Imperious curse. As one, the 4 men stopped and lowered the litter as an elegant hand reached out from behind the curtain. One of the men from the masses stepped forward and took the offered hand, leading out a young, incredibly beautiful woman of Asian descent draped in silk robes of red and gold out of the litter and towards the table. Lady Nightshade. Narcissa frowned, recognizing the Dark Queen of the Orient. The next one though was perhaps one of the largest men she'd ever seen. Dressed in a Muggle business suit, he was easily over 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered, with a closely trimmed black and without a gram of fat on him. Good Morgana. Narcissa swallowed. He looks like a walking mountain of flesh and muscle. Lord Blackwood. Lucius hissed quietly next to her, making her start ever so slightly. Lord Blackwood was the self-proclaimed Dark Lord of America. Only instead of destroying everything, the man had a stranglehold on America's magical economy, which wasn't controlled by the goblins. But his power had been waning ever since Nox had stepped in and started talking chunks of his power away from him. And of course you would know him, Lucius. Narcissa thought snidely. After all, he's screwed you out of millions of galleons through business deals over the years. The next one through the door almost made Narcissa cough. And not just because of his appearance. But his smell. He looks like a version of the Crypt Keeper from that creepy Muggle show Sirius insisted on sending me a while back. There's only one man that I know that fits this description, Lord Mortis. Despite his frail appearance, Lord Mortis moved with a confidence and radiated power, making any even close to him step back out. Once those 3 were seated, Lord Voldemort himself walked through the doors. Accompanying him as always was her sister, Bellatrix. Narcissa couldn't help but wince when she saw her sister. There was once a time when Narcissa paled in comparison to her sister in every category. But now, well, Azkaban did her beautiful sister absolutely no favors. She looked better than she did 2 weeks ago when Voldemort had first broken all of his imprisoned servants out, but still. Well. Lord Blackwood growled, snapping his fingers and making one of his servants run over and present him with a cigarette. You've gathered us all here, Voldemort. Now what the fuck do you want? Yes, he. Getting tired of chasing after little boys and being fearful of old men, Voldemort et? He. Lord Mortis cackled. Narcissa wasn't sure which she wanted to do more. Gawk at the sheer gall of the 2 men, or laugh at Voldemort for the way they dressed him down so thoroughly. And she was leaning towards the latter. Only her sense of self-preservation kept her from doing so. After all, only those with a death wish laughed at Lord Voldemort. But if Voldemort was put off by their tone, he didn't show it as his face remained completely passive. I have brought the 3 of you here to talk of an alliance. The room was cast in silence as Voldemort's words sunk in. Alliance. Blackwood yelled, standing up from his chair so fast that it fell back and clattered to the floor. You want us to align with you? You couldn't even kill a fucking child or a washed out old man. If I wanted to see a fucking comedy show, I would have walked down the goddamn street. Not flown my ass halfway around the fucking world. Sit down, Blackwood. Nightshade said evenly. Blackwood glared down at her, but if his glare had any effect on the Queen of the Orient, she didn't let it show as she conjured up a pipe, prompting one of her minions to rush over and fill one end. After a full minute of silence, Blackwood grabbed his chair and slammed it back into place before retaking it. Striking her finger against the table as if it were a match, a small flame appeared on the tip of Nightshade's finger. As brash as Blackwood is, he has a point. She murmured, lighting the end of her pipe and taking a long pull. We 3 are secure in our domains, Voldemort. Meanwhile, you couldn't even take control of the British Isles. So why exactly should we even consider entering into an alliance with you? Placing his hands palm down on the table, Voldemort closed his eyes. The lights in the room began to flicker and the temperature seemed to plummet around them. Then Voldemort opened his eyes. Only, they weren't his eyes. His once red eyes were now golden and glowing. And when he spoke his voice had a double tone to it. You will follow him because I command you to. The three Dark Lords sitting at the table all froze. Then as one they all got up from their seats and knelt before Voldemort. Narcissa blinked, confused as to this new turn of events. A quick glance up at her husband spoke volumes as he appeared just as confused by what was happening as well. But despite their confusion, because their masters had kneeled, every single person in the room, including Narcissa, knelt and bowed their heads before whatever Voldemort had just become. Emperor Vitiate. Lady Nightshade breathed, bowing her head. Forgive us. We did not know that you choose a new voice since Grindelwald. Now Narcissa was completely lost. Who is this Vitiate? Some sort of dark presence or something. Whatever it was that was possessing Voldemort, took its time to study the three kneeling before it. It matters not. Grindelwald has paid for his failure. Pausing, the glowing eyes focused in on Mortis. Mortis. 60 years ago I gave you a specific objective. I trust that you haven't failed me. Never, my emperor. Mortis groveled. I have done as you commanded. I was merely waiting for your return before enacting it. Good. Voldemort drawled, his eyes settled in on Nightshade. Nightshade. I granted you the ability to become the mother of my children. Are they ready? Yes, my emperor. Nightshade bowed lowly. Your children are eagerly awaiting the return of their father, my emperor. A small smile graced Voldemort's face as his eyes left Nightshade and settled Blackwood. Lord Blackwood. I trust that your predecessor informed you of your responsibilities before you killed him. Yes, my emperor. Lord Blackwood nodded. However, he raised some concerns with the plan, Emperor. He did not believe we had the numbers in your invincible army to do what needed to be done. I see. Voldemort, or rather this Vitiate, drawled. And do you share these concerns, Blackwood? No, my emperor. Blackwood shook his head vehemently. He was weak for doubting you. That is one of the many reasons that led me to end him. I have ensured that even with the numbers that we have, your will shall be done. Well said, Blackwood. Voldemort smirked. Then the time has come. Soon the world shall feel the weight of my imprisoned wraith. And after nearly 3 millennia the new Sith Order shall rise and we will claim this world as our own. And while Voldemort shall be my voice, I bestow the title of Darth upon you three and name you the first amongst my Dark Council. The newly proclaimed Darths bowed even lower, almost to the point where their faces were touching the floor. You honor us, my emperor. The newly named Darth Nightshade groveled. You three have earned your places by my side. Voldemort, or rather Vitiate, continued before pausing and looking off slightly into the distance. However, a complication has arisen. The one you know as Ziri Nox. And her guardians. He's afraid of that bitch. One of the foreign men a few spaced down from Narcissa and her husband grumbled. How patha? The man's screams echoed throughout the room as he was lifted up off the ground. His body contorting as his arms and legs folded in on themselves, snapping his bones like twigs. As his screams intensified, Narcissa repeated the mantra that had helped her avoid detection for years. I am nothing. I am no one. I am unworthy to be here. The most fatal mistake that any of you could make is to underestimate Nox. Voldemort continued as the body dropped out of the air, his body contorted and crushed. As you three are now Darths on my Dark Council, so too was she. That little tidbit almost made Narcissa's mantra stop, but she forced herself to continue. A question for another time. But she has become corrupted. Vitiate continued. How or why she came to be here amongst the population is a question to be solved at a later time. But for now, she is our greatest adversary. Mortis, as cunning as you are, she is more so. Nightshade, as knowledgeable as you are, she is smarter. And Blackwood, as powerful as you are, she is far beyond your equal. And, she has brought the Jedi, the ancient enemy of the Sith, with her. These guardians of hers, the Jedi. They are not to be underestimated. They will prove themselves to be our largest obstacle in our path forward. But despite this, they cannot stop what is about to come. Rising from his seat, everyone, including Narcissa, bowed their heads lower. And now, a demonstration. My vessel, Voldemort, shall show you three why I have chosen him. Darth Blackwood, I believe this demonstration shall alleviate some of your concerns. The lights flickered once more as Voldemort's eyes closed before reopening back to their normal red coloring. Come, Voldemort motioned. It is time to add to our invincible army. Rising to her feet, Narcissa shuffled along with the rest of assembled masses out of the room and down a long flight of stairs. With each step she took, she felt her heart beating rapidly, threatening to burst out of her chest. I am nothing. I am no one. I am unworthy of being here. Coming to the bottom of the stairs, the room opened up into a large cavern, the center of which was dominated by a large pit nearly 5 meters deep with dozens of small altar-like objects surrounding it. Each altar was shaped almost like a funnel of sorts leading down and emptying into the pit. But when her eyes fell upon the interior of the pit, her feet almost refused to move another step. Please let us go. We didn't do anything. I want mommy. Uncle. Please uncle help me. By Merlin. Narcissa inwardly gasped as the feeling of dread intensified within her. They're children. Dozens, maybe even 100 children. None of them look a day older than my Draco. Good God, what's going to happen? Walking towards one of the altars that lined the edge of the pit, Voldemort spared the children a disparaging glance before turning his back on them. Squibs. A blight on our great society. But even still, these squib children can serve a purpose. Just as squib adults can. Let me go, you fuckers. Turning her head, Narcissa frowned as 2 Death Eaters led a struggling man towards Voldemort. His protests fell on dead ears as the 2 forced him to his knees in front of one of the altars. Once he was kneeling before the altar, some sort of brace shot out, securing him in place with his head and neck extended over the middle of the altar. Walking over to the altar, Voldemort conjured a wickedly curved dagger and waved it in front of the man's face. There is innate magic within squibs. But they are unable to utilize it. However, for those who have the power and will to do so, that innate magic within squib children can be manipulated. And within adults, it can be used as a source of power. And without another word, Voldemort brought the dagger down and sliced through the man's throat. The man's body twitched as his blood flowed freely out of his neck and into the altar beneath him. Despite the grotesque display, Narcissa kept her calm. She'd seen worse. But when the children began screaming again, Narcissa nearly lost all semblance of control. The blood that was falling out of the man and into the altar was being funneled into the pit. As she stood frozen in disgust and fear, dozens of others were led out into the room and secured to the various altars around the room. There are plenty for everyone. Voldemort smiled, patting the man who was bleeding out in front of him on the back. Don't be shy. And enjoy yourselves. Tonight is a night for celebration. Narcissa forced herself to remain rooted to her place as the followers of Voldemort, Nightshade, Blackwood, and Mortis descended upon their victims like a pack of ravaged wolves. If the victims were lucky, their deaths were quick. If they weren't, then they would be played with. Emotionally, physically, and even sometimes sexually before being strapped to the altars and drained of every last drop of their blood. Once one body had been completely drained of their blood, their bodies were removed from the altars so that another could take their place. The festivities, if they could be called that, continued on for over an hour. Thankfully, Narcissa herself had never once even been offered a dagger. Even after her husband slit the throat of a young woman. She knew that she wouldn't have been able to do the deed. And then she would have probably ended up on one of the altars herself, or worse. By the time the last body had been removed from the altar, the children, some of them trying to comfort each other, were standing knee-deep in blood. Well done, all of you. Voldemort congratulated them all as he stepped forward. But we are not finished yet. There is still one last grouping that needs to be bled. And a specific group that are to bleed them. A new group of adult squibs were led to each of the altars and secured in place. Narcissa nearly cried out as, after the squibs had been secured, a new group was brought forth. This one full of teens that she recognized, including her son. The group of magical children were led before Voldemort and as one they all sunk to their knees. Walking up to them, Voldemort began pacing in front of them. You all have been tested and found worthy of joining the noble ranks of my Death Eaters. Voldemort drawled, pausing as he reached out and gently cupped the chin of Pansy Parkinson, who seemed to almost glow at the attention. But there is one last trial awaiting you. Are you ready to become full-fledged Death Eaters? Yes, my lord. All of the children, including her Draco, responded. Good, Voldemort smiled, removing his hand from Pansy. Before you ISS your final trial. Do what you will with these squibs. But in the end, their blood must join with the others. Now go. Narcissa shifted her weight to stop her son, but her movement was stopped as her husband quickly came to Draco's side and started whispering in his ear. Please Draco. She silently begged as she watched her son be led up to one of the sacrifices. Please, please don't do this. There is no coming back from this. You'll be a monster. Her pleas fell on deaf ears as a vicious snarl came over her son's face as he pointed his wand at the bound man. Crucio. Narcissa's heart shattered upon hearing the unforgivable curse pass her son's lips. Even as all around her the crowd cheered as the children, mere children, brutalized their victims. Finally the man's cries were ended as her Lucius handed her son a dagger. A dagger her son used to cut the man's throat so viciously that she was sure he'd hit bone. Well done, Voldemort clapped as the last of the sacrifices bleed out. Now kneel before me and receive your mark. What was it all for? Narcissa despaired as her son knelt before Voldemort so he too could be branded like cattle. Everything I've done has been for him. I've tried to show him the right way, so that he wouldn't follow the same path as his father. But now he's lost. I've risked everything for him, and it was all for naught. Once the last of the teens were branded, Voldemort walked back to the altar where he'd started his massacre. It is almost time, there is only one last thing needed. The traitor in our midst. Narcissa felt her heart freeze. I am nothing. I am no one. I am unworthy. Whirling around, Voldemort faced in her direction and held out his hand. From behind her she heard a man cry out as he was dragged forward. Did you think that I wouldn't notice? Voldemort asked as one of the men that Blackwood had brought with him was dragged forward by an invisible force before. I can almost smell Nox's magic on you. The man didn't say anything, even as Voldemort's still normal hand clenched around his throat and picked him up off the ground as if he weighed nothing at all. Fuck you. The man managed to get out from between clenched teeth. Nox is more powerful than you. She will kill you. All of you. That is where you're wrong. Voldemort smiled as he placed the tips of his silver fingers over the man's heart. Not that it really matters, of course. As you won't live long enough to see her fall. With excruciating slowness, Voldemort pushed his silver fingers into the flesh of the man. The man cried out in agony, flailing his body to and fro in an attempt to break free of his grip, but nothing he did helped as Voldemort kept pushing his hand into the man's chest until he was wrist deep. The man's screams reached their peak as Voldemort's arm twisted, then there was only silence as Voldemort pulled his arm out. The man's still heart resting in the palm of his hand. Dropping the traitor's body, Voldemort held the heart high and walked towards the edge of the pit. His voice took on the two tones once more as he started speaking in a guttural deep language that Narcissa had absolutely no hope of comprehending. The heart in his hand started to smoke the longer Voldemort chanted before bursting into flames. With one final cry, Voldemort threw the flaming heart into the pit. The children screamed and tried to avoid the heart, but as soon as the heart hit the pool of blood everything inside of the pit ignited, creating a wall of fire. Holding his arms out to his sides, Voldemort's chanting rose over the sounds of the screams coming from the pit. The flames began circling, creating a whirlwind before slowly shifting from their yellow and orange coloring and into a black miasma. Ending his chant, Voldemort slouched and took a step back from the edge of the pit. The miasma within reaching the very top of the pit but not spilling over. It is done. Voldemort proclaimed. Come forth. Narcissa felt her skin prickle as the temperature in the room began to plummet. She could see her own breath in front of her face as everyone around her started shivering slightly. But it was not only the cold that had people shivering. A feeling of utter hopelessness had settled like a blanket over the room. As if every positive feeling had been sucked out of the room. No, he couldn't have. A single white bony elongated hand reached out from within the miasma. A twisted hollowed face rose soon after the hand, the creature's eyes were gone and its mouth permanently opened. Merlin and Morgana. Narcissa despaired as she watched dozens of similar creatures rise from the depths of the miasma. He created Dementors. 100 squib children. Voldemort drawled, reaching out hand and caressing the nearest Dementor. Tainted with the blood of 200 squib adults and altered with the heart of a magical. This is how the Dementors were born. This is our invincible army. With the Dementors at our beck and call, not even the former Darth Nox and her ragtag group of guardians will be able to stand against us. Turning away from the Dementor, Voldemort raised his arms. Rejoice, brothers and sisters! For the rise of the new Sith Order of the Eternal Empire is at hand. Leaning against the headboard of her bed with Tonks tucked in her arms, Nox frowned as she felt something off. Then all at once it hit her. Flinging herself forward, and waking Tonks, who tumbled to the floor with a cry, Nox leaned over the edge of the bed and began retching loudly. Oh shite, Nox! Are you all right? Fuck, say something. What's wrong? Shuddering, Nox wiped at her mouth with the back of her hand. Something has happened. Nox gasped, feeling her stomach twirl again as the Force assaulted her in almost the same manner as it had when Order 66 had been given. Something terrible has happened. Something that is making the Force itself cry out against it. Getting up from her bed on somewhat more than shaky legs, Nox grabbed hold of the bedpost to steady herself as the feelings of wrongness from the Force continued to assault her every sense. Tonks! Nox gasped. Get everyone up. Now. I don't care if they're sleeping, reading or fucking. Get them up and get them to war room now. Tonks didn't even question her as she disappeared with a crack of apparition. Voldemort! Nox gasped, stumbling forward and catching herself on the wall. What the fuck have you done? Sitting in her large bathtub, Narcissa remained completely still as her skin slowly pruned under the warm water. Her mind was completely devoid of all thought and emotion. It was the only way she knew how to cope with what she'd just experienced. Never before, not even during Voldemort's first reign of terror, had she ever seen anything like she'd witnessed tonight. Children, mere children transformed into those vile creatures and... No, Don't think about it. Rubbing at her eyes, Narcissa felt the tears that she'd been holding back come forth with a vengeance. First there were the children that were transformed into those creatures. Then the adults that were slaughtered like animals to fuel the ritual. Then there was her own son, standing proud after having tortured and cut the throat of an innocent. Then when they returned, her husband took her to their room and had his way with her, and when she failed to respond in the manner he deemed acceptable, he calmly informed her that he would go off and search for one who was more acceptable. What has it all been for? Narcissa wondered as she fisted her eyes. Everything that I've worked for, my own son. I've tried for so long to keep him from falling into the same trap that his father did. And now all my work means nothing. He's become exactly like his father. A monster. Yet still, he's my son. I can't just abandon him. But I can't do anything for him any longer. Not here anyway. Not with his father so close, whispering into his ear. Dobby. Her house elf appeared beside her, far more subdued than normal. No doubt on account of myself. And the festivities happening beneath this roof. Yes, mistress. Getting up from the tub, Narcissa reached down and wrapped the towel that she'd placed on the stool nearby around her lithe body. We're leaving. Send a notice to the dead drop location that I need to be picked up immediately from our discussed rendezvous point. Dobby's eyes widened, if that were even possible, before nodding vigorously. Yes, mistress. Dobby, go now and be back in a jiffy. He mumbled before raising his hand and, with a snap of his fingers, disappeared. Making her way over to her vanity, Narcissa picked up her wand and with a swish dried herself completely. Walking out into her bedroom with naught but her towel around her, she could distantly hear the sounds of partying coming from the main hall. No doubt Draco and his father is with them. She thought angrily, trying not to picture the ways in which her husband was furtherly corrupting her son. Making her way over to her closet, Narcissa practically threw the sliding door off of its tracks as she ripped it open. A sinking feeling settled into her gut as her eyes traveled across the various dress and robes that were hung up orderly in her closet. All of them had been purchased after arriving at this accursed estate. And she wanted no reminders of her time here. Pushing aside all of clothes, she opened up the false wall within her closet. Inside were several sets of Muggle Club clothing that her, Andromeda and Bellatrix would dress up in when they were young and stupid and eager to hit up parts of Muggle London. And underneath those clothes were several sets of casual Muggle clothing. Both of which would cause her pure-blooded idiot of a husband to go ballistic if he knew she owned them. Picking out a set of causal Muggle clothes, she set about magically resizing and cleaning the outfits before slipping them on. Once she was dressed, she made her way towards the large bed. After staring down at the accursed object that represented her marriage, she raised her wand and obliterated it with a single wave of her wand. Shite. She thought with a smile. That felt really good. Far better than sex with Lucius ever did. As she turned to leave, she froze as she remembered the last correspondence she'd had with Nox. Shite, I forgot all about that blasted cabinet. She'd known exactly what Nox had been talking about, of course. Her son had been prouder than a stallion out to stud the day he'd brought the pair of vanishing cabinets home. And she more than readily agreed with Nox. Such objects were far too dangerous to leave in the hands of the Dark Lord. I'll have to destroy them on my way out then. Making sure that her wand was safely up her sleeve, she walked out of what used to be her bedroom and made her way down towards her son's room. For the last time. Well, what do we have here? Narcissa froze in place and slowly turned around. Standing no more than a few dozen paces behind her were a dozen Death Eaters. Led by none other than her sister's brother-in-law Robestan Lestrange. Robestan. Narcissa greeted him, sparing a quick glance at the dozen or so he'd led with him. I thought that you would be down with the others celebrating this glorious night. Robastan's grin was anything but pleasing as his eyes roamed over her from head to toe while circling around her, leaving her trapped between himself and the others he'd brought with him. One could say the same of you, Narcissa. Although, you never really did have the stomach for such things. And it appears that time hasn't changed you. You still can't recognize that they are merely animals to do with as we please. As for why I'm here, the Dark Lord has requested your presence at his side. Clenching her teeth, Narcissa gave a slight nod. As you say, Robestan. I will join him soon. Now if you'll excuse me. Where are you going, Narcissa? Robestan asked, his arm shooting out and blocking her path. The Dark Lord is waiting for you, down that direction. This is still my home, Robestan. Narcissa answered, locking eyes with the man. I do not need to explain myself to you. Robestan held her gaze before throwing his head back and laughing. Oh Narcissa, did you honestly think that you could get away with it? It took every ounce of willpower she had not to give anything away as she held his gaze. I'm afraid that I don't know what you're talking about, Robestan. Don't play games with me, you bitch. Robestan shouted, stepping forward so they were almost face to face. Did you honestly think that you could fool the greatest Dark Lord in history? The voice of the Emperor himself. Her stomach plummeted. He knew he knew all along. But then, why hasn't he acted upon it yet? Well, no matter the reason, he's given me a chance that I'm not about to waste by waiting. Well, I figure that given the general intelligence of those he surrounds himself with, fooling him wouldn't be too hard. And considering I'd been able to do so for years, I'd say I was successful on that account. Robustan blinked, stunned that she would openly admit her betrayal. And in that instant she moved. Letting her wand drop into her right hand, she tilted the point upwards and hit Robustan with a powerful blasting curse right in the chest. The Death Eater could do little more than give a strangled cry as he was thrown away from Narcissa and over the banister railing leading down to the ground floor. Turning in place, Narcissa aimed her wand at the dozen wannabe Death Eaters who'd followed Robustan. Fiend fire! A burst of dark flames emerged from the end of her wand, morphing immediately into the form of large hawk before swooping down on the surprised Death Eaters, burning several and scattering the rest as it lit the house aflame. Not bothering to see how much damage she'd caused, Narcissa immediately took off for her son's room. As she reached his room, she didn't bother reaching for the door handle, preferring instead to simply blast apart the door with a powerful blasting hex. And just inside the room, standing tall against the far wall, were the two vanishing cabinets. Fiend fire! Another hawk breathed in flames emerged from her wand. The creature circled the room once before settling atop the two cabinets and setting the both of them ablaze. Lowering her wand, she watched as the two cabinets were reduced to ash. Now I just need to get out. A searing pain shot through her, sending her to the ground as her hand clutched at her side. You fucking bitch! Robustan's deep voice echoed as he stepped into her son's room after hitting her with a cutting curse, his eyes focused on the two burning cabinets. Do you have any idea what you've done? Clutching at her side, Narcissa could feel the blood slowly leaving her. But more than that, whatever curse Robustan had used was still affecting her as the wound in her side started to grow and burn with each passing second. Shite, what did he hit me with? It hurts so much. I can't feel my legs. As bad as the pain was, it became infinitely worse as Robustan turned his attention back to her. You fucking bitch, Crucio! Pain racked every centimeter of Narcissa's body as her back arched and she screamed. You're going to pay, you fucking bitch! Robustan yelled, keeping the spell going on her even as he tried in vain to put out the cursed fire that was destroying the cabinets. The Dark Lord is going to make you pay for this. I'm going to enjoy watching what he does to you. You fucking blood traitorous bit! His words were cut off abruptly as a small figure snapped into existence between the two of them. You will not harm Mistress Narcissa. Robustan couldn't even react before Dobby thrusted his hand towards the wizard. A jet of blue light leaving his hand and impacting Robustan in the chest, throwing him out of the room. Dobby! Narcissa groaned as she felt the spell eat away at her further. Mistress! Dobby cried, turning back to her, his hands shaking as he timidly felt at her side. She could feel his magic seep into her wound, but at best he was only able to slow whatever Robustan had done to her. Mistress! Dobby is so sorry. Dobby tried to be fast but Dobby was too slow. Now kind mistress is hurt and Dobby couldn't even get a hold of guardians and now. Dobby! Narcissa groaned, trying not to move out of fear of aggravating the hole in her side. Just, get us out of here. Somewhere. Anywhere. Now. Nodding, Dobby took hold of her hand and then snapped his fingers. And like the snap of his fingers, the life Narcissa had known was gone. Stroking the head of his faithful companion Nagini, Voldemort listened completely disinterestedly as yet another one of his Death Eaters suffered his wraith. It's such a shame. Voldemort sighed internally, casting a glance out of the corner of his eye as Robustan Lestrange twitched and screamed on the ground as Voldemort held the Cruciatus curse over him. There was a time when I could trust 5 of my Death Eaters with any task. Of those 5, Regulus betrayed me. Lucius has failed me one too many times to truly be trusted again. And now Robustan has failed me. Only Bellatrix and Rodolphus remain. In time even they will fail you. The voice of the Emperor spoke in his mind as 50 of his best Death Eaters, including Lucius and his son, watched on. In time, they will seek your power and attempt to take that which is yours. You must make an example. Starting with this one. Your followers must see that even your favorites will suffer the fate awaiting those who fail me. In truth, Voldemort didn't want to take this route, Robustan was a loyal and powerful servant. But the Emperor was right. He couldn't allow his fondness for even his favored Death Eaters to skew his judgment. Ending the curse, Voldemort met Yaxley's eyes and gave the man a slight nod, signaling for Yaxley to leave, as Voldemort rose from his seat. Please, my lord. Robustan groaned on the ground. I beg your forgiveness. Walking down the steps, Voldemort didn't stop until he was standing over his servant. You have been a loyal and powerful servant, Robustan. And you have my forgiveness. Robustan sighed in relief, until Voldemort continued however. You allowed Narcissa to escape. The Emperor and I had plans for her. Not only that, but he was privy to our plans. And if we do not manage to get her back, those plans will soon be in Nox's hands. So while I forgive you, the Emperor does not. The doors leading into the audience room slammed open as Yaxley, followed by a small contingent of Death Eaters, levitated in what looked like a Muggle electric chair used for executions. My lord! Rabastan cried as Voldemort turned his back on him while Yaxley used magic to place Rabastan into the chair. By the time Voldemort had retaken his seat, Rabastan's arms, legs and chest had been secured in the chair with several magical resistant leather straps and a large metal helmet with 5 small slots, one over each eye, one over his mouth, one atop his head and one behind his head, was lowered into place. Once the helmet was in place, Yaxley produced 5 narrow spikes, each nearly 4 inches in length, and placed them over the opening of each slot where they waited suspended by magic. This was to be Narcissa's fate. Voldemort explained as Yaxley finished his preparations and stepped behind the chair. No one moved to intervene. Not even Rodolphus. But as we have been robbed of her, Rabastan shall suffer her fate. Yaxley, begin. Nodding, Yaxley pulled out his wand and touched it to one of the many runes that Voldemort knew covered the back of the chair. In response, the spike over Rabastan's right eye pulsed before slowly inching its way forward. Rabastan's screams echoed out from underneath the metal helmet as the spike sunk into his eye until it disappeared completely. His body flailed hopelessly against his restraints as he tried in vain to break free. Once it was fully inserted, the spike above his other eye began its descent. One by one the spikes descended into Rabastan's head until they disappeared from sight, with the last to be the one inserted into his mouth, which bypassed his tongue and sunk into the roof of his mouth. Once all 5 were inserted, Yaxley tapped his wand to yet another rune on the back. The helmet atop Rabastan's head glowed red as Rabastan's screams intensified tenfold as the room began filling with the unmistakable smell of burning hair and flesh as the helmet was heated. Then it all ended. The helmet returned to its normal coloring as Rabastan's struggles and screams ceased. But his chest still heaved in and out. Pressing his fingers against Rabastan's neck, Yaxley held them there for a full minute before turning towards Voldemort. He still lives, my lord. Release him. Voldemort commanded, leaning back and stroking Nagini's head. Undoing the straps, Yaxley waited until all of them were undone before using his wand to lift the helmet. Rabastan's hair was gone and his skin had been badly burned by the heat of the helm. Each of his eyes were gone, replaced instead with the head of each spike. Rise, Rabastan. Like puppet on strings, Rabastan silently rose from the chair as he followed Voldemort's commands. Give him his wand, Yaxley. Hesitantly, Yaxley held out Rabastan's wand, which Rabastan took without question and without turning his head. Cast a stunning spell at your brother Rabastan. Voldemort commanded. Without hesitation, Rabastan turned towards his brother and snapped off a red stunner, which his brother only just managed to deflect as he raised a shield at the last possible second. Smiling, Voldemort clapped loudly. Well done, Yaxley. Voldemort congratulated his servant. You've certainly exceeded what I told you to achieve. I live only to serve, my lord. Yaxley replied, bowing deeply. This had been an idea that had been given to Voldemort a long time ago by the Emperor himself. A way to make sure that resources were not wasted. His free will is gone. Voldemort explained to the stunned faces of his servants. Yet he still has his magic. He feels no pain. He knows no emotion. He will follow my every command to the letter. If I tell him to run, he will run until his heart gives out and then try to continue until I tell him to do so. Rising from his seat, he waved his hand towards Rabastan. This is the price of treason. And the fate that awaits those who fail me. Remember this. SSRVE me, serve the Emperor well. And you shall be spared this fate. Now go. Pausing, he turned towards the Death Eaters that were lining the right side of the hall. Goyle. Stepping forward, the man sunk down to one knee. Yes, my lord. You shall be responsible for finding and capturing Narcissa before she manages to get to Nox. Voldemort demanded as Nagini slithered down the dais towards the man. You may take whatever men you deem necessary and use whatever means necessary. But I want her retrieved, alive. Goyle started shaking as his eyes flickered towards Rabastan. My lord, you honor me. But how am I supposed? Please, my lord. Lucius cut in, kneeling down in front of Voldemort. Let me have the honor of recapturing my traitorous wife. I know of a way to track her. The spell Rabastan struck her with, we can use that. Please, allow me to do this. I beg of you. No. Voldemort countered immediately. Traitor she is, she was your wife. I would not have your loyalty compromised. Goyle shall have this assignment. As you know of a way to track her, you shall give this knowledge to Goyle and send him on his way. Lucius hesitated, but then bowed his head. As you command, my lord. Good. Voldemort drawled, his eyes settling on Goyle. She was wounded by Rabastan with a cutting curse attached with a curse of mortality. He will not be able to get far. And the elf that is helping her will not be able to continue to do so for long. Go. And do not even think about coming back unless you have her. Unless you wish to be improved. Goyle's eyes once again flickered towards Robistan before bowing low enough so that his forehead touched the ground and then all but sprinted out of the hall. Now all of you, get out. Voldemort commanded, sinking down heavily into his throne once again. You've done well so far. The voice of the Emperor spoke in his mind. I have chosen you well. Pulling out of his memories, Dumbledore began pacing beside the pensieve in his office while next to his desk Fawkes slept soundly, completely unaware, or uncaring, of his bondmate's internal struggle. How could I have missed so many chances? Dumbledore asked himself as he paced. His mind, as usual, on the topic of Harry Potter and how he'd failed to bring the boy back to the light. And now I fear that he is truly lost. And as Nox won't allow Harry to meet his destiny, so too is the entirety of the wizarding world. Hearing the fire roar to life behind him, Dumbledore didn't bother to turn around as he heard the arrival of the one he'd been waiting for. It took you quite a while to get away this time, Severus. Dumbledore said out loud, turning to greet his potions master. Only to have said potions master to breeze right by him and head for Dumbledore's private stock of fire whiskey. Without even asking, Severus threw open the cabinet, grabbed a bottle and began drinking heavily. Rough night then? Dumbledore asked when Severus finally came up for air. Instead of answering, Severus merely held out a small scroll for him to take. These students, they need to be expelled. I don't care what excuse we give, but we can't risk them stepping foot back into Hogwarts come fall. Frowning, Dumbledore took the list from Severus and unrolled it. His frown only deepened as his eyes went further and further down the list. There were quite a few names from dark families and some from the neutral families. But most disturbing was the fact that a few were from what had once been considered light families. Severus, you know that we can't expel these students for any reason. We must show them that there is a better path. A better path? Severus stuttered. Headmaster, those children all killed in cold blood tonight as part of a ritualistic sacrifice which allowed the Dark Lord to create over 100 Dementors. On top of that, the Dark Lord has also aligned with Mortis, Nightshade, and Blackwood. Severus's statement brought Dumbledore up short. The fact that the Dark Lord managed to create more Dementors and the fact that he had children kill in cold blood, this was far worse than anything Tom had done during his previous reign of terror. And allying himself with the other three powerful Dark Lords from around the world. Madness. Perhaps he's right. He thought looking back down at the list. Perhaps it would be for the best if we keep these students away from the others. But then they won't have a chance to redeem themselves. And another part of his mind said. We can't just leave these students to the tender mercies of their parents' choices. No. We must shelter them and protect them. I'm sorry, Severus. Dumbledore sighed. But we must try to save these children. Perhaps being away from their parents now will do them good. Severus looked fit to burst, but he didn't understand. No one understood. They needed to show those children there was a better path. One without bloodshed. And one where they wouldn't end up in a prison cell or walking through the veil of death. Damn it! Severus growled, throwing back another large amount of fire whiskey. Headmaster, I can't do this anymore. I can't spy for you. Dumbledore's eyes hardened at that. He needed Severus. You forget the oath you swore to me, Severus. No. Severus replied, shaking his head. But tonight, he exposed two of Nox's spies that she had embedded within his ranks. One was an American that came with Blackwood. A man the Dark Lord had never even seen before tonight. He exposed him, then ripped his heart out as the final component for his ritual. Dumbledore winced. That was not a pleasant fate. And the second? At this, Severus actually laughed. None other than Narcissa Malfoy. This made Dumbledore start. Nox managed to convert Narcissa. How? That gives her 3 of the black siblings, not good. How or why she turned spy I have no idea. But she managed to escape before the Dark Lord could get his hands on her, and good for her too. I won't wish the fate he had planned out for her on anyone. Is there any chance that we would be able to offer her sanctuary? Dumbledore mused, moving back towards his high-backed chair. If they could offer Narcissa sanctuary, it would indebt her to him. And he could use that to leverage poor Draco back to the path of light. No. Severus responded, dashing his hopes. The Dark Lord sent out a group of his servants after her. There's no way that I can get between them and her. That's if they can even catch her. By now she's either with Nox, dead or about to wish that she were dead. I see. Dumbledore sighed. Such a waste. Is there anything else? At this Severus hesitated. Yes. Nightshade, Blackwood, and Mortis all vowed their allegiance to the Dark Lord. Or rather, as he now likes to be called, the voice of the Emperor. Dumbledore felt his heart stop and his blood freeze in his veins. I'm the voice of the Emperor, my friend. Gellert had told him just before their final duel. The words that Gellert told him still make my heart go cold in fear. You have to defeat me, my friend. Here and now for all of our sakes. But you can't kill me. Lock me away and throw away the key and give me the elixir of life so that I can keep him sealed away forever. If you don't, then another will be named and the darkness will come again. Emperor Vitiate will find another once I die. You cannot let that happen, my friend. For all of our sakes. You are sure that he said those exact words? Dumbledore pressed, leaning forward. The voice of the Emperor. Yes. Severus nodded. And this Emperor even spoke through the Dark Lord. The others called him Emperor Vitiate. Who is he? I've never heard of such a Dark Lord before. Biting his lip, Dumbledore found himself telling his old friend something that he'd never told anyone before. It's been rumored that since the time of ancient Rome that whenever dark witches or wizards would band together, they would be led by one who called themselves the Emperor's voice. They were only called this in private though, and it was never confirmed whether this was actually true, and most simply dismissed it as a myth. I did as well. Until I heard the truth from the last voice of the Emperor. Gellert Grindelwald. It was why I didn't kill my old friend after our battle. He told me that he had the Emperor contained within him. But if he were to die, then the Emperor would be free to leave him and find another. That is, he was locked away forever. I wish I could say that I spared my old friend out of the kindness of my heart, but that would be a lie. I spared him only to seal away this Emperor. And now, my old friend is dead. And the ancient Dark Lord who has cheated death since the Roman Empire has taken a new host. Severus had gone deathly pale, even more so than usual, as Dumbledore finished his tale. Perhaps Headmaster, perhaps Moody is right. We should align ourselves with Nox and her guardians. No. Dumbledore said quickly, slamming his hand against his desk and waking Fawkes from his slumber. That was a little over the top perhaps. We can't trust Nox. I believe she is as much a Dark Lady as Tom is a Dark Lord. A different kind, of course. But dark nonetheless. We can't offer ourselves to the wolves just to protect us from the snakes. No. We cannot align with her. Right now our best choice is to let Nox and Tom fight amongst each other and whittle each other down while we protect the innocents. And when one defeats the other, we will sweep in and clean up the mess they make. Severus didn't look convinced. Although neither did Moody when he'd told him his beliefs about Nox. But just Moody had, Dumbledore knew that Severus would see the right of it and do things his way. All right. Severus sighed. We'll do things your way. But I'm keeping a close eye on my snakes this year. And everyone else as well. So help me, Headmaster, if need be I will start expelling students just to get them out of the country. And with that, one of Dumbledore's only friends turned tail and marched out of his office. Once the door was shut behind him, Dumbledore reached up and tiredly rubbed at his eyes. Why can't anyone see that I'm doing what must be done? For the good of all. Feeling a slight tug at his sleeve, Dumbledore reached without looking and popped Fawkes atop his head lightly. Pulling his hand away from his eyes, he found his familiar standing close to him, his beak pecking at the cuffs on his right arm. After the Elder Wand again, my old friend. Dumbledore thought fondly. His familiar had let his distaste for the legendary wand be quite well known ever since he'd won it off of Gellert over 60 years ago. Several times he'd actually gotten a hold of the wand and tried to fly away, only for Dumbledore to catch him and reclaim the wand. It's what led Dumbledore to always carrying his wand in its holster and only taking it out when he had need of it. It's understandable, I guess. Dumbledore sighed, scratching under his familiar's beak. Phoenixes are the ultimate symbol of life and death in harmony. And the death stick, well, the name speaks for itself. Sitting in the dirt with her back up against a tree, Narcissa winced as she pulled back on the bandage that covered her midsection. The bandage was coated in dried blood. I hope that Dobby gets back soon. Narcissa winced as she pressed the bandage back down on her still slightly bleeding side. I need a new bandage. They'd been on the run for what felt like weeks but had truthfully only been a day, maybe 2 at the most. The Dark Lord had been apparently less than pleased with her abrupt departure and had sent several of his followers out after her. How they were managing to track her, she had no idea, but they were never far behind. And with her in the condition that she was, they were unable to fight them off. So they were left with their only option left to them. Run. They'd been operating, blinking and doing whatever they could to evade their pursuers that Narcissa was no longer even sure if they were in the British Isles anymore. Wincing as the wound in her side pulsed, Narcissa shifted, trying to find a more comfortable spot to sit. Dobby had done what he could to bring the stream of blood leaving her down to a trickle, however she was still losing a fair amount of blood. Thankfully Dobby had managed to snag a small vial of blood replenishing potion from somewhere so she wasn't at risk of going into shock from blood loss. But she could feel her strength leaving her with each passing hour. We need to find the Guardians, soon. For both of our sakes. Mistress. Dobby called out softly as he appeared next to her with a louder than usual pop. Dobby found bandages for Mistress. Thank you, Dobby. Narcissa thanked him, taking the bandages, which she was sure he'd stolen from somewhere, and using them to replace her soiled bandages. Are they clothes? Nodding, Dobby flopped down beside her as he started sobbing. Yes, mistress, mistress. Dobby, sorry. Dobby doesn't have the strength to blink with mistress again. Dobby, a pathetic elf. Dobby, a disgrace. No, you're not Dobby. Narcissa said soothingly, reaching out and grabbing his hand. The fault is mine. No other elf could have done what you've done so far. It was the truth. House elves drew their strength from the ones they were bonded to. In Dobby's case, her. However, as almost all of her internal magical energy was being spent trying to keep the wound in her side at bay, she had little to offer Dobby. And with how much he'd been doing recently, his own power was starting to wane. Grabbing her wand, Narcissa sat up slightly straighter. Dobby, I need you to do something for me. Dobby's eyes widened. Anything, mistress. Dobby would do anything for you. Licking her lips, Narcissa looked around the wooded area they were in. If they keep from, we only have an hour, maybe two, before they'll show up again. I need you to create a small capped vial for me. And make it unbreakable. Dobby frowned at her request, but with a snap of his fingers a small vial appeared on her lap. Touching her wand to her temple, Narcissa concentrated on what she wanted before slowly pulling her wand away from her head. A silver string attached to the tip. Placing the memory in the vial, she corked it and then held it out for Dobby. When they come again, Dobby, you are to take this vial and run. Find Nox or Sirius or anyone in league with the Guardians and ensure they get this. Dobby's eyes went impossibly wide as he shook his head. No. No, 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 no. Dobby won't leave mistress behind. Dobby will be a good elf and ensure that mistress gets to kind Gwa. Dobby. Narcissa said sharply, instantly regretting doing so as her side throbbed. This is an order. Should they find us again, you are to leave and not look back. Dobby started crying, but he couldn't deny an order from her once it had been given. So with a more than slightly shaking hand he reached out and took the vial from her. No sooner had the vial left her hand, than Narcissa heard the unmistakable sounds of magical operating nearby. Well, that certainly didn't take them all that long. Dobby's head whipped around towards the direction of the sound before turning back to her. His eyes were wide and pleading. Begging to allow him to stay with her. Reaching out, she took his hand in her own. Tears formed in the corners of her eyes as she stared at the little house elf. Good Lord, I'm crying. If my younger self could just see me now. Go, Dobby. Narcissa managed to get out through her tears. Go. Find a new master or mistress to serve, preferably in the Guardians. And serve them as well as you've served me. With one final wail, Dobby threw his arms around her shoulders and held her tight. Narcissa returned his affection and then he was gone. And Narcissa was left alone with Merlin. Only knew how many Death Eaters approaching. Well, she thought while drawing her wand and, using the last little bit of magic she had left in her body, started enchanting a few objects while laying down a couple of wards. Not necessarily the way I'd been planning or hoping to go out. But I suppose that this isn't so bad. Is this what being noble is? Fighting for a cause that you truly believe in with all of your heart? Hey. I guess it isn't too bad. Maybe those bloody idiotic Gryffindors actually are onto something. Soon enough, the Death Eaters were close enough that she could see them through the trees. And of course, as she could see them, they could see her as well. As the group of a dozen stepped into the small clearing, stopping well away from her, one stepped forward and removed his mask. Well, Narcissa Malfoy. Never thought that you of all people would betray the Dark Lord. Narcissa moaned. Of all of the Death Eaters he could have sent after me, he had to send this idiot. Merlin, what a final insult. Goyle, he had to send you of all people. Merlin, the Dark Lord surely does know how to add insult to injury. Narcissa managed to get out as she awkwardly got up from her position, wand in her right hand and her left covering her side. Tell me, how did someone as idiotic as you actually manage to keep up with me? Goyle's jaw tightened at the insult. It was the little memento that you're carrying from Robistan. Goyle explained, taking a single step forward. Just a few more steps until you reach the line arsehole. We were able to track the curse. And I must say, Narcissa, I don't envy your fate. The Dark Lord has something special in mind for you once we bring you back. That's assuming that you'll be able to get me to go back. Narcissa growled, raising her wand. I have no desire to go back to that hell and follow the fucking moron down the path of death and destruction. That decision isn't yours to make. Goyle shrugged before turning towards those following him. The Dark Lord commanded that she be brought in alive. Short of that, she's yours for now. One of the more anxious Death Eaters charged forward, although what his intention in doing so was a complete mystery. A mystery that would never be solved as he crossed over one of the many enchantment lines she'd laid down. As soon as he did, the branches of the tree above him came to life, shooting down and wrapping around his neck before pulling him high up into the foliage where he disappeared. the only sight of him being his wand as it clattered uselessly to the ground. You didn't think that Bellatrix was the only one skilled of the three of us, did you? Narcissa asked cockily, taking up a dueling stance despite her injury. Snarling at her, Goyle turned towards the rest of the flunkies he'd brought with him. What are you all waiting for? She's half dead. Get her or face the Dark Lord and the Emperor's wrath. Narcissa started throwing every curse and hex she was able to do so, but despite her bravado she was not her sister. And she was wounded. So even though she managed to thin their numbers by 4, the remaining Death Eaters managed to get through her spells, traps and wards and tackle her to the ground before wrenching her wand away from her hand. Fucking bitch! Goyle shouted, striding up to her and kicking her hard in her injured side while the others held her down. Betray us! Another kick! Betray the Dark Lord! Another kick! Make a fool of my friend! Another kick, this one delivered with enough force that Narcissa's body curled in on itself despite the hands holding her in place. Her entire body ached, her side burned, her eyes were full of tears as feet and fist fell upon her again and again until they all became just a blur of movement and pain. Enough! She heard a voice yell as the attacks suddenly ceased. We'll kill her at this rate. And none of us want to share her fate. Gasping for breath, Narcissa craned her neck. Her wand was just a slight distance away. If she could reach it, she could put her life into a spell and end them all. A heavy foot came down hard upon her wand, snapping the wood in half. None of that now. Goyle laughed as his hand fisted into her hair and wrenched her bloodied face up from the dirt. I'm going to enjoy watching the Dark Lord do the same to you as he did to Robistan you utterby. A gust of wind blew past them. Goyle let out a terrified cry as his hand let go of her hair and he was thrown away by the wind. She vaguely heard something strange. Then bright lights flashing over her head as heavy footfalls surrounded her. She tried to look around, but her vision had blurred to the point where she couldn't even see her own hand in front of her face, let alone those around her. 7 dead, 1 in the trees and 2 more. Narcissa tried to hear what was being said around her. But her hearing was fading fast and the words were quickly losing their meaning. A soft pair of hands laid themselves on her shoulder as she felt herself gently being rolled over. Just above her was a face that was almost indistinguishable to her at this point save for his eyes. The man had kind eyes. Name is Obi-Wan Kenobi. Ma'am. Can you hear me? Narcissa tried to focus in on the man with kind eyes even as another wide set appeared above her. Mistress said to find guardians. Dobby proclaimed excitedly. Dobby did as Mistress commanded, and brought guardians back. Mistress cannot leave Dobby now. For the first time in a long time, Narcissa felt a true smile grace her lips as she stared at Dobby and the man with kind eyes. The guardians, I'm safe, for the first time in a long time, I'm safe. Chapter 19. Standing just outside of the entrance of the temple, Grand Master Nox watched as the LAAT carrying Obi-Wan and Narcissa quickly made its final descent towards them. According to Master Kenobi, Narcissa injuries had reached the point where a trip through a portcullis or through apparition could have killed her. So they stabilized her as best they could and flew as fast they could. Of course the fact that news that Narcissa had been wounded so severely did absolutely nothing to calm down Andromeda Tonks, who was literally shaking in anticipation as the two of them watched the LAAT touch down. The moment the ramp opened, Andromeda ran from her side crying out, "Sissy!" At the top of her lungs as the men Nox had sent out brought out a stretcher with a woman lying upon it. Waiting for them to come to her, Nox took one look down at Narcissa and tried her best not to wince. She'd seen a lot worse in her time as a Dark Lord. Hell, she'd inflicted a lot worse than this. But still, it wasn't a pretty sight to behold when it was someone you knew. What's her condition? She asked Obi-Wan, who strangely enough, was holding onto the injured woman's hand despite her being unconscious. She's in bad shape. Obi-Wan winced, as he watched Andromeda wave her wand over her sister as the troopers paused momentarily. We treated her as best we could, the worst of her injuries is the one on her side. We stopped the flow of blood but we can't get the wound to close. It's a dark curse. Andromeda said hoarsely, her eyes red as unshed tears swelled in the corners of her eyes. It's not meant to close, only to slowly get bigger over time. The fact that you were able to halt, let alone stop its growth is remarkable. Thank you Master Kenobi. You probably saved her life with what you did. You can thank the little one for halting the progress long enough for us to get to her. Obi-Wan said, nodding towards the back where a house elf was trying to stay relatively out of sight, but still near to his mistress. Dobby. Andromeda called out, sinking to her knees and wrapping the small house elf in a bone-crushing hug. Thank you so much Dobby. She's not out of danger just yet. Nox sighed, doing her own diagnosis of Narcissa. But she definitely stands a better chance now thanks to the actions of Dobby. Master Kenobi, Master Faye is finishing her preparations in the infirmary. Please bring Narcissa there immediately. Yes ma'am. Master Kenobi nodded before motioning for them to move forward. Come on, let's get a move on people. Moving aside, Nox watched with a sinking feeling in her gut as Andromeda and Kenobi brought the woman into the temple for treatment. She knew what she was getting into. Nox tried to tell herself. She knew the consequences if she got caught. She's not the first spy of mine to get caught, and a few of them suffered worse fates. Yet still, why does this one feel so different? Mistress Noxie. Looking down and to her left, Nox found the small elf, Dobby, standing by her heel. Yes, Dobby was it. Dobby's head bobbed up and down rapidly. Yes, Mistress Noxie. Dobby smiled slightly, before it faltered as he reached down to what passed for a belt and pulled out a small vial with a silvery substance within. Mistress Narcissa, she wanted Dobby to give this to guardians. Reaching down, Nox took the offered vial and held it up to her eye level. A memory, what did you see that forced you to take such drastic steps, Narcissa? Thank you, Dobby, you've done yourself and your mistress proud. Nox complimented the elf, making the little guy puff out his chest in pride. If you wish you may stay with your mistress. Dobby's smile faltered as he began to wring his hands. Dobby wants to, but Dobby won't be any help. Dobby wants to help Mistress Narcissa. Mistress Narcissa wants to help Mistress Noxie and Guardians. Dobby wants to help Mistress Noxie and Guardians. Nox felt herself smile despite herself. Well, Dobby, if you want you can find Winky. I'm sure she can find you something to do. Dobby's eyes lit up at the prospect of being helpful. Also, I'd like for you to gather all of the Guardian Masters plus my son Harry, Ahsoka, Master Yoda, Sirius Black, Amelia Bones, and Xenophilius Lovegood once your mistress is stable. I have a feeling that we're all going to want to see what your mistress saw. Yes, Mistress Noxie. Dobby exclaimed, bobbing his head. Dobby goes right now. Raising his hand, he snapped his fingers and disappeared. Now alone, Nox held the vial containing the memory up again. Hopefully Narcissa will be able to provide us the answers that we desperately need. Walking out in the courtyard of the Malfoy Manor, Darth Voldemort, voice of the Emperor, couldn't help but sneer slightly at the sight before him. Scattered around the courtyard like cockroaches were nearly 50 Muggle mercenaries. You wanted firepower, my lord, voice. Darth Blackwood stated, walking up beside him. And I brought you men. Battle-hardened and willing to follow any order as long as the money is good. More than a match for any soldier this Darth Nox might have under her command. And as an added insult, they are all equipped with weaponry and armor stolen from one of Nox's many warehouses. Voldemort didn't like it. These Muggles didn't deserve to even grovel at his feet, let alone fight by his side. Calm yourself, my voice. The Emperor spoke to him. Even during the days of the ancient Sith Empire, we did not rely solely on the Sith. Normal men and women were needed as well. And you've already seen what well-trained non-magical individuals can do during your failed battles against Nox. Do not let your pride force me to rethink your position as my voice. Well done, Darth Blackwood. Voldemort managed to get out in an even tone. Are Nightshade and Mortis ready? Yes, my lord, voice. Blackwood nodded. They're waiting for us at the rendezvous point with a handful of their best, as you ordered, my lord. Good. Voldemort nodded, turning his back on the Muggle mercenaries. I want them port-keyed to the rendezvous point within the hour. Our guest of honor will soon be with us. As you command, my lord, voice. Holding open the door for his girlfriend, Percy couldn't help the dumb expression on his face as she smiled brightly at him as she walked into the restaurant. Even after years of dating her, he still couldn't help but be completely besotted with her each time he laid eyes on her. She was perfection incarnate. And the fact that tonight they would be dining with the Minister of Magic himself and his undersecretary was just icing on the cake, as the Muggles would say. Tonight would be the night that he would promoted to a position in Fudge's cabinet. There was no doubt in his mind about. Oh, relax, Percy. Anna laughed as she swatted at his arm. If you try to straighten your dress robes one more time, I swear that you are going to wear out the stitching. Sorry, Percy apologized. It's just, tonight is the night. I just know that it is. You'll get everything that you deserve, Percy. Anna smiled brightly as she reached out and touched his cheek. I know that for a fact because you are you. Now come on. It's rude to keep the minister himself waiting. Falling in line behind her, Percy smiled as he reached down and felt at the small box that was practically burning a hole in his pocket. Once I get my promotion, Percy promised himself, completely absorbed in following the beauty in front of him. I'm going to ask her. As they walked into the main area of the restaurant, Percy noticed something. The entire place was devoid of any and all occupants. Except for the table in the center where 3 individuals sat. Ah, Percy, my boy. So glad that you managed to join us. The minister said jovially, rising from his seat. And you brought your lovely girlfriend with you as well. Wonderful. Thank you very much for inviting us, Minister. Percy smiled widely, shaking the minister's hand, nearly shaking out of joy in the process of doing so. Madam Umbridge. Lord Malfoy. This is an unexpected honor. Well, young Percy, I've heard some wonderful things about you. Lord Malfoy drawled, motioning for Percy to take his seat. And I'm heartened to see that your extended family's current predicament hasn't swayed you from the ministry. Percy ground his teeth slightly at the mention of his family. Ever since his family sided with that Knox woman, his life had become a living hell in the ministry. Didn't they understand what they were doing siding against the ministry? Utter madness. Luckily though, the minister and his undersecretary seemed to understand his predicament and protected him from the backlash of negative criticism. Of course, Lord Malfoy. Percy smiled, helping Anna take her seat before taking his own. I am loyal to the Ministry of Magic and first and foremost. Seeing that his answer pleased the minister and his undersecretary, Percy chalked that little comment up as a win. Minister, not that I'm complaining but, where are the menus? Oh, don't worry about that. Lord Malfoy smiled, lifting his cane up and setting it on top of the table. We won't be staying long. Percy blinked. Then he felt the unmistakable pull at his navel as the table was turned into a porte-carte and whisked the five of them away. The sudden spinning left Percy more than slightly disoriented, but across from him he could see that of the people at the table, only he and Anna were surprised by this turn of events. Before Percy could even begin to think where they might be going, their ride stopped and Percy fell hard onto a cold stone floor. Minister. Percy groaned, rolling over and looking up. Only to freeze as he found himself looking into a pair of red eyes that could only belong to one person. The Dark Lord Voldemort. Welcome to Azkaban, Percy Weasley. Coming out of the Pensieve, Harry had to fight down the immediate urge he'd felt to throw up all over the floor. And it wasn't just because of the disorienting effects of the Pensieve either. What they'd just seen, it almost defied explanation. He did far better than some of the others though. Master Melly had at least managed to get a few steps away from the Pensieve before going to her knees and throwing up. Amelia hadn't been as fortunate. As soon as her feet touched the ground she immediately doubled over and began retching loudly. Ahsoka had managed to handle it slightly better than him, but her face had definitely gone pale. The one person that truly worried Harry however was his mother. Throughout the course of the entire memory she didn't utter a single sound. Not a throat clear. Not a sigh. Not a curse. Nothing. And even now that they were out, she stayed silent as she took up her seat behind her desk and held her head in her hands. Speaking through this Dark Lord, Sith Emperor Vitiate he is. His mother didn't speak to answer Master Yoda's question. Her response came only in the slight nodding of her head as she kept her head in her hands. I thought that you said that this emperor was destroyed. Master Ti asked with a slightly edged tone. The look his mother shot the Togruta master as she raised her head from her hands could have made even stone flinch. He was destroyed. His mother answered, her voice eerily calm. I spent years developing that technique through both Sith and Jedi rituals and practices. And I've used it multiple times to destroy the soul shards of Riddle. What was in that tomb in Egypt was vitiate. His soul. He was destroyed. Perhaps. Yoda murmured as he shuffled his way up into one of the few chairs in the room directly across the desk from Harry's mother. The same method to cheat death as Riddle, used he did. His mother stared at Master Yoda for a moment before she lowered her head down till her forehead was touching the cool surface of her desk. Of course he did. That's the only way he could have survived for so long. Harry took one step forward to try and console his mother, but stopped as her fist slammed down onto the surface of her desk hard enough to break her metal desk clean in half. Fuck. She shouted, her voice accented with the force making everyone save for Master Yoda take a step back as the sheer power within her voice moved them. I should have fucking listened to my instincts. He was acting uncharacteristic. And he didn't put up enough of a fight in Egypt. Of course he had a fucking backup plan in place. Spinning out of her chair, she began pacing back and forth. The air around her distorting slightly as her eyes started to lose their greenish tint in favor of yellow. The method for shearing and storing one's soul was a Sith Force technique. Of course it would take a Sith to teach someone on this world how to use it. The only way they would truly know how to teach it was if they'd already done it to themselves. And the fucking Dementors, fucking damn it all. They weren't byproducts of Sith alchemy. They were products of Sith alchemy. Fuck. Feeling a hand grab his own, Harry looked down and discovered that Ahsoka had reached out and grabbed him. It was only then that he realized that he'd actually been shaking slightly out of fear. He'd never, in his entire life, seen his mother his upset end, and it was frightening. And that's not even the fucking worst part of this debacle. His mother continued to rant as everyone in the room, even Tonks and Harry, gave her a wide berth to do so. We can't fucking kill Riddle until we destroy Vitiate and his soul containers. That sent a chill through the room, or rather chilled the room even further as everyone tried to figure out the meaning behind her words. Explain this to us, you need to master Nox. Master Yoda said calmly, as if sitting in the maelstrom that was his mother's fury was the most natural thing in the world. Pausing in her pacing, Nox took a deep breath. We don't know how many soul containers Vitiate has created. But his soul is fragmented into n+1 fragments. N being the number of soul containers. And 1 being the piece that is within Riddle that makes him the Emperor's voice. If we were to destroy Riddle, then Vitiate would simply find a new host and stay hidden for however long he needed to do so. But now that he is in Riddle, he's locked in. So first we have to destroy Vitiate's soul containers. Then we need to destroy the aspect of him that is his voice within Riddle. And then we can kill Riddle. That is the only way to ensure that the bastard will stay dead this time. Doesn't sound too hard. Acid shrugged. We just need to find these soul container things and destroy them, right? You guys have already destroyed what? 4 of them from this Voldemort guy. Finding 3 more shouldn't be that bad. If only. Sirius scoffed. Firstly, my dear, we have no way of even knowing how many of these bloody things he's made. He could have made 1, or he could have made a dozen. Then there's the question of what exactly did he use to hide his soul fragments. He could have used an old boot for all we know. Truthfully, we've been bloody lucky as hell with Riddle's Horcruxes. Harry was one intentional or not. My brother spirited another away, at the cost of his own life. Lucius practically handed 1 to us. 1 was in an old family home of Riddles, that one we actually had to work for. We know where 1 is, but we can't get to it without thoroughly pissing off one of our allies in the goblins. And we have no idea where his last one is. His Horcruxes are only the beginning, I'm afraid. Nox continued on, her temper slightly abated. Vitiate mentioned his children. His offspring. Kenobi asked, rubbing the back of his head. Sure, I can see where they would be dangerous. But there can't be that many of them. Can there? This mother shook her head. I'm not talking about his children in the literal sense. The Emperor's children are Force-sensitive sleeper agents. Their creation is a secret known only to the Emperor himself, and now this Darth Nightshade as well apparently. A child of the Emperor is incredibly powerful in the Force and won't even know they're Force-sensitive until the Emperor awakens them. And once he does, they will be completely and utterly devoted to him. During the war back in my era, the Emperor's children nearly brought down the Republic. The first son, the leader of the children, was a highly respected Jedi Master on the Jedi Council and didn't even know it. That should tell you just how deeply embedded they can become and how near impossible it is to even identify one until it is too late. Fuck, we might even have one in the temple right now. A thought, we cannot have. Master Yoda countered sharply, using his cane to tap the floor loudly. Divide, this would make us divided, we cannot be against such a foe. Sighing loudly, Harry watched as his mother shook her head. Perhaps. And unfortunately, even if I had the time and will to search every mind in the temple, it would all be for naught, as I don't even know what I'm looking for. Harry tightened his lips as his mother moved back around and sat down behind her now ruined desk. Pulling out her wand, his mother tapped it to the surface and cast a repair spell to fix the ruined piece of furniture. We still have an advantage. Master Fei spoke up. And that advantage is you, Master Nox. No matter what this Emperor may have counted on in his plans, it is obvious that he had not counted on your presence here. It is an advantage. You know this Emperor. You know how he thinks and what he might have planned. You're giving me too much credit, Fei. Nox said, shaking her head. The Emperor didn't share his plans with anyone save himself. I doubt even Riddle knows the full extent of his plans. All the same, you served him once upon a time. Master Fei pressed. You know the actions he took before. Actions he is likely to take again, considering that by your own accounting they worked for the most part. What will his plan be, Nox? If anyone has a clue as to what he might be trying to achieve or how he will go about achieving it, it will be you. So, what are his plans? Harry watched on silently with everyone else in the room as his mother furrowed her brow and began rubbing at her eyes. Last time he distracted the Republic by engaging them in open warfare. Once the battle lines had been clearly drawn, he activated his children within the ranks of the Republic to destabilize both their military and their political prowess. Pausing, Nox got up from her seat once more and began pacing, her hands moving about slightly as she talked. He will likely do the same here. Open hostilities against the non-magical world, more than likely he'll use the Dementors for this, as the non-magicals have no defenses against them. Then once the magical world is outed in as violent a fashion as possible and the masses begin to panic, he'll activate his children to cripple or bring the major world powers under his control. And if what we heard is true, then this Nightshade has been implementing his children throughout the world for over 60 years. Force only knows how many government and military agencies she's managed to infect. Merlin, help us. Amelia groaned, her hands going protectively to her middle. How do we stop it? We can't stop the children. Simply because we don't know who they are or even where they are. Nox said, shaking her head. At best we can only warn everyone we can and hope that they take us seriously. Other than that, the only we can do is prepare ourselves for the aftermath. The only way to stop them is destroying Vitiate. During the war last time, after the hero of Tython defeated Vitiate, all of the children went insane. They either killed themselves, were easily killed by others or lost their powers completely. A few were taken in by the Jedi and healed, and one, Kira, the hero of Tython's wife, was spared that fate because she'd already been cleansed of the Emperor's touch long before then. Advantage you possess for certain, you all do. Yoda's words drew everyone's attention to him. Yoda merely cocked his head to the side and raised his glimmer stick to wave at all the guardians present. Jedi, this Emperor believes he fights. Jedi, you are not. Guardians, you are. If it was any other time than what the present former Jedi would take offense to those words. But Ahsoka caught on to Yoda's meaning and connected it to something else that struck her. Wait, maybe that's our major advantage and it fits the prophecy about Harry. Harry turned to look at Ahsoka with a raised brow. What part of the prophecy has to do with not being Jedi? Remember the second part? Woe to the lords of day and night. That tells us it's a warning, which the guardians are coming. Neither Vitiate or Dumbledore can see us as we truly are, in balance. So you're thinking because Vitiate looks at us as Jedi he will underestimate us. Ayla had a thoughtful look as processed the idea. In a way this likely won't be limited to just Vitiate. Sidious would automatically think of us as Jedi when we strike back against his empire. There is something else that I'm curious about. Master Kenobi spoke up, scratching at his beard. This Emperor seems like one who chooses his words carefully. He said, the world shall feel the weight of my imprisoned wrath. Is there any significance to that, Master Nox? Nox actually looked slightly surprised at that. There is. Nox nodded as she stared off into the distance. Back in the days of the old empire, the title Emperor's Wrath was bestowed upon the hand-picked personal assassin of the Emperor. I suppose it isn't strange that he picked a new wrath. After all, the last one that I knew about was Ajkaran. And he's been dead for over 3 millennia now. Ajkaran. Zeno Lovegood started, drawing everyone's attention. Not so much for the question, but rather from the tone with which he'd said it. Can you spell that name out for me, Master Nox? Preferably in English or even better in Old English. Maybe even Latin if you can manage. Harry and everyone else in the room looked at each other curiously as Nox pulled out her wand and proceeded to write the name out 3 times. Once in English, once in Old English and once in Latin. When she wrote out the name in Latin, all color drained from Zeno's face. Oh dear God, no. What is it? Nox asked impatiently, waving the fiery words away. What is the significance of his name? Licking his lips, Zeno almost seemed to struggle to speak. That name, it was found on an old tablet nearly a century ago. Within a hidden compartment in a deep cell block that was undergoing reservations within Azkaban prison. Many of my colleges believed that it was the original name of the prison. Ajkaran Prison. Or rather, Ajkaran's prison. This time it was his mother's turn to go completely pale. No, it can't be. A small decorative rock that had been laying on the floor, after it'd fallen off the desk when it'd been destroyed, began vibrating so violently that it began skipping on the floor. Holding her hand out, the rock shot up off the ground and into Nox's hand. As she stared at the rock, her face went even paler. Fuck. Dropping the stone, Nox hit the temple-wide communicator that would allow her voice to carry throughout the entirety of the temple. Everyone report to the northern landing platform now. Full battle attire. This is not a fucking drill. Every guardian, master, knight, and apprentice report as well. I want all LAATs fueled and ready for immediate departure, and I want every pilot, both Nighthawk and Blade squadrons, in their fighters in the air as of 10 fucking minutes ago. Move. Mother. Harry called out, more than slightly alarmed by his mother's sudden shift. Riddle is moving on Azkaban, or rather Ajkaran's prison. His mother explained as she swept past all of them and out of her office, leaving the rest of them almost running to catch up to her. Whether it's Ajkaran or some remnant of him doesn't matter. All that matters is that we cannot let Riddle, or rather Emperor Vitiate, gain something of his deadliest tool back. Amelia. While we're gone, I want you to work with Winky and contact every government agency that you can and warn them that a terrorist threat is imminent. Move. Now. Running through the halls of Temple, Cedric Diggory, newly appointed pilot within the Guardian support staff, struggled to get his flight suit on as he ran. He'd been spending a rather pleasant afternoon with Susan, which meant the two of them were on the couch and quickly approaching the point of no return, when the general alarm had activated throughout the entire temple. Once that happened, Susan gave him one last kiss and dissipated away, leaving him with a rather hard problem as he stumbled around his room trying to get dressed. Damn it! He muttered as he hopped up and down on one foot while trying to get his boot on. Why do muggles feel the need to wear such tight-fitting clothing? Finally managing to get his foot into his boot, Cedric sprinted the last dozen or so meters to the lower hangar. He winced as he saw that he was the last one to arrive. Navigator Diggory. You're late, boy. Fall in. Scanning the crowd, he found Victor quickly and took up his spot next to him. All right, listen up all of you, cause I'm only going to say this once. The leader of Nighthawk Squadron called out. Grand Master Nox has ordered the full mobilization of both Nighthawk Squadron and Blade Squadron. Licking his lips, Cedric felt a small thrill erupt in his chest. Nighthawk Squadron got to fly in the mission last time, leaving the still-forming Blade Squadron behind to train in the simulators. The two squadrons were quite different from one another. Where the Nighthawks all flew the F-1 Alpha Fighter Interceptor, which were fast and specialized more in air-to-air combat. Blade Squadron, however, the squadron the Cedric and Victor were in, flew the F-1 Beta Fighters, which, while similar looking to the F-1 Alpha S, the Betas required 2 pilots, were slightly larger, and were better equipped for dealing with ground targets. The only reason the Nighthawks got to go on the mission last time was because they were more skilled. The Guardians, the ground forces, will be traveling by LAATs. The commander continued, forcing Cedric back to the present. We'll be providing cover for 5 LAATs until we reach our target. What is the target? Victor asked. The commander visibly stiffened. Azkaban. The one word was enough to chill the very air. Grand Master Nox has received intel that the Dark Lord and a lot of his followers are heading back to the island to try and retrieve something. Our mission is simple. We find the enemy, kill as many as we can to open a landing spot for the LAATs and then provide assistance wherever needed. Any bright questions? No. Good. Get to your fighters now. The group broke up as everyone ran to their assigned fighter. Well, Victor. Cedric breathed, climbing up the ladder and settling into his seat behind the famous Quidditch Seeker. Being the better flyer, Victor had been chosen to be the pilot while Cedric had been assigned to be his co-pilot. Here we go. Striding across the landing pad with Tonks, Harry, his Valkyries, and her young apprentice Astoria, who was armed with nothing more than her wand at her side, Nox felt a burning rage forming within her that she hadn't felt in a long time. The bastard managed to elude me. She cursed as she stepped up into the LAAT and moving off towards the front so that her son, his Valkyries, her apprentice, and the rest of the troopers that would be riding with them could squeeze in. The last 2 in were Bill and Fleur before the ramp closed. Watching the others loading into the remaining 4 LAATs, Nox saw Kento speaking with Ron, Mally speaking with Hannah, and Ayla giving some last-minute advice to Tracy. The 3, like Astoria, didn't have lightsabers available to them, but with the help of Zeno and Amelia, they'd been able to remove the trace from everyone's wands so the 4 would actually be able to participate in the fight to come. Out on the landing pad she noticed that Arthur and Molly, who'd be staying behind with a few of the others, namely Amelia, were having a rather heated exchange as Molly kept trying to approach the LAATs with Arthur holding her back. No doubt she's trying to prevent her children from going. Nox thought. Not that it matters. Her children are guardians or of age. They must do their duty. When the battle begins, Astoria, you will do everything that I say to the letter. Nox commanded, staring down at her apprentice. She did have half a mind to leave her behind with Nat, Gabrielle, and the boys, but Astoria was almost 13 and well trained. And she wouldn't shelter her apprentice. Yes, master. Astoria nodded as she held onto the seat in front of her, as she was a slight bit too short to reach the handles hanging over their heads. Good. Nox nodded as the ship rocked slightly as it lifted off. I want you, Ron, Tracy and Hannah to stay with the rear guard. Master Kento, Mally, and Ayla are all relaying the same orders to their apprentices. Astoria didn't like the order, but Nox had trained her well enough not to question her orders in such a situation. As you say, master. Good. Nox said, turning towards the front and activating her COMM link. Nighthawk and Blade Squadron. You're clear to launch. Escort for the LAATs will be unnecessary at this time. Nighthawk and Blade Squadron, I want you to do a high-altitude pass over the island. Find out what we're getting ourselves into. Copy that, Master Nox. Nighthawk and Blade Squadron heading out. Stumbling down the stone stairway, Percy fought to keep his balance as a rough hand shoved him in the back and forced him on. Move it, Pipsqueak. Looking over his shoulder, Percy swallowed whatever retort he'd been planning on giving. Darth Blackwood, as he'd heard the name be named, was perhaps one of the largest men Percy had ever seen. The only one who was bigger was Hagrid, and he was a half-giant for Merlin's sake. But it wasn't just the man's presence that kept Percy in line, it was Anna. His girlfriend had her hands bound in front of her and was currently on the receiving end of Bellatrix's wand. One false move and she'd suffer. A point the Dark Lord had made clear as he'd ordered Bellatrix to cast the Cruciatus curse on Anna when they'd first arrived. The minister and Madame Umbridge were being escorted down with them as well. Although neither of them had their hands bound like Anna did. Could they be in league with the Dark Lord? Percy thought, casting a quick glance towards Lord Malfoy, who he now knew without a shadow of a doubt was a willing Death Eater. No, they can't be. They're the minister and his undersecretary. They wouldn't have anything to do with the Dark Lord. Not much further now, my boy. The Dark Lord's voice called up from ahead. Come now. Don't be SSHY. Come and see the hidden secret of Azkaban prison. Swallowing, Percy put one foot in front of the other as he descended deeper into the depths of the famous prison. although it really wasn't much of a prison anymore. Or even a fortress for that matter. He knew from reports, and from the brief sighting he'd managed of the exterior of the prison, that the once formidable tower had been reduced to a good pile of rubble with only a few passageways remaining. Do you know, my boy, that the Weasley family is descended from one of the oldest magical lineas in the British Isles? The Dark Lord asked him. When he didn't answer right away, Bellatrix poked her wand into Anna's neck, making her wince. No. Percy answered quickly. That SSS's shame. The Dark Lord continued as the passage they were walking down leveled out and opened into a large chamber room. The wall directly opposite was covered almost completely by one of the largest runic arrays Percy had ever seen. No doubt that his brother William would have loved it. But Percy, he could only feel dread as he gazed upon the display. Rounding on him, the Dark Lord smiled at him while waving towards the wall. You see, you're descended from a very powerful wizard who fought alongside a man named Aiden. A Jedi. The hero of Tython they named him. Through their combined might they were able to create this blood ward to keep something locked away. Something that, you're going to help us reclaim. Percy stared at the wall in front of him. If the Dark Lord wants it, it can't be good. He knew what his answer was. What it needed to be. Even if it cost him his life. No. Instead of angering the Dark Lord though, Voldemort merely smiled. Ah. Good. You do have a spine. I was starting to worry that your brothers and sisters inherited it all. But it's good to see that you at least have some strength in you. But unfortunately, I'm on a relatively delicate timetable, my boy. One elongated finger reached out and pressed itself underneath Percy's chin. You see, this is a very powerful ward. I could spend months disrupting the ward's scheme and probably do nothing to it. But there is a quicker method. The blood of the caster, or his descendant in this case, can willingly disrupt the ward's so they can be brought down. Do this, and you have my word that I will let you walk out of here with Anna unmolested. Do not, and well. The finger turned Percy's head to the side, where Bellatrix was holding her wand to Anna's throat. Bellatrix can be even more creative than myself when administering pain, my boy. So choose. Percy didn't know what to do. He couldn't give the Dark Lord what he wanted, but Anna. He couldn't let her come to harm. It would destroy him. So be it. Bellatrix. Crucio. Anna screamed as Bellatrix laughed. Percy wanted to cringe and cover his ears as he listened to the love of his life scream in agony. But he couldn't. Something broke inside of him. Damn the world. It meant nothing to him anyway if he couldn't live with her. Stop. He cried, falling to his knees before the Dark Lord. Please, I'll do it. Just stop, stop hurting her. Splendid. Voldemort clapped, prompting Bellatrix to stop and for Anna's screams to be reduced to a dull moan of pain. Darth Blackwood, a dagger if you would. Blackwood stomped over to him, each step making Percy cringe slightly on the inside. Pulling out his wand, the large man conjured up a dagger out of the air and held the hilt out for him to take. Now it's quite easy, my boy. Voldemort smiled as Percy took the dagger in hand. All you need to do is slit your palm and press it against the wall. Then say your name and that you willingly give your blood to undo this sword. And that's it. Easy enough, no? Licking his lips, Percy briefly debated turning around and plunging the dagger into the Dark Lord's heart. But he dismissed that as soon as it came to him. I wouldn't be the one to suffer. Percy thought as he stepped towards the runic array. Anna would, and I can't let anything happen to her. Running the sharp edge against his palm, Percy winced as his hand started to bleed. Percy Weasley, he began, pressing his bloodied hand against the wall. Willingly give my blood as the descendant of the creator of this ward to bring it down. So mote it be. Percy felt something pull from within him as his magic surged through his hand and into the wall. The runic array glowed brightly, pulsed once. And then disappeared completely from existence. You see. Voldemort called out, looking around as the wall began to separate in two. Physical pain isn't the only way to get Somione to do something for you. Now come, all of you. That includes you, Percy, and your little Anna. After all, don't you want to see what's inside? Let with no choice, Percy followed after the Dark Lord into the newly opened area. A purplish glow illuminated the room beyond, and Percy was left to gape at the source of the light. In the center of the large cavern that he'd opened, there was a transparent pyramid made of purplish light. And within the pyramid, hanging suspended in the air, was a single figure wearing a black cloak with his hood up. Those following Percy and the Dark Lord quickly spread out as Voldemort walked forward to the edge of the pyramid. Over 3 millennia ago, the Emperor sealed his most loyal servant away to wait for the time when he would be needed again. The hero of Tython and his bitches couldn't get past this barrier, so the three of them and a local wizard placed a ward up around him to seal him within his stasis. But now, that ward is gone. It is time for the Emperor's wrath, Age Karen, to awaken. The temperature in the room plummeted to the point where Percy could see his own breath in front of his face. The Dark Lord's body almost seemed to glow as he raised his right hand towards the wall of light. White lightning shot out of his hand and impacted the wall, making everyone safe for the Dark Lord to take a step back as the intensity of the attack nearly blinded everyone. When the light cleared, the pyramid was gone. And the figure that had been suspended in the air within was kneeling on the ground breathing heavily. Ajkarin. A voice that was clearly not Voldemort's, spoke through the Dark Lord's lips. Walking forward, Voldemort held his hand out above the kneeling man. A dark mist formed beneath his palm before drifting down and into the kneeling figure. The figure threw his head back, his hood falling back in the process. Percy stared in shock at the creature that was kneeling before the Dark Lord, absorbing whatever it was that Voldemort was conjuring. The most notable thing about him was his skin. It was red. Instead of eyebrows, he small, almost horns jutting out from his skull. And there were several other places on his face where his red skin was elevated in a way that was definitely not human. But it was his eyes that made Percy want to step back. His yellow eyes, they were filled only with malice. After a long few moments, the Dark Lord lowered his hand and the red-skinned devil hunched back over. Master. The red-skinned man breathed. How long? 3.5 millennia, my wrath. The voice that was not Voldemort's spoke again. The red-skinned man looked up at the Dark Lord with a vicious smile. Then it's time, my emperor. Yes. Voldemort nodded. Give it to me. Reaching into the folds of his robe, the man pulled out a metal cylinder with golden spikes and weaves decorating it. Your lightsaber, my emperor. Percy wasn't quite sure what he'd been thinking when he saw the Death Eater standing next to him holding his wand loosely at his side. His only thought was that he needed to get Anna away from here immediately. Which was why he shoulder-checked the Death Eater, which a force that would make his Quidditch-loving brothers proud, and wrestled the wand away from Death Eater. He then grabbed the same Death Eater and pressed his stolen wand to the man's throat while staring at Bellatrix. Let her go. Now. The Dark Lord turned around, his eyes were glowing a dark purple color, but then he blinked and they were back to their normal red. What are you thinking, boy? Voldemort asked, his voice back to normal and tapping the cylinder thing against his palm. There are hundreds of USS, and only one of you. Tightening his hold on the wand, Percy tried his best to keep himself steady. I've done what you've asked. He managed to get out with only a slight stutter. Now let Anna, the minister, Madame Umbridge, and myself go. Or I kill this one. Voldemort stared at for a long moment before his lips turned upwards. Well, I guess you are a lion after all. However, 4 lives for one doesn't seem like a fair trade. But the fact that you have the balls to stand against me so is noteworthy and brave. For that, I'll let you go. And for that one you're holding, I'll let you choose one other to leave with you in exchange for their life. Percy winced. It wasn't what he'd wanted, but it was better than nothing at all. And besides, he already knew who he'd be choosing. Anna. Anna gave off a soft cry, and after a nod from Voldemort, Bellatrix let her go and she ran right into his arms, forcing him to let go of his hostage so that he could catch her. Thank you, Percy. She murmured into his chest. I'm sorry, Minister. Percy began before stopping as he looked at the Minister. He wasn't angry. Or anything. He was just standing there, looking at him blankly. It was only then that he noticed the slightly widening of the Minister's eyes. What have you done to him? Voldemort stared at him and then turned his head towards the Minister. I have done nothing. It was one of my loyal servants who placed the Minister under the Imperious curse. One of his servants. But, in order to keep the curse going they would have to have almost constant contact with him, which, no, his eyes widened as he tightened his hold on Anna and turned towards the Undersecretary. Yes, Mr. Weasley. Madame Umbridge smiled brightly as her bindings disappeared and she drew her wand. I am, and have always been a loyal vassal of the Dark Lord. It was I who ensured that Potter and the other champions would be sent to the graveyard so that the Dark Lord could be resurrected. And it has been I who's been controlling the smear campaign against our enemies. Percy couldn't believe his ears. This was a woman he looked up to. Someone he aspired to be. And she betrayed the ministry to the Dark Lord. Well, Voldemort sighed dramatically. Seeing as how we're getting secrets out in the open, I suppose that you've played your role long enough, my dear. Percy kept his wand trained on Umbridge, waiting for her to make a move. That was why he was completely caught unaware as something sharp was thrusted between his ribs. How utterly pathetic. Gasping, Percy stared down at the hilt that was sticking out of his ribs. And the hand holding onto said knife. Anna. He breathed, stepping back in shock as the knife slipped out of him and the wand he'd taken slipped from his fingers. Why? Striding forward, Voldemort windlessly summoned the dropped wand into his waiting hand. Anna, my dear, why don't you tell young Percy your full name? Percy blinked, not understanding what he meant. I know her name. It's Anna. What? Why don't I? This doesn't make sense. Anna smiled at the Dark Lord before turning back to him. My full name is Annabelle Flint. The last remaining member of House Flint and loyal servant to Darth Voldemort, the voice of the Emperor. Percy felt all the strength leave him as the combination of the knife in his ribs and the metaphorical dagger to his heart sapped him of all his strength. No, no, it's not possible. You are confused. Not to worry, my boy. You're supposed to be confused. But I shall end the mystery for you, young Percy. The Dark Lord drawled, dragging his finger along Anna's jaw. An action which made the young woman look at the Dark Lord with utter devotion in her eyes. You see, I always knew that I would need Weasley blood, willing Weasley blood, to break the seal that held Agecaran in. And as I figured the rest of your family would be safely hiding behind the Guardians if Vlad failed to capture them, you were the most logical target. SSO I had Umbridge spike your drink with a potion that dulled your memory of your true sweetheart, and then Annabelle came in after her and confounded you so that you believed that she was always your girl. She then continuously dosed you with a low dose of love potion SSO that you would become utterly and completely devoted to her. And that you would willingly do anything, even break an ancient seal, if it meant that she would be saved. No. Percy threw desperately, hoping beyond hope that this wasn't real. That it was all just a bad dream and that he would wake up beside Anna soon. Anna, tell me that it isn't true. Silence, worm. Anna screamed, stepping forward and slapping him hard enough to send him to the floor. The slap broke something in Percy. And like a damn letting go, he knew. Everything the Dark Lord had just told him had been the truth. And he'd fallen for it. Hook, line, and sinker. And that reminds me. Voldemort drawled, turning towards the wizard he'd disarmed while holding out his wand. I believe that this is yours. The wizard nodded and reached out for his wand. Only to stiffen as a length of red light erupted out of the cylinder in Voldemort's hand and pierced him through the chest. Pathetic fool. Being disarmed so easily. Voldemort growled as he ripped the blade of light out of the man's chest, letting the body fall to the floor. Percy stared down in horror at the dead man before swallowing hard. I'm going to die down here. Shite, why didn't I listen to my family? Is this my punishment for betraying them and, fuck, I can't even remember her name anymore. Damn it, they stole everything from me. If Percy had his wand, or any wand for that matter, he would have conjured up fiend fire and put every last gram of strength he had into it. But as it was, the Death Eaters were now standing clear of him. My lord, voice. Darth Blackwood called out, his fingers pressed against one of his ears for some reason. Report from the surface. The Dementors are acting strange. Voldemort blinked, causing his eyes to glow again before he looked up towards the ceiling. So Nox has come. Faster than I expected her to. Hope swelled within Percy. If Madame Nox was on her way here, then she was bringing the Guardians with her. He might just have a chance. Provided he didn't bleed out first. Nox? The red-skinned devil asked, staring at the Dark Lord. Yes. Nox. The strange voice said. I do not know how or why she has come to be here. A mystery to be solved another time. But as it stands, she is our enemy Agecaran. A wicked grin spread across Agecaran's face. Then she will die. Voldemort closed his eyes, and when they reopened they were back to their normal red. Yes, she will. Voldemort nodded before his eyes fell on Dolores. Take the minister and leave here. The undersecretary bowed deeply. Yes, my lord. Come, minister, we have a press conference to prepare for. Once the two were out of sight, the Dark Lord turned towards him. It won't be long until they breach the wall of Dementors. And in keeping with good manners, I think we should set up a proper greeting for them. Don't you, Percy? Bring him topside. Whatever hope that had been brewing within him was crushed as the two Death Eaters grabbed him by either arm and began dragging him out of the chamber. Going over his instruments again, Cedric was doing everything he could to try and calm his racing heart as he watched their position on the map slowly inch towards the island that housed the most famous prison in the wizarding world. Come on, Cedric, get it together. He willed at himself. Hell, Susan's already been through 2 battles. One in space and one against an entire vampire coven. This is nothing. Bloody hell, I'm not even flying. I'm just support. 2 minutes until visual confirmation of Azkaban. Nighthawk Squadron and Blade Squadron form up and get ready for our attack run. Forcing himself to be steady, Cedric stared out the window in front of him. Visual range in 30 SEC. What the fuck is that? There wasn't any need for the leader of the Nighthawks to clarify his question. They could all see it. A black half-sphere of wind was circling around where the island housing Azkaban should have been located. No, Cedric thought, staring hard at the tornado. It's not a cloud, it's Dementors. Everyone, break off. Cedric yelled into his COMM. It isn't a shield. It's Dementors. Fuck. Nighthawks break right, Blades break left. Victor banked their fighter hard to the left as Cedric felt himself being pushed slightly against his seat. Good fucking lord. Blade 3 breathed over the comm. I've never seen so many at once. There must be hundreds, thousands of them. What the fuck are they all doing here? Well, seeing as how they're not coming after us, they're more than likely just protecting the island. Nighthawk 2 said back. It doesn't matter what they're doing. Nighthawk 1 announced. We have a job to do. Form back up. We'll fire from range and see if we can't punch a hole through them. It's not going to work. Cedric thought as Victor brought them back around and in line with the rest of the members of the Blades and Nighthawks. Only the Patroness charm works against them. Lock on target, fire missiles. 8 missiles streaked through the sky, closing the distance between the fighters and the wall of Dementors with speed that was actually staggering to watch. Each missile impacted the Dementor barricade, exploding and setting dozens of the dark creatures aflame. Any damage? Negative. Cedric winced as he responded. The Dementors had already begun reforming their defensive wall well before the first of the flaming creatures fell from the sky. Normal weapons won't work against them, Commander. Only the Patroness charm can scatter them. Damn it. Everyone pull back and enter a holding pattern a kilometer away from the island. We need to contact Grand Master Nox for further instructions. Nighthawk 1 to Master Nox. Bringing her hand up to her ear, Nox activated her COMM link. This is Nox. Ma'am, we've reached the island but, we've run into a slight problem. Sharing a look with Tonks and Harry, Nox looked forward in the direction where she knew Azkaban to be. Define a problem, Nighthawk 1. Dementors, ma'am. Thousands of them. The entire island is encircled by the bloody creatures. We tried blasting through them, but whatever Dementors we managed to put out of commission were replaced immediately. We could spend all of our ordnances on them, but I doubt we'd be able to make a hole for the LAATs to proceed to an LZ. Shit. Nox muttered, lowering her hand from her COMM link. Mother. Turning her head slightly, she spied her son standing just behind her. They're using Dementors to shield us away from the island. She said, answering his unasked question before activating her COMM link again to the other 4 LAATs. This is Master Nox. They're using Dementors to create a living shield around the island. Anyone who can cast a corporeal Patroness stand at the ready. Once we're within visual range of the island, we'll slow down enough to lower the ramp and we'll throw as many Patroness charms at them as we can. And once we're on the island, keep an eye on the sky. The charms will scatter them, but not for long. Less than 5 minutes later, the LAATs slowed and turned so that the ramp could be lowered. Well, Tonks breathed, staring at the dome of Dementors less than a kilometer in front of them. That is certainly something that I never thought, nor wanted to see. And hopefully we won't again. Nox replied as she held up her wand, followed almost immediately by every other witch, wizard, and guardian in the LAAT. On 3. 1. 2. 3. Expecto Patronum. A dozen silvery animals leapt out of the 5 LAATs and began gliding towards the dome of Dementors. Pilot, get a move on. Nox shouted as the LAAT turned back around to follow after the corporeal Patroness. Yes, ma'am. Standing on top of a pile of rubble in one of the more intact towers, Karen, the Emperor's Wrath, stared up at the sight of the circling dark side entities with a smile. Such amazing creatures my Emperor created. Nothing but darkness, beautiful. But as he watched, some of the creatures began to panic. And then a bright light, brighter than any star, exploded outwards from just beyond the line of creatures, forcing Karen, and everyone else, to cover their eyes as all around them the dark side entities screeched in alarm. When the light cleared enough, he lowered his hand and watched as the horde of the flying dark side entities scattered from whatever light-based attack struck them. They're not dead, he thought, watching the creatures fly away, allowing 5 transports and their 8 fighter escorts to approach the island. But it seems that these backwards force sensitives have finally found a way to scatter my master's creations. One of the soldiers the Emperor's new voice had brought along with him fired off a rocket of some sort towards the approaching ship. Foolish. Karen thought, shaking his head as the rocket exploded in midair well before it even got close to the approaching ships. Such weapons are useless against someone of Nox's character, which is going to make this all the more enjoyable. Just as he was pulling back, he felt something else as well. There were 2 presences on the transport that were remarkably similar to their prisoner. Well, time to get the party started then. Turning around, Karen stalked through the line of defenders on the island until he came to his target. The girl's dagger had sunk deep and the boy was bleeding out all over himself and the immediate area around him. Stand up. He growled, grabbing the boy by his shoulder and forcing him onto his feet before marching him forward until he was standing out in the open, in clear view of the oncoming ships. You see that transport? Karen asked, pointing towards the nearest shuttle. I can sense someone, or rather 2 individuals that share a remarkably similar presence to yourself on board. Your siblings perhaps. He could feel the slight swell of hope within the boy as he stared up at the approaching transports. Good. I wonder what they're thinking right now. You, standing amongst a horde of their enemies. I can almost taste their confusion. The boy sniffed loudly as his body began to shake. Don't worry, I won't let them wonder for long. A snap hiss echoed throughout the area as Ajkaran activated his lightsaber, which was pressed tightly against the boy's back. The boy gasped and his body twitched as the red blade pierced through his back and came out his chest. Don't worry, boy. Ajkaran smiled, as he felt a sudden surge of rage and fury emanate from the closest shuttle. I'll be reuniting you with the rest of your pathetic family soon enough. Releasing the body, Ajkaran watched as the boy toppled forward and fell off of the edge of the tower onto the rocks below. Come. He thought, staring up at the shuttles. I've been waiting 3 millennia for this moment. I just hope that they don't disappoint. Once the line of Dementors vanished, the LAATs sped towards the island. They'd no sooner passed by the line where the Dementors had been when several warning lights began flashing from the pilot's controls. Shit. Incoming AA rocket. Brace yourselves. Nox, though, simply raised her hand and narrowed her eyes. The missile, which had been heading straight for their LAAT, exploded while it was still well clear of them. Keep on course, pilot. Nox yelled, her eyes scanning for more rockets. It seems like Voldemort had decided to diversify his foot soldiers. Surprising considering his attitude. Vitiate's doing more than likely. As they got closer, Harry could start making out figures running around throughout the ruins of Azkaban. And more than slight disturbance in the force brought his eyes up to one of the more intact watchtowers. What is that? Nox followed his line of sight, her lips curling in disgust. Ajkaran, I'd recognize his presence even halfway across the galaxy. Narrowing his eyes, Harry stared at the man in front of Ajkaran. But, who's that in front of him? That's Percy. Ginny breathed. Impossible. Bill snapped, rounding on his sister. Percy is. That's Percy, Bill. Ginny snapped back. I can sense him only, oh no. He's hurt and, no. Harry whipped around just in time to see the blade of a bright red lightsaber erupt out of the center of Percy's chest. No. Bill breathed, watching as the Emperor's wrath withdrew his blade, letting Percy's body fall forward and over the ledge of the broken tower. No. William. Nox shouted, spinning around and reaching out for the eldest Weasley. But it was too late. As Bill had already disappeared in a crack of apparition, with Fleur disappearing only a split second after him. Fuck. Nox cursed. Pilot. Get us on the ground now. Bill didn't hear, nor did he care, as Madame Nox called out for him. All of his attention was on his brother's body falling down towards the rocks beneath the tower. Operating out of the LAAT, Bill landed right next to his brother's prone form sprawled out across the jagged rocks of Azkaban. No. He breathed, taking a step forward and dropping to his knees. Percy, the one who was always the butt of the twins' jokes. The one who made sure to follow every rule put before him. The one who wanted to do right by the world more than any of them. Dead. It felt like the world had suddenly crashed in around him. I failed. He didn't protect his family. He knew this was war. And that in war people died. But the meaning hadn't sunk in until just that moment when he saw his own brother be killed while he was helpless to stop it. Hearing a slight shuffle off to his left, Bill arched his wand upwards, firing off a cutting curse and decapitating the soldier from Voldemort's side that had been trying to sneak up on him. Glaring up at the top of the tower, Bill felt an all-consuming rage settle over him, the likes of which he'd never felt before. With another twist he operated to the top of the tower. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he felt a ward snap into place around him. Anti-apparition wards. Bill thought, recognizing the ward that had gone up around him as he stared at the empty area in front of him. So you've come. A silky voice called out. Raising his wand, Bill fired off the strongest blasting curse he knew at the ruined section of wall that the voice had come from. Come out. Bill shouted as the ruined wall was reduced to dust. Stop hiding like a bloody coward. Heavy footfalls came from directly in front of Bill as the red-faced devil that had stolen his brother's life stepped out into the open. Hiding? No, no. I wasn't hiding. I was merely seeing if you were even worth my time. The devil said as his head tilted towards the wall Bill had just destroyed. And I'm glad you're not all talk. You have some measure of power to you. Truthfully, I wanted your sister. I can tell even from this distance that she's been well trained in the Force. But you will do for a nice warm-up after my 3 millennium hibernation. Drawing out a long lightsaber hilt, the red-faced devil activated it, producing a bright red blade that he pointed at Bill. Just promise me, boy, that you'll live long enough for me to shake the rust off. It would be a shame if you failed to provide a challenge and I was forced to go after that, that blonde girl that's not quite human. I'm sure she'd be fun to break. Snapping his wand vertically, a whip of green light cut through the ground separating the two of them. The red-skinned man quickly sidestepped as the green light passed him by, cutting the wall behind him clean in half. You won't fucking touch her. Bill growled, angrier than he could ever remember himself being before. I won't allow this fucker to harm another member of my family. Instead of being alarmed, the red-skinned man merely smiled. Good, keep that anger going, boy. And you might just make this somewhat interesting for me. Keeping his hold on his wand light, Bill took a few slow sideways steps, each of which were matched by his opponent. I need to keep him at range, Bill thought. While he didn't claim to be an expert by any stretch of the imagination, he'd spent every moment he could spare watching his sister and the Guardians train. Keep him at range and use area effect spells only. Direct energy-based spells can and will be reflected back at me. Twisting his wand, Bill let off a series of small blasting curses, each one designed to explode on impact to avoid any chance of them being sent back at him. The devil didn't bother trying to deflect the curses, preferring instead to constantly dodge, moving to and fro and making it next to impossible for Bill to get a beat on him. Damn it, he's fast. Okay, next plan. Maintaining his barrage to keep the man on the move, Bill halted his spell casting just briefly to point his wand at the ground and transfigured a section of the floor into quicksand. Returning to his barrage, Bill started leading the man towards the small area with his spells. Just a few more steps. Just as the red-skinned devil was about to step foot onto the patch of ground he'd transfigured, he took to the air and leapt over the small area. Not bad, boy. The devil smirked as he landed right next to Bill's trap before kicking a stone over into the area he'd transfigured so that it would sink into the ground, ending his spell. But not nearly good enough. Now it's my turn. Bill barely had time to get a shield up as the man thrusted his hand towards him. Not that the shield did much good as it shattered like glass under the invisible force. The impact of which sent Bill flying back and crashing into part of the wall that was still intact. Righting himself, he had just enough time for his eyes to widen before he was forced to duck and roll away from the wall. The red lightsaber slicing clean through where his head had been just a moment before. How is he moving so fast? Rolling onto his feet, he tried to put some distance between the two of them, but the red devil was relentless, not allowing Bill any chance to put distance between them as he relentlessly thrusted and slashed at him. Shite. I can't keep up with him. I need to get some space between us or this fight will be over. But no matter what he did, the devil just would not relent, even when Bill cast a blasting curse at their feet, he merely leapt up and towards Bill instead of away from him. You're not too bad, boy. The devil smirked. A decent warm-up. But now's it time to end this. I've more impressive people waiting to die than why. His words ended abruptly as he leapt away from Bill as a ball of fire zipped just inches in front of Bill's face, close enough that he could actually feel the heat of the fire as it passed him by. Damn, I missed. Bill felt his heart soar and then plummeted at the smooth voice that filtered through the air. Fleur. Hopping down off of the pile of rubble that she'd been standing upon, Bill gulped as he saw his French girlfriend more clearly. He knew that she'd been working with Master Fei and Master Yoda to better access her inner villa, so to speak. But he had not been expecting this. Her face had taken on a slightly sharper, more angular appearance. Blonde feathers were intermingled within the golden locks upon her head. Her fingers were slightly elongated and her nails had become more like talons. Oh shite, she's pissed. Don't say a word, William. Fleur hissed as she stood beside him. There'll be time for us to talk after this battle is over. And Master Nox will want to have a word with you as well when this is over. Oh wonderful, she's pissed. As is Madame Nox, shite. Hope I've got my will filled out correctly. Oh, who am I kidding? I work with goblins. They've probably had one filled out on me the moment I walked through their doors. Hee, not bad, whatever you are. The devil chuckled as he tilted his head back and forth, cracking his neck loudly. You almost got me with that one. But now, 2 on 1. That certainly makes this more interesting at least. Use your fire to keep him away from us, Fleur. Bill said, his mind racing as he tried to come up with a plan. I've got an idea. Surround him and keep him in place for a second and we'll have him. As you say, William. Fleur nodded, a pair of fireballs forming in both of her hands. But whatever you're going to do, make it fast. I'm still not used to all of this. Pulling back both arms, Fleur hurled both fireballs at the devil. The devil held up his hand, possibly to catch them, but Fleur didn't give him a chance. Twisting her hands, the fire responded to her command, fusing together before spreading out and surrounding the devil in a vortex of flame. Reversing his grip so his wand was traveling down the length of his forearm, Bill pointed his hand towards a pile of rocks. Patramapramdi Pugno. The rocks quickly formed together, creating a 1-ton replica of his fist and forearm. Arching his fist over his head, the rocks followed his movements, raising high up into the sky before the fist crashed down on top of the vortex of flames, sending out a shockwave of dust and fire. As the flames died out and the dust began to settle, Bill removed his arm from in front of his eyes. There was no sign of the devil. Smiling, Bill turned to Fleur, who'd already started to shift back into her normal form. Well, that wasn't too. His words drifted off as the stone fist he'd created shattered. Pieces that were left drifted upwards into the air as if someone was using a levitation spell on them. Bill and Fleur were both left standing shell-shocked as they watched the red-skinned demon calmly rise to his feet, his hand held upwards as he wandlessly lifted the rocks off of him before throwing them off to the side as if they were nothing more than a nuisance. Good fucking Merlin, his clothes aren't even scorched. What the fuck? How much has Madame Knox been holding back on us? Not bad you two. The demon said, rolling his shoulders and neck. That was an impressive display. And you actually did make me go all out there for a second to prevent myself from being fried and crushed. But now playtime is over. And it's time for you two to die. Bill couldn't explain what happened next. The devil didn't flinch and there was no sound. But he simply disappeared from where he'd been standing a good 20 or so meters in front of them, only to reappear within striking distance of Fleur. There was no thought to Bill's next action. He simply reacted. Operating through the space, Bill rammed his shoulder into Fleur's side just as the devil's blade was making its way around. Searing hot pain ripped through his chest as the blade's tip sliced through his stomach and chest. As soon as the blade left him, he felt an invisible force hitting him in the middle, sending him flying back into Fleur, the very woman he'd been trying to protect, and throwing them both back until Fleur hit a wall and Bill hit her. Falling to the ground, Bill gasped in agony as his chest burned. Fleur. He coughed, craning his neck to look back at his villa. Her eyes were closed. And a small trickle of blood was running from the corner of her lips. No. He breathed, or willed as he struggled against the pain he was feeling so he could reach a hand out to her. Pressing his fingers to her pale smooth neck, he nearly cried out in relief as he felt a slow erratic pulse beat beneath his fingers. Ah, love. So pathetic. Gasping in pain, Bill tried to sit up to protect Fleur, but a heavy boot collided with his back, forcing him back down to the ground and making him cry out as the wound on his chest impacted the ground hard. He started to try and shake the foot off of him, but the glowing red tip of the devil's lightsaber appearing right in front of his face halted him in his tracks. You missed your chance, boy. The devil said. Had you simply let me kill the woman, then you would have had a clear shot at me. But instead, you allowed love to make you weak and threw yourself at her to try and save her. But all that you succeeded in doing was ensuring that the both of you would die. Damn it. Bill hissed, his head turning towards Fleur, whose eyes were still closed. Not like this, it can't end like this. But I'll tell you what. The Red Devil continued on, despite Bill's struggles. You two have amused me and given me a decent warm-up. So for that, I'll kill you two quickly instead of dragging your deaths out like I usually do. This is it. Bill thought as the red blade was drawn back. I'm about to die, Mom. Dad. Ginny. Fred. George. Ron. Charlie, Fleur, I'm sorry. I failed you all. A snap hiss and what sounded like lightning bolts striking against one another came from directly above his head. A black-purple blade was being held across his head, stopping the red blade from reaching him. Harry. The black-purple blade spun the red blade aside as the Red Devil jumped away from them. Bill. Bill's heart clenched as he recognized the voice. Ginny. Sure enough, the face of his sister appeared right in front of him. Bill, oh Merlin, Bill. Why did you do something so stupid? Questions later, Ginny. The strong voice of Harry called out. Right now he needs attention. Hermione, Ginny. Get the two of them to the forward station point for treatment and then come back. Right. Ginny nodded before grabbing a hold of Bill's arm. The sensation of apparition was unpleasant to begin with. Couple that with a wound going from his hip to his shoulder, and that brief second felt like a century of pure agony. Stay here, Bill. Ginny's voice called out to him from his pain-induced fog. Medics are seeing to Fleur and they'll be getting to you soon. I got to go. Before she could leave, Bill lashed out and grabbed a hold of her arm. Ginny. He coughed, making sure her eyes were on his as the fog began to clear from his eyes. Don't underestimate him. He's a monster. Ginny licked her lips, but nodded her head. Don't worry, Bill. We got this. Hermione. Let's go. The others need us. Standing with Susan and Ahsoka by his side, Harry stared at the Sith standing before him. Good Merlin, I can practically feel the hatred rolling off of him. He's so entrenched in the dark side. I've never felt anything like this before. The Sith, for his part, merely tilted his head and stared at Harry as if he were some sort of object to be studied. Tell me, boy, what is your relation to Darth Knox? I can practically smell her on you. Harry stiffened but held his ground. Ziri Knox is my mother. She raised me since I was a child after my parents were murdered by the Dark Lord you serve. She's taught me in the ways of the Force since before I could even walk. The Sith, Age Karen, merely smiled. Good. Then you might actually prove to be something of a challenge compared to that last boy. But still, even 3-on-1, you won't stand a chance. At this, it was Harry's turn to nod. I admit, you're more skilled than I. Probably the only person here that is your equal is one of the masters or my mother. But, no one ever said that we were going to fight fair. And it's not 3-on-1 by the way. At that moment, 4 cracks of apparition echoed around the ruined tower top as Ginny, Hermione, Daphne, and Luna all appeared surrounding the Sith with their lightsabers in hand. If Karen was concerned about being so heavily outnumbered, however, he didn't show it at all. 7-on-1. He actually smiled as he reached behind him and pulled out a second lightsaber, or rather a saber staff. Well then, this has certainly become interesting. Please, don't disappoint me. Deflecting a few blaster bolts away from his person, Obi-Wan reflexively spun and cut down the non-magical soldier that had charged at him with a combat knife. The battle to this point had been brutal. Equal to anything he'd faced in the Clone Wars. Thanks to the Voldemort's reinforcements in both his magical and non-magical numbers, their own forces were outnumbered at least 3-to-1 if not more. The only reason they'd been able to even gain a foothold into the island, let alone advance through it, was because of their air superiority. Their fighters and bombers had allowed them to carve out a piece of the island and had also forced the enemy forces to fall back into the ruins of the prison. And within those narrow corridors, their superior numbers meant little. Hearing another battle cry, Obi-Wan turned and readied himself to face another charging non-force sensitive, only to frown as he felt a warning slam home from the force. He couldn't let this one get close to him. Holding out his hand, Obi-Wan pushed the charging man away with a wave of the force. As soon as he did, the man exploded in a manner greater than any grenade Obi-Wan had ever seen. If he'd been anywhere close to him when he'd gone off. Well done. Wheeling around, Obi-Wan found himself staring at a withered old man sitting atop one of the ruined walls. But even though he looked feeble, Kenobi could tell that he was anything but. This man was remarkably powerful in the Force. But more than that, the man's presence, even though it was brief. Obi-Wan felt it within the man that exploded. I must say, how did you know that he was going to explode like that? Is that this Jedi precognitive ability that the Emperor told us about? If so, it's impressive. Narrowing his eyes, Obi-Wan kept his lightsaber at the ready, his eyes constantly moving about searching for a threat. You were the one that did that to that man. You used the Force to turn him into a walking bomb. The old man shrugged. And what of it? He asked before hopping off of his perch and landing gracefully despite his decrepit appearance. Oh, I see. You're one of those moral people. Tell me, Jedi. How many people have you killed? Obi-Wan blinked at the question. I don't keep count. The old man tilted his head. No? That's a shame. The stench of death is all around you, Jedi. I'm sure you've managed to kill quite a few. For myself, I've killed 1,372. Well, 73 now. And what's your point? The smile never left the old man's face. My point is, Jedi, you and I are both monsters. I'm just more open about it than you. I embrace what I am. While you run away screaming in denial. Your kind rather amuses me. You and I are nothing alike. I would never use the Force to turn one of my own men into a walking bomb. Obi-Wan ground out, pointing his lightsaber at the man. The old man tilted his head and chuckled. Tell me, Jedi, that man that just charged at you, you would have killed him, no? So what is more monstrous, I wonder? Sending one man of your men to a needless slaughter, where you know that they're going to die. But give them a chance to take out their enemy with their deaths? Which is more monstrous, I wonder? I am not here to debate with you. Obi-Wan breathed, slipping into a calm state and not allowing the words to bother him. I guess not. The old man sighed, snapping his fingers and creating a staff as tall as he to appear in his hands. Tell me, Jedi, what is your name? I want to remember the name of the first Jedi I killed. My name is Master Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan said, holding his lightsaber up in front of his face in a salute. And I am no longer a Jedi, I am a Guardian. The old man smiled. I am Darth Mortis, Dark Council member of the Sith Eternal Empire. And whether you are a Guardian or Jedi, it makes no difference. You stand against the Emperor and myself. Therefore you are my enemy. And I will kill you. Obi-Wan nearly blinked at the words. It was less than a year ago that he heard almost the exact same phrase spoken from a man that he considered his brother. Only a Sith deals in absolutes, and I will do as I must and remove your stain from the galaxy. The Sith Lord smiled. You will fail, Jedi. Conjuring up a quick shield, Sirius Black quickly operated away from the spot he'd been standing before the shield could collapse under the strain of the incoming spell. Itty bitty Siri. Why are you running away? Your cousin Bella wants to play. Merlin Bella. Sirius growled out loud. You were betchite crazy before you were sent to this hellhole, but now you've completely gone off the deep end. Rolling out from his cover, he sent a barrage of spells at his cousin, each of them aiming for different parts of her body. She managed to counter almost all of them save for the last, which forced her to apparate away to avoid getting clipped. Not bad, Siri. Bellatrix laughed. You've gotten better over the years. Can't say the same about you, Bella. Sirius yelled back. You've gotten sluggish in your old age. Ha! Very funny, Siri. I dare you to come out and say that to my face, mutt. Breathing deeply, Sirius held his wand up against his face. Damn it all, Bella, why are you doing this? Why are you still following the fraud of a dark wanker? Andromeda never stood with him. Regulus turned against him and did more to defeat him than I can admit. For fuck's sake, Narcissa was tortured multiple times by his lackeys and nearly beaten to death. Your whole family, the people who grew up with you and loved you, are against him. Why are you still with him? Silence greeted his question. Even if I told you why, Sirius? Bella answered after a long pause, her voice suddenly clearer than he could ever remember. I doubt that you would understand. I am right where I need to be. Damn it all, Bella. Sirius screamed, rounding the corner and trading a series of spells with his lost cousin before both of them ducked back behind cover. Your whole family is against him. Will you truly stand against your family? You really don't understand, Sirius. Bella said, her voice once again devoid of almost all emotion. Everything that I'm doing is to preserve our family. Damn it. Sirius growled, tightening his grip on his wand. Fine then. If you won't see reason, then I'll make you see it. Falling in step with her master, Maris Brood struck low while her master went high in hopes of catching their opponent off guard. But their attacks were for naught as their opponent created a barrier that slowed their strikes down just enough so that he could backstep and counter with an exploding spell aimed at the ground at their feet, making both Maris and her master jump back and away from their opponent. I must say, you two Jedi are far better opponents than I'd hoped. Taking a deep breath, Maris tightened her grip on her Tonfa-like Shoto lightsabers before settling into a basic Ataru stance ready to go again, while beside her master Ti held her lightsaber in a classic Makashi stance. Their opponent, who identified himself as Darth Blackwood, brought one of the two wands he was holding up and scratched behind his ear. And I must say, for a pair of aliens, you two are fairly attractive. Why don't we stop this here and now and you two can live the rest of your lives as my pets? It certainly beats dying. Or worse if the Emperor has his way. We are not pets. Master Ti stated firmly. Blackwood merely shrugged. Fine. Your funeral then. The man was fighting in a manner that Maris had never seen before. And given how much space Master Ti was giving him, she hadn't seen much of it either. If any at all. The man was using both of his wands, but only the wand in his left hand to cast spells. The wand in his right hand he was using to create some sort of energy sword that was reminiscent of a lightsaber, and appeared to act like one as well. If she were to compare his fighting style to anyone's, it would be Grandmaster Nox with the way he fluidly alternated back and forth between melee combat and magic techniques. Let me tell you both something. Blackwood said, rolling his shoulders. After the voice revealed himself, the Emperor touched all of our minds to better prepare us for you Jedi. Both Nightshade and Mortis asked for a piece of his arcane knowledge. But I asked for knowledge of battle. And he gave me a lot. Sidling his right foot forward, the Sith, if he can be called Sith, created his black blade of energy against, this time turning both wands into blades. And I can tell just from our brief exchange that you, Red, use Makashi and are incredibly skilled with it. But you hold yourself back to give yourself a chance to use the Force. And you Horns, you use Ataru. But your form, is incredibly undeveloped. Sloppy. If you two continue against me, you will both die. The man moved faster than Maris's eyes could follow. Apparition more than likely. It was only because of her training in the Force that she was able to bring her lightsaber over her shoulder in time to block the attack that had been aimed at her back. Trusting her instincts, Maris ducked her head just as Master Ti's lightsaber came around above her and connected with the second blade that had been coming at her. For all of your bravado, you're merely a coward. Master Ti said calmly as she pushed Blackwood back, giving Maris the time she needed to spin around and take up her stance at her master's side. Blackwood clearly wasn't expecting that as his face started to turn red. A coward, you say? Yes. A coward. Master Ti reiterated. Two opponents stand before you. But all of your offensive attacks have been directed at my apprentice. Even your spells have been directed at her. The only time you've engaged me is when you need to defend yourself. You don't want to fight against the superior opponent. So you continuously assault the younger one. As I said. Coward. Maris was more than a little miffed at the slight, but she was smart enough to know that compared to Master Ti, she was the weaker of the two. Blackwood merely laughed at her observations. Coward? No, when being attacked 2-on-1, you always go for the weaker opponent before focusing in on the stronger one. That isn't the trait of a coward. It's just plain sense, Red. But, if that is how you wish to fight, then so be it. In the blink of an eye the large man managed to cross the intervening space between himself and Master Ti, slashing across his body with his two conjured swords and forcing her master onto her back foot. Now's my chance. Maris thought as she watched as Blackwood's attention remained solely on her master. Staying far away, she waited until she felt her master had Blackwood's full and undivided attention before pouncing. While the two were deadlocked, she jumped in, her shotos aiming for the man's head. "I've got him." She smiled as Blackwood, unable to break his lock with her master, brought his arm back in foolish attempt to block her strike. At least she thought it was foolish, until her lightsaber struck his arm and nothing happened. What the oof? She didn't have time to try and figure out what had just happened as Blackwood broke off his lock with her master long enough to deliver a swift kick to her midsection which sent her reeling across the ground and knocked all of the air out of her lungs. "Maris!" Master Ti called out from above her. "Are you all right?" "Yes." Maris coughed, sitting upright and spotting her master standing over her with Blackwood standing a fair distance away from the two of them. Blackwood wasn't even paying attention to the two of them though as he stared down at his arm. "Fucking bitch!" he murmured, holding up his arm showing off the burned hole in his overcoat. "This was a $2,000 coat. Although I guess the fault was mine. I didn't expect you to launch a sneak attack. Didn't peg you for one, without honor. Guess I'm just going to have to teach you two a lesson then." Pulling his coat off, the large man stared down at himself for a moment before grabbing the front of his shirt and tearing it off in a single pull. Upon seeing his body underneath his shirt, Maris felt her jaw drop. The majority of his torso and arms were covered in metal. "Interesting, isn't it?" Blackwood smirked, raising his arm as if he were examining it. "Titanium. Magical enhanced to be unbreakable and then surgically grafted onto my flesh. It can repel bullets. Even some spells. Although I wasn't sure if it could deflect your lightsabers, but I'm glad that that particular gamble paid off." Holding both of his wands out, Blackwood reconjured his twin blades. "Well then ladies, now that show and tell is over, shall we continue?" Batting away another rampaging opponent with the force, Master Fei glared at her target. Ever since she'd entered this particular section of the ruins she'd noticed something about her enemies. They fought without thought. They simply charged in at her blinding. They were powerful to be sure. But they lacked any and all free will. A result of something that had been done to their minds by the one before her. Sighing, the woman set her pipe down and rose from her seat. "Well, you Jedi certainly do live up to your reputation, that's for sure. Did you leave any survivors for me? I would hate to have to start over from scratch with a new batch of recruits." Looking over her shoulder briefly, Fei stared at the numerous bodies littering the corridor behind her. "Those people, their minds were gone. That was your doing, was it not?" The woman merely shrugged. "And what of it?" As the woman stepped towards her, Fei angled herself waiting for the attack to come. "I'm sure that I don't have to tell you this, but the body can do amazing things. But the mind has this annoying tendency to stop it from doing so. And after quite a bit of trial and error, I found a way from stop the mind from blocking what the body can do. Allowing even a non-magical to perform feats they never even dreamed of. And in return they become your mindless drones." Fei countered, keeping her eyes on the woman before her while stretching out her senses to keep an eye on her surroundings. "A fortunate side effect." The woman smiled. "But I'm being rude. I should introduce myself. I am Darth Nightshade of the Eternal Empire's Dark Council." "And you are?" "I am Master Fei of the Guardian High Council." Master Fei answers back. "And as I told a young one some time ago, you are nothing more than a walking pile of bile and hatred given form. But unlike her, I see no chance of redemption within you." The woman's eyes hardened. "Now that wasn't very nice. And here I was thinking that we could one day become friends. Ah well. No matter. I'm curious about you, you're clearly not human but you're powerful all the same. I don't think that I'm going to kill you, despite you insulting me. No. I think a permanent place as one of my faithful servants will be best." Fei had next to no warning as a twin set of fireballs shot out from both of the woman's hands. If not for her abilities with the Force, there was no doubt in her mind that she would have been incinerated. But as it was, Fei simply turned sideways more and allowed the twin balls of fire to pass harmlessly by her. "I truly hope that that wasn't the best you can do." Nightshade's smile only grew. "Oh, you and I are going to have some fun now." Moving through the ruined halls of the stone fortress, Master Ayla Sakura slowed her pace as she felt something strange. Pivoting quickly, she brought her blue lightsaber up just in time to deflect a dark yellow spell away from her person before sliding back as a large club slammed down into the floor right where she'd been standing. Bringing her wand up, Ayla threw her attacker back with a banishing charm, but to her utter surprise her attacker merely shrugged off the attack as if it were nothing more than a stiff gust of wind. Grrrrrrr. Ayla felt her blood freeze momentarily as her attacker stepped out into the light and she was able to see who, or rather what it was. Her attacker was a human male, or at least what was left of one. All of the skin on his head was heavily scarred from burns. And instead of eyes he had, two metal spikes protruding slightly from his sockets. But it wasn't his appearance that caused her blood to go cold. No, that happened when she reached out for him with her empathy. Force. she muttered, keeping her guard up as the man stalked back and forth in front of her like a predator stalking its prey. There is nothing within you save for agony and the need to follow a single directive. What happened to you? The creature didn't answer. Not that it even could, as when it opened its mouth again to let out another roar she could see another spike within its mouth. Force. Ayla cursed, dodged to the side as the monster roared past her. Who would do such a thing to another individual? Do the Sith truly have no respect for life? The creature growled again and began wildly swinging its club at her while throwing spells whenever it could. Ayla stayed on the defensive, knocking aside the spells and redirecting the wild swings as they came. There's no finesse in his attacks. He's merely a pile of brute strength focused in on a single objective. He almost reminds me of the reports I read on Dooku's second apprentice. Savage Opress. Soon enough, the beast overextended itself and Ayla brought her lightsaber up through his arm, severing the limb that was holding onto the club. But instead of backing off like she thought, the beast didn't even seem to acknowledge the wound as it merely shifted its focus to attack with its wand. Does he not even register pain anymore? Ayla wondered as she deflected spell after spell. It's just the simple fact that he's in constant agony. Because of that, he doesn't even register any new wounds inflicted upon him. Twisting on her foot, Ayla operated the short distance so that she was behind the beast. Spinning low, Ayla ran her lightsaber across the back of his legs before leaping over his head and removing his remaining arm. Landing on her feet, Ayla looked down at the creature with pity as it tried to crawl towards her, its hostile intent radiating off of it even though it was powerless to do anything against her. Even without his arms and with his legs disabled, he is still trying to attack me. Raising her lightsaber, she stood over the creature. May you find peace in the Force. She muttered before slashing down and removing the creature's head from his shoulders, ending his suffering. Damn them! Ayla cursed, feeling a surge of rage coursing through her at what the Sith Emperor and Dark Lord Voldemort had just made her do, and for what they'd done to this man. Damn them all! How is this possible? Harry cursed as he deflected yet another blow before backpedaling away to avoid Ajkaran's follow-up strike. Without a moment's hesitation, the Sith then flawlessly altered his body's movements so that he spun around in a half-circle to simultaneously block Susan's and Daphne's strikes before leaping over their heads and spinning in the air before landing behind them. Harry and the others knew going in that this opponent would be unlike anything they'd faced, but this was something else completely. The man was dual-wielding his lightsaber and saber-staff combination as if the two were nothing more than extensions of his arms. He transitioned flawlessly between Juyo, Ataru, Gemso and Makashi, making his movements next to unpredictable as he held the seven of them back. Not even magic was of use to them, as each spell that was cast at the Sith was either deflected aside or countered swiftly with the Force. Following Ajkaran's movements, Harry jumped over Daphne and Susan before landing with an overhead strike that the Sith was forced to block. As the two stood in a lock, Daphne and Susan circled around from either side of Harry and slashed at their opponent, but again Ajkaran defied all logic as he kept his high guard with his lightsaber while bringing his saber staff into a cross guard, catching both of the girls' strikes. Harry kept the pressure on him, as did Susan and Daphne, trying to keep the Sith in a deadlock with them. As they did, Ahsoka and Ginny made their way up behind him, their blades poised and ready to strike. Only he wasn't there. He disappeared with barely even the slightest hint of an apparition crack just before Ahsoka's and Ginny's blades could reach him. For someone who has been trained by Nox his entire life, I'm actually quite disappointed. Although then again, she never was the best swordswoman in the Order. Smart and powerful, yes. And her cunning was next to legendary. But her skills with a lightsaber were not what won her a seat on the Dark Council, that's for sure. Hearing his mother being insulted in such a manner lit a fire within Harry as he charged at the Sith. Touched a nerve, did I? Ajkaran taunted him as Harry rained down blow after blow against him. But I believe that this game is at an end. So many Jedi to kill, so little time. And I've wasted enough with the likes of weaklings like yourselves. Harry felt his rage rising at the casual way in which Ajkaran was dismissing Harry and his Valkyries. We are not weaklings. We'll show him just what we can. Harry had no idea how it happened. One moment he was locking blades with Ajkaran and the next Harry's lightsaber fell from his limp fingers as a swift cut to his forearm severed the tendons in his hand. His leg then gave out as another slash caught him on the hamstrings, bringing him down. Then a searing pain raced across his back from hip to shoulder as his enemy's lightsaber cut through his armor with ease. How? Was the only thing he could think as he dropped face first down onto the ground, his head turned in a manner that allowed him to see the shocked expressions on his friends' faces. You are weak. Ajkaran growled as Luna and Susan charged at him. Ajkaran ducked under Susan's swipe, before countering by slashing her across the face with the tip of his lightsaber and delivering a hard kick to her lower back. Without pause, Ajkaran grabbed the hilt of Luna's saber staff and wrenched it away from her before punching her in the gut, doubling her over and then kneeing her in the face, breaking her nose, throwing her onto her back where she didn't move again. You lack the will to kill. Hermione threw several spells at him, but each were deflected as he charged at her. Hermione tried to make a break for it, but Karen caught her in a forced choke, holding her off the ground for a second before throwing against one of the walls with enough force that several of her bones audibly broke. Ginny tried to reach for her, but she screamed as Karen let loose a bout of force lightning, freezing Ginny in her steps as she cried out in agony as her body was pushed into the wall next to Hermione. You constantly deny what you are and what you could become. Daphne and Ahsoka charged the Sith as, Daphne aiming high while Ahsoka aimed low. Ahsoka caught a foot in her face for her troubles. And Daphne merely blinked uncomprehendingly as she stared down at the stub of what used to her right arm before Karen backhanded her to the ground. Ahsoka managed to right herself and brought her guard up, but Karen had already charged. His shoulder crashing into her middle as he carried her across the room before slamming her hard against one of the few still standing walls. Ahsoka gasped and tried to bring her lightsaber around, but Karen merely knocked it out of her hands and grabbed her by the throat. And, you're too predictable. No. Harry screamed, trying to move but helpless to do so as Karen brought his lightsaber around and stabbed Ahsoka in her gut all the way to the hilt of his lightsaber. No, this can't be happening. This is just a bad dream. This can't be happening. But no matter how much Harry willed and prayed, the image before him didn't change. Not even as Karen retracted his lightsaber and Ahsoka fell limply to the ground, her hands covering the hole in her middle. It is Nox's fault, boy. Harry vaguely heard Karen say as he stared at his still girlfriend. I can sense the potential within you. But she's held you back. And do you know why? Karen's boots appeared in Harry's vision, cutting him off from seeing Ahsoka as the Sith knelt down in front of him. It's because she became corrupted by the light. She knew your power, and she came to fear it just like all Jedi fear true power. Nox held you back. And because of that all of your friends and your lover are now going to die. Shut up! Harry screamed, throwing his one good arm towards the Sith. Surprisingly, the Sith's eyes widened just before he was blown back and over the ledge of the broken tower, disappearing from sight. Staring at the now empty space, it took Ahsoka's low moan of agony to break Harry out of his stupor over what had just happened. Ahsoka! Harry cried, crawling as best he could across the space separating the two of them as his right arm and leg were both lame thanks to Karen. Reaching her, Harry carefully turned her over. Her eyes were open, her breathing was erratic and her hands were pressed firmly against the wound in her middle. Let me see. Harry said hoarsely. When Ahsoka moved her hands ever so slightly, and Harry felt despair swell within him more intense than ever before. Looking around frantically, he found his lightsaber laying across the room near the downed Daphne. Harry felt bile rise in his throat as he looked at his childhood friend, sans an arm, but he swallowed that and summoned his lightsaber to him. They're injured, but still alive. He thought, opening the hidden compartment on his lightsaber and pulling out the small folded-up pouch that he'd used to save Hermione's life back during their first year at Hogwarts. Holding the pouch open in his shaking right hand, Harry dove his left up to his wrist into the bag searching the small vial. Closing his fingers around it, Harry pulled out the small vial of Phoenix tears. Hold on, Ahsoka! Harry cried, as he awkwardly pulled the stopper out of the vial with one hand. This will hurt, but it'll heal you. Placing a few drops of the precious liquid on her wound, Harry's heart thundered in his chest as nothing happened. Come on, please. Ahsoka's back suddenly arched as she gasped in pain. It's okay. Harry cried, tears falling freely down his face as he tried to keep her still so that the tears could work. I know it hurts but it'll stop soon, and Harry's words tailed off as he saw his breath in front of his face. No, not now. God damn it all, not now. But again, if there was higher power in the universe it seemed fit to ignore Harry's pleas as when Harry looked up he saw no less than a dozen Dementors slowly descending upon the broken tower. No. Harry cried, closing his eyes. His friends were wounded and unconscious. And Ahsoka was still in midst of heal via Phoenix tears. No, just, go, away. Two dark red lightsaber blades locked with one another as Nox glared into the eyes of her opponent. Are you surprised to see me again, Nox? I thought you would have learned by now that I am not killed so easily. Even though it was the face of Voldemort that she was staring into, the glowing purple eyes and deep voice left little question as to just who she was truly fighting against. As soon as the LAAT had landed she'd intended to go off after Karen immediately and retrieve Bill Weasley. But as soon as she stepped foot off the LAAT she felt the unmistakable presence of Vitiate and knew that of the two, Vitiate was by far the greater threat. Harry had disappeared soon after, but she'd paid that little mind. He was with the troopers. And she trusted her son to do what needed to be done. Perhaps I am little surprised to find you alive, Vitiate. Nox growled. Although then again I shouldn't be surprised. You're just like a cockroach or a rat. You always pop up are nothing more than a nuisance to be eliminated. Vitiate stepped quickly and spun their blades around in a circle, forcing Nox to use the force to propel herself backwards to avoid his follow-up slash. Now Nox, that hurts. I would have thought that after all this time you would have learned proper respect for your emperor. I told you back in Egypt, Vitiate, when I destroyed most of your soul. Nox growled, holding her lightsaber level towards Vitiate. I will never bow to anyone again. Least of all you. Voldemort's, or rather Vitiate's, head tilted to the side as an almost amused expression came over his face. Really, Nox? Not even to save the life of your son? Nox hesitated at that, a fact which Vitiate unfortunately picked up on. Yes, stretch out your feelings, Nox. Find where your son is now. A battlefield is such a dangerous place for a child. One never knows just who they will run into, or rather who they will seek out. Keeping her lightsaber and eyes trained on Vitiate, Nox reached out her senses. And nearly recoiled. Her son and Valkyries were fighting against Aishkaran. Idiot boy. He doesn't stand a chance against Aishkaran. Numbers mean absolutely nothing against the likes of him. Fuck. Yes. Your son and his little harem are currently fighting for their lives against my wrath. Surely you of all people know just what that means. Vitiate's smirk grew wider as he took a single step towards her and held out his hand. Kneel before me, Nox. And I make sure that your son survives this. I will even allow you to keep everything that you've built. I will even let your Jedi acquaintances leave this world unmolested. You will be the Grand Overseer of the new Sith Temple as well as leader of the Dark Council, second only to myself. And all you have to do, is kneel before me. Nox's arm faltered ever so slightly as she felt a spike of fear emanating from her son. Everything that she'd ever done since taking him in had been for him. She'd even lost sight of her ultimate goal to become Empress of Earth in raising him. Her world revolved around him. She couldn't just leave him to die. Nox. A voice shouted in her mind. A voice she hadn't heard in a long time. A voice that reached deeper into Nox's soul than any other. Don't give in. Believe in your son. What would he want? Would he want you to sacrifice everything you've built, this entire world, just for a chance to save him? It took all of Nox's willpower and control not to let her surprise show on her face. You should be one with the Force. Worry about that shit later, Nox. Focus on the here and now. As you always told me to do so. Now kick his ass. Well, Nox. What is your answer? Returning her full attention to the Sith Emperor, Nox tightened her grip on her lightsaber. My answer is for you to kiss my ass. Then bend over so I can shove my lightsaber so far up your ass that you'll be able to taste the metal. Vitiate's smile faltered as his lips tightened. How colorful. Are you truly so disillusioned as to think that you stand a chance against what is to come? You mean the Dementors, which you created, storming the non-magical community before you activate your children and having them take over the world for you? Nox asked cockily. Vitiate didn't even bat an eye. I see the spy was able to reach you after all. No matter. My plans are already in motion. Plans that you have no hope of stopping. We'll see about that, Vitiate. Nox growled, crossing the space between them in a blink and renewing her assault against him. Back and forth the two traded blows with both the Force and their lightsabers. But no matter what Nox threw at the Emperor, no matter what trick she tried to employ, the voice of the Emperor merely stood in place, deflecting everything she had. It is hopeless, Nox. Vitiate stated, as Nox was forced to apparate a short distance to avoid a wave of Force lightning. Your forces took too long battling myself and my new Sith, Nox. Now your window for victory has officially closed. Feeling her skin prickle, Nox cast a quick glance off to the horizon. Hundreds of small black shapes were slowly starting to drift back towards the island. Shit. We're too entrenched here. And I can't take my attention of Vitiate in order to cast the Patroness either. Fuck. Someone had better. Nox nearly doubled over as she felt pain and utter terror rage through the bound she shared with her son. Harry. Nox nearly cursed, her eyes shooting over to the broken tower where she knew her son was now injured. Fuck, I need to get to him. You should have taken my offer, Nox. Vitiate gloated, deactivating his lightsaber. Now your son will die. Your order will die. Everything you've built and care about will destroyed. And after I have destroyed everything you hold dear, will I allow you to die? A thunderous boom echoed throughout the island. Nox was forced to bend ever so slightly, as was Vitiate, as the both of them suddenly felt as if something was pressing on their backs. This is the sheer weight of someone's power. Nox thought, her eyes widening as she recognized just whose power it was. It's, Harry, what are you doing? This level of exertion will kill you. Eyes snapping up towards the tower, Nox's stomach dropped to her feet as a bright light emanated from the top of the building. A single entity of light shot out from where she knew her son to be and raced towards the steadily approaching Dementors. The dark creatures screeched and immediately tried to flee, but the entity raced after them, colliding with as many black shapes as it could. And with each collision, the Dementor simply ceased to exist. That's Harry's Patroness. Nox realized, as she watched the entity pass by close enough for her to get a glance at it. How did he do this? Is this something that the father gave him? Aishkaran. Vitiate's voice boomed throughout the island. Kill the boy. Now. Nox nearly apparatted herself to the top of the broken tower, but stopped as she sensed something else. Her son would be in good hands. Landing back atop the broken tower, Karen had to do a double take at what he found. Nox's son was kneeling next to the Togruta holding onto her hand while his head thrown back as a vortex of force energy whipped around the boy giving him a slight golden glow. And if that wasn't strange enough, the same vortex and glow was surrounding the Togruta as well. Safer just to kill the both of them, he thought, palming his lightsaber as he stepped forward. Each step was harder than the last as the vortex to energy kept pushing against him. But the Emperor's orders were not to be denied. No matter how difficult they were. So he kept placing one foot in front of the other until he was standing right next to the duo. The boy's black and green eyes were now completely white and glowing slightly. And while the Togruta had her eyes closed, there was no doubt in his mind that had the girl's eyes been open as well, they would be in a similar state. It's too bad, boy. Karen grinned, activating his lightsaber and fighting against the suddenly intensified vortex. You were interesting to say the least. Just as he was about to strike, he felt something grab him from behind and yank him backwards, well away from his intended targets. By the time he finally managed to right himself, he couldn't believe what was before him. All of the kids he'd disabled were lying next to one another next to the boy and Togruta. And a shield of pure energy had been erected around them. On the plus side, the vortex of energy that was preventing him from moving was gone. But the Dementors were still being destroyed. And now he had some sort of barrier in his way. But who could have done this so fast? Allow you to harm the children further. I will not. Turning to his right, he found a small green creature sitting idly atop a pile of rocks. In one hand he held a walking stick of sorts and in his other he held a lightsaber. A Jedi. Karen thought, turning towards the wretched creature. And not just any Jedi, this one is far more powerful than any other Jedi I've ever encountered save for Ravan and possibly Sadal Shan. Who are you, little creature? Karen growled, activating his lightsaber and one half of his saber staff. Grand Master Yoda of the Jedi Order, I am. The little creature identified himself as he rose to his feet and activated his lightsaber. Grand Master Hui. Karen smirked. This would definitely be a challenge worthy of his skill. I haven't killed one of you before. This will be fun. Your confidence, misplaced it is wrath. The little creature said, hoping down off of the pile of rubble. As is your confidence in your Emperor. And the dark side of the Force only. It looks like the tides have turned Vitiate. Nox gloated, turning her attention back fully to Vitiate as her son's patroness continued to circle the island, destroying and scaring off the Dementors. My son is destroying your precious invincible army. And a Jedi Grand Master is protecting him. It's over. Vitiate looked up towards the tower, then to the sky where his Dementors were slowly being decimated. This is not over yet, Nox. All of you. To me. Now. Nox jumped back as she felt a sudden surge in the force. A split second later the ground beneath her feet erupted in a shower of dirt and stone. Throwing her arm over her eyes to shield them, she felt numerous force signatures appearing from midair in front of her before a powerful force barrier slammed home. As she lowered her arm, she found herself staring at large purple force shield. And within was every member of Vitiate's army that was still standing. This is not over, Nox. Vitiate said, walking towards her, stopping just shy of the edge of the shield. You have won this day. If you can consider this a victory. But in the end it will not matter. Make what plans you will. Train who you will. Build what weapons you will. In the end, it will not matter. I have been waiting and planning this moment for 3,000 years. And I am not about to be stopped by the likes of you. The sphere of light surged powerfully and then winked out of existence, taking Vitiate and his entire army away. Okay. Nox thought, staring at the space where Vitiate had literally just teleported his entire army away from. I'm going to need to learn that one. Turning on her heel, she faced the broken tower and after a quick burst of apparition found herself atop it. The sight that greeted her made her knees weak. The Valkyries were all lined up in a row, all of them bearing some sort of injury, with Daphne being the worst off, missing an arm. And her son is lying on the ground next to Ahsoka. Walking towards them, she slowly knelt down next to her son and began to gently probe him with the Force. He's wounded, bad. And he's exhausted, but, what's this? He's formed another bond. No, not formed. Strengthened. I doubt at this point one could even tell where Harry ended and Ahsoka began in the Force. Gravely injured they are, Yoda spoke, walking up beside her. Not that she was surprised by his presence. After all, he was the reason she stayed and fought against Vitiate despite her son's state. What he did, saved us all. He did. That technique, best hope for battling these creatures of the dark side, it is. Nox was barely paying attention to the Grand Master as she began weaving gentle healing waves into her son and his Valkyries. It wouldn't be enough to heal them all, but it would stabilize them until they could get back to the temple. This is Grandmaster Nox. Nox said, ceasing her menstruations and activating her COMM link. I need a medevac team to report to the top of the broken tower immediately. We have 7 critically wounded that need emergency care immediately. Roger that, Master Nox. General Rex's voice answered her call. Medevac inbound to your location now. ETA, 5 minutes. Letting go of her COMM link, Nox moved forward enough so that she could pick up her son's head and gently place it in her lap. Hang on, son. She whispered, running a hand through his hair. All of you, hang on. Help is on the way. A/N, here we are again, back with another chapter. For starters, this is another darker chapter as it is the start of the war that will span the globe. So, yeah, it's gonna be a little brutal. However, the next chapter will slow down a bit. Second, I was asked for an updated timeline and power rankings. I will get this out to everyone in the next chapter. Third, I want to remind everyone that this is book 2 of 4 that I have planned out. Once the Rise is done, I will be writing the Unification War and the Return. However, I might take a hiatus after the end of the Rise as I've been writing a lot and I want to work on my outline for the Unification War. That being said, the Rise still has a few chapters to go. Maybe more than a few. And lastly, a big thank you to Howie Mad Howie and Dunstan Xenon for the beta work. Chapter 20. Kneeling down next to the blood-stained rocks, Quinlan Vos, master within the Guardian Order, stared at the spot where the body of one Percy Weasley had been laid out. His presence here on the island had been a oddity that Quinlan couldn't explain. Sure, he'd heard that the boy was on the outs with his family after he turned his back on them. From the few words the eldest Weasley son had been able to spare him before being taken away from treatment, Percy would have died first before joining with the Dark Lord. Feeling a familiar presence coming close to him, Quinlan didn't bother to turn around as he continued to stare at the blood. Quinlan. His lover and partner Asajj Ventress spoke, kneeling down next to him. The cleanup is almost complete. Nox wants us to be ready to pull out within the hour. Nodding, Quinlan reached down, his fingers halting just slightly before touching the blood. And what of the one that my former Padawan killed? Don't even get me started on that one. Asajj commented, shaking her head and actually shivering slightly. Even amongst the Night Sisters, I've never seen something so sinister as that. How he was even still alive, let alone able to fight as well as Sakura reported he could, it makes me wonder what other secrets this Dark Lord is holding in reserve for us. Turning his head, he gave his lover a half smirk. Regretting switching sides, love? No. Asajj answered quickly. While I could never be a Jedi, this guardian thing isn't too bad. Plus I have an adequate bed warmer in you, but I suppose if a better one comes along then I might just be tempted. Ouch. I don't know if my ego will be able to recover. Vos chuckled humorlessly as he clutched at his heart. Don't be a smart-ass, Vos, it doesn't suit you. Asajj smirked, rising to her feet. Now come on. We don't want to miss the shuttle off of this rock. Yeah, Quinlan nodded, turning his attention back to the blood stain. Just 1 second. Reaching down, Quinlan touched the edge of the dried blood on the ground. The moment he touched the blood he could see the boy's last moments. Standing atop the ruined tower with the Sith standing behind him. He was wounded, a deep cut in his side that was bleeding heavily. The vision ended and Quinlan stared up at the top of the broken tower. Without a word he hopped up to the top level and began searching the area for the spot the Sith had picked him up from. Quinlan? Asajj questioned, operating into existence next to him as he walked through the rubble. What are you doing? It doesn't make sense, Asajj. Quinlan answered back, kneeling down next to the area where the last vision had ended. Looking carefully at the debris, he could make out a small pool of blood half covered by a stone. The kid's family is about as light-sided as you can get. I'm trying to figure why he was brought here. If nothing else, I'm hoping to give some measure of closure to the kid's family. Master Vos, Ventress. Where are you two? We're ready to leave. Activating his COMM link, Quinlan held his wrist up to his mouth. Hold up, Master Nox. We're on top of the broken tower where your kid fought against the Sith. I'm trying to figure out just the hell happened to him and why young Percy was here. If nothing else, I'm hoping that we'll be able to bring some sort of closure to his family. The other end of the line was silent for a moment. And then 3 cracks echoed nearby as Master Nox, Kenobi, and his former Padawan appeared from thin air. What have you found so far, Vos? Master Nox asked, stepping forward. Even though she hid it well, Quinlan could tell that Nox was anxious to get off this island and back to the temple. And for good reason as well. He thought, reaching down and lightly touching the pool of blood and slipping into another vision. Her son was evacuated on the first medical transport. No doubt she wants to get back and find out how he's doing. He was wounded well before the Sith put his lightsaber through his chest. Quinlan said as his vision came to an end. His side was bleeding profusely. Without any medical treatment, I doubt he would have lasted another 20 minutes or more. But, the stabbing, didn't happen up here. Standing upright, he followed down the same path he'd seen in the vision, leading the 5 of them down below the ground level of the island and into a long dark corridor. Drawing his wand, Quinlan created a small sphere of light and set it to hang above his head as he walked. I have to admit, that little trick is damn useful. A lot better than using my lightsaber as a flashlight, that's for sure. Walking down the dark path, Quinlan stopped abruptly as he saw something on the floor. A small blood trail. Was there any fighting down here? He asked, kneeling down and examining the droplets. No. Nox said, shaking her head. All of the fighting was reported to happen at ground level or throughout what is left of the prison. Already having a good feeling about what he was going to find, Quinlan reached down and touched the blood. They dragged him through here back towards the surface. He said, watching the vision flash in his mind. He was wounded, the Dark Lord and the Sith were with him as well. It doesn't look like he was here willingly. Continuing down the dark corridor, Quinlan continued to follow the trail of blood droplets deeper and deeper into the ground until they came upon what looked like an old tomb that had been opened. The stone doors that had once sealed the tomb were covered in intricate runes. And one on the stone panels there looked to be a blood handprint. These are old. Master Nox said, stepping around him and directing her own light towards the door to better examine the runes. Interesting. Everyone stood silently as Nox lightly ran her fingers over the various carvings. Most are native to the magical world on this planet. Albeit it incredibly old. Nox observed, moving from one rune to the other. But these designs are unmistakably Sith in origin. And these ones here are Jedi. Yes, I'd recognize her work anywhere. Lana Binico, you certainly outdid yourself on this one. Hold on, Ayla said, coming forward and staring at the runes as Master Nox made her way into the formerly sealed room and began inspecting the other side of the doors. Are you telling us that this tomb was sealed with magical, Sith and Jedi techniques? Yes. Nox answered simply. Okay, what or who were they trying to seal away then? Asajj asked. Isn't it obvious? Nox asked, turning her green eyes towards Asajj. They were sealing away Ajkaran. Why? Asajj followed up. A man that dangerous, wouldn't it have been better just to kill him? They sealed him because they couldn't get to him. Nox answered, nodding towards the interior of the stone doors. The interior of these doors are covered in Sith runes. Ajkaran sealed himself inside of here and when they couldn't get to him. So they decided to seal him within the seal. But how could he survive for so long sealed away in here? Obi-Wan asked, walking into the room with Nox. Did he perhaps use the same method you did? No. Nox countered immediately, turning her back on them and making her way towards the center of the room where an altar-like object sat. What happened to me was pure chance, or the will of the Force if you will. I couldn't duplicate what happened even if I wanted to. And neither could Ajkaran. But for how he survived. Kneeling down, Nox felt around the base of the altar. I can sense his presence, it was the Emperor. He kept Ajkaran alive. That's impossible. Ayla spat. I thought that you Jedi were always preaching that through the Force, anything is possible. Nox countered with a slight grin, making Ayla stutter. And it isn't outside of the realm of possibility. In fact, it's the only thing that can explain how Ajkaran managed to survive for so long. And this wouldn't be the first time the Emperor had kept someone alive for so long either. Through the use of Sith alchemy and his own power, he kept Ravan alive and imprisoned for 3 centuries. But to do the same for 3 millennia, how would he have done that? Rising, Nox began pacing back and forth, ignoring the rest of them as she started talking slowly. He used soul anchors to keep his own essence from fading, that much I am sure of, which means that he didn't need to expend his own power to keep himself anchored to this plane of existence. That would have allowed him to dedicate his power into keeping Ajkaran in a constant Force stasis. That's why he was so weak in his tomb in Egypt. But even then, even the Emperor's power, which is legendary, wouldn't be able to sustain a perfect Force stasis like this for long, unless he was constantly regenerating his power, that is. But could he have? No. I would have felt it if he'd activated his ritual again, or if he'd already had it going. But then how else could he have kept both Ajkaran and himself alive for so long? While Nox was still rambling away, Quinlan walked up to the stone door and touched the bloody handprint that was on that door. He saw Percy being held captive along with 3 others. The words were lost to him, but the threat was obvious as the young woman was subsequently tortured until Percy broke down, took an offered knife, cut his hand and placed his blood onto the door. Walking into the room with Obi-Wan and the still pacing Nox, Quinlan discovered one final small pool of blood. Kneeling down, he touched the blood and closed his eyes. The boy had fought back after Ajkaran was released, grabbing a hostage and holding his wand to his throat. There was a standoff, and the young girl was released. The girl then stabbed the kid in the gut and backed away to join with the rest of the Darksiders with a smile on her face. Man, that's dark even by Sith standards. Quinlan murmured, rising to his feet and gaining the attention of Nox as she stopped mid-stride. What happened? Dusting off his hands, Quinlan winced. Well, but the looks of things, they captured the boy with 3 others. One of whom I believe was the woman he was seeing. Well, they drag him down here, start torturing the girl, and he cuts his hand and places his blood on the door to open it. After that they come in here and he manages to wrestle a wand away from someone and holds him hostage. The girl is released, and then she stabs him in the gut. Nox sighed and shook her head. Voldemort was always known for just how well he could manipulate people. But the Emperor, he's in a league of his own. The 2 of them put together, and you have probably the single most manipulative and deceptive adversary in the galaxy. But why bring him down here in the first place? Obi-Wan asked. What did they need his blood for? Licking her lips, Nox walked forward and stared at the interior of the doors once again. The Emperor has the knowledge to tear through the Jedi and Sith seals that were placed on this tomb. However, blood wards, like the one placed here, are in a league of their own in comparison. The only way to truly dispel them is for the caster to dispel them, or one that holds a blood relation of some kind. The Weasleys more than likely have that connection. And the blood would have to be given willingly. Hence why he needed Percy and the deception. He needed a Weasley to open this door of their own choosing. Percy was the only one he could reach. But why go through all of this trouble? Asajj questioned. Why bother sealing Karen away and keeping him alive for 3 millennia? That doesn't necessarily sound like something a Sith, let alone a Sith Emperor, would do. And under normal circumstances I would agree with you. Nox nodded. But Karen was named the Emperor's Wrath for a reason. And not just because he was loyal only the Emperor. You see, the Sith of old were incredibly varied. Some drew their power from anger, in fact most did. Some however drew their power from honor, strangely enough. While others fueled their power through a mixture of positive and negative emotions. Karen, however, he didn't care about power. He didn't care about ruling over people. He didn't care about advancing his position amongst the Sith. The only thing he wanted was to see worlds burn. And worse yet, he's good at it. Amongst our foes, Vitiate and Karen stand in leagues of their own. Walking alone into the Voice's private sanctum, Darth Karen, the Emperor's Wrath, knelt before the Voice, who was seated on his throne. What is the Emperor's bidding, my Lord Voice? The Voice turned towards Karen, his eyes alight signifying that it was the Emperor himself who he would be speaking to. Karen, the moment we have been waiting for is nearly upon us. Karen felt himself smile. Not at the prospect of the Emperor's plan coming to completion, but rather at the prospect of the open war that was about to come to pass. A war where he would be free to do as he willed. It has been a long time coming, my Emperor. Yes it has, my Wrath. The Emperor nodded. 3 millennia of creating conflict across this world just to further enhance their abilities within the realms of science and the Force. But now, when they are finally ready to step out amongst the stars, the denizens of this world have become soft. Weak. My imprisonment within Grindelwald has allowed this to come to pass. We will cull the weak, leaving only the strong for our new empire that will traverse the galaxy. Of course, my Emperor. Karen nodded. I look forward to the culling, my Emperor. I'm sure that you are. The Emperor responded knowingly. But there is another matter that we must speak of. A matter of the utmost delicacy. A matter that not even my Voice is to know about. That took Karen back. In times past it was tradition that next to nothing was held back from the Voice. If anything, the Voice held back knowledge from everyone else. For the Emperor to exclude the Voice from this conversation. What is your will, my Emperor? Motioning for him to stand, Karen did so without hesitation as the Voice descended from his throne. This vessel has failed me, Wrath. The Emperor explained. I told him in his youth that he should create no more than 2 soul containers. 3 was stretching the limits of what was possible. But he ignored my warning and created 6. In doing so his connection to the Force is less than a fraction of what it once was. It was only blind luck that he didn't turn his familiar into a 7th soul container before he became my Voice and I was able to stop him. Had he done so, his connection to the Force would have been permanently torn asunder. Even as it stands now, the only reason he is as powerful as he is because I am providing the power for him. Then what shall we do, my Emperor? Karen asked. Lips turning upwards, the Emperor turned his back on his and walked a few paces away before continuing. I have chosen a new vessel to become my Voice. Karen wasn't necessarily surprised. The Sith were always looking for the strongest after all. The boy. He stated rather than asked. Yes. The Emperor answered simply. When he lashed out at the Dementors he unconsciously lowered his mental barriers and I was able to evaluate him. He has potential. Just as much as this vessel did when he was the boy's age. And thanks to Nox, he is well trained in manners of the Force. But while that might make him an ideal addition to our empire, the true reason that he is to become my next Voice is because of what is locked inside of his mind. Pausing, the Emperor turned around to face him before continuing. The boy has had his mind touched by one known as the Father of the Ones, a group of celestials. This father imprinted knowledge into the boy's subconscious mind, accessible only when it is needed to prevent his mortal mind from being destroyed. Ajkaran grinned at the thought. Knowledge from the celestials in the hands of the Emperor will be able to rain down fire and blood across the galaxy. And what of his remaining soul containers, my Emperor? The Emperor merely waved off his concerns. Nox has already found destroyed 4 of the 6. I have no doubt that she will soon locate the rest of them. And if need be, we will allow certain information to slip out of here. But once the last of this vessel's soul containers are destroyed, I need you to kill this vessel so that I will be free to take control of the boy. Once I have attached myself to him, it will only be a matter of time before I overcome his mind. Nodding, Ajkaran rubbed at his chin. What about the young female Togruta? The boy seemed quite attached to her. A weakness that we could exploit perhaps? And he also had a connection with one of the red-haired females. A strong connection. One that almost seemed deeper than a simple master and apprentice bond. The Emperor looked off into the distance. Possibly. I see that the apple did not fall far from the tree with that particular aspect. Ajkaran grinned. No, it did not, my Emperor. Regardless, you have your hands full, my wrath. The Emperor stated, turning back around and climbing the steps back up to his seat. Trying to convince this vessel to keep the boy alive will bring about suspicion. The man may have disregarded my warnings and crippled his connection to the Force. But his mind is still sharp. And he is consumed by his fear of a prophecy that states that this boy will be the one to kill him. You must do what you can to ensure the boy's survival until I can claim him. Now go and fetch my Dark Council. The time to enact our plan has come. Ajkaran's brow twitched. So soon, my master? Are we not going to wait until we've collected our reserves before making our move on this world? The Emperor shook his head. No. While this vessel has found that which we need to retrieve our hidden assets. However, should we attempt to do so at the moment, Nox will notice and intercept us before we can reach them. She holds the advantage in that regard. No. We will put her on the back foot even further and prevent her from rallying any further allies. Our plan will stretch her resources thin, and once I have obtained the boy and begun the process of taking over his mind, then we will retrieve them. Now go, and fetch my Dark Council. As you command, my Emperor. Ajkaran acknowledged, bowing low before turning and making his way out of the room, his heart beating wildly. Finally, the time for war has come. Staring at the powered-down hollow projector on her desk, Nox felt her barely contained fury threatening to boil over. It'd taken every favor, bribe, threat, and plea that she could manage in order to even get the various world leaders to even listen to her. And after she'd spent nearly an hour laying out most of what she knew about Vitiate and everything that she knew about Voldemort and his Death Eaters, they flatly refused to listen to her. It's either not their problem or they are so firm in their beliefs that nothing can harm them that they refuse to believe that such a threat could possibly exist. Nox thought, recalling back to the conversation that she'd just been disconnected from. She conceded the idea that a single entity that had existed for the past 3,000 years and was responsible for most of the world conflicts throughout history actually existed was a hard pill to swallow. But it was the truth. Not that any of the world leaders actually believed her, of course. The President of the United States had firmly stated that even if Vitiate and this new Sith Order actually existed, then they were nothing more than a terrorist organization. And if they dared attack the United States, then they would face the same fate that the last terrorist group did. The President of Russia simply said that it was a British problem and hung up the phone on her. The various presidents and prime ministers in Europe that were situated just south of the British Isles shunned her, but again they left without offering any support other than that they better make sure these new terrorists didn't leave the Isles. And it didn't help matters that most of the world magical governments had already reported that this issue was well in hand. They would rather die separated than even consider the idea of working together. Nox growled, her hands tightening into tight fists. It also didn't help that she had no time frame for when the attack would come. The spy she had left in Voldemort's ranks, the same one who sent the warning about Azkaban, had been unable to give her an exact date. All she knew was that the 3 Darths had taken their individual forces and left. Even Ajkaran had disappeared. So the attack would come soon, or maybe not. It was beyond frustrating. Spinning out of her seat, Nox paced the length of her office towards the large balcony overlooking the temple grounds. Of course her anger wasn't solely caused by the rejection of Vitiate by the various world leaders, her emotions were still rattled after the Battle of Azkaban just days before. Seeing her son laying there, it had shook her deeper than she thought possible. Harry, his Valkyries, Bill, and Fleur were without a doubt the worst of the injured from the battle. But between herself, Master Faye and Andromeda Tonks, all of them would be on their feet soon enough. Even Daphne, who'd had to have her arm magically and surgically reattached. But it wasn't just seeing her son wounded so that had shaken Nox. Hearing her voice again after so long. It'd been a shock that she still hadn't recovered from. Ashura. She thought, reaching out through the force and searching for her long-lost lover. Of course all that greeted her was silence. Damn it, why? Why won't you answer? Sighing in defeat, Nox turned away from her balcony and made her way back to her desk. It doesn't work like that, Nox. She chided herself. It's not just like I ask and then poof, instant force spirit. Sighing heavily, Nox sunk back down in her chair and began idly tapping her nails against the surface of her desk. I can't stop what is about to come, there are too few of us and too many of them. I'll need to place everyone on constant alert, ready to mobilize on a moment's notice. But why hasn't he attacked already? What's Vitiate waiting for? Surely now, while we're still licking our wounds would be the best time to strike. So why isn't he? Does his delay have something to do with Narcissa destroying the cabinets? It's possible, I suppose. That's the only hiccup in his plans that we've managed to cause so far outside of thinning his numbers ever so slightly. But why would he need those cabinets? To get into Hogwarts would be the obvious answer, but why does he want into a school full of children? I need answers, and there's only one person that might be able to give them to me. Operating right from her seat, she landed in the middle of the library. Grand Master Nox. Master Mally blinked, her hand going to her chest. I apologize, I didn't realize that you were coming down today. It's fine, Mally. Nox answered, waving off the master and making her way towards the holocron vault in the back of the library. Standing before the large circular door, Nox raised her hand and reached out with the force to undo the locks on the vault door. I'm only to be disturbed if it's an emergency. Nox said over her shoulder as she marched into the vault, letting the door close behind her. The interior of the first vault looked much like the rest of the library except for on a much smaller scale. And instead of books lining the shelves, there were dozens of holocrons that she and Master Yoda had deemed acceptable for an apprentice-level guardian. Reaching the door to the second vault, Nox once again raised her hand and undid the force lock on the door. The second vault was designed in the same manner as the first, the only difference was that there were several books intermingled with the holocrons on the shelves. Reaching the door to the third level, Nox actually had to place her hand on the vault door. While the first two vaults contained relatively harmless holocrons and books, everything in the third and especially the fourth vault had the capacity to be abused if one wasn't ready for them. That was why she'd installed several force and magical locks on the doors that only certain masters could disable. Hearing the locks disengage, Nox took a step back as the doors slid apart, granting her access to the third level. This level was much different from the first two. The shelves were gone. Instead, each holocron, or book, that was placed inside were contained within a sealed glass case that had been warded and enchanted. Walking past the various magical tomes and holocrons, Nox stopped before a case containing the most recent addition to their library. Okay, Aiden. She breathed, holding her hand over the case and dispelling the wards around it. Let's see if you can shed some light on Vitiate's motivations. Sitting just beyond the viewing glass looking into the infirmary, Ginny felt lower than she'd ever felt in her life. Lying just beyond the glass were some of the best friends and companions she'd ever met, all but three whom were in a magically induced coma to help their recovery. Daphne, through a series of muggle and magical techniques, had had her arm reattached, although it was not an easy process, and Master Fay and Madame Tonks had both agreed that a coma was best for the girl as she recovered to prevent any unnecessary movements that might undo the work they'd done. Lying next to the blonde was Ginny's own master. Harry had been in bad shape as well. The hamstring on his right leg had been severed. The muscles in his biceps had been shredded and his back was beyond a mess. Madame Tonks was actually amazed when she'd heard that Harry had actually managed to move at all considering his wounds, let alone fight off an entire horde of Dementors. Next to him was Ahsoka. While she wasn't in a coma like the other two, she was confined to her bed. If Harry hadn't acted as fast as he did, Master Fay and Madame Tonks both agreed that the young Togruta wouldn't have left that island alive. But even with the miraculous power of Phoenix Tears, she would still bear the scars on her midsection where she was run through. Across from the three was her brother Bill and Fleur. Bill had been treated and mostly healed, although he would still have a scar running across his chest. Fleur, however, had been in worse shape. Between impacting the wall and Bill impacting her, several of her ribs had been cracked, her left lung had been punctured and she had a slight rupture in her small intestine. Again, she was lucky to have even survived long enough to get treatment. But like Harry and Daphne, she'd been placed in a magical coma while she'd healed. There were several others in the infirmary as well, mostly soldiers. Sirius had been admitted for a brief period of time after suffering from dark curse of some sort that Bellatrix Lestrange had hit him with. The rest of the Valkyries, as they liked to call themselves after receiving the name from Grand Master Nox, had been admitted for a brief time as well. Susan's face had been healed with a quick spell, but the kick that had been delivered to her spine had dislocated one of the discs in her back and she'd been forced to stay in the bed for 2 days to recover. Luna had fared slightly better, but had still taken a variety of spells to fix her broken nose and cracked skull. Hermione had suffered from multiple broken bones and a collapsed disc in her larynx and had only been released that morning, much to the relief of her parents who hadn't left their daughter's side for a moment. Of the 7 of them, Ginny was the one who'd gotten off the easiest. Relatively speaking. Her body still shook on occasion, an after effect of suffering under such a powerful bout of force lightning for so long. But a single potion had all but set her straight and she was in and out within a few minutes. And it was that fact, that she'd managed to escape from the battle with so little in the way of injuries while the rest of her friends were nearly at death's door, which tore at the young witch. I should have done more, she thought, fighting back the tears threatening to form in the corners of her eyes. She would not cry. Not anymore. Seeing Ahsoka's hand twitched slightly and Ginny's attention was immediately focused in on the girl. It was the first sign of movement she'd given in days. She wasn't the only one who noticed either, as almost immediately Master Fei was by her bedside checking on her. Ahsoka's hand almost looked to be reaching for something even. Or rather someone, as Master Fei quickly put it together and with slight twist of her hand moved Ahsoka's and Harry's beds close enough so that the two were touching. Almost immediately Ahsoka's hand latched onto Harry's and she once again ceased to move. That was another oddity. Ever since they'd gotten back from that Merlin-forsaken island, Harry and Ahsoka, despite being unconscious, seemed to have this unconscious need to stay close to one another. Ginny could feel through her apprentice bond that something had changed between Harry and Ahsoka. There had always been some sort of bond between the two of them. But now that bond was something else completely. Ginny almost felt like an intruder on the two of them sometimes. It was strange. Yet at the same time it felt right. Hey there, Firefly. I figured I'd find you down here. Hey Dad. Ginny responded, not taking her eyes off of the infirmary even as her father sighed and took up a seat next to her. For a time the two just sat next to one another, staring into the infirmary in silence. After a long time, Ginny's father was the one who broke first. Your mother's worried about you. Ginny felt like snorting, but managed to hold it in. The fact that her mother was worried about her wasn't a surprise, nor a point of contention. What was, however, was what her mother had tried to do after they'd returned from the battle. Of course, a part of her could understand where her mother was coming from. She couldn't imagine the shock her mother endured after seeing her eldest son being carried off a LAAT in a stretcher, her youngest daughter being helped off the transport and learning one of her middle sons dead. It was too much at once for Molly Weasley and she broke down in tears right there on the landing platform. But what happened next was what caused the rift between Ginny and her mother. In her grief, her mother reacted without thinking and grabbed Ginny's arm and tried to apparate them away from the temple. It was only because of the wards around the temple which, while allowing apparition within, prevented anyone from leaving. Needless to say, with her nerves already frazzled, Ginny reacted poorly. In that she slapped her mother. And her mother, never one to back down, had returned the favor. By the time Ginny was able to pick herself up from off the pavement, her mother was staring at her with wide eyes. Even her mother was staring at her in shock, unable to believe she'd just raised her hand against her own daughter. Her mother made to apologize, but Ginny didn't give her the chance to explain as she simply got to her feet and limped past her into the temple. Ever since then, the two hadn't spoken to one another. Not even during the brief ceremony that had been held for the dead, including her brother. Ginny refused to even be in the same section of the temple as her mother. I'm sure she is. Ginny managed to get out without sounding too sarcastic. Sighing heavily, Ginny's father leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Ginny, your mother cares for you. She sure has a funny way of showing it. Ginny shot back. Sighing again, her father leaned back. One day, Ginny, when you have children of your own, perhaps you'll understand why your mother did what she did. That one sentence made Ginny pause. And for the first time in a long time, she stopped thinking about how things looked from her point of view, and instead looked at it from her mother's. What if it'd been my daughter and sons that had walked off that transport? What if it'd been my children hiding things from me, like the fact that my two youngest were being trained as warriors? Sighing heavily, Ginny buried her head in her hands. She didn't want to break down, but the events of the past few days had finally caught up with her, and with what her father had just said, the tight control that she'd had on her emotions snapped like kindling as she started bawling her eyes out. It's okay, Firefly. Her father cooed, moving closer to her and wrapping his arm around her shoulders and pulling her in close. It's all right. Let it out, Ginny. Ginny didn't want to force help her, she didn't want to. But with her father's arms around her shoulders and his softly spoken words of comfort being whispered in her ear, she was powerless to do anything more than bawl her eyes out. It's not fair. She whimpered. They're all in there and I'm here, I should have done more. If I had, maybe Percy, maybe none of them would be. SHHH, don't think like that, Firefly. Her father cooed. Do you think that they would want you in there with them? Ginny hiccuped. No. Her father's hand rubbed at her shoulder as she continued to lean into him. And what happened to your brother? None of us could have stopped that. He chose his path. And thanks to Master Voss we know that he tried to do what was right in the end. Ginny's hands tightened on her father. I'm going to find her, Dad. Ginny spoke with complete and utter seriousness. No matter how long it takes. No matter how much money I have to spend. No matter who stands in my way. I'm going to find her. And I'm going to kill her. Whatever Ginny had been expecting her father to say back, it certainly wasn't what came through his lips. Good. Sitting in his throne, Voldemort smiled as he looked over the magical world map on display before him as various figures moved about the map as if they had a mind of their own. Each figure represented a portion of his army. And almost all of them were in position. My lord, you called for me. Turning around, he found his ever-faithful servant and right-hand Bellatrix kneeling behind him. Yes, Bella. Rise. And watch as our forces take the Muggle world with me. Bella's eyes widened for a moment before narrowing. The attack is beginning, my lord? Finally. Where am I to go? Right here, Voldemort answered, motioning towards the empty space beside him. By my side. Where you belong, my dear. Thanks to the teachings of the Emperor, Voldemort was more than able to pick up on the feelings of anger and betrayal emanating from his deadliest weapon. He wasn't mad. No, far from it in fact. Had she felt anything different he would have found it strange. This is no slight against you, my dear. He assured her, turning his back on her and facing the table once again. In fact, you'd be honored. I trust you more than anyone else to guard me during this time. But not to worry, my dear, there will come a time for you to draw blood as well. Hearing her robes rustle as she stood upright, Voldemort let a smile grace his face as he felt her start to calm down. I am honored by your trust in me, my lord. And you're right. I had been looking forward to showing those filthy muggles their rightful place. But I will abide by your decision, my lord. Focusing in on the map, Voldemort's heart started racing. At long last, it has begun. Walking through the atrium of the International Confederation of Warlocks, Aegharan kept his hood up as he gazed at the various 20-foot-tall statues dominating either side of the large room while various Force sensitives walked past him, completely unaware of his presence. Fools! He thought, shaking his head in disgust. They have no idea of just what true power means, but they will soon learn. Making his way through the crowd, Aegharan stopped at the reception desk where a young human man was checking people in. Blinking, the young man's eyes did a double take as he finally noticed his presence. Welcome to the ICW, sir. Please submit your wand and state your reason for your visit today. And please lower your hood if you would as well. Reaching into his robes, Aegharan pulled out both his lightsaber and his saber staff and set them on the counter, emitters pointing towards the clerk, before lowering his hood. I am the Emperor's Wrath, Darth Aegharan. He announced himself, drawing more than a few shocked looks. And I've come here today to kill you all. Grabbing both lightsabers and saber staff, Aegharan activated them simultaneously and crossed them through the cleric's neck. The entire hall erupted into glorious pandemonium as the clerk's head rolled off of his lifeless corpse. A few of the Force sensitives actually had the sense of mind to try and run. Not that it did them any good, as the Sith's followers that he'd brought with him mowed them down with a barrage of spells as they tried to make it to the exit. A few of the Force sensitives actually tried to draw their wands and fight against him. But their levels of skill were, quite frankly, pathetic. Most of the time he didn't even need his lightsaber to deflect the spells that were coming at him. He simply moved off to the side and let them hit someone else. One incredibly stupid wizard had actually tried to shoulder charge him while he wasn't looking. Aegharan made sure to take his time with that fool. First by cutting him off at the knees and then removing both arms before leaving him to die on the floor without his limbs. Ah, chaos! Aegharan breathed, throwing his head back and reveling in the sound of battle going on around him. I have missed you so. Thank you all. And God bless. The President of the United States of America stood tall and proud before the assembled masses of congressmen, dignitaries, and other government officials as they all rose to their feet and applauded upon the conclusion of his State of the Union address. Well, that didn't go nearly as badly as I thought. The President smiled, raising his hand and waving to the masses. Which is good, I need something to go right for once. Especially after this past week. Honestly, if that was Ms. Knox's idea of joke, she needs to work on her sense of humor. A secret dark organization bent of destroying the world? Ha! She needs to stop reading so much fiction. As the applause slowly died down and the President made to leave the podium, a single set of hands kept clapping. Even after everyone else in the hall had ceased. Quite the speech, Mr. President, complete and utter bullshit wrapped in empty promises and outright lies. Typical politician. Narrowing his eyes, the President spied what was probably one of the largest men he'd ever met in his life walking down between the rows of congressmen and women. Beside him, he heard the 2 Secret Service agents that were assigned to him step up while his magical consultant, who was sitting in the front row, crossed his arms over his chest, one hand dipping into the sleeve of his other arm. Stepping back up to the podium, the President took a second to compose himself. Who are you? The man, who'd yet to stop clapping, stopped a few rows shy of the front row. If you'd actually kept up on your briefings with your counterparts, Mr. President, you would know very well who I am. Blinking, the president's eyes briefly flickered down to his magical consultant. The two met each other's eyes, and his consultant mouthed the word Blackwood. Recognition flared through the president's mind. This is the so-called Dark Lord of the United States. Hey! I was expecting someone more insidious, I guess. He's a bit of a letdown. But still, to walk in here so brazenly. But I can't let him use any magic. The cameras are still giving a live feed to the public. I do know you. The president responded, acknowledging the man. You're nothing more than a terrorist with a death wish to walk so brazenly into the very heart of the free world. Blackwood didn't seem put off in the slightest. Instead, he merely smiled. Terrorist? Well, I suppose that could be true from a certain point of view. Your own, of course. But from my own, I am far from a terrorist, Mr. President. I need to keep him talking. The president thought as he saw some of the civilians that had been invited into the State of the Union being escorted out by security while special forces started slowly making their way into position on the top balcony. Perhaps then, Mr. Blackwood, you can explain to the American people what you are hoping to accomplish here today. Blackwood smiled. I thought it was obvious, Mr. President. I am here on behalf of the magical community. For too long we've suffered under your heel. Forced to bow down to those who are lesser than ourselves. But that ends today. I'm here to accept the immediate and unconditional surrender of the United States of America. Knox's warning suddenly started rattling around in the back of his head. But he pushed that thought aside. There was still no proof to her wild claims. If that is what you expect to happen, Mr. Blackwood, you are extremely mistaken. The United States will never bow to terrorists like yourself. Not now, not ever. Countless just like you have tried to take down our great nation, all have failed. And so will you. Seize him. 2 Secret Service agents who were near Blackwood immediately rushed him to take him down. But once they were within 2 paces of him they simply disintegrated. One moment they were there and the next, they were nothing more than piles of ash falling to the ground. The hall erupted in pandemonium as more than one individual screamed as everyone seemed to try and back away from the man at once. To the president's horror, Blackwood pulled out a small wooden stick and pressed it against his throat. I wasn't expecting you to surrender, Mr. President. Blackwood's voice boomed over the chaos. You had your chance to save these people, and now it's gone. If any of you think you can leave, you're sadly mistaken. This building is completely sealed. Now, Mr. President, this is our declaration of war. The lights Congress flickered as the temperature plummeted down to the point where the president could see his own breath. And then they came. Dozens, maybe even 100 black cloaks floated down from the rafters and descended like a plague upon everyone in the room. Men and women screamed as the creatures, whatever they were, started picking up anyone they could get their hands on. Security started shooting at them, but their bullets did absolutely nothing to stop them. Dementors. The president thought, paralyzed by fear as he watched the individuals that had been picked up by the demons fall back down to the ground as little more than husks. How? They're supposed to be under our control. The president's magical advisor got to his feet and pulled his wand. But then he stiffened as Blackwood stepped up behind him and broke the arm holding his wand before grabbing him by the throat. Then, as if it were straight out of a horror movie, the skin underneath Blackwood's hand started to smoke and blacken. His magical advisor barely managed to get a single scream out before his entire body was consumed in flames from the inside out. Then the next shock came as the special forces that had made their way onto the top balcony started firing. Only, they weren't firing at the demons, they were firing at everyone else. Killing anyone that moved. Mr. President. His security detail screamed, grabbing him and pulling him away from the podium, snapping him out of his stupor. We need to leave now. What about the people? The president cried as his security pulled him towards the back entrance and out of Congress. We can't leave them. We have to, sir. One of his guards yelled as another shut the door behind them and stayed back to hold it shut as they made their way towards an escape tunnel reserved only for the president and his staff should the need arrive. We need to get you out into safety first, sir. Coming to the entrance, one of his detail started entering the code as behind them the screaming became worse and something heavy started slamming against the door leading to them. The door's opening. His detail yelled, "Get the president out!" And bright green lights shot out from the entrance of the escape tunnel, impacting the president's security detail and throwing them like they were rag dolls. Then something detonated, and the president went limp as he felt his body sail through the air before impacting something hard and then everything went black. When he finally came to again, the president found himself on his knees in the midst of the Senate chambers being held upright by 2 sets of hands on either arm. Although now the Senate chambers more resembled a house of horrors rather than the heart of the free world. Various senators and diplomats laid sprayed out over their desks, in their seats or even in the middle of the halls. The black-cloaked demons were still floating throughout the hall, swooping down periodically and pressing their faces against an individual and then floating away again. The men he'd mistaken for the security and special forces were scattered amongst the survivors. Every now and then one would stop and aim either their gun or wand at someone and finish them off before continuing on their way. Well, Mr. President, I did try and warn you after all. Craning his neck, the president found Blackwood leaning casually up against the podium, watching the slaughter with indifference. Do you think this means that you won? The president responded. The United States will survive this. Perhaps. Blackwood nodded. But it will be severely crippled. Your Congress is destroyed. The White House is a pile of rubble and the Pentagon is in flames. And if you were counting on your designated survivor, don't. They're already dead. As is your entire cabinet. For the first time in a long time, the president felt something swelling within him that he hadn't felt in a long time. Despair. Complete and utter despair. In one fell swoop, this new enemy had crippled the most powerful nation in the world and left it leaderless. You won't win. The president stated defiantly. The magical governments and the non-magical governments will stand against you. At this, Blackwood actually laughed. Let me ask you something, Mr. President. How does one fight two powerful entities that actually dislike one another? It's actually quite simple. You don't. Pausing, Blackwood stepped forward and began inspecting the flag just off to his right. You get them to fight one another. And destroy each other. At this very moment London, Moscow, Paris, and Beijing are under siege from magical attacks. And at the same time, the ICW headquarters and various other locations including the School of Bows Batons are being assaulted by a group of highly trained and effective non-magical mercenaries. The general population now knows of magic and that the people who wield it attacked their governments and will want revenge. And at the same time, the magical world will want revenge as well. And once the two groups have worn themselves down to nothing, the new Sith Empire will step in and take control. Stopping his monologue, Blackwood reached out and lightly ran a finger down the flag. Are you expecting me to beg for mercy, Blackwood? The president asked defiantly. Mercy? Blackwood asked archly, picking up the flag and touching the base with his wand. No, no. I expect you to die. And in doing so you will be our message to the world. Turning almost faster than the president could follow, Blackwood pivoted and the president doubled over as the eagle finial atop the pole pierced him in the gut. Agony unlike any he'd ever experienced shot through him as Blackwood righted the flagpole and set it back on the ground, leaving the president helplessly impaled atop the pole. Finish up. The president heard Blackwood shout as his vision started to blacken from the pain as the eagle slowly cut through his body. We have a busy night ahead of us. Sitting in the vault, Nox was listening to her old friend Aiden speak when it hit her. An urgency unlike any she'd felt since the near extinction of the Jedi slammed into her from the Force like a brick, nearly doubling her over. Without hesitation, she apparatted out of the library and appeared in the midst of what she'd come to call her war room within the temple. The room was dominated with numerous holographic and physical maps of the Earth as well as rest of the solar system. Master Nox. General Rex greeted her, his weapon halfway out of its holster before he managed to put it back in place. Ma'am, we were just about to send for you. What's happened? Nox interrupted her general just as Masters Kenobi, Yoda, Voss, Ventress, Merak, Ti, and Faye snapped into existence in the room as well. General Rex blinked, but seemed to shrug off his surprise with relative quickness. Ma'am, we've just received word. We don't know the specifics of what happened, but Washington, D.C. has been attacked. Nox cursed under her breath as she stepped up to the large holographic map in the center of the room. Usually it depicted the entirety of Earth, but at the moment it was zeroed in on the capital of the United States. Vitiate. Blackwood, ma'am. General Rex answered before typing on a console and bringing up a video feed. The video showed Blackwood brazenly walking into the Senate chambers before he exchanged a few words with the president, and then all hell broke loose as dozens of Dementors, armed soldiers, and witches and wizards started tearing into anyone and everyone. Fuck. Nox growled, her hands tightening to the point where her nails started to cut into the palms of her hands. Where is the Wolfsbane? Last reported contact was 30 minutes ago, ma'am. General Rex answered, they were just passing by the moon and should be entering Earth's atmosphere within the next 2 to 3 hours. Tell them to redirect. Nox commanded. I want them to head to DC and they can forget about being stealth at the moment. I want them to try and find anyone that might still be alive and retrieve them. Yes, ma'am. Rex saluted before turning back to his terminal to transmit her orders. As for the rest of you, Nox said, turning around and facing the masters. We need to try and head off any other attacks. Each of you will be taking a squad, a LAAT, and a single fighter escort. Master Ti, you'll take London. Kenobi, head to the ICW headquarters. Voss and Ventress, you're heading to Paris. Faye, you're heading to Rome, specifically the Vatican. Kento, you're off to Jerusalem. Vitiate's going to be looking to demoralize us. Destroying the Vatican and Jerusalem would be a step in that direction. Now get moving, all of you. Every moment you stand around here with your thumb up your asses is another moment Vitiate has to kill more people. The masters barely gave her the slightest acknowledgement to her before they all apparatted away. And what about me, ma'am? General Rex asked. I need you to stay with me, Rex. Knox answered, staring up at the map of Earth. I'm going to be in need of your tactical expertise to get through this mess. I want to know just what the bloody hell is going on. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom shouted as he followed his security detail into the Situation Room. And I want to know the status of our crisis response teams and the team that was sent out to secure the Queen and the royal family. Within the room, dozens of analysts were busy typing away on their computers trying to put together just what was going on. Not only in the United States, but also in Russia, China, and even here in London. The attack had literally come out of nowhere. One moment everything was fine and then the next dozens of buildings were on fire and, if reports were to be believed, black-cloaked demons were flying around the city killing anyone they could find. Well, the Prime Minister yelled, rounding on his people. Get on it now. People are dying up there. I want to know who is attacking us and why. Get on it. While the analysts quickly scrambled to do what he commanded, the Prime Minister let out a breath and turned towards the one man in the room that might actually have some inkling as to just what was going on. Shacklebolt, talk to me, just what the hell are we dealing with here? Casting a quick look around to make sure that everyone else was preoccupied, Shacklebolt turned towards the minister. From the sound of things, minister, it sounds like Dementors are attacking the city. And where the fuck is the ministry? The minister growled loudly, before checking around and making sure that no one heard him. I was told by Fudge that the Dementors were under control. Shacklebolt gave him a cold look. If you remember, minister, Madam Bones, Madam Knox and myself have warned you that things in the ministry are not as they seem to be. Fudge has been covering up a lot. The Prime Minister felt like cursing loudly. Maybe I shouldn't have been so quick to take Fudge's reassurances and instead actually paid attention to the warnings that Knox was giving us. What's the status of the team sent to retrieve the royal family? I want them in a safe house immediately. Sir, the team has just reported in. One of his analysts called out hesitantly. The royal family, they're all dead, sir. What? The Prime Minister shouted, as he felt his stomach drop. That's what the team is reporting, sir. The same technician replied somberly as everyone in the room stopped what they were doing to stare at the man. The Queen, the royal family, all of them, sir. God. They're all dead. No one spoke as the weight of what had just happened took a moment to sink in. Bloody fucking hell. The Prime Minister breathed as everyone stared at him. What about the crisis response teams? We've lost contact with 3 of the teams, sir. Another analyst said. They reported something about fire in the shape of animals and then there was screaming and we lost the connection. The Prime Minister's grip tightened to the point of being painful as he gripped the railing in front of him. And what of the other teams? Reports are sporadic, sir, but they're all reporting the same. London has fallen. Parliament is gone. This was accented with a loud sniff from the woman who said it. Over a quarter of the city is in flames, sir. And it's spreading fast. Nothing we've done has been able to slow it down. Other parts of the city are being raided by those creatures in black cloaks there. God, they're killing everyone. Closing his eyes, the minister took a few deep breaths. The attack has only been underway for a little under an hour, and already they've managed to cause so much damage. The Queen and the royal family are dead. A quarter of the city is in flames. Flames that we cannot stop. Flames that are more than likely magical in origin. And the rest of the city is under siege by the Dementors. There's only one thing to do. Straightening, the Prime Minister found himself giving an order that he never thought he would ever give. Sound the evacuation alarm for all of London. He said, drawing everyone's attention. And, in the absences of the Queen and given the circumstances, I hereby authorize usage of the right of annulment. Jennings, send word to the UN. Several in the room seemed confused by his second command, but the few that were privy to the magical world paled and a few actually crossed themselves. Yes, sir. Sounding the evacuation alarm now and sending the message to the UN headquarters. Seeing that his orders were being followed out, the Prime Minister turned and made his way into his office with Kingsley right on his heels. As soon as the glass door shut behind the wizard, he drew his wand and gave it a quick poke towards the door before rounding on the minister. You can't do this. On anyone else Kingsley's glare probably would have reduced the poor sod to a cowering wreck. But it was wasted on the minister who returned his glare with one of his own. Obviously Kingsley knew of the right, although how he knew the minister didn't know, although he did have a good idea. Especially considering that it was Amelia that recommended him for the job. And she was known to work directly for Ziri Knox. It was your people who attacked first, Kingsley. The Prime Minister stated clearly. It's your people that have let the Dementors loose on the general population. And it is your people out there right now burning London to the ground. And the only reason that I haven't had you shot or arrested yet is because of your association and recommendation of both Amelia Bones and Ziri Knox. Also, you've actually proven to be somewhat more useful to have around in comparison to my former magical advisor. But I can change my mind, so don't tempt me. Saying that my people are responsible for this attack is the same as saying that the Japanese are responsible for the attack on Pearl Harbor. Kingsley shouted back. And this right of annulment? You're attacking innocent civilians and children, Minister. Not to mention attacking the Ministry of Magic? You'd destroy half of London. London is already lost. The minister shouted back, slamming his fist down hard against the wooden surface of his desk. We don't have choice, Kingsley. This is war. A war the magicals started. And in war, sometimes you have to make difficult decisions. And I've made mine. A tentative knock on the door brought an end to their argument as Kingsley twitched his wand again before tucking it into his suit. Come in. The minister shouted, seeing a young woman standing just outside his door. Forgive me, sir. The woman, who looked to only be a few years out of university, said tentatively. But, they need you out in the situation room. Something's blocking our communications. Giving the young woman a nod, he cast one final glance at Kingsley. Protocol is clear on this, Kingsley, and my decision is final. The right of annulment will be activated for all of United Kingdom, may God have mercy on us. He said before brushing past Kingsley and the young woman and making his way back out into the situation room. All right, what's the problem with our communications? Several of the analysts in the room started looking back and forth between one another. There isn't a problem, sir. One of them responded. Your request for utilization of the right of annulment has been received by the UN and is being decided upon. And the order for a complete evacuation of London has been given. The minister glanced about the room trying to figure out what was going on, but everyone looked just as confused as he felt. All right, the minister sighed, turning back around towards the small girl behind him. What were you trying to accomplish with this little stunt, miss? Instead of facing off against a timid little girl, the minister was met with a powerful backhand that nearly unhinged his jaw and sent him spiraling through the air, over the railing that separated the situation room into an upper and lower section, and to the ground. Gunshots and screams echoed throughout the situation room as the minister tried to pick himself up off the ground. What the fuck? She's hits like a bloody truck. As he got up to his hands and knees, something heavy fell on top of him, forcing him back down to the ground. When he turned to see just what it was, he was met with the blank stare of one of his bodyguards. The gunshot wound in the center of his forehead, leaking blood out of his head and onto the floor. Fuck. The minister cursed as he reached for the sidearm his dead bodyguard's hand. Sorry, Jimmy, but I need this more than you at the moment. Tightening his hold on the weapon, the minister forced himself upright to his knees and aimed towards where the woman had been. And was met with nothing. There was no one there. It took him a moment to notice that all of the gunfire and yells had ceased as well. Who got he? The words died on his lips as he turned around and surveyed the room. Everyone was dead. Whether by a clean shot to the head or several into the chest. The fact remained that everyone in the room was dead save for the minister himself. A single shot rang out as pain tore through the minister's shoulder, forcing him to drop the gun he was holding and sending him right back down to the ground. Now, minister, you should have just stayed down. I'm actually impressed that your mouth still works. I could have sworn that I hit you hard enough to break your jaw. Or at the very least dislocate it. Ah well, guess I'll just have to try harder next time. Holding onto his shoulder, the minister managed to roll over just enough to see who'd shot him. The young woman that had come into his office was standing just behind where he'd been standing, gun in hand and a cruel smile playing across her lips. But it was her eyes that drew his attention the most. They'd changed. He couldn't remember what they were before, but they were definitely not the malice-filled dark yellow eyes that now stared down at him as if he were nothing more than a piece of trash. Fighting against the pain in his shoulder, the minister managed to back himself up enough so that his back was leaning against a desk. Looking around the room, he noticed one body absent. Kingsley, where are you? Why? This won't stop the right from going through. Word has already been sent. The woman cocked her head at him and smiled even wider. If you're wondering where you pet wizard went, don't. I put 2 bullets in him and then threw him through your office window. Pausing, the woman sauntered over to him with a definite sway in her hips before kneeling down in front of him. And as for stopping this right, whatever it is. Why would I want to do that? It sounds like it could lead to further war. Which is what we want anyway. War between the non-magicals and the magicals. She, or rather they, want war. Nox's warning once again came to the forefront of his mind. Specifically the part about this emperor's children. Who are you? The woman smiled even wider. Why, you already know who I am, Mr. Prime Minister. I'm one of the emperor's children. And after so long, I've finally heard the call of my father and awoken from my slumber. Moving faster than he could follow, the woman raised her sidearm and somehow managed to get the barrel underneath his hand and into the wound on his shoulder. And you should show me proper respect. The minister couldn't help the cry that escaped him as the woman worked the barrel of the gun into the wound in his shoulder. Ah! Fucking bitch! A bitch! The woman questioned as she ceased pressing the barrel into him. Do you know what a true bitch Mr. Prime Minister is? It's sitting around watching while some timid little cunt uses your body for 2 decades. It's watching as people walk all over you and you let them, despite the fact that you know that you could easily kill them all with but a flick of your wrist. That is a true bitch Mr. Minister. Halting, the woman roughly pulled the gun out of his shoulder and pressed it against his forehead. Now then, how shall I kill you? A quick and simple bullet to the head? No, that's too quick. Peel your flesh off with my mind? No, too messy and it'd take too long. Removing the gun from his head, she brought it back and tapped it against her chin. Come now Mr. Minister, help a girl out here. How should I kill you? The minister said nothing as he sat there, glaring up at the woman who held all the cards. No weapons, bleeding out, and she's far stronger than she looks. And she managed to take down a whole room of armed personnel without even breathing hard. Bloody fucking hell, I did not imagine that this would be the way I'd meet my end. Come now Minister. The woman shouted joyfully, sitting down on his lap and pressing the gun right underneath his chin. Don't make me wait all day. I'm giving you the honor choosing how you go out. Few get that choice. So come now, make it snappy, yes? Come on, don't make me beg Mr. Prim. A green bolt of light slammed into the girl with enough force to throw her off of the minister and clear across the room. Prime Minister, are you all right? Picking himself up, the minister spared the young woman a single glance before looking towards his savior. Kingsley was leaning up against the railing in the room, one hand holding onto his wand and the other pressed tightly against his stomach. The front of his suit under his hand was covered in blood. I'll live. Good. Kingsley breathed before dropping his wand and falling heavily to the floor. Fuck. The minister groaned as he forced himself up to his feet. I might not know what's going on in the magical world right now, but Kingsley saved my life. That at least earns him the benefit of the doubt. Making his way towards Kingsley, the minister found the wizard lying on his back, one hand still pressed firmly against his bleeding stomach while his other was trying to reach into one of the inner pockets of his suit. Let me see, the minister stated, kneeling down next to Kingsley and looking at the wound. He didn't have much, or really any, medical training. But at the moment he had to do something. She got me twice. Kingsley groaned, neither, went through. One is in my liver I think. I need, small pack, right pocket. Using his good arm, the minister reached into the wizard's inner right pocket and pulled out a small leather pouch no bigger than the minister's palm. What is it? An emergency kit. Kingsley explained. It's bigger on the inside. Reach in, need the small, green-topped vial. Finding the opening, the minister stared down at the small flat pouch in confusion for a moment before working his fingers into it. To his utter amazement, not only did his fingers make their way in, but he was able to put his whole hand up to his wrist into the pouch before he started to feel a few vials. Pulling them out one by one, the minister repeated the process until he pulled out a small finger-sized vial with a green top. All right, now what? 2 drops. Kingsley groaned, pointing towards his gut. 1, then when the bullet is out, another. Taking the small dropper out of the vial, the minister opened Kingsley's shirt, pausing only momentarily to wince at the sight of the 2 bullet holes in his chest. With a more than slightly shaky hand, the minister maneuvered the dropper over first one hole, then the other. Taking care to make sure a single drop of whatever liquid that was inside made it into the wounds. Less than 10 seconds later Kingsley started to spasm as his back arched up off the ground. For a moment the minister worried that he'd accidentally grabbed the wrong vial. But then something incredible and impossible happened. The bullets were pushed back out of the wounds. Wounds that were quickly starting to close. Now, the second. Giving himself a mental shake, the minister applied a second drop to both wounds. Within moments Kingsley, who'd been on the brink of death, was sitting upright as both wounds closed completely. Bloody hell, the minister gaped, staring down at the bottle in his hand. What is this stuff? Phoenix tears. Kingsley winced, grabbing his wand and waving it over himself, making the blood that had covered his body disappear. They're a miracle cure for just about anything. But incredibly rare and expensive. But they work. Hand it over, and I'll take care of your shoulder. Nodding dumbly, he handed over the vial and let Kingsley examine his shoulder. Is she dead? He asked as Kingsley used his wand like a cutting tool, cutting his clothes open enough so that he could get access to the wound. Yes, Kingsley nodded, placing a drop of phoenix tears on his shoulder. Instantly the pain in his shoulder went numb and he could almost feel his flesh stitching itself back together. I hit her with the killing curse. Despite being mostly ignorant of the magical world, the minister did know about that particular curse. Isn't that curse illegal? Kingsley arched his brow. Are you complaining, minister? If it makes you feel better, Madam Bones did authorize lethal force if situation requires. No. He responded, rolling his shoulder. Shite, I think that stuff took care of my arthritis as well. Help me up, Kingsley. I need to get word out that. All of the lights in the room went out without warning, casting the two into darkness. Bloody hell, the minister growled as the emergency lights came on as the generators took over. Now what is it getting colder? Kingsley's eyes widened as he held his hand before his face and breathed into it. The minister could actually see the man's breath. How is that possible? It's the middle of bloody summer. Shite. Kingsley swore as he looked around the room. The Dementors are closing in on us. The minister felt his stomach drop again. This room is in the very middle of the building. If they're so close to us, that means, bloody fucking hell. We need to get out there and fend the. Hold on, minister. Kingsley called out, grabbing hold of him. There's nothing we can do at the moment. We need to get out of here. But we can't leave the traditional Muggle way. I'm going to have to apparate you out of here. This will be more than a little disorienting, but it's our last option at the moment. We can't leave. The minister countered. There are still hundreds of people thought out this building that. Minister. Kingsley cut him off sharply. I'm an Aura and have more experience with Dementors than most. And I can tell you, for the air temperature to be affected so severely, there must be dozens of Dementors throughout this building and they're within a few dozen meters of us. Anyone who might be here with us, you can't help them. If you go out there, all you'll accomplish is getting your soul sucked out. The Prime Minister didn't like it, but Kingsley had a point. There was nothing that he could do. Isn't there a way that you can counter them? Kingsley nodded. Yes, but in such tight quarters I would have to constantly keep recasting the spell until we got to the open and only that spell. And I highly doubt that the Dementors are alone in here. Damn it. The minister growled. All right, get us the hell out of here. Yes sir. Kingsley nodded, placing a hand on his shoulder. I just hope that my old friend is near his home, otherwise we really don't want to drop in uninvited. Last person who did that was attacked by a pair of trash cans and had to be sent to St. Mungo's. The man on his knees screamed in absolute agony as he clutched at his head until without warning his screaming stopped and he fell face first onto the floor dead as a doornail. Stepping over his body, Darth Mortis surveyed the main chambers within the United Nations headquarters in New York. Several corpses were hung up on the ceiling, bent over benches and laying on the ground. Due to the fact that the President of the US was giving a State of the Union address, the building had been relatively empty, just a few token guards that had been easily dispatched. But its relatively empty state hadn't lasted for long as the Death Eaters, the servants of the voice, that had come with him had quickly brought him over a dozen foreign dignitaries. Each of whom he'd questioned thoroughly, tearing into their minds to find the answers he needed before dispatching of them in whatever way he wished. It's good to be a Darth. He thought looking over at a bloody corpse whose skin had been halfway turned inside out. Still need to work on that spell though, but I've almost got it. Darth Mortis, that was the last of the dignitaries that we were able to procure. Turning, Mortis spied the Death Eater Rodolphus Lestrange out of the corner of his eye. If there was one thing that he had to give Voldemort credit for, he knew how to pick his followers. Rodolphus was powerful, smart, and incredibly ruthless. Although considering just who this young man is married to, the right hand of the voice, he would have to be he. There is no need to worry my boy, Mortis chuckled, moving behind the main podium in the audience hall and activating the computer behind it. I got what I needed after dispatching 10 of those fool muggles. The other dozen or so, those were just for fun. And I like being thorough Once he had the computer up and going, he quickly located the program he sought and entered the 1025-digit security codes that he lifted from the minds of those fools before leaning back and watching the program start to activate. Forgive me Darth Mortis, but what are we doing here? Rodolphus asked, looking around the hall. Darth Ashkaran is assaulting the ICW as we speak. Darth Blackwood off killing as many Muggle world leaders as he can get his hands on. And Darth Nightshade is undergoing the ritual to activate the Emperor's children. So why are we here when the fighting is out there? Mortis smiled fondly as he leaned forward and tucked his hands under his chin. Quite simply my boy. You see 60 years ago, before he went silent, the Emperor assigned myself, Nightshade and Blackwood's predecessor specific tasks. Nightshade's was to create the children. Blackwood's predecessor was commissioned to ready the new Sith army. And mine, mine was to find a way to inflict as much damage as possible to the non-magical world to soften it and make it easier for us to take over. And that is what we are doing here. Rodolphus gestured. Softening up the Muggle world, how? How will one of those computer things bring the Muggle world to its knees? Mortis continued to chuckle as the program on the screen fully loaded. Oh my dear naive boy. These computers have the capacity to bring the world to its knees. But it isn't the computer that will bring the non-magical world to its knees. Rather, what it will activate. A failsafe that I helped the Muggles develop 60 years ago to counter any potential threat to the magical world. The right of annulment. The screen before him flickered as he was granted full access to the right of annulment's programming. And from here, I can activate the right in all of the UN countries around the world. But what those Muggle fools failed to realize when I helped them design this program, was that it could reprogrammed. So instead of aiming at magical settlements, it would instead aim at non-magical communities around the world. But that isn't all that this access will grant me. A few more command prompts and he was given a view of most of the satellites that were in orbit around Earth. After the Muggles began sending their spying devices up into Earth's orbit, I managed to confound the lead programmer of the right to put in another aspect. That the UN, in the event of a global right initiation, would gain access to almost 90% of the satellites in orbit. Both civilian and military. And now that I have access to them, a few more keystrokes and Mortis grinned vicariously. I can deactivate them. And now the Muggle world is blind. And soon, they will be on their knees begging for mercy. Nox wasn't sure just how long she'd been standing before the holographic display of Earth, watching as her ships made their way across the ocean and towards land, but it was the longest moments of her life. She knew that this day was coming, had made plans on top of plans to counter whatever Voldemort, and now vitiate, might do. But now that it was actually happening and she was able to read the scattered reports that were being filtered over the world via the media, the confidence she once had in being able to stop the attack from happening was starting to ebb away. Damn it! Nox cursed, as another reported filtered in. The report before her was more or less a rumor, but it stated that for no apparent reason that one of the President of Germany's bodyguards suddenly started attacking everyone around him. Dozens had died before someone managed to put a bullet into the attacker's head. And while there was no word on the President's condition, Nox figured that the man was dead, otherwise they would have stated categorically that he was recovering. Vitiate has activated his children. Shit, I thought we'd have time between his initial play and then forced the Emperor to alter his plans. Your presence has. Master Yoda hummed, holding his glimmer stick in front of him. Yet and not towards our benefit. Nox growled, altering the display to show the location of the teams she'd sent out. The Wolfsbane was right over Washington, D.C. Shock Ti's group had made it to London while Voss and Ventress had reached Paris. Kenobi was closing in on the ICW's headquarters while Marek and Faye still had a slight distance to travel until they reached their destinations. Rex, contact Master Ti. I want a report on the situation in London right now. A loud crack interrupted Nox as Winky popped into existence right next to her. Mistress Nox. Bad news. Winky has bad news. Winky come sooner, but Winky not realize until just now. Winky, Nox shouted far more harshly than she'd intended. Taking a breath, Nox continued on in as calm a voice as she could muster. Relax. Tell me what's going on. Swallowing, Winky took a deep breath before speaking. Winky was in Mistress Nox's office and, well, Mistress Nox told Winky to look out for a blinking red light on Mistress Nox's desk's end, and Winky saw a red light blinking on Mistress Nox's desk. Feeling all of the blood drain from her face, Nox all but dove for the nearest terminal. Her fingers flying across the keyboard as a cold sweat came across her brow. Force, not now. Not now. Staring in horror at the screen before her, Nox dropped heavily into the seat behind her as she saw the one thing she dreaded more than anything else flashing across the display. What is it? Amelia demanded, her head snapping back and forth between Nox and the large screen in front of them. What's going on? It's the right of annulment. Nox answered, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Someone in the UN headquarters in New York has activated it. Amelia's face paled and Nox could even feel the alarm coming off of Yoda. Who, which country activated it? A few keystrokes later and Nox could feel a cold chill come over her. All of them. Amelia nearly hit the ground, in fact she would have had Nox not conjured a soft chair for her to land in. What, how, who, why? The why should be relatively obvious, Amelia. Nox spit out sarcastically. From their point of view, the magical world just declared all-out war on the non-magical world. As for who, best guess would be whoever is left at the UN in New York. Let's just hope that I can stop the right from fully activating for long enough so that Remus and Ela can get to them and physically stop them. Wait, you can stop the right of annulment? Amelia gasped, her hand going to her chest. How? And why didn't you say so before? There's a reason why I had my company take an interest in cybersecurity. Nox explained as she continued to type away. Thanks to a few tricks that I learned from a Chiss cipher, I managed to design a security software that was decades ahead of anything they could dream of on this world. And because of that, my company was contracted to supply security to several government locations, including the UN. And once we got that contract, I might have created a backdoor in the program to allow me access to the UN mainframes. Just in case, of course. And, there. I'm in. Now just to shut down, oh no. Something wrong, there is. Master Yoda muttered, hobbling up to her and peering at the screen curiously. You could say that. Nox muttered, still not believing what she was seeing. The rite of annulment, it's been altered. It's no longer targeting magical communities. Instead it's targeting non-magical cities. What? Amelia gasped. Where? Just to name a few, Nox winced, looking at the coordinates. Chicago, Los Angeles, Miami, Rio de Janeiro, Buenos Aires, Sao Paulo, Mexico City, Delhi, Cairo, Paris, Berlin, Amsterdam, Moscow, Beijing, Hong Kong, Tokyo, Seoul, Sydney, just to name a few. Being far more adept to the non-magical world than the average witch or wizard, the importance of those cities wasn't lost on Amelia. By the grace of magic, if all of those cities are hit, then the world's population. Best estimate, this single attack will kill a fifth to a quarter of the world's population by the end of the day. Nox commented, her fingers still flying across the keyboard. And add another quarter of the population by the end of the week due to the fallout and follow-up attacks. Even Master Yoda was shaken by this. Stop this, you can. That's what I'm trying to do in between answering your questions. Nox growled out from between gritted teeth. Now unless you have something important to add, shut up. I have less than. A red digital timer appeared across the screen starting at 30 minutes. Less than 30 minutes until the first stage of the rite of annulment commences and the literal end of the fucking world begins. Folding his hands behind his head, Darth Mortis leaned back in his seat and watched as the timer until the launch of the first stage of the rite of annulment commenced. Just 20 minutes left, and my plan will come to fruition. I wonder how the Emperor will reward me for this. This far exceeds anything he could have ever wanted me to accomplish. Perhaps he will grant me with another insight into the workings of the Sith. Just a few tidbits more, and I will be able to destroy him and Voldemort. And then I will take my place as this world's rightful Emperor. But as the timer passed by the 19-minute mark, something strange happened. The timer simply froze. Blinking dumbly, Mortis leaned forward and stared at the computer screen before him. Raising one withered hand, Mortis tapped his fingernail against the computer screen, right over where the timer was being displayed. The timer stopped. Perhaps I spoke too soon about the quality of Voldemort's followers. Mortis thought with a roll of his eyes as he stared at Rodolphus. I can see that, you imbecile. Stretching his fingers out, Mortis began typing away on the keyboard. But why has it stopped? Perhaps some sort of failsafe that was recently installed, perhaps? No, I would have caught that. Could someone else have stopped it? I suppose that could be the case, but they would have to know about the rite in the first place and then they would have to hack into the UN security network. Who could have done such? Fingers freezing just above the keys, Mortis's eyes came alight as he realized just who had disrupted him. Haha, it appears that the Emperor was not overstating her abilities. Who? The traitor. The former Darth Nox. Mortis answered, not bothering to turn towards Rodolphus as he continued to work away at the computer. But she made one fatal mistake. The rite of annulment is my child. An parent knows their child like no one else. Nox, the timer is starting to count down again. I can see that, Amelia. Nox growled. Unless you have something useful to add, shut up. I'm trying to concentrate. Nox had never typed so fast in her entire life as she was right at that moment. There was less than 10 minutes left on the countdown, and no matter what she did, nothing was halting the timer again. As the clock wound down past the 2-minute mark, Nox let out a breath of relief as her fingers stopped moving. There, it's done. What do you mean it's done? Amelia shouted, her eyes wide. It's still counting down. Exactly. Nox nodded, feeling like she'd just run through the deserts of Korriban for 2 days without stopping. I can't stop it. And I wasn't trying to. The only reason I halted the countdown in the first place was to give myself some time and to distract whoever had activated the rite away from my true intentions. From your true intentions? Amelia asked, flabbergasted. If you didn't mean to stop this, right? Then what were your true intentions then? Leaning back, Nox watched as the timer went past less than a minute remaining. Tell me, Amelia. How does one stop an unstoppable object from running into them? Amelia blinked, clearly confused. It's simple. You move out of the way and let it hit something else. Folding his hands behind his head, Mortis smiled as he watched the timer count down with less than 10 seconds left to go. You were a worthy advisory, Nox. But I win this round. But still, this was so much fun. I can't wait until we play again, hehe. The timer reached 0, and all across the globe the silos that were connected to the UN's mainframe thanks to the Rite of Tranquility opened and released hundreds of greatest weapon the non-magicals of this world had ever created. Nuclear weapons are so interesting. And over 100 at once, hehe, yes. The Emperor will reward me greatly for this accomplishment, hehe. But as he watched the weapons on the monitor reach their cruising altitudes, the smile that had been firmly on his face for the last 15 minutes slowly dissipated as the rockets kept going up. Something's wrong. Mortis thought, leaning back forward and activating the diagnostics on the rockets. Everything is functioning perfectly, but then why are they? No, she couldn't have? Could she? No, no. In the Guardian Temple, Nox watched with a grin as the nuclear warheads exited Earth's atmosphere. I couldn't stop the launch. Nox explained, to the clearly bemused Amelia and Rex. So I did the only thing I could. I distracted whoever activated the right with a delay of the countdown. And while they were busy trying to fix that, I hacked into the guidance systems and reprogrammed where the warheads were heading. Amelia, clearly stunned, could only stare dumbfounded at the hologram of Earth as they all watched the representations of the rockets leave Earth. What did you set as the coordinates, ma'am? Rex asked, tearing his eyes away from the hologram. The Sunday. Nox answered. The rockets won't have nearly enough fuel to reach it, of course. But they should have just enough to break free of Earth's gravitational pull, then the Sun's gravity and the warhead's own initial inertia will carry them the rest of the way to the Sun. Provided of course they don't run into Venus or Mercury first, that is. Breathing a sigh of relief, Nox leaned forward once again and began typing away. Now what are you doing, Nox? Amelia asked curiously. The nuclear warheads are just the first stage of the rite of annulment. Nox answered. The second stage requires the use of tactical chemical and biological weapons that are stored at several highly classified UN storage facilities. Whoever did this, if they were able to activate and reprogram the right, then they more than likely know about the locations of those caches. Luckily for us, the weapons themselves are not hooked up to the UN's mainframe like the nuclear warheads were. The second stage requires on-site guidance in order to launch the weapons. And no one at those facilities would voluntarily launch against such populated cities, so we don't have to worry about that. But I can't leave those weapons just laying around for whoever this was to find them. So, I'm setting off the base's self-destruct sequences and giving anyone within 30 minutes to vacate the premises. And better yet, once I've activated the self-destruct sequences, no one can stop them. Pressing one last key, Nox sent off her message. That should give them more than enough time to get out. And it deprives Vitiate of a valuable resource. Letting out a long sigh, Nox dropped her head into her hands. Well, if nothing else, at least something has gone our way today. Standing on his feet, Darth Mortis was seething as he stared down at the computer in front of him. She outplayed me. That bitch. The first wave was diverted and now our weapons caches that I spent decades securing are going to be buried under several tons of rock and rubble. That fucking bitch. Darth Mortis. Tearing his eyes away from the computer, Mortis glared at the young upstart that dared come near him. What? Island. It. Mortis got out from between clenched teeth. Showing at least a small amount of wisdom, the young man stopped well short of Mortis and Rodolphus and went down on one knee. My lord, the Muggles are amassing down the street from here. They look like the Muggle military we've read about. Straightening, Mortis took a moment to collect himself. I cannot let weakness show. He thought, casting a quick glance towards Rodolphus. While the young man was keeping himself composed, Mortis could sense the mild excitement coming from the boy at the thought of Mortis's failure. And shouldn't he be? My failure could be his ticket for advancement. Set up the fire runes. Mortis commanded, waving his hand at the computer and completely obliterating it with a show of wandless magic. I want the Muggles to reclaim nothing but ashes. And in the meantime, I need to think of a new plan quickly. The Emperor is not forgiving of failure. And this could only be described a failure of the utmost. I need to think of something, and fast. Or I will share the same fate as young Rodolphus's brother. All right, Ela called out to dozen armored and armed men and women standing within the cargo bay of the Wolfsbane. They weren't normal soldiers, but they'd all gone through the clones' basic training regime, so they were better than nothing. Listen up. We don't know what we're going to be walking into, so keep a sharp eye. Guns up, but keep your wands at the ready just in case. Remus. Where are we at? Just passing by the Washington Monument now. Remus answered back over the comms. She wanted to bring her mate with her for this, but the two of them had more experience than anyone else commanding this ship, so one of them had to stay. And he drew the short straw. Or at least what's left of it. It's really bad out there, Ela. Noted. Ela nodded, hefting her blaster and doing a quick double check on her wand by drawing it into her hand before sending it back into its holster. Just get us down there. Does it look like we'll have any trouble with the locals? I highly doubt it, Ela. His tone did not do anything to soothe her already tense nerves. Stand by, opening the rear hatch. Bringing her rifle up to her shoulder, Ela stood ready as the ramp slowly lowered. The darkness outside was illuminated by a soft orange glow, and as Ela and her team made their way down the ramp, there was no question as to where the dim light was originating from. By God! One of her team breathed as they all looked around. It's all in flames. I heard politics was hell, but I wasn't expecting this. Another man growled out. Lowering her weapon slightly, Ela stared completely slack-jawed at the sight before them. The Muggle city of Washington, D.C. was indeed in flames. The once tall and proud Washington Monument had been broken in half. And the Capitol building looked as if it had been used for blasting hex target practice. Her werewolf hearing allowed her to hear gunshots and screaming coming from all around them, but they were all far enough away that they weren't an issue. At the base of the Capitol building, there were 2 helicopters, both of which were turned over and broken into several smaller pieces. The steps leading up to the entrance of the building were littered with the bodies of soldiers that had tried to make it in and the civilians that were apparently trying to make a break for it. Merlin's saggy-balls and Morgana's tits. Another of her men cursed. The attack has only been underway for what? 1, maybe 2 hours? How could they've caused this much damage in such a short time? This isn't the time for questions or for sightseeing. Ela called out, heading for the steps leading up to the Capitol building. Grand Master Knox gave us a direct order to assess the situation. And check yourselves before firing. There might still be people left alive in there. Let's move out. The top of the steps wasn't any better condition. Bodies, both civilian and military judging by their clothes, were sprawled out on the ground, leaning up against the wall, and one was even half in and half out of the door. Dementors. Ela spat, looking down at one of the husked corpses. Nothing leaves a body looking so drained than the Dementor's kiss. Opening the doors, or what was left of them, her team made their way inside. If anything, the destruction inside the building was even worse. Good God! One of her newest recruits breathed. This wasn't a battle, it was slaughter. Keep your attention in the here and now. Ela snapped, the flashlight on the end of her blaster illuminating more and more husked bodies. Care for the living, we'll worry about the dead later. Conditions did not improve in the slightest the deeper they went into the building. The destruction and death only got worse the further in they went. The pinnacle of death and destruction, however, was only met when Ela and her team stepped foot into the Senate chamber. Morgana. Ela breathed, halting ever so slightly as her eyes widened and she took in the death all around her. Is that the president? One of her team asked, nodding towards the podium within the chamber. Yes. Ela nodded, walking down between the rows of the dead as she made her way towards where the President of the United States was. The man had been impaled through his gut onto a flagpole and left to die. It was as clear a message as could be. How could they do this? Her second asked, staring around in open-mouthed shock. I mean, you can't just stroll into the capital of the United States and start killing people on a whim. No, you can't. Ela agreed, staring up at the dead president. They must have been planning this for Merlin only knows how long. Ela, come in. What's your status? We've found the President Remus. Ela said, answering the COMM. He's dead. As is what looks like all of the United States political leadership. Roger that. Relaying to Knox, stand by for further orders. Letting go on her COMM link, Ela drew her wand and with a quick flick levitated the president off of the flagpole and placed him onto a table. It just didn't seem right to leave him up there like that, no matter what people might have thought of him. Ela, we've got new orders. Lay it on me, Remus. Knox wants us to head north and check out the United Nations headquarters in New York. Wonderful. Ela groaned. When it rains, it pours. Copy that. Alright, everyone, listen up. There's nothing more we can do here. We've got new orders to head north in the Wolfsbane and check out the United Nations headquarters. Let's move out. Tapping her nails against the surface of the Minister of Magic's desk, Dolores Umbridge glared at the men standing across from her. Muggles, why the Dark Lord and the Emperor think that we need these disgusting insects is beyond me. They're not fit to shine my shoes, let alone stand before me as if they were my equal. So, I assume that the Dark Lord has explained the plan to you all. She stated more than asked as she met the eyes of the one in charge. Yes. Was all she got in return. Ugh, the lack of manners on this one. Surely he knows he's addressing one of his betters. He should show proper respect. Good. Now it is very vital that you do not stray from your assigned route through the ministry. Target only the departments and people that were listed. And make sure that you exit through the route that we provide. Lady, this isn't our first rodeo. The lead man sighed, holding up his muggle weapon and using the end of it to scratch at his hairline. Ugh. The utter nerve of this one. I'll make sure that I teach proper respect soon enough. Good, well then, what are you all waiting for? Get going. Yes, ma'am, the leader smirked while mockingly giving her a half salute before he and his soldiers turned around and left the office. Leaning back in her seat, Dolores glared at the door that the soldiers had just left through. Utter disgusting animals, the lot of them. It would be far better if the Dark Lord and the Emperor just allowed us to exterminate them all. But no, the Emperor wants to subjugate them, which I suppose is a good option as well. But the nerve of that one, thinking he was my equal. Humph. Off in the distance, Dolores vaguely heard the sounds of the Muggle weapons going off, followed quickly by the screams of the filthy half-breeds that had infested the ministry. A low gurgling came from the corner of the office as the sounds intensified, and Dolores couldn't help but smirk as she turned towards the Minister of Magic. Pulling open one of the drawers in his desk, Dolores gave a disgusted sniff at the Muggle weapon that laid inside. But, she had orders to follow. And the orders of the Dark Lord and the Emperor were absolute. "This is your own fault, Cornelius," Dolores said sweetly as she picked up the Muggle pistol and made her way over to the minister. "I offered you the chance to join us, to join the Dark Lord and his noble crusade. But you turned us down. The death of your wife, and everything else that has happened is your own fault, Cornelius." The minister didn't answer her. Not that he was even able to, of course. After keeping him under the imperious curse for so long, his mind was almost gone. Not that he had much of one to begin with, of course. "If it means anything, minister, I didn't want it to end this way," she said sadly, aiming the weapon at the minister's chest. "But like I said, orders are orders. And if it means anything, you will become a martyr. The Minister of Magic and dozens of magicals gunned down by Muggles, it will be a rallying point for all of magicals to unite behind. So farewell, Cornelius. And know that your sacrifice will not be in vain." Chapter 21. Light. That was the only thing Harry knew. The only thing he could see. A never-ending surrounding of bright light that stretched on forever and ever. He had no idea just how he'd come here, or even here was for that matter. Time had no meaning here. He could have been here for a minute or several days, he simply didn't know. He didn't sleep and he didn't move. He just sat there as if he was even sitting, and stared off into the distant unending brightness. Is anyone here? He perked up immediately at the sound of the first voice he'd heard in, Force only knew how long. But it was more than just the fact that he heard a voice. He knew who the voice belonged to. He didn't know how he knew, but he knew this person even if he couldn't see her. Ahsoka. There was a subtle gasp, but he couldn't place where it'd come from. It sounded like it was coming from all around him at once. Harry. Harry? Yes, his name was Harry. Harry Potter. A knight in the Guardian Order. Biological son of James and Lily Potter and son of Ziri Knox. And the woman with him, was Ahsoka Tano. His lover-girlfriend. Ahsoka. He called out tentatively. "Where are you?" I don't know." Ahsoka answered back, seemingly just as confused as he was. "Where are you? I can hear you but I can't see you. And I can't pinpoint where your voice is coming from either." "Same here." Harry answered back. "Do you have any idea where we are?" "No." Ahsoka's voice answered back. "Last I remember was fighting against that Sith and then you were hurt in IIO Force. I was stabbed. Oh no. Are we one with the Force now?" "Ahsoka." Harry cried out desperately as her voice started to fade. "You're not dead." "We're not dead." "How do you know?" "Because before we both ended up, well here, I poured pretty much an entire vial's worth of phoenix tears into your wound." Harry replied calmly while looking around. "And plus, if this is what it truly means to become one with the Force, then Master Yoda and my mother owe us both an apology because this bloody well blows." That got Ahsoka to laugh, a rich full sound that never failed to lift Harry's spirits no matter the situation. "Thank you, Harry," Ahsoka's voice murmured as her laughter died down. I think I needed that. But then, if we're not one with the Force, then just where are we?" "You're in between, so to speak." The voice that spoke was soft and defiantly a woman's voice, but it was also definitely not Ahsoka's. Wheeling around in the light, Harry tried to pinpoint the source of the voice, but just as it'd been with Ahsoka, the voice had seemingly come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Who are you?" Harry shouted into the light. "Ahsoka? Are you?" "I'm fine." Ahsoka shot back, and without knowing how he knew, she too was searching fruitlessly for the source of the voice. "Who are you? Where are you? Where are we?" "Let's just say that I'm an old acquaintance of Harry's mother, Ziri," the voice said softly. There was a longing in the voice that was almost painful to hear. And without having to ask, Harry instinctively knew who the voice belonged to even if he couldn't see her face. "You're Ashura Zavros," Harry called out in the light. "You're quicker than I thought." The voice, Ashura, sounded almost amused. Although I should have expected that from Ziri's son. She always was incredibly quick. And despite what she might believe at times, a wonderful teacher and mentor. And not to mention the things she could do in bed, why there was this one time when we managed to get these two Twi'lek dancers back to the ship and... "Don't need to know." Both Harry and Ahsoka shouted at the same time, making Ashura laugh. "Force, you two sound just as uptight as I used to be. Before Ziri loosened me up, of course, no pun intended there." Or maybe I did intend it. Harry could feel his blood heating his face, even if he wasn't sure where his face was at the moment. Please, no more. Oh fine. You two are just no fun. Although I'm sure that a good round between the two of you will lighten you both up to the more enjoyable aspects of life. Force knows it did wonders for me. Please. Ahsoka pleaded, her voice thick with embarrassment. Can you tell us where we are? And how are you speaking with us? Did you become one with the Force? Are you a ghost? I already told the both of you where you are. You're in between. Harry's face twitched. Can you be more specific? In between can have a lot of meanings. Well, unfortunately that's as good an answer as you are going to get. Ashura sighed. You two are in between life and death. Between mortal and spiritual realms. Between the realms of dreams and consciousness. You two could spend lifetimes trying to define this place and fail to do so. So when I say that you're in between, well, that is as good an answer as you are going to get. And as for how I came to be here with you, well, being dead does have its advantages at times. Harry swallowed at that. Why are you here then? With us? I mean, not that I'm complaining. I've always wanted to meet you. But I'm, well, curious I guess. I thought the shroud around Earth prevented Force Ghost from coming through. At least that's what my mother told me. And she wasn't wrong. Ashura answered. But the shroud is weakening. Quickly. How or why I do not know. The shroud predates my finding of Earth. What do you mean, your finding of Earth? Ahsoka asked. You're one with the Force. Yes, one with the Force, not omnipotent. There are limits to what we can do and see. And the shroud blocked Earth from even the sight of the Force. Even though the Force still flowed through it. To put it simply, from my point of view Earth is a black hole in the middle of a river. You can see water flowing into it, but actually seeing where the water is flowing from there is impossible. So Earth is like a black hole from the Force's point of view. Ahsoka summed up. Basically. Ashura nodded. But because I shared such a connection with Ziri, I've been able to pierce through the darkness and see inside. I've only been able to catch glimpses, and it is only recently that I've actually been able to reach out to your mother Harry. But even then, those glimpses and reaching out to your mother was taxing beyond belief. The only reason I've been able to talk to the two of you for so long is because you're in this, in between. And speaking of, I'd better get to the whole reason I came to you. I can already feel my strength fading trying to keep this connection. Please. Harry nodded. Any insight you can give us into this situation and how to get out of it would be much appreciated. Well, it's like this, Ashura began before hesitating. Quite simply, the Force itself brought the two of you here so that you two could stabilize while your mortal shells recovered. Wait, the Force brought us here to stabilize? What do you mean by that? Ahsoka asked, mirroring Harry's own thoughts on the matter. You share a bond with one another. Ashura explained. One that was stronger than any master and apprentice bond even before the two of you met. And it has only grown in strength since then. And after what happened during your last battle, well, you two weren't just using the Force. You were using the Force through one another. Doing so should have been impossible, but you two did it. And together you managed to destroy over 30 of those dark creatures you call Dementors. But in doing so you two have become one with each other. Almost literally. When looking at the two of you through the eyes of the Force as I do, it's almost impossible to distinguish the two of you apart now. You're still your own person. But your connections to the Force are almost fully shared between the two of you. Harry was struck speechless. He knew that the bond that he shared with Ahsoka was deep. Even deeper than the one he shared with Ginny. But for it to go so deep that in the eyes of the Force he and Ahsoka were almost one and the same, it boggled the mind. Does this mean we're married? Ahsoka asked tentatively. Harry nearly winced. Merlin's balls, does she need to make it sound like a prison sentence? I did not make it sound like a prison sentence, Potter. Ahsoka shouted, making Harry freeze. Ahsoka, I didn't say that aloud, I thought it. Just like I'm thinking this right now. Pull the other one, Potter. Ahsoka shot back, sounding far less certain of herself than he was used to. In some cultures you two could be considered married. Ashura interrupted. Which is good for you two. All the more reason to get to the fun of the bedroom sooner, hey? But as for just what you two can do with this bond, you're going to have to figure that out for yourselves. I doubt that there has been anyone in history with a bond as deep as the one you two now share. But how is that possible? Harry asked timidly. What is known about the Force is dwarfed by that which is unknown, Harry. Ashura lectured, sounding far too much like his mother in that moment. I'm sure that your mother has told you this before, no? But now our time is at an end. But before you two leave for the waking world, I need to tell you two something. The darkness has made its move. Earth is the tipping point. If it falls, the galaxy succumb to the dark side forever. So pressure, right? Oh, and Harry. Give your mother my love. And tell her to stop holding back. And tell her that the answers that she seeks are closer than she could ever imagine. I wish that I could give the two of you more to go on that just those cryptic words, but as I said, Earth is obscured from the view of the Force and that was all I could ascertain. Now both of you, wake up. Sitting beside Harry and Ahsoka in the medical wing of the temple, Ginny Weasley was staring blankly at the large book open in her lap. The attack had started. The dark side was attacking both the magical world and the muggle world, and here she was confined to the temple by Grand Master Nox. She wanted to be out there fighting those bastards with the rest of her friends and family. Granted she was, along with the rest of the Valkyries, were still recovering slightly from their ill-fated confrontation with an actual Sith Lord. But still, there was a war going on. And she was being forced to sit on her bloody hands like a bump on a log. It was driving her completely insane. Hearing a light whimper, Ginny ceased her loathing long enough to look up. Sitting just across from her on the other side of the bed next to Ahsoka was Nat. The little green Nautolan had her head resting against the bed next to Ahsoka, sleeping soundly save for the slight whimpers she gave off from time to time. Placing her book aside, Ginny got up from her seat and grabbed a spare blanket from one of the other beds before making her way around and gently covering the young girl with it. The poor little girl had not been handling the fact that Ahsoka had been hospitalized well. She didn't blame anyone, at least at first glance. But Ginny knew better. The young girl's thoughts mirrored her own. That if she were better, or even there for that matter, then her master wouldn't be laid up and currently fighting for her life. Once Nat was properly covered, Ginny spared a quick glance across the room at the other occupants. Luna was sound asleep, curled up into a small ball in the chair next to Daphne's bed. Involuntarily, Ginny's eyes flickered down to the girl's arm. It still amazed her that Madame Tonks and Faye were even able to reattach the limb at all. Once she woke she would have to undergo severe physical training in order to get functionality of her arm back, but at least it was still there. Bill and Fleur were still in the hospital. Their beds side by side as both slept during their healing. And across from them still sound asleep was Narcissa Malfoy. Narcissa Black. Ginny forcibly reminded herself. She's not a Malfoy anymore. The day before Sirius had come into the hospital with a goblin representative and, with Master Faye's permission, awoken the elder woman just long enough to get her legal coherent enough to agree to the annulment of her marriage to that piece of scum Lucius. I need to remember that. Ginny sighed, taking her seat once more. Narcissa has done a lot for us. Bloody hell, she turned traitor and spied on first her husband and then the Dark Lord for Merlin only knew how long. She deserves the benefit of the doubt. Despite what her family name used to be. As Ginny took her seat once more to resume her vigil, something happened that froze her solid. Harry's hand twitched. Then his arm twitched. Then his face twitched. Then almost as if they'd planned it all along, Harry and Ahsoka both opened their eyes simultaneously. Harry. Ginny called out tentatively, rising from her halfway down position so she was standing over her friend and master. Harry's eyes moved around clearly confused as if he were trying to figure out just where he was before his eyes latched onto hers. Ginny. He croaked. Where? Take it easy. She commanded, immediately running away and grabbing a glass of water that had been left off to the side for when the two of them awoke. Here, she said, placing the straw against his lips. Drink. Slowly. Harry's lips closed around the plastic straw and began sucking. Tentatively at first before tilting his head upwards and sucking more eagerly as he began to drain the glass. Easy. Ginny chided, taking the glass and straw away from him as he began to cough. Nat, who'd by then awoken fully and began bouncing on the balls of her little feet, eagerly took the glass from Ginny and repeated the process with Ahsoka. Ginny, Harry coughed, his voice sounding less rough than it had. How long? A few days. Ginny answered. Everyone else save for Daphne, Bill, and Fleur are already up and healed. Harry's eyes widened slightly as she read off the names. Daphne, is she? She'll be fine. Ginny assured her master. I don't know how, but Madame Tonks and Master Faye managed to reattach her arm. Her real arm. She's still sleeping off the healing effects and when she wakes Master Faye said that it'll take her some time before she regains full mobility of her arm once more. But she will recover. Thank the Force. Harry breathed, clearly relieved. Beside him, Ahsoka's actions mirrored Harry's and as one they both reached out for each other's hands without even looking. Stop that! Ginny chided herself as she felt a brief pang of jealousy swell within her. He's hers, and she's his. That thought stopped her dead. When has my jealousy morphed into, both of them? What I mean, oh shite. Ginny, Harry said, his head turning towards her while his eyes stared off blankly into the distance. Why is it so dark? Ginny hesitated while pushing the sudden strange feelings to the back of her mind. He couldn't, no. He does. Somehow he does. He's always had a connection to the Force that was near the point of baffling. But this is just getting ridiculous. The Emperor has made his move, Harry. Ginny explained slowly, gaining both Harry's and Ahsoka's attention. The new Sith Order, as they're naming themselves, have declared war on the entire world. Spinning the tumbler around on the table, the Prime Minister of Britain eyed its contents warily. It looks like scotch, or maybe even bourbon. Either way, I doubt they'd saved me just to poison me. And Lord knows I need it after last night. Decision made, he picked up the glass and threw back the 3 fingers worth of liquor in one go. And instantly regretted it as he immediately felt his throat constrict and his face instantly enflame. Easy there, Minister. That shit's potent even to us magicals. Does a real number on you muggles. Pressing his fist against his chest in a futile effort to stop the coughing fit threatening to leave him as he glared up at the heavily scarred man in front of him. I can handle it just he stopped to cough fine. Or Moody. Whatever you say, Minister. Moody grumbled before opening his seemingly never-ending flask and pouring another 3 fingers worth into his glass. Drink up. You're gonna need it. Picking up the refilled glass full, the minister leaned back into the soft couch and swirled the contents of the glass around, debating internally whether or not he should drink it or not. The first glass didn't kill me, although it was a bloody close call. The second one can't be too bad. The decision on whether or not to drink the liquor was made for him, however, as Shacklebolt made his way back into the room. Setting his glass down, the minister eyed the dark-skinned Auror wearily. It wasn't the Auror that made him nervous, the man had saved his life after all, but rather it was the news that he was sure to be bringing that made him wary. How bad is it? It's bad, Minister. Shacklebolt said wearily as he took the seat across from him and buried his head in his hands. The Dementors and the witches and wizards who'd set the blaze are gone, but their effects are still being felt across the city. Half of London is in ashes and the fires are still going despite the best efforts of your fire brigade. Bloody hell! The minister groaned. How many people died? How many are going to die? And all I can do is sit here on my fat arse like a bump on a log. Some minister I am. And what is the response from the magical ministry and Fudge in particular regarding these events? When neither man answered his question, the minister looked up and found both men to be suppressing winces. There's bad news on that front as well. Shacklebolt said, picking up the glass the minister had set aside and draining its contents before continuing on. Fudge was assassinated and the British ministry was attacked by a Muggle military cell of unknown origins. Dozens are dead and more are wounded. The ICW headquarters have been attacked as well and almost everyone within slaughtered. The minister felt his stomach sink even lower, if that was even possible. Who? He asked, turning to the 2 men. Is it the same people who are attacking everyone else? Undoubtedly. Moody grumbled. They call themselves the New Sith Order. Whatever the bloody hell that is. Or at least that was what I was able to get out of the one bloody idiot I managed to question before he kicked the bucket on me mid-questioning. Still, one less Death Eater to worry about. But while it was more than likely the same people that attacked both the magical and the mundane world, their methods for each attack were drastically different. Shacklebolt pressed on. So far as I can tell, and these reports are scattered and mostly rumor-based seeing as how the attacks just happened a few hours ago. Every time they attacked the mundane world they did so with witches and wizards in full view and Dementors backing them. However, whenever they attacked the magical community, they did so with Muggle strike forces using Muggle weapons and tactics. Smart? Moody nodded. Muggles are used to fighting Muggles. And Magicals are used to fighting Magicals. But they are not used to fighting against one another. They won't know how to counter the attacks. While the scarred Auror had a point, something woman who attacked him had said was sticking in his mind. War. He said, drawing both of men's attention. They want war. Well, they're getting it. Shacklebolt scoffed. In spades. No. The minister replied, shaking his head. Think about it. The attackers have not identified themselves. All that we know so far is that the United States government was pretty well buggered by a group of Magicals. At the same time another group of Magicals wiped out the royal family of Britain and destroyed Parliament. Who knows which other government agency or body has been attacked? Then on the other side of the coin, the Magicals have suffered causalities as well. Your version of the UN has been attacked by a non-magical strike force and the British Minister of Magic has been assassinated by another non-magical strike force. As Auror Moody stated, they might be doing this simply to fight using elements that their targets won't know how to counter. However, if you look at it deeper, there is an ulterior motive. Magicals are attacking non-magicals at will from one point of view. And from the other non-magicals are attacking magicals. What would be the appropriate response to such an action? Go to war against the other faction. This, New Sith Order if that's what they're called. They're not trying to fight against both the magical world and the non-magical world. They're trying to get the magical world and the non-magical world to fight against each other. And destroy each other. And then when the flames of war have died down, they'll come in and clean up whatever group is left with ease. Both men were silent as they slowly digested what he'd just laid out for them. Bloody fucking hell. Moody growled, taking another almost impossibly long pull from his flask. That fucker, he's playing all of us for fucking fools and laughing about it. We need to get the word out. How? The minister scoffed at Shacklebolt's suggestion, even though he knew it to be the right one. Those wizards that attacked London destroyed all of the media outlets in the city. Not to mention I doubt anyone would believe me. Not with this crazy arse story. Bloody hell, I hardly even believe it. Knox. Moody said solemnly, catching both of the other occupants off guard. We need to get you to her. If there's anyone who can help steer us through this crisis, it'll be her. Ziri Knox. Just thinking her name made the minister want to curse. Not at her, but at his own stupidity and overconfidence. I should have listened to her when she tried to warn all of us about this threat. I should have taken her more seriously. But maybe, just maybe it isn't too late to try and listen now. What can she do? The minister asked, fishing for information. MI6 had 2 whole file cabinets dedicated to her. First, because she was a successful businesswoman that created one of the most powerful and influential companies in the world in a matter of a few years after literally appearing out of thin air. Not only that, but she also started to put together her own private army of sorts. Not that that piece of information was public knowledge or even confirmed, but everyone knew that she had one. They just didn't know who they were or even where they were. The second cabinet became necessary after discovering that she was a witch. Although that one was considerably less full than the first. There are a lot holes in our information on her. He thought, staring at the 2 men. Maybe these 2 will be able to give me some more info on her. A lot. Moody grumbled. She's more powerful magically than you can possibly imagine. Not to mention her physical skills, which would put even the greatest of your soldiers to shame if her boy is any proof of her abilities. She also has allies that, bloody hell, they defy imagination. Even for a bloody fucking wizard that spent his life hunting down the darkest elements of our society. Not only that, but she knows something of this enemy that we're facing. I don't know what she knows, only those closest to her knows that. But she knows something. The man was right. At the moment he had no means of communicating with the people of Britain. Hell, after the whole incident with that woman in Situation Room, he wasn't even sure he could trust anyone still alive in his government. If there was even anyone left in the first place. All right, but how do we get a hold of her? He asked, turning his attention back to the 2 men. Getting up from his seat, Moody hobbled his way over to a cabinet and, after scrounging around within for a minute, came back with flat rock in his hand. Knox gave this to me a while back. He grumbled, tossing it over to Shacklebolt. It's an emergency portkaya that will take the 2 of you to a safe house of hers. If she's worth anything, she's got detection spells all around the ruddy place to tell her if someone shows up. You 2 take that and head over there and wait for her. To activate it, press the runes in this order, 73190. The minister didn't exactly care for the idea of running away, especially when all of the United Kingdom was under siege. But at the moment he really didn't have much of a choice in the matter. He needed help to deal with this new Sith order. And Knox was the only person in the entire world who could potentially have the information he needed. All right. The minister nodded. I don't like running away from a fight, but at the moment I guess there's no helping it. Let's do this. Operating back onto one of the many landing platforms of the Guardian Temple, Knox let go of the 2 arms she was holding onto. One was perfectly fine, having been an experience in apparition. The other was, not so well versed. As was exemplified as he immediately bent over and began emptying what seemed like several meals worth of food out onto the platform. Good God! The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom gasped as he wiped at his mouth with the back of his hand. How in God's name do you people get used to traveling like that? You just do. Knox answered as she strode away from the minister and towards the entrance without a single glance back. When Winky had informed her that the wards surrounding the safe house she'd set up for Moody had been tripped, she immediately operated to the location in order to collect the veteran Auror. But what awaited her there was not the scarred Auror, but rather Amelia's plant within the British government and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. While they were certainly not what she'd been expecting, she wasn't one to look a gift horse in the mouth. And with barely a word uttered to either of the 2 men, she grabbed their arms and operated the 2 of them back to the temple. Good Lord, the minister gasped as he finally got a look at the temple. How, when, holy shite. When did you build this? And how did no one know about it? Quite recently. Knox answered without slowing per pace. And I paid a lot of money to make sure that no one knew about it, minister. As the trio walked into the temple, the minister's eyes only widened. Good Lord, this place is massive. By the way, where exactly are we? And where are we going? To your first question, this temple is located somewhere in the Atlantic, and that is as much as you're getting on that topic. Knox answered as the trio began ascending the stairs that would eventually lead them to the war room within the temple. And to your second, we're heading for our version of a situation, or war room if you will. All right. The minister nodded, However, after 30 minutes of walking upstairs and down corridors, the Prime Minister was starting to show signs of fatigue. Good Lord, how bloody large is this place? Haven't you people heard of elevators? Yes, Knox answered with a grin. But few here actually need them, so I didn't bother putting them into the designs. My legs will thank you in the morning. The minister huffed. How much further? Knox shrugged. Not far. If you don't think that you can keep up, I can always apparate you there. Or maybe turn your lapel pin into a porte-clés and drop you right into the middle of the room. No thank you. I'm fine. The minister said, suddenly standing straighter while off to the Kingsley shook his head, chuckling slightly. By the time they got to the war room, the trio found that the room had been filled almost to the brim. Just about everyone who wasn't out on missions to try and salvage what they could of this disaster were trying to pitch in some manner or other. Arthur was staring at the computers, looking completely lost but hanging on to every one word Hermione was saying as she explained the basic concepts of the device. Rex and Amelia were standing in the center of the room before the large circular hologram, quietly talking amongst themselves. And across from them were Jean-Claude and Antoinette Delacour, and Yoda was sitting on the edge of the circular display holographic terminal. But it was the individuals with their backs turned towards her and standing next to the Delacours that drew her attention almost immediately. Harry, she said softly, making her way quickly across the room and towards her son. Harry turned around just as she reached him, a slight grin across his face. Without a word, she reached up and placed a hand on either of her son's temple and began feeling him through the force. You're still in pain. His grin faltered. So are a lot of others, Mother. I can't sit around and do nothing. You know that better than anyone. I know. She smiled back, patting him on the cheek before letting go of his head and taking a step back and motioning for her two guests to come forward. I'm sure that you all know Kingsley Shacklebolt, if not personally then by reputation. And with him is the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Minister, this is my son Harry Potter. His girlfriend Ahsoka Tano. You already know Amelia Bones. The little green one is Master Yoda, a guardian much like myself, only far more senile. This here is the commander of my private army, as you might call them, General Rex. And this is Jean-Claude and Antoinette Delacour, diplomats representing the French Ministry of Magic and the Villa colony in France. The minister nodded to each of them, his eyes lingering on the diminutive Jedi Master for a moment before locking, and staying, on Antoinette. After a full embarrassing minute, Knox reached out and snapped her fingers directly in front of the minister's eyes, snapping him out of his stupor. What's going? Don't worry, Minister. Antoinette smiled knowingly as she leaned up against her husband. Seeing a Villa, even a half-Villa like myself, for the first time often causes this sort of effect amongst the non-magical communities. Not to mention the magical communities. You can gape at her later, Minister. Knox cut in, stepping up to the holo projector. Have our teams reported in since I've been gone? Yes, ma'am. Rex nodded. Jerusalem and the Vatican remain untouched as of this moment, and the teams have pulled back. However, both London and Paris are reporting serious damage. The damage is more severe in London, but in both countries their elected officials are all but wiped out. What about the United States? The Prime Minister asked, stepping forward. Before that woman attacked us, my analysts were trying to figure out the extent of the damage done. The United States was hit hardest of them all. Rex responded, pulling up a map of the US and highlighting certain areas. Washington, D.C. is all but destroyed. The Pentagon is gone. And Langley was hit as well. Those 3 attacks crippled them and they're scrambling trying to put the pieces together. Also the Wolfsbane reported that the United Nations headquarters was burning and nearly burnt to the ground when Hay reached it. However, ma'am, there's something I discovered while you were away. An explanation as to why communications across the globe have suddenly become so unresponsive. Leaning over his terminal, Rex imputed a few commands and the image shifted from a map to a picture of a satellite in orbit. I had one of your satellites do a scan. And, well, it's dead in the water, ma'am. I sent the few other satellites of yours off on recon runs, but so far every satellite we find, no matter the country, is completely powered down. Shit. Knox growled, shaking her head. Hit the Muggle and magical world hard and then disable the best means of communication the Muggle world has, ensuring that they can't react fast. Vitiate certainly left nothing to chance, did he? So, what's our next move, Mother? Harry asked, stepping up beside her. Placing both hands on the terminal before her, Knox stared at the picture in front of her as her mind began running a mile a minute trying to come up with some sort of plan. We have no idea where they're based out of. Their lair, as you will, is more than likely heavily guarded through magical means. Which means that finding it is next to impossible. So unfortunately at the moment there is little more that we can do other than fight through attrition and try to counter whatever they throw at us. Standing upright, she faced Rex. Do whatever you can to get worldwide communications going again. Our satellites were off the grid from the others, so we should be able to use them. Once we have communications back up, Amelia and the minister here will make a joint speech to the public. Vitiate is trying to plunge the magical and mundane world into a civil war against one another. Hopefully with you two appearing side by side we might be able to halt that from happening. At least for a time. In the meantime, she continued. I want rotating shifts. I want the Wolfsbane and all of our LAATs airborne at all times, stopping only to refuel and change out crews. We need to try keep the Dementors out of civilian populations at all costs. There is something else, Madame Knox. Antoinette spoke up. Something that might aid this cause. The Vila nation in France, they wish asylum here at the temple. All of them. Knox felt her eyebrows rise at that. The Vila will certainly be a valuable asset, unfortunately they're going to have to wait. Tell the Vila that we accept. Knox said. However, they will need to wait on migrating here until Daphne is awake. Antoinette's brow furrowed slightly. If I may ask, why? I've managed to keep the creation and location of this temple a complete secret from everyone in the world, save for those I trust to know of it. And keeping this place a secret will be one of our greatest assets in the days to come. Knox explained. And while I trust the Vila's desire for safety, we have to presume that anyone who wants to voluntarily come here could potentially be a child of the Emperor. And while I could figure out if they are one, now that they are active, it would take me a long time and we would need to capture a child first, so I knew what I was looking for. Daphne, however, thanks to her unique gift, has the ability to discern the true nature of a person with just a passing glance. So until she is up, no one besides those that ve already been cleared to enter will be admitted. The Prime Minister cleared his throat and everyone looked at him. I know this might not be something to ask, but I felt prudent to bring up. Before the woman who killed my people, I gave the order for the right of annulment to be executed. I'm only asking because once it went out, as Protocil, it can't be stopped unless 3/4 vote otherwise. Knox glared at the PRI-9ME minister, debated with herself to tell him how that mess escalated into something much worse. Fuck it. Let him see how great an idea that was. The right did go through, yes, but someone changed all the targets. Instead of going for magical locations, it was all changed to worldwide targets. Several in the US, Paris, Beijing, Tokyo, etc. In a word, a quarter of the world could have been wiped out. The Prime Minister paled at the retaliation of what would have happened if that came to pass. Knox smiled grimly, and yes, the right could not be stopped, and I didn't bother trying. Instead I simply changed all the coordinates to send all the missiles outside of Earth, or rather to the Sun. Once that was done, I hit the self-destruct on the second stage weapons to stop whoever was controlling the UN from using those. Standing beside the voice of the Emperor, Ajkaran, the Emperor's wrath, stood silent and watched as his master's Dark Council took their seats. Although calling them a Dark Council was a bit of stretch in Ajkaran's mind. If any of the Dark Council could see their replacements now, they would be turning over in their graves out of disgust. They barely deserved the title of Sith, let alone Darth in a position on the Dark Council. As the last of his master's council took their seats, the doors closed, sealing the 5 of them in. Let us begin. His master said, taking over the control of the voice once more. Blackwood. What is the status of your assault? Overall, our plans are proceeding as planned, Emperor. Blackwood answered respectfully. During our initial assault we were able to remove the top level of political guidance in the United States, Russia, and China. And while the non-magicals are still floundering about, the Dementors continue to roam free, killing at will. And our new acolytes are making hit-and-run attacks against key strategic locations around the globe. They apparate or port Kaya in, cast a few fiend fire spells to cause as much damage as possible and then flee before anyone can find them. So far we have conducted 47 of these raids and have not lost a single acolyte. Very good, Darth Blackwood. The Emperor smiled through Voldemort. You have by far surpassed your predecessor. Thank you, my Emperor. I live only to serve. Blackwood groveled. An action which made Ajkaran want to roll his eyes. Take his compliment in stride, idiot. Ajkaran thought, staring at the large human. The Emperor hates ass-kissers. But still, his skill with an edge weapon and magic make him at least a level of a Sith Lord. Time will tell if he's truly deserving of his title of Darth, however. Turning his head ever so slightly, the Emperor stared at the only woman in the room. Darth Nightshade. You have exceeded what I told you to accomplish by a wide margin. My children span the globe and rejoice at their awakening. You have done well. All for your benefit, my Emperor. Nightshade nodded. I did not want to run the risk of disappointing you. More like you wanted to take control of the children yourself. Ajkaran thought, staring at the Oriental woman. You wanted the children for yourself. I know it. And the Emperor knows it. It is why you created so many of them and spread them about so thoroughly. The only problem is, no one, not even I, knows how the Emperor awakens his children. Of these 3, this one definitely has the cunning to be a Sith, but she lacks foresight. She thinks herself invincible because of what and who she is. A foolish mistake that has cost many a Sith. Mortis. With that one word, the air temperature within the room plummeted as the withered old fool cringed slightly as the eyes of the Emperor's voice fell upon him. You were given a simple assignment. Create as much chaos and death as you can. An area you excelled at. Yet, it was in this task alone that our initial attack failed. And now Darth Blackwood has had to pick up the slack that you've created with your failure. I will admit that your rite of annulment was ingenious. Getting the non-magicals to create and maintain their own means of destruction was a plan worthy of any Sith under my command. And it is for this reason alone that I will give you the chance to give your explanation and make amends instead of turning you into one of the condemned. As I did with the young Lestrange boy. The entire time the Emperor spoke, Ajkaran had been making his way silently around the table until he was standing just behind and off to the side of Mortis with his hand on his lightsaber. With signal from his master, he stood ready to shorten the little cretin by his head. Or drag him off to be made into one of the condemned. A fate far worse than death. And a fitting end for those who dared to defy or fail the Eternal Emperor. Fidgeting more than slightly, Mortis sent a quick glance towards Blackwood and Nightshade, for what reason Ajkaran wasn't sure. If he was looking for support, then he was looking in the wrong place. His failing when they succeeded only boosted their own value in the eyes of the Emperor. No Sith would stick their neck out, literally, now for him. I believe Nox countered the rite of annulment Emperor. The Emperor merely leaned back and stared coldly at Mortis. I warned you not to underestimate her, did I not? Yes, my Emperor. Mortis nodded meekly. I do not know how, but she somehow found out about the rite of annulment and put in safeguards that would allow her countermand the orders should they be given. Once the rite began she couldn't stop it from happening, so she changed the target coordinates without my realizing it. Then she activated the self-destruct sequences on the weapon caches that were supposed to be used for the second stage of the rite. Silence greeted the end of Mortis's explanation as the Emperor just sat there and silently stared at the man. Then with a deliberate slowness, the Emperor raised his hand, palm out and towards Mortis. I told you not to underestimate her. He reiterated, his fingers curling in slightly. At first it looked as if nothing was happening, but then Mortis started shaking as the Emperor's fingers curled inwards, pressing on Mortis with the force. But you didn't heed my words. And now our plans stand in jeopardy because you failed. Please, my Emperor. Mortis gasped as his body started to shake violently. I have another plan. The Emperor opened his hand and Mortis collapsed forward, his face pressed firmly against the surface of the table as he gasped for breath. Be quick, Mortis. My patience with your incompetence is at its end. Dragons, my Emperor. Mortis gasped. Ajkaran almost blinked, but managed to hold himself steady and gave away nothing. Interesting. A possibility that I never thought of. And judging by the look on the Emperor's face, it's something that he hasn't necessarily considered before either. Or he has and dismissed it. Continue. Mortis gave off a sigh of relief as he righted himself in his seat, although he still kept his gaze slightly diverted from the Emperor's gaze, either unwilling, or unable, to meet his eyes. This was my original plan, my Emperor, but I discarded it in favor of the right due to the potential backlash upon ourselves. But as you know there are several dragon reserves littered across the world, my Emperor. We capture one of the reserves and place Port Kayas that are keyed into varying locations around the world. The jarring nature of Port Kaya travel will unnerve the dragons, but just to make sure they behave like we want, we'll poke the dragon beforehand as well. And once they arrive, they will start attack everything around them. There are a lot of variables in this plan of yours, Mortis. Blackwood stated, leaning forward on his elbows. First we will have to locate and capture a dragon reserve. No easy task, as both the handlers and the dragons will put up a fight. Then you will need to tag each dragon with a Port Kayat, which means getting close enough to do so. Plus you'd risk us aggravating the goblins, who by the Emperor's orders we are avoiding confrontation with at the moment. Ajkaran smiled as he watched Mortis start to shake out of anger. It appears I may have spoken too soon about Blackwood. Apparently the man does have a decent head on his shoulders. I have taken what you've pointed out into consideration already. Mortis growled. There is a reserve that is relatively isolated and not connected with the goblins. And as for the risk to our people, well, that's what they're here for. To serve us. You will commence with this plan, Mortis. The Emperor spoke, ending the debate. However, you will be there with our acolytes as they attempt this scheme of yours. Should this plan of yours fail, then you shall join the ranks of the condemned. And should you simply leave this task to your acolytes, then you shall join the ranks of the condemned. This is your one and only chance to prove that you truly deserve your seat here. Do not fail me again, Mortis. Yes, my Emperor. Mortis breathed, the relief in voice almost thick enough to be cut. But do not think that you are forgiven for your original failure. The Emperor continued, ending Mortis's brief reprieve. As you have failed me, I am removing your duties as a member of this council. You will retain your position, and should your plan prove successful have a chance to earn new duties on the council. But for now your tasks of enforcement of the Sith Order will be transferred to another. Mortis glared hatefully across the table at Blackwood and Nightshade. I understand, my Emperor. Will Darth Nightshade or Darth Blackwood be taking up my duties, my Emperor? Neither. Raising his hand, the doors to the small chamber opened revealing a lone figure. Come forth. With her head held high, Bellatrix Lestrange marched into the small meeting hall and sunk down to one knee before them. Karen knew that this was coming, and he'd agreed full-heartedly with his Emperor's decision on this matter. This woman was far more Sith than any other individual he'd ever met on this dark forsaken rock of a planet. She reminded him of Nox in her prime when she was cutting a bloody path through the ranks of the Sith. Powerful. Smart. Resourceful. And completely unwilling to let anything or anyone get in her way to power. Bellatrix Lestrange. The Emperor spoke, and by the looks on the three Darths' faces, they all knew what was about to happen just as he did. You have proven yourself time and time again in your loyalty and skill while fighting for Lord Voldemort and the Sith Order. It is on his recommendation that I hereby grant you the title of Darth and a position on the Dark Council in charge of enforcement within and without the Sith Order. You honor me, my Emperor. Bellatrix bowed lowly before quickly rising to her feet and meeting the Emperor's glowing eyes. I will not fail you. No. You will not. The Emperor responded simply before snapping his fingers and creating another chair for Bellatrix. Take your seat, Darth Bellatrix. We still have much to discuss as a whole. Standing before the holographic projector in the war room, Nox blankly stared down at the various reports filtering through her terminal as before her the large hologram of Earth depicted the location of the various guardians she'd stationed around the world. 4 days. It'd been 4 days and Nox honestly couldn't remember the last time she'd left this spot for longer than an hour or two to enter a meditative rest. She knew that she was approaching her limit. But she couldn't stop. There was far too much to do. The new Sith Order had planned their initial attack and follow-up actions far too well for her to stop and rest. While the Sith and their magical allies had pulled back, the Dementors had not. The dark side entities were still constantly floating around the globe. It was because of those creatures that her guardians were starting to show signs of fatigue. All of her guardians, and even the magicals that had joined with them, were on a constant rotating schedule flying around the world on either LAATs or the Wolfsbane trying their best to counter the Dementors. The only time their ships weren't in the air was when they were forced to land in order to refuel and change out crews on board. But with only 6 ships, they were not able to stop all of the Dementor attacks. Or even most of them for that matter. They weren't going after the larger cities, preferring instead to target smaller villages or towns. And because of this, more often than not by the time her guardians even arrived the Dementors were already gone and dozens were left dead. But perhaps even more disturbing was when they arrived at a small town or village and found it completely empty. It only happened twice so far. But in those 2 instances over 300 souls had gone missing. Force only knew what the Emperor was planning on using them for. Certainly nothing that would be to their benefit given the Emperor's history. I need to get my hands on one of them. Nox thought, staring at the holographic projection of Earth and the 6 red dots that indicated her individual teams. Harry was able to destroy them using a variation of the Patronus charm. Even though he doesn't remember how he did it, the simple fact that they can be destroyed gives us hope. I need to experiment on one of them to figure out what he did so we have an edge against them. And while the Dementors had been leaving the larger cities alone, the magicals that made up the ranks of this new Sith Order weren't. They'd taken to hit-and-run tactics, operating into a highly populated area and casting a fiend fire spell before operating out and letting the spell do their dirty work. It was crude, but effective. The people were starting to panic and several major cities around the world were starting to empty as people began running from the threat which could literally pop in and out of existence on a moment's notice. I may have stopped the nukes from hitting any place on Earth but I traded them for this madness. And it wasn't just the non-magical world that had been suffering over the past few days either. The magical world was under constant siege. Much like their magical counterparts, the non-magical forces of the new Sith Order had taken up hit-and-run tactics when dealing with the magical world. Only they were a little more inventive about it as they couldn't apparate away. But to date 3 car bombs had gone off near magical centers killing dozens and injuring more. The world was hanging on the precipice of an all-out war. And the Emperor was giving it a mighty shove. Over the past few days the new Sith Order had managed to kill millions of non-magicals and thousands of magicals. And the death toll kept rising with each passing moment. What do you have to report, General? Nox asked without turning around. As quiet as he was, she'd sensed the man ever since he'd entered the room but hadn't bothered to acknowledge his presence until he was standing just behind her. Our satellites are in position, ma'am. Rex responded without hesitation. She swore, the man was next to unflappable. Good. Nox nodded as the hologram of Earth was updated to show the locations of the few satellites she had in orbit around select locations. Alter the flight plans of our recon teams to go around the areas we can now watch. No need to scout the same area twice. Already on it, ma'am. Her general replied as he idly scrolled through the datapad in his hands. I have an update on the refugees as well. Let's hear it. Knox nodded. So far night green grass has managed to sort through nearly half of the Vila colony, Rex stated. They weren't necessarily too happy about the condition at first, but after Madame Delacour explained the situation to them they became much more amiable to the stipulation. They've been given quarters in the southeast tower at the moment as it is the only one that isn't currently in use. And many of those who've already arrived have requested to help in whatever way they can. Good. Knox nodded. At least there was some good news. Start those who are willing to volunteer on a crash course of modern weapons and tactics under the eyes of Master Voss and Ventress. Also start having our men who are not deployed spend time with the Vila. We need to acclimate ourselves to their charms if they're going to be helping us. No need for our people to turn into hormonal wrecks in the middle of a battle. Understood, ma'am. Rex nodded. Delta Squad is currently on an 8-hour reprieve. I'll assign them to help the Vila get settled and inform Master Voss and Ventress of their new roles once they return from their own recon missions. You're a treasure, Rex. Knox said sincerely, throwing the clone a quick smile over her shoulder before refocusing on the map in front of her. Just as she was about to give the general her next series of orders, a small light started flickering in the bottom right corner of her terminal. Finally. What is it, ma'am? Rex asked as Knox began typing away. I've been trying to locate someone. Knox answered as the hologram of Earth spun slightly so that she was looking at the Pacific Ocean. And I finally managed to track him down. Who? The senior-most military officer I can find that is highly respected. Knox answered as the hologram before them zoomed in to show a carrier fleet cutting through the ocean. Don't get me wrong, Rex. You're irreplaceable and have been a gift from the Force ever since you arrived. But we need recognizable leaders if we're going to have any hope of preventing a full-out civil war between the non-magicals and the magicals of this world. Amelia and the Prime Minister were a good start. But we need a well-respected military officer as well. You won't get any argument from me, ma'am. Rex commented back. I'm not used to all of this administrative stuff. I'll gladly hand the reins over to someone that you think is worth and head back out into the field. But who did you find? Admiral Stephen Hackett. Knox replied, pulling up the man's profile on the holo projector. The Admiral was an older man whose hair had long ago turned white. But his eyes were the eyes of an experienced soldier that demanded respect. Highly decorated and respected around the world. He's with the 13th Fleet on board the fleet's Nimitz-class aircraft carrier. He was there to test out the F-1 Alpha fighters and the F-1 Beta aircrafts that the U.S. Navy purchased from me. Lucky for him, as the inspection tour had him away from Washington when the Sith attacked. Any particular reasons why him, ma'am? Rex asked curiously. As I said, he's a carrier man. Highly decorated and respected and fought tooth and nail for every promotion. Knox explained. Also, he's probably the highest-ranking military officer left in the U.S. at the moment that would be willing to hear us out rather than just have us shot on sight. Which team is in the temple at the moment, Rex? And what's the next ship due back? Rex immediately went back down to his day top hat. Your son and his Valkyries are currently on mandatory 4-hour rest. As is Master Kenobi. And the next ship back will be the Wolfsbane. They're due back in 3 hours. Rocking back on her heel, Knox rubbed at her chin. Inform my son and his Valkyries, even Daphne and her apprentice, that I want all of them prepped and ready to leave as soon as the Wolfsbane lands as well as Master Kenobi. And Rex, you'll be going with them as well to try and talk this Admiral onto our side. Ma'am. You're military, Rex. Knox answered simply, turning around and facing the clone. You know how to speak his language. And while technically speaking you might be used to my son outranking you. This Admiral will not see it that way. In fact, he would probably laugh outright at him. Kenobi will probably command more respect, but again I feel that you will be able to reach this Admiral far better than anyone else. Rex stared at her for a moment before nodding. Very well, ma'am. I'll send out the notice for your son and Master Kenobi as well as the squad on rest to be ready to leave the moment the Wolfsbane arrives back at the temple. Rex was cut short as the door to the war room slid open and a clearly out-of-breath Arthur Weasley ran in. Madam Knox. Arthur said breathlessly as he bent over trying to catch his breath. I burrow. Take a breath, Arthur. Knox said calmly, staring at the Weasley patriarch. Now, what about your home? After taking several deep breaths, Arthur righted himself and met her eyes. Madam, the wards around the burrow are still mostly intact. And I just felt some breach them. Knox frowned at this. The Death Eaters? Is there anything of value that they might take from your home? It wasn't the Death Eaters, ma'am. Arthur breathed. The wards weren't brought down. Someone got through them. There's only 8 people in the world who could slip through the wards like this. And 7 of them are here in the temple. Knox put the dots together quickly. Your son, Charlie, I believe his name is. Knox asked, to which Arthur nodded. Have you been in contact with him? No, we haven't. Arthur said, shaking his head. Not since we were forced to abandon our home. But ma'am, There's something else. The wards have told me that he's hurt. Bad. I need to go to him. Please. Nox frowned in thought for a moment before reaching into her robes and pulling out a small sphere. This is a portkaya that will bring you back to Britain. From there you will be able to apparate back to your home and check on your son. Make sure that you check him over for any tracking charms before you even think of bringing him back. And as soon as you do, I want Daphne there to check him over as well, understand? Yes ma'am. Arthur breathed, clearly relieved as he took the portkaya from her. Thank you so much. Just as Arthur was near the door, Nox called out, "Oh, and Arthur." Arthur paused and turned to look at Nox. Yes. Nox looked at Arthur seriously. If Bill is fully recovered, it might be a good idea to take him with you. Best not to head out there alone. Arthur nodded, then quickly left to find his eldest son. Walking through the corridors of the Great Temple, Narcissa Malfoy, or rather Narcissa Black thanks to her cousin, stared in wonder at the vast structure surrounding her. This temple was beyond anything she'd ever seen before. Including Hogwarts and the Malfoy Manor. Magic was woven into almost inch of the temple. Even more so than at Hogwarts. It was beautiful. But as beautiful and serene as this place was, Narcissa felt more out of place here than ever before in her entire life. Even though she'd only been awakened out of the hospital room for only a day or two, everyone here knew who she was. Even if they knew what she'd done, what she sacrificed, it didn't matter. Despite the fact that her cousin had stricken the name Malfoy from her with a flick of his quill, the stain of that wretched name followed her still. She could see it in the eyes of some of the werewolves here that knew of her ex-husband's reputation. The look in the eyes of the Vila who still remember the reason why the Malfoys were driven out of France in the first place. Even the magical families that she'd run into, the Davies, the Weasleys, and the Bones had given her a mild berth whenever they were in the same hall together. The only ones who didn't seem to mind her presence were the few of the so-called guardian masters that were currently in the temple. Granted, the only one she'd run into so far was one Mally Merrick in the library, which had made her jaw nearly unhinge at its sheer size and scope. Finally reaching her destination, she took a deep breath before reaching out to lay a hand on the smooth door, only to have it open before she could even touch it. Morgana. Narcissa sighed, shaking her head as she walked into the room without really looking. That is going to take some, oh my. The room inside was not what she expected. Instead of facing more magically infused metallic constructs, she was met with a forest. An actual honest-to-magic woodlands with a 20-foot-tall waterfall in the middle of the room, right in the middle of a man-made metal pyramid. But even that wasn't what made her stop in her tracks. No, what truly made her stop was when she found the reason why she'd even left the hospital wing that morning. For sitting underneath the waterfall, his eyes closed and his body relaxed despite the water constantly falling upon him, was the man who'd saved her life. Her body refused to move even as she couldn't tear her eyes away from the sight before her. I shouldn't be here. She thought after managing to regain her wits about her. She knew enough about meditation, even though it wasn't widely practiced in the magical world as it once been, that it took a long time to reach a deep state of meditation. And by the looks of things, the man who saved her life was in a very deep state of meditation. You don't have to leave. A calm voice called out to her as was making her way back out of the room. Narcissa nearly jumped. Forcing her attention back on the man beneath the waterfall, she found that his eyes were still closed as the water continued to rush over him. Taking a few steps forward, Narcissa reminded herself of just who she was. You are a Black. You are not some simpleton to go running and blushing at a handsome face and kind smile. I didn't want to disturb you. You're not, my Lady Black. Obi-Wan said, his eyes opening as he removed himself from beneath the waterfall and made for a small pile of items near the edge of the pool. Grabbing his wand, Obi-Wan cast a quick drying spell over himself after stepping out of the water. Is there something that I can help you with, Lady Black? Now that she was standing before him, Narcissa found herself in a state that she hadn't been in years. She was speechless. She floundered for a moment before composing herself. I wanted to find you and thank you for your assistance, Master Kenobi. I shudder to think of what would have happened to me had those brutes brought me back to the Dark Lord and his Emperor. Obi-Wan's face didn't even twitch. It was as if the man was made of stone. There is no need to thank me, Lady Black, I merely did what anyone else would have. You'd be surprised at just how false that statement is. Narcissa sighed, shaking her head. And please, stop with this whole Lady Black thing. I have a name. It's Narcissa. Use it. The corners of Kenobi's lips twitched upwards ever so slightly. If you insist, Narcissa. But if that is the case, I must ask you to call me Obi-Wan. Narcissa felt her own lips twitching upwards into the slightest of grins. The first one she'd had in a long time. Thank you, Obi-Wan. The two stared at one another for some time, each moment seeming to last an eternity to her. Okay, you said thank you, now what? Are you just going to stand there like an awestruck fool, Narcissa? If you don't mind my asking, Master Ken Obi-Wan. What were you meditating about? I've heard of several magical practices that use meditation to boost their power or to receive clairvoyance. It always sounded interesting, but I never got the chance to try it. Obi-Wan's head tilted ever so slightly. Meditation is an essential aspect of being a Jedi. Or rather I should say a guardian now. It can bring clairvoyance and great understanding, even glimpses of the future at times. But mostly, I meditate to give myself some peace. And after the events of the last few days, I needed a moment of peace. I can understand that. Narcissa sighed, as everything that had happened to her over the last few months rushed through her mind. The Dark Lord coming back. Finding out there was someone even worse than him now leading the Dark faction. Watching her son murder someone whose only crime was existing, yes. She could very understand Obi-Wan's need for a moment of peace. Obi-Wan gave her a strange look for a moment before taking a step back from her. Come, sit with me. Blinking, Narcissa hesitated for just a moment before following Obi-Wan to the edge of the pool before crossing her legs and sitting down on the soft ground in front of him. Close your eyes. He instructed her. Relax your body. Start with your feet and move up. Relaxing each muscle as you go. Clear your mind. Listen to the water. The slight breeze. The rustling of the trees. Calm your mind. Taking a deep breath, Narcissa tried her best to follow his instructions. She cleared her mind. She relaxed her body. And she tried to concentrate on the sounds of the artificial forest surrounding them. But peace eluded her. No matter how hard she tried, she just could not get her son out of her mind. You're unbalanced. Obi-Wan said suddenly, shocking her enough so that she opened her eyes only to find him staring at her. Your thoughts, they dwell on your son. Narcissa's eyes widened as she immediately began going over her mental barriers. They're fine. No intrusions, but then how did he know? Your mental barriers are fine. Obi-Wan said, shocking her further. How does he know that? In fact they are quite strong. But your emotions and your thoughts on your son. They are causing you such pain. To many of us who followed Nox here, it will be as if you're screaming your thoughts at us. You need to try and let go of this burden, Narcissa. What your son did was not your doing. Blaming yourself will do you no good and in the end will only hurt you further. Trust me on this. And what could possibly know about it? Narcissa snapped, rising quickly to her feet and glaring down at the Guardian Master. You don't have children, do you? Then how could possibly know how I'm feeling at the moment? A brief pain of sadness crossed his eyes so vividly that Narcissa almost took a step back. I know more than you might think, Narcissa. Obi-Wan said sorrowfully as he rose to his feet and held out his hand to her. I would like to show you something, if you'd be willing. Eyeing his hand, Narcissa hesitated for only a moment before reaching out and taking it. Her body was suddenly squeezed and stretched as Obi-Wan operated the two of them. When the spinning finally stopped, Narcissa found herself staring into a large room through a glass window. Molly Weasley was inside the room, but it was the two little figures crawling on the floor and laughing at one another that drew her attention. The two boys couldn't be older than 2 or 3 at most. She smiled as she watched the two boys play with one another, but then something strange happened. One boy reached out his hand, and a small stuffed dragon slid out from a pile of toys and into the boy's outstretched hand. Accidental magic. Narcissa mused, impressed beyond measure. But it was controlled. Amazing. He's so young, he shouldn't have that level of control yet. The little one there, the one that is pouting because Galen summoned the dragon. Obi-Wan said suddenly, pointing towards the smaller of the two boys. His name is Luke. She couldn't help the way his voice lightened and the way he smiled ever so slightly as he said the child's name. Is he yours? She asked tentatively. No. Obi-Wan answered immediately. No, he's the son of 2 people that I knew and loved. Anakin Skywalker and Padme Amidala. Padme was a senator and an outspoken advocate for peace. And Anakin, he was my Padawan. My apprentice, if you will. I began training him ever since he was a young boy. He was my friend. My brother. The son that I never had, all rolled into one. The way he said their names with such sadness, there was little doubt in her mind about what had happened to them and how he came to be in custody of little Luke. But still, she had to ask. I'm sorry. How did they die? Obi-Wan nodded slowly. You've heard of how I and the other Guardian Masters came upon Nox, have you not? Narcissa nodded. That had been a bloody shock when she'd first heard it a day after she'd woke up. To learn that most of the people that you were allied with were from another world, it boggled the mind. I heard that there was a war where you were from. That you and your order were betrayed. Yes. Obi-Wan answered, smiling as Luke managed to windlessly summon the dragon that the other boy had grown tired of to him. This emperor that we face. He is a Sith. Much the same as the ones who destroyed the Jedi Order. There were only 2 Sith, a master and his apprentice. The master manipulated the Galactic Senate and slowly destroyed the reputation of the Jedi. And his apprentice, his apprentice marched into the Jedi Temple and killed everyone. Even the younglings. Morgana. Narcissa breathed. I take it that this apprentice you spoke of, they are the one that killed Luke's parents. At this Obi-Wan froze. In a manner of speaking. He said almost so quietly she didn't catch it. The apprentice was, seduced by the Emperor to turn to the dark side. No one expected him. He was one of our best. And yet, still he strode through the entrance of the Jedi Temple with a legion of men at arms and started killing any who stood in his way. A dreadful suspicion began to form in her gut. He said that he knew what I was feeling in regards to Draco. It was Anakin, wasn't it? She asked as the dots connected in her mind. He's the one who betrayed your Jedi Order. Isn't he? Obi-Wan nodded sadly. Yes. I didn't want to believe it. I didn't believe it. Until Master Yoda and myself infiltrated what was left of the Jedi Temple while the Emperor was making a grand speech declaring an end to the Republic and naming himself Emperor of the Galaxy. While we were there, I found a hollow recording of Anakin. Only he was no longer the boy that I knew. The boy that I loved. He was gone. Consumed by Darth Vader. Then later when I confronted him with his wife, he thought that I'd turned her against him and he choked nearly to death. I defeated him, but I couldn't kill him. So I left him for dead and took his wife away to seek medical attention. But she simply lost the will to live. She lived long enough to give birth and name their children. Then with her last breath she turned to me and whispered that there was still good in her husband. Narcissa for one of the first times in her life found herself nearly at a loss for words. Does it get any easier? Obi-Wan frowned as the two of them watched the little boys play with one another. I'll let you know. For months I woke up every day blaming myself for what had happened. I still do. But then I realized that I was doing myself no good by wallowing in self-pity. So, I decided that even though I can't kill him, even despite all that he's done, I will do everything in my power to raise his son right and stop him. He's right. Narcissa thought, turning her attention away from Obi-Wan and back to the little children. Draco made his choice. I did everything I could to try to prevent it, but in the end the choice was still his. I can't keep blaming myself for his falling. The only thing I can do is try my hardest to prevent him from causing any more harm than he already has. Just like Obi-Wan is. Feeling his feet impact the soft ground, Arthur Weasley immediately raised his wand and quickly glanced around the area. To his utmost shock, everything was still intact. In fact, if he didn't know any better, he would have denied an attack ever befalling the burrow. Everything is still standing. Bill said, clearly just as shocked as he was at finding their home still intact. Holding tightly onto his wand, Arthur walked side by side with his eldest son as the two of them slowly approached the back entrance to the burrow. Opening the back door, the two marveled at what awaited them. I guess they really did give up the moment we all buggered off. Bill commented as the two stared at the completely intact and spotless kitchen. Not entirely. Arthur commented softly as his eyes fell to the floor, where a thin trail of blood made a path from the back entrance and into the main living area on the ground floor. With a slight nod to his son, Arthur slowly started walking into the house. Taking care to avoid the loose floorboards that he knew would give away their location in a heartbeat. He may not be a trained warrior like his two youngest children, but no one knew the burrow better than him. Making their way through the small kitchen, Arthur and Bill both pressed their shoulders up against the wall on either side of the door frame leading into the living room. With a quick nod to his eldest son, Arthur and Bill both rounded the door frame and entered the room with wands held high. And both stopped dead in their tracks. Sitting on the couch facing them, his wand held limply in his right hand while his left was pressed over his gut was Arthur's second son. The front of his clothes were covered in blood and he had a long gash running down length of the left side of his face. Charlie! Arthur yelled, lowering his wand and rushing into the room. Father! Charlie called out weakly. I'm here, son. Arthur replied, taking his son's hand in his own as Charlie's head turned towards him. Bloody fucking hell, Charlie! Bill breathed, running his wand over the length of his brother before reaching into his coat and pulling out a bottle containing essence of Dittany. Dragons! Charlie gasped as Bill, with Arthur's help, tore open the front of Charlie's shirt and began applying the Dittany to the plethora of crisscrossing gashes that were marring his front. Now's really not the time to worry about the dragon's son. Arthur sighed as he watched the wounds on his son's chest slowly close. His second son really did have a one-track mind. No, Charlie gasped as a particularly large cut healed itself. Listen. The dragons, they've been taken. That pulled both Arthur and Bill up short. What do you mean, Charlie? Bill asked slowly. How can someone take the dragons on the reserve? Don't know who they are. Charlie said, his breath steadying out slightly but still fairly ragged. But, their leader. He was small, old. He looked like that crypt keeper guy from the Muggle show you and I watched a few years ago, Bill. He and others, wearing skull masks. They came to the reserve. Killed everyone they could. and started corralling the dragons. Bill's hands froze mid-action as he stared up at his brother in horror. Bill? Arthur asked slowly. Who's he talking about? Do you know this man? I don't know him. Bill answered, but I've heard of someone matching that description. Master Kenobi described him in great detail. Darth Mortis. One of the Emperor's Dark Council members. And one of the leaders of the new Sith Order. Chapter 22. The level of noise within the halls of the British Wisenigmet were nearing the point of being unbearable. Almost all of the members were on their feet yelling over one another trying to get their point, whatever it might have been, across to the others. They're afraid. Dumbledore sighed as he discreetly let his wand slide out of his right sleeve. And rightfully so. Muggles have attacked the very heart of the magical governments by razing the ICW headquarters to the ground. And then they also raided the British ministry here, killing poor Cornelius and at least a dozen others. Finally tiring of the yelling, Dumbledore raised out his wand and let loose a cannon blast charm. Everyone be silent. He shouted as the various members of the Wisengamot slowly quieted down. This yelling solves nothing. And what exactly is there to solve, Chief Warlock? Lucius Malfoy asked, rising to his feet. The Muggles have shown their true colors and attacked us. Hundreds of Magicals across the world are dead with more joining them every day. How many of us need to die before the true threat the Muggles present is actually realized? We must take action. To preserve our culture. Our future. Our children's future. We mustn't allow the Muggles to destroy everything that we've worked so hard to create. And what do you purpose we do then, Lucius? Augusta Longbottom snorted as she rose to her feet. Attack the Muggles? They outnumber us over 1,000 to 1. And I know that it's difficult for you to see, with your head being shoved so far up your own arse, but we are not the only ones under attack. If any of you had actually bothered to pay attention to what is happening in the greater world, you would know that the Muggles are also under attack as well. How dare you, Lucius shouted while shooting up to his feet as his wand snapped down into his right hand. But as quick as he was, Augusta was quicker. Before Lucius could even frame up his grip on his own wand, Augusta had hers out and pointed right at the Malfoy Patriarch. Don't even try it, Lucius. Ah, Augusta, still as fast a draw as ever I see. Dumbledore sighed before speaking out. Please, Lord Malfoy, Lady Longbottom. Put your wands away and take your seats once more. We will not solve this crisis by fighting amongst ourselves. Neither looked like they were inclined to follow his order as they held each other's gaze. Fine. Augusta spat, pointing her wand upwards before tucking it back into her sleeve. But if that Death Eater so much as opens his mouth again, I will close it permanently. Preposterous. Dolores Umbridge shouted from her place just off to the side of Dumbledore. After the assassination of Fudge, Umbridge had stepped into the role of interim minister, as was her right as undersecretary, until a new minister could be selected. Lord Malfoy is an upstanding member of our society. Making such a claim without evidence is grounds for imprisonment. Augusta merely snorted. Says the woman who was conveniently out of the office when Fudge was assassinated. Tell me, Dolores, was Fudge's body even cold before your sweaty hands were grabbing for his desk? Perhaps we should be checking your arm for the dark mark as well, Dumbledore nearly groaned aloud as Dolores rose to her feet, as did those who supported her within the Wisengamot, and once again they were back at square one. I swear. Dumbledore sighed as he pulled out his wand once again. It's like watching a group of first years fight with one another. Setting yet another cannon blast charm, he waited until everyone was once again in their seats before speaking. We cannot afford to be divided on this matter. Dumbledore spoke lowly, letting his innate magic seep into his voice. A little trick he learned from his old friend what seemed like a lifetime ago. If we want to survive, whatever is going on, we must stand together. But we must also not make rash actions. He said, pointedly looking towards Malfoy and those that aligned themselves with the darker aspects of their society. So you advise inaction, Dumbledore? How incredibly predictable of you. Dumbledore felt his blood run cold as every head turned to the easily recognizable voice that had come from the rear of the Wisenigmet. Madam Bones. Dumbledore said, forcing himself to smile slightly even as his mind began running frantically. I'm heartened to see you once again. If Madam Bones felt the same, or even anything for that matter, she hid it well. Her face was a complete mask. And not only was her face, but he couldn't even feel the slightest bit of emotion coming off of her either. Has her occlumency truly advanced so far? He thought as Amelia walked with her head held high between the rows of the Wisenigmet. She was always talented in the defense of her mind. But now she is at a whole new level on par with Nox and Harry. Which, also explains where she's been hiding ever since the attack on the Bones estate. As she made her way through the members, she paused only once. Turning her head ever so slightly, everyone in the hall watched as she met the eyes of Lucius Malfoy. Your wife sends her regards, Lucius. Amelia said with a smile plastered across her face as she reached into the folds of her robes. Oh, and this is for you. On the grounds of violating your marriage oaths, Lord Black has deemed fit to consider your marriage null and void. He expects her dowry to paid back in full within 3 days' time, Lord Malfoy. Or he fears he will be forced to ask the goblins to take the dowry forcibly from you. Lucius's eyes widened to near comical proportions as more than one member of the Wizengamot began chuckling behind their hands at the humiliation that had just been delivered upon Lucius. But that will not do. Dumbledore sighed as he picked up his gavel instead of his wand and tapped it against his bench top. We cannot afford to antagonize the dark families. Not now with the prospect of war on our doorstep. Madam Bones, Dumbledore called out hesitantly. I'm sure that such a private matter should best be discussed quietly between Lord Malfoy and Lord BL. There is nothing to discuss. Amelia cut across sharply. Narcissa wants nothing to do with this sorry piece of shite. Especially not after he was so willing to let his master torture and kill her. This caused no shortage of whispers within the hall as Lucius's face turned a remarkably pale color. Tell me, how mad was old Voldemort when your wife escaped torture and death? Or do you have your nose firmly planted up Emperor Vitiate's arse now instead of Voldemort's? Whatever peace had been in the hall had shattered upon those two names. Or rather one name as most probably did not know just who or what this emperor was. But Dumbledore knew. Even as many of the members of the Wizengamot rose up in fright and anger, Dumbledore remained firmly seated, his mind whirling. She knows of the Dark Emperor. How? Such a closely guarded secret of the Dark families that only the darkest of the Dark Lords even knew of his existence. And I only chanced upon such a revelation when my old friend told me. How could Amelia know of him? And know his name no less? Nox, it has to be Nox. But then, how does Nox know the identity of the Emperor? Could she be in league with him? I won't take your insinuations any longer, Madam Bones. Lord Parkinson shouted, rising to his feet and pulling out his wand. Least of all from a known member of a terrorist organization. Dumbledore made to pull out his wand, but as quick as he was, Madam Bones was far quicker. In a flash she raised her hand and Lord Parkinson lurched forward slightly as his wand was forcibly pulled from his grasp and into the waiting hand of Madam Bones. For several long moments the entire hall stared dumbfounded. It wasn't that Madam Bones had disarmed Lord Parkinson so easily, she was named as the head of the DMLE after all. No, what had everyone so shocked was that Madam Bones had disarmed Lord Parkinson and taken his wand, without using a wand in her hand. Wandless magic. Dumbledore mused, clearly impressed by his former student. And done so effortless, simply amazing. No doubt Nox has taught her more than a few tricks. I need to get Amelia back on my side. Now more than ever. Not only for what she knows, but for her own safety as well. I wouldn't be so quick to throw around accusations like that, Lord Parkinson. Amelia drawled, rolling Parkinson's wand through her fingers. After all, you are a pardoned Death Eater. A Death Eater who's rejoined their ranks now that his master has returned. Madam Bones, please. Dumbledore nearly pleaded. The magical community couldn't afford to be at each other's throats. Now more than ever. We of the Wizengamot are here to peacefully discuss amongst our esteemed community just what. Hem. Dumbledore nearly groaned as every eye in the hall turned towards the squat woman sitting next to him. Our esteemed Chief Warlock has spoken the truth of the matter. Dolores said with a smile plastered across her face. This is a discussion for the Wizengamot. And as a known member of a terrorist organization you are hereby barred from. The Guardians are not the terrorists here, Dolores. Amelia snapped. Unlike most, the Guardians are actually doing what they can to prevent. So you admit that you are a member of these so-called Guardians then? Dolores pressed, her eyes alight with glee. The same order that Harry Potter, a young man wanted for the murder of a fellow student and kidnapping of several others, is associated with. Amelia pursed her lips. Harry Potter is a member of the Guardians, it is true. However then as a lady of the law and a member of this esteemed committee, you hereby have the obligation to either reveal where the Potter heir is hiding, or bring him in to face the justice of the courts. Dolores finished with a wide smile plastered across her face. Dumbledore remained silent as he watched Amelia glare at Dolores. In truth, he wasn't necessarily against Dolores' ploy here. It had a chance of getting young Harry away from Nox. And the sooner that happened the sooner he could start helping the boy towards his destiny. Provided he could keep him out of the Ministry's clutches, of course. As I was about to say, Dolores. Amelia said with an eerie calm that sent a slight shiver up Dumbledore's old spine. I have reviewed the memories of young Mr. Potter and those who left with him the night they were forced, yes forced not fled, from Hogwarts. In the memory it clearly shows that the young man that died was in fact about to cast the killing curse on Mr. Potter. As a lady of the law and head of the DMLE, as you so kindly reminded me, Dolores, I can say with utmost certainty that Mr. Potter was well within his rights to respond to such a threat upon his life with deadly force. So no, I will not be handing over Harry Potter for trial as, under my authority, I have not seen probable cause to place him under arrest. Dumbledore would have actually applauded the young woman for how effectively she put Dolores in her place if it wasn't for the fact that she'd once again denied him the chance bring Harry over to the light. If that is your decision, Madam Bones, we will respect it for the time being, Dumbledore said soothingly before Dolores could interject again. But young Mr. Potter will be expected to present himself sooner rather than later to explain his actions regarding the night in question. But that is a topic for another time. Right now we must decide what is to be done regarding the recent attacks. It's obvious what should be done. A voice shouted from near the back of the room. War. The Muggles want war, then I say we give it to them. And I'll repeat my earlier statement, you brain-dead lummox. Augusta Longbottom shouted back. Going to war against the Muggles is suicide. If you pulled your head out of your own arse for longer than 5 seconds you would realize that. Silence. Dumbledore shouted, his anger slipping through into his voice. Madam Bones, please. You are a new voice to this argument. Perhaps you could offer a suggestion as to what is to be done. Nodding, Amelia turned slowly in place so she could view the entirety of the Wizengamot. Whether you all choose to accept it or not, the truth of the matter is that both the magical world and the mundane world are under attack from the same entity. An entity that wants to spark a war between the two societies. And they have nearly succeeded. We cannot attack the Muggle world. To do so would be suicide, as Madame Longbottom has stated. They have weapons and technology far beyond what any of you could possibly believe. But we can't just sit back and do nothing. She bit out as she ceased and sent a glare his way. We have to fight back. With the non-magicals, against our common enemy. The entire hall was cast in silence as Amelia finished her speech. For all of 5 seconds that was before what she'd suggested finally sunk in. You cannot be serious. Lucius shouted, rising to his feet. Are you suggesting that we break the statute of secrecy and offer a hand of friendship to those beneath us? The same ones who hunted our ancestors with the intent to execute them? The same Muggles that are currently killing us? For starters, Lucius, the statute of secrecy is a moot point considering how the President of the United States was assassinated on live television with magic. Amelia countered. And for the rest, yes, I am. Preposterous. Outrageous. Mudblood whore. Several voices shouted out on top of each other. Raising his wand, Dumbledore let loose another cannon blast to quiet the voices. Witches and wizards, this bickering is pointless. We have 3 options that have been laid before us today in response to the attacks on our world. First, we can offer a hand of friendship to the Muggles. Second, we can go to war against the Muggles. Or third, we can secure our barriers and weather this attack as we have done in the past. Each option have positive and negative aspects, and I feel as if we could discuss them for days without resolving anything. Therefore, I hereby suggest that we put it to a vote as to what we are to do. Offer an alliance. War. Or peace. I second the vote. Augusta said quickly. Thank you, Madam Longbottom. Dumbledore nodded sagely. Madam Bones, as you are still a member of this Wizengamot, you are allowed to cast a vote as well if you. I will be casting 5 votes. Amelia said calmly as she pulled out 3 scrolls out of her robes and presented them to him. 1 for myself. 1 for the Black family. 1 for Madam Knox. 1 for the Potter family. And 1 for the Greengrass family. Dumbledore just barely managed to keep himself from cringing as he read over each scroll, each of which gave Madam Bones the authority to vote in the name of the houses that she'd listed. Very well, he nodded. Then we begin the vote. Those who wish to make an alliance with the Muggles, cast your vote. Predictably enough, Amelia's wand was raised, as were a few other wands, although they were very few and far between. What truly surprised him though was Madam Longbottom, who raised her wand almost as soon as Amelia's head went up into the air. Thank you, he nodded as he kept count of the votes. Those who wish for war, cast your vote now. Far more wands rose up into the air this time around, but given the fact that Amelia had voted for 5 houses, the count was close. Thank you, he said before taking a breath. Now those who wish for peace and to weather this storm, vote now. As he finished his count, he actually let a true smile slip through. By a majority vote on the issue, Magical Britain shall remain neutral in this conflict and shore up our defences and stay behind the statute of secrecy which has safeguarded us for hundreds of years. Amelia and several others within the hall glared up at him, but for the most part the majority seemed pleased. They will see that this is for the best. Dumbledore nodded to himself as he tried to ignore the look that Amelia was sending his way. They have to. The decision has been made. Lucius spoke up suddenly as he rose to his feet. And while this is perhaps the best outcome that we could hope for, that made Dumbledore blink. Was Malfoy turning his back on the Dark Lord? We must realize that there is still a possibility of someone, particularly the Muggleborns, leaking our secrets to the Muggles. We must ensure that they not do so. And what, in your infinite wisdom, do you suggest we do, Lucius? Amelia asked scathingly. Lucius turned his head towards Amelia, but managed to keep any emotion from showing outside of a slight twitch of annoyance. I suggest that we make year-round schooling mandatory for all Muggleborns. Lucius replied. That way we protect the potential future of our world by keeping new blood safe. And we can prevent the Muggles from finding out more about our world than they already know. Whispers echoed around the hall as the assembly talked amongst themselves, whether in outrage or pleasant surprise he wasn't sure. But for himself, Dumbledore was actually pleased with the suggestion. It will protect the future of our society. And it will give us the chance to properly educate the children on the society that they are entering into as well. You cannot be serious. Amelia said scathingly as she glared at Lucius. You want to take children away from their parents, parents whom they haven't seen in months? And what if they don't want to return? What then? Lucius didn't miss a beat. If they refuse to return, then we will make it clear that their wands will be snapped, their magic bound, and their memories, our world, will be stripped from them. If we are truly committed to isolating ourselves and weathering out this storm as our chief warlock stated, then we must take this action. For their benefit and for our own protection. Let us put it to a vote. Dumbledore said quickly. He was all in favor of this idea, despite its origins. It would allow him to protect the children from those who would seek to use them for nefarious means. All those in favor of the proposal set forth by Lord Malfoy, please raise your wands. Dumbledore didn't bother to hide how pleased he was when he saw the number of wands that were raised in the air. Amelia's was noticeably absent, but it mattered little. They had more than enough to pass the proposal. Those against? Only a few wands were raised, leaving a clear indication about the outcome. Then the matter is settled. Letters will be sent out to all Muggleborn school-age children informing them of the mandated yearly schooling. This session of the Wizengamot is hereby called to an end. Laying low against the handle of her broom, Nox urged the magical object to go faster as she sliced through the air. The news that Arthur and Bill had brought back with them, along with the last of the Weasley clan, was definitely not welcome news. The Sith, under the command of Mortis, had managed to take over an entire dragon reserve. And while Nox wasn't entirely certain as to just what they were planning, she had a good idea. Unleashing dragons on the general population would definitely go a long way towards spreading chaos and death. Unfortunately, the news hadn't reached her until just after she'd dispatched her son and Master Kenobi off on their own mission on board the Wolfsbane. She was tempted to send one of the teams that were already airborne to the Dragon Reserve, however she nixed that idea quickly. If Mortis actually succeeded in unleashing the dragons in major population centers, she needed those airborne teams to react swiftly in order to try and stop the dragons before they caused too much damage. So with no other ships or soldiers available, Nox was forced to create a portkaya that would drop herself, Tonks, Masters Marek and the tired Alpha Squad a few miles away from the reserve. After that, they were forced to approach the old-fashioned way. On brooms. Feeling a wave of pure force energy wash over her, Nox tightened her grip on her broom even tighter and angled herself down towards the ground. That was the barrier that separated the reserve from the rest of the mundane world. She thought as she sped up even faster, leaving those that were following her well behind as they'd planned. Let's just hope that we're not too late. Watching as the witches and wizards under his command carefully moved about the Dragon Reserve, Darth Mortis tried, and failed, to resist the urge to start tapping his foot out of impatience. This is taking far too long. He thought as he watched 5 of his men work together to subdue a Welsh green before they began taking careful measurements of the creature and applying those measurements to a portkayat. While this plan certainly had the capability of providing widespread destruction across the globe, it wasn't an easy task, which was why he'd abandoned it in the first place in favor for the rite of annulment. The principal problem being that the core magical algorithm that made up a portkaya was simply not designed to handle a creature with the mass of a dragon. Sure, there were portkeys here at the reserve that could handle it. But the damn dragon handlers had gone and destroyed them all before Mortis and his followers could kill them. So now, Mortis and the men and women he'd been given command of were forced to calibrate each portkaya one at a time after taking into account each dragon's inherent mass. Which of course then led to the second fault in the plan. Actually getting close enough to get a proper measurement of the dragon and then tagging the beast with the portkayat. He'd already lost 3 of his men to dragon's fire. And he'd personally killed another 2 after they flat out refused to get close enough to a dragon in order to accurately magically measure it. Hearing another ear-piercing roar, Mortis turned his head just in time to watch as another of his men were engulfed in fire. Damn it! He cursed as he watched the few witches and wizards he had left back away wearily from the Hungarian horntail that had just roasted their comrade. If it were any other situation, he'd simply apparate over and start killing them until they feared him more than the dragon and got back to work. Each death would slow the process down. And considering the fact that not all of the dragon handlers were accounted for, he had to assume that at least one got away and was currently trying to rally support to take the reserve back. Which meant that they were on a very delicate timetable. Operating so that he was standing just in front of the Hungarian horntail, Mortis waited until the dragon reared its head back before throwing a powerful cutting curse into the dragon's open mouth. The back of the beast's head exploded in a shower of bone and gore before the dragon collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Without missing a beat, he then turned towards a second Hungarian horntail and hit the creature right in the eyes with a conjunctivitis curse before conjuring steel ropes to hold the dragon in place. "What are you all looking at?" Mortis shouted, rounding on his men who were all staring at him with a mixture of awe and fear. "Get your asses back to work. Or you'll be next." The magicals under his command scrambled to get away from him and resumed their individual tasks. Scoffing at just how easily it was to intimidate them, Mortis strolled up to the dragon he'd just downed. "Such an impressive beast," he commented, as he approached, the dragon's yellow eyes following his every step while puffs of smoke billowed out from between his forcing clenched teeth. Holding out his hand, Mortis ran a diagnostic charm over the dragon. You're certainly a large beast, aren't you?" he thought as he pulled out a coin and began the tedious task of transforming it into a portkey while taking the beast's size into careful consideration. After nearly 20 full minutes spent in careful concentration, Mortis banished the coin towards the dragon with enough force so that it became embedded within the dragon's thick scales. "One down," he thought, turning on his heel and marching away from the dragon while looking for his next target. Normally, he wouldn't even consider getting his hands dirty with a tedious and potentially dangerous task like this. That was what minions were for after all. But considering it was his life that was on the line, he could set aside his pride for the time being. As he was making his way towards a smaller Welsh green, his steps slowed before halting altogether. Someone had just bypassed the proximity wards that he'd laid along the outer wards of the reserve. It wasn't that the wards that were breached that made him stop, however. He knew that it was only a matter of time before someone came to try and stop what they were doing. No. It was rather who had just passed through the wards that made him halt and caused him to start sweating. How could Nox be here? How did one of the handlers go to her? No, they couldn't have, could they? His first thought was to flee and leave his fellow witches and wizards to their fate. But his failure with the right put a stop to those thoughts as soon as they came. "If I went back to the Emperor now, death would be preferable compared what he would do to me." No, fleeing was unfortunately not an option for him at the moment. But with only the dozen or so dragons currently tagged, he would fall short of the amount of death and destruction that the Emperor desired. On the other hand, if he could bring the Emperor the head of Nox, the one the Emperor himself proclaimed to be their greatest threat, then his past failures might just be forgiven. Pointing his wand towards his throat, he cast a weak sonorous charm on himself. "Get those dragons out of here now. I don't care if we have them all tagged or not. And release the rest of them from their containment." His followers hesitated to follow his commands, but one quick killing curse and a dead follower and they were quick to follow his orders to the letter. While they were all scurrying about, Mortis turned heel and marched towards the nearest area of cover he could find. All the while casting numerous concealment charms over himself. He wasn't dumb enough to face Nox face to face. That woman went toe-to-toe with the Emperor and his voice Darth Voldemort. Such a woman was not to be underestimated. But if he could take her head back to his Emperor, or better yet in chains, the rewards that would be bestowed upon him. "I have to plan this carefully," he thought to himself as he settled himself back in the shadows as he prepared to watch the men and women who followed him here be slaughtered like the lambs they were. "I can't act until the right moment. Or all of this will be for naught." Seeing the edge of the dragon pits in the distance, Nox went parallel with her broom and urged it to go ever faster. "Some of those cages are empty," she noticed as her eyes focused in on the pens. "Shit, we're too fuck." The slightest push from the force was her only warning to roll off to the side as a sickly green jet of lightning passed right where she'd been just moments prior. "Well, at least we know that they're still here." Nox cursed as she dodged yet another green jet as her eyes scanned the ground near the pens trying to pinpoint the locations of the casters. Once she spotted one of the dark cloaked figures in the distance, she rolled and let go of her broom. Before she could fall more than a few feet from her broom she apparat to a point just behind where she'd seen the cloaked figure. Her intuition, or rather gamble if she was being honest, paid off in spades as she landed right behind three of the black cloaked figures. Ambushing a lady isn't very proper, gentlemen. The three men nearly jumped as they spun around to face her. But none of them were even remotely fast enough as by the time the first had even managed to start his turn, Nox already had her lightsaber out and was in the process of relieving each man of their head. "Pathetic," she sighed, turning on her heel and seeking out her next opponent. She didn't have to look very hard as the members of the new Sith Order, having realized that their trap had failed, came out of their hiding places and attempted to surround her. While most would have cursed this action, Nox merely stood tall amongst the cloaked wizards and witches. "You know," she muttered, twirling her lightsaber around lazily as she waited for the first one to cast a spell. "You lot really are lacking in the brains department. Fuck you. You're alone now." One of the wizards behind her cried out as he launched a killing curse at her. A curse which she simply sidestepped and allowed to sail past her and right into the chest of a witch. As I said, Nox sighed as she watched the limp form of the witch fall to the ground. "Utterly lacking in mental facilities. You all assumed that I'm here by myself. And, seeing a chance at victory, you all jumped at the opportunity and exposed yourselves. A barrage of brightly colored bolts fell from the sky as the men and women Nox had brought with her rained down death with air blasters and wands on the exposed idiots. For the briefest of moments, Nox actually felt a pang of regret as she watched the slaughter. These people were not soldiers. They were not trained. They were fools. But as quick as the pang came, she forced it away. Fools they might have been. But they'd made the choice to follow the Sith. And the Sith were her enemies. She would not allow herself to feel regret for her enemies. The slaughter, for that was what it truly was, seemed to stretch on forever but in actuality lasted only a few moments. When Nox raised her hand to signal a ceasefire, only one of the former Death Eaters remained alive. Her body bloodied and her hand reached out in vain for a wand just barely out of her reach. Walking forward towards the sole remaining survivor, Nox wedged her toe under the wand and kicked it away just as the woman was about to grab it. None of that now. Nox sighed as the woman looked up at her with hate. Where's Mortis? The woman glared up at her. Fuck you, bitch. Nox merely sighed. So uninventive. Sorry, but you're not my type. And with a flick of her wand she snapped the woman's neck, killing her instantly. The sound of brooms slowing and heavy footfalls landing all around her broke her from her musing over the dead woman long enough to turn around and face the soldiers and Tonks. Not all of the dragons are here, she said calmly and clearly. Charlie Weasley gave us an accurate count of how many should be here. I want you all to spread out and get an accurate count of how many are missing. And someone send a message to our teams in the air. Tell them to get ready to respond to potential dragon attacks. Tonks, you're with me. Oh, and keep your heads about you. Mortis isn't here. But I doubt the little bastard is far. Move. The squad broke into two groups, one to search the area while the second began to contact the teams in the air in order to update them on their situation. So, Tonks drawled slowly, her eyes scanning over the corpses before rising to her. What makes you think this Mortis bugger is still around? According to Kenobi, he was quite quick to cut and run when presented with a tough challenge. Because he has no choice. Nox answered, turning her back on Tonks and making her way further into the reserve. And, I can smell his stench. No matter how well he's hidden. Snapping her wand down into her hand, Nox turned on a dime and sent a blasting hex just past Tonks and towards a small shed. The shed erupted in a shower of smoke and debris as her spell reduced the structure to rubble. And though the cloud of dust she could just barely make out a small invisible figure, outlined by the dust around him, scurry away like a rat. Tonks, to her credit, didn't miss a beat as she turned and had her wand trained on the invisible figure less than a second after the detonation. Bombarda. Stupefy. Incarcerez. Tonks' trio of spells were cast so quickly they almost seemed to be one long continuous chant rather than three individual spells. The first spell caused the ground right in front of the fleeing invisible figure to erupt, making it stop and try to backtrack. Her second spell prevented that however as he was forced to come up short in order to avoid the red stunning spell. And that was when Tonks' third spell struck the mostly invisible figure as ropes appeared out of thin air and wrapped themselves around the figure, bringing him securely to the ground. Tonks didn't stop there though. The moment the figure touched the ground she flipped her wand upright. A dozen small trinkets flew off the man only to land neatly in a pile at Tonks' feet. The last item to go was a pitch-black curved wand that had numerous runes carved into the wood. Damn Tonks! Nox smirked, looking over at her young lover who had a far too pleased with herself grin plastered across her face. That was stimulating. Tonks smirked as her hair involuntarily turned a slight shade of red, as was common whenever she was embarrassed. Yes, well, playtime later then. Oh yes. Nox smiled, slapping her lover across the rear before turning towards the down and bound figure. But, business. Before pleasure I guess. Or maybe this is a different type of pleasure. There is certainly nothing like having an enemy at your mercy. Mortis was, exactly how she imagined, old, decrepit, and completely consumed by the dark side. But he was powerful. Incredibly so. So, just to be on the safe side, Nox added several binding spells of her own as well as a temporary bind on the man's magic. Just to make sure he wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon. Well, Nox tsked, squatting down next to the wretched little creature. I take it that you're the big bad Darth Mortis that I've been hearing about recently. Tell me, how is my old pal Vitiate? Still a soul-sucking parasite? Mortis glared up at the two of them with pure loathing. You think you've won, Nox? Mortis spat. You have no idea who you are fighting against. Oh, I disagree. I know the Emperor far better than you could ever hope. Now, drawing her wand, she pressed the tip right against the man's temple. We're going to play a game. I ask you a question and you answer. Tell the truth and we move on to the next question. Lie to me, and I'll let your imagination fill in the blanks. You think you scare me? Mortis drawled, his lips turning upwards into a cruel grin. I'm not afraid of you, Nox. Do your worst if you dare. I embrace pain. I love it. You don't get to where I am by being scared of it. So do what you will get nothing out of me. Torture? Is that what you think I'm going to do to you? Nox asked, acting completely flabbergasted. No, I'm not going to torture you, Mortis. In fact, I won't even lay a hand on you. For you see, I believe you when you say that you don't fear me. Because you fear someone else far more than I. The Emperor. But Nox, doesn't Mortis follow his beloved Emperor? Why would he have any reason to fear him? Tonks asked dramatically, tapping her chin as if deep in thought. Because the Emperor is not the forgiving sort, is he, Mortis? Nox smirked vindicatively at the cowering little man as she saw a moment true terror enter his eyes. And you have more to fear from him than anyone else under his command, don't you, Mortis? What is this now? 2 failures? Well, I guess you did get some dragons off, but we'll be sure to counter any damage they might cause and put them back where they belong. So I guess it's more like 1 3/4 failures. What do you think our old pal Vitiate is going to do to you when I send you back to him? Bound. Gagged. And your magic permanently bound. You'll be useless to him. Worse yet, you'll be a useless failure. Mortis started to shake ever so slightly, and Nox could almost taste the fear rolling off of him. I don't know what you're talking about, Nox. I have nothing to fear from my Emperor. I am a Darth. One of his chosen few. I sit at his right hand on the Dark Council. Nox tried to hold it in, but after staring at the man for a solid minute she simply couldn't hold it in any longer and proceeded to laugh harder than she had in a long time. Oh my, dear Mortis. Nox cooed as she tried to control herself. Thank you for that. I haven't had a good laugh in a long time. You find something about what I just said amusing, Nox? Mortis growled, his eyes hardening. You two once had the honor of sitting on his council. As hard as I find that to believe. Surely you know the honor of serving him. All traces of humor evaporated from Nox as memories from her time on the Dark Council flooded through her. You're right. I did sit on his Dark Council once upon a time. For a far longer time than you have as well. And let me tell you, if you think your position protects you, then you are a fool of the highest caliber. If anything, your position on the Dark Council only makes you more likely to die at his hands. Or Age Karen's if he's feeling particularly merciful for some reason other. This time the fear didn't dissipate from his eyes, no matter how well he tried to mask it. I have done nothing to anger the Emperor. He entrusted me with this task. I have never failed him. False words, I wonder just who he's trying to convince with such an obvious lie? Me or himself? Yes, you have, Mortis. Nox sighed, sitting down next to him and patting him on the head. After all, you failed epically with the rite of annulment. Mortis blinked and even Tonks looked surprised by what she'd said. I don't know what you're talking about. Mortis stammered. Got you. Nox thought, smiling at her victory. Sometimes gambles really do pay off in spades. Yes, you do, Mortis. The rite of annulment was your task that the Emperor gave you after the Second World War. Nox said before turning towards a clearly confused Tonks. You see, I was wondering just what sort of tasks Vitiate had assigned to this one here. After all, thanks to Narcissa we knew that he gave each of his 4 Darths a specific task to fulfill. Nightshade was to create his children. Blackwood was to train and lead his vanguard forces. And Voldemort was to become his voice. That only left one person. Mortis. Pausing, she turned back to Mortis. Honestly, I had no idea what task he'd assigned you. But I should have known. After all, the rite of annulment was created after the Second World War when the world leaders were paranoid about another possible magical uprising. But the biggest clue came behind the so-called architect of the project. One Dr. Citrom. Or, if you bother to read it backwards, Mortis. Patting the man on the head, Nox smiled widely at his glare of pure loathing. Tell me, Mortis, how much pain did the Emperor put you through after you reported your failure before you managed to convince him of the validity of this venture? Sweat was dripping off of Mortis's brow as he continued to stare up at her. I can help you. Smiling sweetly, Nox turned towards Tonks. You see, my dear. In the end almost all of those who serve the darkness are cowards. So Mortis, you're willing to turn traitor for what? My protection from your dear Emperor? What could you possibly give us that would even make me remotely consider your offer? Mortis's eyes darted to and fro as he racked his brain trying to come up with something to offer her. I have names. Nox didn't bother to hide her snort of disgust. As do I, Mortis. I know of pretty much every major player in this new Sith Order and even some of the minor players. Hell, I bet I even know more names than you do. The only thing that I don't know are the names of the children of the Emperor. And seeing as how you had no hand in their creation, there is no reason to believe that any name you give me would be genuine. The sweat covering Mortis's brow had become so thick that it was to the point where Nox could actually smell it. There's a new Darth on the Dark Council. Bellatrix Lestrange. Nox replied, answering his unasked question and drawing a sharp look from Tonks and a confused one from Mortis. If you thought that Narcissa was my only spy amongst Voldemort's ranks, then you are a fool. How do you think we managed to respond to your retrieval of Karen so quickly? We were tipped off. So, what are we on now? Strike 2? And you know what they say. 3 strikes and you're out. Better make this last offer tempting. Oh, and don't try to sell me some bullshit about knowing the location Malfoy Manor or one of Vitiate's other holdings. All of them are under the Fidelius's charm and you're not the secret keeper for any of them. Mortis's entire posture shrunk in on itself. Sighing in defeat, Nox rose to her feet and drew her wand out of her sleeve. Wait! Mortis cried, eyeing her wand fearfully. I know of something that will be of use to you. A special project, one that he has Lucius Malfoy working on. They have dozens of squibs and bound Muggleborn slaves working on it at a hidden location that no one is supposed to know about. But I figured out the location. I'll give it to you. Just, please, mercy. Nox idly tapped the tip of her wand against the palm of her left hand as she considered his offer. A special project involving dozens of enslaved squibs and Muggleborns, and headed by Lucius. Interesting. Nerixa did report that Lucius was always disappearing for long hours and would often come back mudded. Perhaps there is something to this. All right, Mortis. Let's hear it. And for your sake, I hope that this information is worth it. Mortis let out a sigh of relief. First I want an oath of protection from you. Why Mortis, I'm hurt. Don't you trust me? Nox asked with mock hurt. But fine, if you want to be that way. I, Ziri Nox, do hereby swear on my magic to do my utmost to protect you from the Emperor. Satisfied? Mortis swallowed hard enough that she could see his throat bob up and down. Yes, he has a warehouse. I can give you the coordinates. I don't know what he is working on there, but I know that it's some sort of key to a weapon that he's afraid to use because you might turn it against him. These are the coordinates. Interesting. Nox mused as she listened carefully to the location he provided her. What could he possibly have stashed away that could give him an edge in this war? Well, that's a stupid question. Given how behind the times the technology is on this planet, it could be a laundry list of things. But if he's afraid to use it because it's something I could take from him, that narrows down the list. But still doesn't answer the question about what it is. Nox. Shaking her head, Nox refocused her attention on the pathetic creature at her feet. Sorry, you were saying something. Mortis's eyes narrowed. You have what you want. Now get me to safety. Don't worry, Mortis. Nox smiled, turning her back on him and striding away. The Emperor will not get his hands on you. Her pace slowed only slightly as she passed by Tonks. Make it quick. Tonks gave her a single nod before drawing her wand and advancing on Mortis. Nox. Mortis cried out as Tonks advanced on him. You vowed that. I vowed that I would do my utmost to protect you from the Emperor. Nox responded coldly, her voice completely flat and emotionless as she turned back around to face him. I never promised to keep you alive. And besides, Mortis, you tried to kill over 1 billion people and nearly succeeded. Do you really think that I would let someone like you live after that? Mortis's eyes widened to the size of fists as he renewed his struggling tenfold against both Tonks's and Nox's bindings. Tonks, after the brief interruption, didn't hesitate as she closed the distance, stopping only when she was standing directly over the Dark Lord. Do you have any last words? Mortis glared up at her. Fuck you. Nox could practically feel Tonks rolling her eyes. Fuck you? Really? That's the best you can do? Try again. Mortis continued to struggle as he tried to worm away from her. Cunt. Tonks' head slowly turned from side to side. You really suck at dying, you know that, right? And then without a second hesitation she raised her wand and casted a powerful cutting curse that severed the Mortis's head from his body. As Tonks turned her back on the former Darth, Nox merely raised an eyebrow at her lover. You really suck at dying. She mimicked. Really, nymph? Tonks' cheeks reddened ever so slightly as she approached. Well, he did. I mean, he was Dark Lord and all. I figure he would, well, you know. Go out with some backbone. Say something meaningful like, I will return or I cannot be killed. Not shitting in his britches and crying like a baby. You'd be surprised just how many who follow the darkness meet their end sniveling and pleading for life. Nox snorted as she thought back on the blood path she'd carved through the Sith during her rise to power. Ma'am. One of the soldiers shouted as he came up to the two of them and coming to a stop a few feet from them. How many dragons are missing? Nox asked without preamble. We've accounted for all but 12 dragons, ma'am. The man answered her quickly. Nox felt like pinching the bridge of her nose. A dozen dragons. Force, how much damage can 12 dragons do when dropped into the middle of heavily populated area? Have our satellites or air teams managed to find any of them yet, Sergeant? No, ma'am. The sergeant answered swiftly. We haven't been able to find any trace of them. They're not attacking any cities nor flying around. There is still a lot of area to cover. But at the moment, ma'am, all we know is that they're gone. That pulled Nox up short. She'd expected Vitiate to use the dragons to spread chaos and destruction. Mortis was certainly under such an assumption. I need one of the port keys that they were using on the dragons, Nox said as she walked past the sergeant and towards the pens. Now. Yes, ma'am. The sergeant shouted before giving her a quick salute and running off to relay her orders to the rest of the squad. What are you thinking, Nox? Tonks asked her as the two of them separated from the rest of the group and made their way over towards the dead members of the new Sith Order. Kneeling down next to one of the bodies, Nox waved her wand over his body while casting a summoning charm for any port keys. Nothing. Nox frowned, repeating the process again, only this time with a much more powerful summoning charm. And once again nothing happened. I don't like this, Nox said, breaking her silence as she rose to her feet. They took the dragons, and Mortis was apparently under the impression that they were heading towards cities to wreak havoc. Only that didn't happen. The dragons disappeared, but now nothing. So now the question is, where are they? Standing on the bridge of the Wolfsbane, Harry looked out over the expanse of blue water beneath them. It wasn't as awe-inspiring as staring into the vast darkness of space, but it certainly had its own beauty. In the distance ahead of them, he could just barely make out a dozen shapes on the horizon that were slowly becoming larger with each passing moment. The 13th Fleet. Ela muttered as she stepped up beside him. 1 carrier. 2 destroyers to watch out for submarines. 1 cruiser for anti-air purposes. 2 multi-purpose warships. And 5 support frigates. Quite the grouping if I do say so myself. Yes, it is. Harry nodded as they came close enough as to where Harry could make out each ship. Hold here, Ela commanded, and send out a call on all frequencies announcing our intentions. We don't want to spook them any more than they probably already are. Too late for that, Captain. The pilot winced as Harry saw 2 shapes lift off of the carrier. They're already rolling out the welcoming crew and, there's hailing us. Attention, unidentified craft. You are entering restricted airspace. Identify yourselves immediately or we will assume hostilities and react accordingly. Well, at least they were nice enough to tell us that they plan on shooting us before they started to actually shoot at us. Ela remarked lightly as 2 fighters, both of which Harry noted were F-1 Alpha fighters, flew past them. This Captain Ela of the Wolfsbane. Ela said clearly as the pilot opened the channel for her to speak with the fighters. We have information about the recent attacks, specifically who's behind them and a possible way to counter them, and wish to speak with Admiral Hackett regarding this information. Do you think that will actually work? Harry asked as he peered out the forward window at the 2 fighters, who were flying on either side of the Wolfsbane. I hope so. Ela shrugged. I really didn't have any other plan to get you all on that ship. I suppose we could fly over and let you all jump out if need be. Fantastic. Harry muttered, shaking his head. And what do we do once we get on the ship? Do you think this Admiral will actually listen to us? Don't know. Ela shrugged once more. But what I do know is that we have to try. The new Sith Order has us severely outnumbered and, for the most part, outgunned as well. Not to mention they've got the better part of the world stirred up like a hornet's nest. If we don't get some allies and fast, then this is going to be a really short war. Nodding his head slowly, Harry turned away from the front viewport and made his way through the ship and down into the cargo bay with Ela at his side. Within the hold, the rest of their small group was waiting for them. Master Kenobi was standing beside General Rex, while Ginny, Susan, Ahsoka, and Hermione were all huddled together. I don't like this, Harry. Which part? Harry thought back rhetorically as he met Ahsoka's eyes. The part where we're heading onto a naval carrier surrounded by hundreds of armed soldiers with itchy trigger fingers. Or the part where we have to do this without Daphne around to help point out who's a child of the Emperor. Will you two stop that? Ginny growled, her chocolate brown eyes darting back and forth between Harry and Ahsoka. Just because I can't hear you two when you do your little telepathy trick doesn't mean I don't know when you're doing it. Susan and Hermione both started giggling like the schoolgirls that they were. Master Kenobi merely gave the two a slight grin and a shake of his head while General Rex remained completely stoic, as always. Ela, however, she slapped Harry on the back and laughed outright. Busted kid. The she-wolf laughed before her eyes turned towards Ginny. So, you can sense when Harry and Ahsoka are talking in their minds, hey? Imagine when they're having a bit of private time in a year or two. Reckon that you'll be able to sense that as well. Susan and Hermione were both nearly doubled over, holding onto their gut while Harry, Ahsoka, and Ginny all went red in the face. Or blue in Ahsoka's case. Do you think that? No. Nope. Not thinking about this now. Calm, there is no emotion, there is the Force. Harry, stop that now. Harry couldn't help the smirk that crossed his face as Ahsoka's blush intensified as he sent her a mental reminder of just what the two of them had been up to just a few hours before they headed out on the Wolfsbane. All right, enough of that. Master Kenobi said not unkindly as he stepped forward. This is a serious matter we have before us. We cannot allow these talks to break down due to childish antics. Yes, Master Kenobi. All 5 of the youngsters said as one. There's the famous negotiator voice. Ahsoka spoke through their link as the 8 of them lined up on the middle of the closed loading ramp as they waited for the ship to descend onto the carrier. This admiral will be in the palm of our hands within the hour. Suddenly a voice over the PA came through the cargo hold. Captain, we've been given clearance to land, we'll be down in a moment. I hope that you are right, Ahsoka. Harry sent back as the ship rocked slightly before the loading ramp hissed and began to lower itself. What awaited them on the other side nearly had Harry reaching for his lightsaber and his wand. 24 heavily armed soldiers were standing just beyond their ship. Their weapons weren't pointed at them, yet. But Harry could sense the fear, anxiety, and mild hatred that was rolling off of the soldiers before them. The only one that seemed completely at ease was the lone unarmed man standing in front of the soldiers. His face was covered with wrinkles, but it had that hard definition that spoke volumes. And, just like his mother and Master Yoda, the man almost seemed to radiate an aura that demanded respect. Admiral Hackett. Harry thought, looking the man over. Moving slowly, yet without hesitation, Master Kenobi and General Rex took the first steps down the ramp. Their arms held out to their sides slightly and palms facing out to show that they were not armed. Once the two were about halfway down, Harry and the rest of them made their way down in the same manner as Master Kenobi and Rex. That's far enough. The Admiral said, his voice carrying an air of authority that demanded obedience. Identify yourselves, or you'll be shot. Peace, Admiral Hackett. Obi-Wan said calmly. I am Guardian Master Obi-Wan Kenobi, a member of a special branch, let's say unique individuals under the direction of our Grand Master, Ziri Nox. Beside me here is Rex, Commander of the Guardians Ground and Air Forces. The ones behind me are also members of the Guardian Order, Knights Harry Potter, Ahsoka Tano and Susan Bones. As well as apprentices Hermione Granger and Ginny Weasley. Harry could sworn he saw something akin to recognition in the Admiral's eyes as he was introduced. Indeed, the Admiral did turn to look at him brief before refocusing on Master Kenobi. He knows of the magical world. Harry sent to Ahsoka as he took note of the individuals before them that reacted to his name. 2 others in the group before us do as well. How do you know? Because they reacted to my name. Harry answered back. Only someone who has knowledge of the magical world would react to my name in such a manner. The Admiral stared at each of them in turn as they were being introduced, his eyes lingering the longest on Ahsoka, no doubt due to the fact that she wasn't hiding her Togruta heritage. Ziri Nox. Admiral Hackett half sighed as he tore his eyes away from Ahsoka. Why am I not surprised to hear that she is in the thick of this mess? Pausing, the Admiral took a step forward and stared up at the Wolfsbane. Or that she has obviously been holding back on just what she's been producing in those factories she thinks no one knows about. A discussion for another time, no doubt. Obi-Wan continued on non-repulsed. Tell me, Admiral, how many present know of the Statue of Secrecy? If the Admiral was surprised or put off by the question, he didn't show it. So that is the way of it. The Admiral nodded as he took a step, turned his back on the ship. I thought that might have been the case. Pausing, he spared a glance over his shoulder, his eyes passing over Harry and the girls. This isn't a place for a school trip, Mr. Kenobi. I can understand your skepticism, Admiral Hackett. Obi-Wan nodded. But these 5 have already contributed more to this war effort than you can possibly imagine. They may be young, but they are ready and willing to face down the trials ahead of us. Indeed, they have in fact already passed through trials that would make even the most veteran amongst your forces to cower in fear. Turning back towards them, Admiral Hackett once again took his time to study each of them. We'll see. He said after a long moment of silence. Follow me. And get that bird off of my flight deck. Left with no other choice but to flow, their small group made their way across the massive deck of the carrier, pausing only long enough for Ela to signal up to the cockpit for the pilot of the Wolfsbane to take off before making their way into the carrier proper. The passageways within the ship were incredibly narrow, when compared to the spacious design of the Wolfsbane that was, forcing them to walk single file down the ship. After nearly 10 minutes of navigating their way through the interior of the ship, the Admiral led them into a large conference room of sorts that was dominated by a large oval table that dominated most of the room. Once they were all in, Admiral Hackett dismissed almost all of the guards that had been flowing them, leaving only the 3 behind, 1 man with slightly graying hair and 1 young man and 1 young woman, as the rest left. The last one closing the door on his way out. We can talk freely now. Sit down. Admiral Hackett declared as he took a seat, his 2 guards taking up positions on either side of him. These 2 both are fully aware of the magical realm, so we can talk freely. So tell me, what is this information that you have that is so valuable? Once they were all seated, Obi-Wan leaned forward and rested his arms on the table. Perhaps, Admiral Hackett, it would be easiest for you to tell us what you know and we will do our best to fill in the gaps. Hackett stayed perfectly still for a brief moment before giving Obi-Wan a curt nod. I know that less than a week ago Washington, as well as several other capital cities around the world, were razed to the ground. I know that during the initial attack thousands of key governmental and military personnel from around the globe were assassinated. I know that in the intervening days these assassinations and attacks have continued through the use of magical means and creatures. And I know that with each moment that passes us by, dozens more are killed. Politicians. Military. Civilians. It doesn't seem to matter. So stop wasting my time and tell me why the magical world has declared war on us. The tension within the air had grown so much during the Admiral's speech that by the time he stopped Harry could have sworn he could taste it. But despite the tension, or perhaps because of it, Obi-Wan seemed completely at ease. You wasn't kidding. He really did earn his nickname. That is, unfortunately, only half of the story, Admiral. Obi-Wan replied calmly. While it is true that the non-magical world is under attack, it is also true that the magical world has also come under attack. And while the non-magical realm is being attacked exclusively by those who have magic, the magical realms are under attack by those without magic. And these attacks are occurring simultaneously by single group. A cabal known as the New Sith Order. A group composed of both magicals and non-magicals whose intent is to cause a war between the non-magical and magical realms of Earth. Leaning back in his seat, Hackett rubbed at his chin. Do you have proof of this? Yes. Obi-Wan nodded. We have memories that can be viewed and testimonial that can be given to prove our words. And we've had our fair share of skirmishes over the past few weeks with them as well. What can you tell me about this, New Sith Order? Hackett asked. As I said, they are a group that operates mainly in the shadows, their numbers include both magical and non-magical people and creatures. Obi-Wan explained without missing a beat. Their upper echelons however are all magical, with their top 4 commanders being given the title of Darth. Their names are Nightshade, Mortis, Blackwood, and Voldemort. Blackwood's name perked the Admiral up slightly. However, Voldemort's names made him blink in confusion. I know of Blackwood. We've been aware of his little group operating in the States for some time now. However, he's slippery and neither the governments have been able to pin anything on him. Voldemort, however, the reports we have on him say that he died nearly 15 years ago. Killed by the young man sitting just over there if I'm not mistaken. I didn't kill Voldemort all those years ago. Harry said, speaking up for the first time. Voldemort came after me because he became aware of a prophecy that was made that said that a child that was born at the end of July would one day rise to defeat him. Because of this prophecy, he hunted my parents down. He killed my father. And my mother sacrificed herself to create a protective ward around myself that deflected Voldemort's killing curse back at him and destroyed his body. However, before he died he took precautions. And because of these precautions he became a wraith. And a few months ago his followers found him and created a new body for him to inhabit, essentially bringing him back from the dead. The Admiral held Harry's gaze the entire time he spoke. It was only when he finished that Hackett turned his attention back to Obi-Wan. If this is true, then why wasn't the world governments notified? Blackwood is, or at least was, little more than a glorified mob boss according to the FBI and CIA. Voldemort, however, he was said to be on par with Grindelwald, and that son of a bitch helped to start and prolong World War II. We did. Obi-Wan shot back, albeit lacking any heat. However, British Ministry of Magic refused to believe that Voldemort was still alive. And the other world ministries considered it a British problem and therefore not their affair. Which is the same reaction Nox received from the non-magical governments when she tried to warn them about not only Voldemort's return, but the new Sith Order as well. But even Voldemort is only a pawn. The true controlling power of the new Sith is a dark entity known as Vitiate that has existed for nearly 3.5 millennia. And he's been planning for this very moment the entire time. Resting his elbows on the table, Hackett folded his hands together and placed them under his nose. So, what you're telling me is that we have Shadow that's headed by some of the most dangerous magical beings in the world and led by a dark entity that has existed for over 3,000 years. I trust that you can appreciate just how ridiculous this all sounds. But, Hackett paused. I doubt that you all came around the world just to spout off a bunch of lies. So tell everything you know about this new Sith Order. What are their forces comprised of? And what is their command structure outside of the 5 you mentioned? For the next hour Obi-Wan explained everything they knew about the new Sith Order. From the Dementors, to the known magical members and what they knew of the non-magicals that had so far fought with the Sith. Hackett stayed quiet, save for the question or two that he had, and absorbed everything that Master Kenobi could tell him. However, when he began telling the Admiral about the children of the Emperor, the Admiral held up his hand. Wait. You're telling me that there are thousands of these magical sleeper agents around the world that are completely and utterly devoted to this, Emperor Vitiate. And that they've all been activated. Unfortunately, that is exactly what we're telling you, Admiral. Obi-Wan nodded slowly. Frowning, the Admiral rubbed at his chin. Do you have a way of identifying these children? We do. Harry spoke up. One of the Knights of the Guardian Order, Daphne Greengrass, has a unique ability even amongst us. With just a glance she can sense a person's true nature. This ability allows her to quickly and accurately identify anyone who is a child of the Emperor. The enemy is using them to sow discord amongst the general population, Admiral. Rex chimed in for the first time. They use the Dementors to spread terror. And they've formed their magical and non-magical personnel into strike teams, which perform surgical assaults. They're efficient and deadly. We barely receive word of an attack before they're already gone. His face remaining completely natural, Hackett stared at each of them in turn before settling on Obi-Wan. I appreciate the intel. But perhaps now is a good time to tell me just why you've come to me. Quite frankly, Admiral, Obi-Wan said slowly. We need your help. We of the Guardian Order have the means and the knowledge to take the fight to the new Sith Order. Indeed, we've dealt several significant blows to them already. But we lack the manpower to truly fight against them and keep the world from descending into chaos. You, however, as perhaps the highest-ranking military officer left in the U.S. Armed Forces, have the manpower to fight against them, but your men lack the experience and knowledge to truly combat effectively against the Sith. Together, along with the British Prime Minister, we believe that we can not only defeat this new Sith Order, but also keep the world from tearing itself apart in the process. Drumming his fingers against the surface of the table, Hackett stared blankly at Obi-Wan. I'll need to talk with Ms. Nox Regar. Hackett was interrupted. Everyone in the room lurched forward slightly as all of the lights went out before half of them flickered back on a few seconds later. Without missing a beat, Hackett was out of his chair and made his way over to a hardwired phone that was against one of the walls. Hackett to bridge. Status report. Rising to his feet, Harry shared a glance with both Ginny and Ahsoka before turning his attention back to the Admiral, who was listening attentively to the voice on the other end of the phone. Send out the emergency response teams. The Admiral said after several long moments of silence. I want those breaches sealed immediately. And get our best engineers down to the reactor. Hackett out. Hanging up the phone, Hackett turned towards them. His eyes as cold and hard as ice. There were several explosions coming from within the ship. And there are now 3 hull breaches beneath the waterline and the lower levels are slowly starting to flood. Not only that, but the ship's nuclear reactor has been disabled somehow and we're dead in the water. Pausing, the Admiral drew his sidearm but didn't raise it. You have 10 seconds to explain to me how your lot are not involved in this. Harry's mind raced and he barely managed to hold in his rebuke. But thankfully for them all, Obi-Wan was quicker than Harry. It would make no sense for us to attack you, Admiral. Obi-Wan stated calmly, his hands tucked into either sleeve of his robes where Harry knew he kept his wand and lightsaber. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. We came to you in good faith hoping to secure an alliance. I would do us no good to try and kill you and your men. Especially with us still on your boat and surrounded by hundreds of your people. The Admiral and his 3 guards all stood stoically staring at them while Harry and the others returned the favor in kind. Harry's fingers itched to feel the smooth surface of his wand or the cool metal of his lightsaber. But he refrained out of worry of provoking their potential allies into making a rash and foolish decision. You're quite right. Hackett nodded, putting away his sidearm, and just like that Harry felt almost all of the tension that had been building in the room dissipate as if it were never even a thing in the first place. But now the question becomes just who did attack us. And more importantly, how did they attack us and what is their next course of action? Before anyone could say anything, however, the ship rocked once again. This time Harry could actually hear the explosions as they echoed on and on throughout the ship not far from where they were. What the fuck? Harry thought as he held onto the table to stabilize himself as Hackett once again went over to the phone. Only this time, instead of picking the receiver up like he did before, this time he pressed down on a red button on the phone. Hackett to Anderson. What the hell is going on up there, Captain? Admiral, there was an explosion in the hangar bay. Almost every fighter we have on board are now completely disabled or heavily damaged. It seems that our response crews have run into resistance from what? Repeat that. Admiral, we have an unauthorized bird heading up to the flight deck. Find out who that is and stop them. Harry could see the lines along the aged Admiral's face tighten. What about the response teams? What sort of resistance are they encountering? What do you mean you can't? Sorry, Admiral. We can't get a line to the bird and it's almost up on deck. The crews within the ship are, well, I don't know what they're encountering. The reports just say that they're encountering some sort of resistance. Very well, Captain. Hackett said evenly. Stop that bird and send help to the response crews. Letting go of the intercom, Hackett seemed to take a moment to compose himself before turning towards them. You say that you want to help. Then help. Of course. Obi-Wan nodded before turning his head slightly to stare at Harry. Harry, take your apprentice up onto the flight deck and stop that fighter from leaving and then provide whatever help you can in containing the fires. Do not hold back. especially if we are dealing with a child of the Emperor. Everyone else with me to the lower levels of the ship. Obi-Wan had barely managed to finish speaking before Harry, after sparing a brief parting glance with Ahsoka, grabbed hold of Ginny's arm and brought the two of them out of the conference room and up onto the main deck of the ship. The scene that greeted them was one of pure chaos. Men were running back and forth screaming orders at one another as they tried to put out fires coming up from the blown-out holes in the tarmac. Hearing a low whine even above the nose of the yelling, Harry's eyes snapped down to the end of the ship where a lone F-1 Alpha was attempting to take off despite the dozen or so sailors surrounding it doing whatever they could to keep it grounded. Without though, Harry threw his hand out as he reached out through the force in order to grab hold of the fighter as it began to vertically take off. Shit! Harry cursed as the fighter stuttered in midair before it became seemingly frozen in place. It's like trying to hold onto an eel underwater. It wasn't that it was necessarily hard to stop, it was just hard to hold onto. Ginny! Harry cried out through gritted teeth as the main thruster on the fighter kicked up several notches as the pilot no doubt tried to free himself from Harry's hold. A little help would be appreciated. Ginny's hand joined his own in the air, and the slipperiness of the fighter suddenly ceased as the two almost effortlessly pulled the fighter down hard to the ground. Perhaps a little too hard. As the fighter didn't just land back down, it crashed. Both wings snapped like kindling and the main thruster went up a plume of smoke and fire which quickly dissipated even as the sailors were trying to get away from the crash site. Help the crew! Harry said, spying movement in the cockpit of the fighter and drawing his lightsaber out of its sheath and into his hand. I've got this one. Ginny only spared him the briefest of nods before running off to help the crew of the ship while Harry took his time walking across the tarmac towards the downed ship. When he'd crossed half the distance that separated them, the glass shielding over the cockpit flew off as the pilot rolled out of the fighter and onto the ground. As the man rose to his feet, Harry noticed that he had a long cut that was bleeding heavily across his face. His left arm was hanging limply down at his side and he seemed to be favoring his right leg as well. Other than his injuries, the man looked just like every other member of the crew of the carrier. So much so in fact that Harry actually started to doubt whether or not he even was a child of the Emperor. Those doubts were dashed however as the man turned towards him and froze. Jedi! He hissed loudly before reaching behind him. Any lingering doubts as to his identity were firmly put to rest as the wrecked fighter behind him rose with his hand before barreling forward towards Harry. Just before the ship could reach him, Harry held out his hand and with the barest amount of energy redirected the fighter towards the edge of the ship and into the depths of the ocean below. Pulling out his wand, Harry let loose a general compulsion charm to give the two of them space. So, you're a child of the Emperor. Harry stated as he stood his ground a dozen paces away. The rest of the flight crew, after combination having witnessed magic more than likely for the first time and Harry's compulsion charm, had all run off towards safety leaving the two of them alone. The man was breathing heavily as his right arm held onto his left shoulder. Proudly. The man spat. And you are nothing but a pathetic Jedi insect just waiting to be crushed by my father. Shaking his head, Harry activated his lightsaber. Two things. Harry said calmly as the child's eyes flickered between his own eyes and his lightsaber. First, I'm not a Jedi so don't be expecting any mercy from me. And two, just to let you know, your father, as you call him, doesn't give two shits about you. The man smiled as he held his hand out. One of the thin straight pieces metal that came off the fighter when it crashed shot up into his open hand. You think you can put me off balance? The child said, channeling subtle waves of the force into the thin piece of metal. But it won't work. Do you know why? Because all of his children understand that we are expendable. And we accept it. Harry, Ahsoka's voice almost shouted in his head. Whoever this bastard child is, he had small port keys all around the ship and he's used them to bring in Dementors. Keeping his face calm was an effort. Especially as he could feel the biting cold of the dark side of the force slowly getting heavier. Yeah, I can sense them now. He sent back as he twirled his lightsaber around in a slow circle. So what was the plan? He asked out loud. Hide port keys all around the ship and bring in a few Dementors to try and assassinate the Admiral and spread further disorder through an already nervous military force and thereby hoping to provoke them into attacking the magical communities like originally planned. The man actually hesitated a second before he blew a long breath and stared at the mist created. I see, so my father's vanguard is already close enough for you to sense them. The man nodded. But it doesn't matter. You can't kill them. And in these tight quarters your means of deterring them won't matter. Oh, that is where you're wrong. Harry smirked. I've already killed more than my fair share of the beasts. Just ask your precious father if you don't believe. Not that you're going to have a chance though. The man's grin went feral as he spread his feet and readied himself to attack. You honestly think that you, a kid, can kill a child of the Emperor? How pathetically naive. Only one way to find out. Harry said evenly as he dashed forward, his lightsaber held in a reverse gem so guard. The child swung his piece of metal around, meeting Harry's lightsaber. The metal held, despite the sparks flying off of it. Unbreakable charm. Harry thought as he pushed off and spun low, aiming for the man's legs before following his attack up by righting his grip and lunging forward. The child managed to backstep away from his low slash and was forced to bend backwards to avoid his lunge. He tried to bring his own makeshift weapon around, but the position he was in didn't allow for much of any strength behind his attack, and Harry was able to bat the attack away almost lazily before following it up by lashing out with a force push, which sent the child rolling across the deck of the carrier. "You're not half bad," the child said as he regained his footing. "Too bad this is the part where you die, Jedi." Harry ducked as he felt the oppressing weight and cold of the dark side closing in on him. Peering over his shoulder, Harry watched as a Dementor passed over his head so close he could almost reach out and touch it. Harry expected the demon to stop and descend upon him, but instead it passed him over completely. He wasn't the creature's target. But this realization came a half-second too late for him to do anything as the Dementor fell upon the child. Its bone-like hands reaching out and grabbing the surprised child's facing and pressing it close to its own. The man didn't even have to scream before it was over, and his soulless corpse was falling to the tarmac. "Fuck!" Harry cursed, deactivating and withdrawing his lightsaber while calling his wand into his left hand at the same time. Reptons Funum. Harry wasn't quite sure what had possessed him to use this particular spell. Especially as the yellow-white rope shot out from the end of his wand and wrapped itself around the Dementor's neck, effectively connecting the two. "Shit!" Harry cursed as he held out his wand with two hands as the Dementor's struggles nearly pulled it out of his grip. "Ginny! A little help if you could." "What are you doing, Harry?" Ginny's voice rang in his ear as she cracked into existence right next to him. "Just blast the blighted thing already." Questions later. Harry shouted through gritted teeth as he struggled to hold onto the Dementor. "Right now, just give me a hand." Thankfully Ginny didn't ask any more questions as she raised her wand and used the same spell he did to grab hold of the Dementor. "Bloody fucking hell!" Ginny cried as the Dementor thrashed. "Right now would be a really go idea to tell me why we're going fishing for Dementors, Harry." "Shite. I'm losing my grip, Harry. We need to let it go now or..." A shadow blocked Harry's vision as a man stepped up between Harry and Ginny. By the time Harry recognized the man as one of the Admiral's security detail, he had his hands holding onto Ginny's. "What's the plan here, kid?" the older man asked, his eyes flickering back and forth between Harry, Ginny, and the Dementor. "From what I've read, usually you don't want these things hanging around." Harry swallowed before turning his attention back fully to the Dementor. "If we can capture it, we can study it and hopefully find a true way on how to kill these things." The man hesitated for only a split second before nodding. "Works for me. Shepherds. Get your asses over here and make yourselves useful already." Harry almost couldn't believe his eyes. The young man and woman from the Admiral's security detail operate into existence on either side of the Dementor. Then, as if to drive the point home of just who they were, both drew wands out of their sleeves and used the exact same spell he and Ginny were using to grab hold of the Dementor. "Now what?" the older man asked as he let go of Ginny's hands and stared up at the frantic Dementor. "You four just going to hold onto it until you get where you need to go?" "No." Harry shook his head before yelling, "Bring it down to the deck and hold on tight." Letting go of his spell, Harry ran forward towards the Dementor as Ginny and the other two, Shepherd he thought they were both called, slowly inched their way backwards so the Dementor was forced towards the ground. When Harry got to the area where the Dementor would be brought to, he pointed his wand towards the ground and, after a few quick cutting charms, carved a rune into the tarmac. He repeated the process 6 times, and after completing the 6th the Dementor was almost touching the ground in between the 6 runes. "Whatever you're going to do, kid," the woman Shepherd called out, her voice straining with the effort of keeping the Dementor in place. "You better do it fucking fast." Pointing his wand towards nearest rune, Harry channeled as much power as he could into the runes. Lapidem Carcerum. Just like during the first task of the Tri-Wizard tournament, 6 pillars shot up from the 6 runes surrounding the Dementor before coming together at a single point above its head. As soon as the 6 pillars connected, Harry slashed his wand across his body and transfigured them into durasteel and then widened the bars to the point where there was only an inch between each. "There." Harry breathed, resting his hands on his knees as Ginny and the other two dropped their binding spells. "That should hold. I hope." "You're sure?" the older man who'd helped Ginny hold onto her wand asked tentatively as he stepped forward, his sidearm drawn and pointed towards the cage while the witch and wizard that had been on board slowly inched forward with their wands trained on the cage. "As sure as I can be," Harry said, trying to sound sure of himself. "As far as I know, no one in recent memory has tried to capture a Dementor, so this is all guesswork." "Ahsoka. Have you guys taken care of everything within the ship?" "Yes." Ahsoka sent back after a moment's hesitation. "There were only 2 Dementors down here. One succumbed to a combination of mine and Master Kenobi's patroness charms. But the other has eluded us so far. I think I found your missing Dementor." Harry smirked as he spared a glance towards the cage. "We managed to capture it." "What did you just say? Did you just..." "No. Please tell me that I heard wrong." No, you heard right. We captured your missing Dementor. There was a long pause from Ahsoka, and Harry cringed mentally as he felt her growing rage. Harry James Potter. What the bloody hell were you thinking? Even Ginny cringed slightly before shooting him a look that promised retribution later. Easy Ahsoka. Ginny felt that one. Good. Maybe now you can explain to me why you thought it was a good idea to put lives at risk trying to capture one of these dark creatures. Because my mother wants to study them. Harry answered simply. If she can find a way to kill them without needing a confined space and several Patronus charms, then the risk of capturing one would be well worth it. Alright. You've got a point. But you and I are going to be having words about your recklessness, Potter. Shit, now you've got me sounding like Master Kenobi. Oh, we are definitely having words later. Looking forward to it. Harry shook his head before noticing that the older man and the two young magicals had snapped to attention. Turning around slowly, he found himself staring right at Admiral Hackett, whose eyes were fixated on the cage. You captured one of these, Dementors? Hackett asked, stepping towards the cage to the point where he could see his own breath before stopping. Yes, sir. Harry nodded, his back going straight as he gave the Admiral the respect that he was due. My mother, Master Knox, wishes to study them, sir. She believes that with time and a subject she could come up with a viable and permanent means of bringing an end to these monstrosities. Ceasing his study of the cage, the Admiral turned towards him. You think she can find a way to kill them? As far as I understand it, these things have been around since man learned how to write. Do you think your mother will succeed where so many others have failed? Harry didn't even hesitate. Yes, sir. She will. The Admiral held his gaze for a long time. Good. He said simply before turning his back on the Dementor and marching away. Major Ryder. Lieutenants Shepard. Yes, sir. The old man, Ryder, and the two lieutenants shouted, snapping to attention. Pack your bags. He told them without breaking stride. We leave with these, guardians, in half an hour. Standing on a high perch overlooking the dozen cages below him, Darth Voldemort watched as Darth Nightshade boldly entered one of the cages completely without fear. The dragon within, a Romanian longhorn, snarled and hissed loudly at the intrusion. But Nightshade simply held up her hand and the beast cowered before her, backing into a corner as it tried to evade her touch. My lord voice. Without turning his head, Voldemort allowed his lips to upturn slightly. Darth Bellatrix. What news do you have for me? The name sounded good to Voldemort. When he'd first broached the subject to his emperor, he'd been afraid that the idea would be shot down immediately. Bellatrix was far too loyal to Voldemort after all. But to his utmost surprise, the emperor had actually agreed to his request and not only granted Bella the title of Darth, something she truly deserved. But he'd gone one step further and granted her a full seat on the Dark Council. His ever-faithful servant bowed deeply to him before straightening. My lord, I bring news from Lucius regarding the emergency Wizenigmet session. And? Voldemort pressed impatiently. Lucius and Dolores were unable to untie the magical community under our banner. Bellatrix reported without hesitation. It seems that Amelia Bones made a last-second appearance and managed to sway enough of the Wizenigmet to at least doubt our glorious order. An interesting note, however, Dumbledore reacted just as the Emperor predicted and agreed to the new ordinance to have all Muggleborn and any half-blood children that live in the Muggle world report to Hogwarts or else face expulsion from the school and excommunication from the magical world altogether. I see. Voldemort replied, turning his attention back down to Nightshade and the dragons. Truthfully, he wasn't surprised by the news that they'd yet to gain the full cooperation of the magical world. Most of them were idiots who either couldn't or refused to see the threat that the Muggles were. But soon they would. And soon the Muggles would learn their place at the feet of their betters. This outcome was expected. Voldemort continued as Nightshade held out her hand, creating a thick black vapor that connected her to the beast before her. In time the fools will realize their folly and come begging at our feet for our protection. Of course they will, my lord. Bellatrix smiled as she joined him in watching Nightshade work. My lord, if I may be so bold. What is she doing to those beasts? Improving them, my dear. Voldemort answered simply as they watched as the dragon gave off a pathetic cry and sunk in on itself as its scales began to blacken and new spikes began to protrude for its body. Magic, or rather the Force as the Emperor insisted it be called, could do wonders to improve an individual. Especially the dark aspects of the Force. And as loath as he was to admit it, no one was better at using the Force, magic, to alter a person or beast than Nightshade. Not that he would ever say that out loud, of course. These were the dragons that Mortis intended to use in his little scheme, are they not, my lord? Bellatrix asked, watching in awe as the dragon began expanding slightly under Nightshade's continuing alterations. Yes, they were. Voldemort confirmed, not bothering to hide his amusement. Neither did Bellatrix as a wide smile crossed her lips. The fool had no idea, did he? Nightshade had finished her task. Where there had once been a Romanian longhorn there was now a beast that truly was a force to be reckoned with. Nightshade had nearly doubled the beast's size. 5 more long spikes were now lining its head along with the original horn which gave rise to the creature's name. Its scales were nearly pitch black in coloring and its eyes had a soft red glow to them. But more than that, Voldemort could almost feel the magic radiating off of the creature even from as far away as he and Bella were. No, he did not. Voldemort answered, shaking his head before turning back to his faithful lieutenant. And let that be a lesson to you, Bella. The Emperor does not tolerate failure. And neither do I. Bella didn't even blink before sinking down to her knee and bowing her head. I vow to you, my lord. I will never fail my Emperor. Chapter 23. Standing in the cargo hold of the Wolfsbane with Admiral Hackett and the men he'd brought with him, Harry was doing his best to remain impassive as Master Kenobi conversed with the experienced man and his second, Major Ryder. Along with the Major and the Witch and Wizard duo of Lieutenants Shepard, the Admiral also brought 2 Marine squads and 1 SEAL strike team to help with the Guardians' operations. Harry, for one, was grateful for the help that the Admiral was offering, especially as he promised to rally the U.S. fleets that were still active once he was able to establish communication with them. The soldiers with the Admiral, however, were less than pleased. Their displeasure at having to work with, well, children was easily felt by Harry, Ahsoka, Ginny, Susan, and Hermione. And if their feelings weren't indication enough of their displeasure, the sidelong looks that they kept shooting their way throughout the short trip from the 13th Fleet to the temple was mentioned that I and my men will have to submit to a security check before being allowed entry into this temple. Admiral Hackett was saying to Master Kenobi as Harry turned his attention onto the conversation. I am curious as to what type of security check you will be running. I will not stand for anything intrusive. Nothing of the sort, Admiral. Master Kenobi answered sincerely. In fact, our security check should be arriving any moment now and you'll be able to judge for yourself. A loud crack echoed within the hold of the Wolfsbane, making every soldier save for the Admiral and the Shepard twins to jump slightly and begin to raise their weapons. Admiral, Master Kenobi nodded as he motioned towards the new arrivals. May I introduce you to our security measure? This is Knight Daphne Greengrass and her apprentice Luna Lovegood. Knight Greengrass, Apprentice Lovegood. This is Admiral Hackett and Major Ryder. The Admiral, to his credit, didn't balk at the idea of a young woman being their idea of a security check. Neither did Ryder or the either lieutenants. The same couldn't be said for most of the other men in the hold. Most of whom were twice the age of Harry and Daphne. Kids, we're fighting with fucking kids. One muttered lowly, but still loudly enough for Harry to hear him. And that one has her arm in a sling. Another muttered back, nodding towards Daphne whose right arm was still in the process of healing fully after being severed clean off. Probably broke a nail or something. Unfortunately for the man, he either didn't realize or didn't care that he'd been speaking loud enough to be overheard by just about everyone in the room. Hackett snapped around, his cold eyes glaring at the man who spoke as said Marine snapped to attention upon realizing he'd been heard. But before Hackett could reprimand him, Daphne calmly stepped past the Admiral and up to the man who'd spoken, stopping only when there was less than a few feet between them. Daphne's ice blue eyes sized the man up before coming to a halt on the weapon that he was holding. You best be careful with that. Daphne said calmly as she idly waved her left hand subtly across her body. Wouldn't want you to get hurt. The man blinked as Daphne turned her back on him and walked away, clearly confused as to what she'd meant. But her meaning became immediately clear as a hiss and rattle came from the man's hands. What the fuck? The man screamed, in a rather unmanly fashion, as he dropped and jumped back from the 5-foot rattlesnake he was holding instead of his weapon. Hearing the scream, Daphne stopped and turned back around. Smirking at the clearly frightened man, Daphne calmly knelt down and held out her left arm. The rattlesnake stopped its hissing and rattling long enough to slither over towards Daphne and coil around her arm. As I said. Daphne smirked, raising the snake up to her lips and pressing a light kiss to the top of its head. You best be careful. There was a brief surge of the force, and the snake disappeared as it was returned to its original form as a gun. Which Daphne set down on the floor before purposefully turning her back on both it and the man and marching back towards Harry and Master Kenobi. Wandless inanimate to animate transfiguration. Harry mused loudly as she drew level with him. Keep that up and you'll start making Hermione jealous, Daphne. Well, I had to do something to keep myself occupied while I'm recovering and you lot are all of playing hero. Daphne shrugged while shrugging her right shoulder. And Luna, well, she's been quite the dutiful pupil even while I'm incapacitated. I dare say that I got the best of the possible apprentices. Hey! Ginny and Hermione both shouted while Luna smiled. As interesting as this is, the Admiral coughed. Perhaps we can get back to the matter at hand, young lady. I take it that you are the one that I've heard about? The one they say can tell a person's true nature with just a single glance? Yes, sir. Daphne nodded, her back going straight as she pulled herself up to her full height. And I'm already done, sir. None of your men are children of the Emperor nor do any of them have ties to the new Sith Order. Although those two over there are magical, quite powerful as well. She's better at charms, however. But he outclasses her in just about everything related to transfiguration. But I'm sure that you already know that seeing as how they're on your security detail. Hackett blinked and the men and the soldiers in the room all started sharing nervous glances with one another. The Shepherd twins however just looked impressed. That's pretty good girl. Jane Shepherd smirked. Was it legilimency? If so, then you must be a prodigy. My barriers didn't even register any type of intrusion at all. It wasn't legilimency. Daphne answered. Similar in some respects I guess, but at the same time the two are night and day from one another. And it is something that cannot be taught unfortunately. Sounds useful. John Shepherd nodded. How does it work? Do you have to focus on an individual or is it more like passive legilimency or is it more like a passive empathic ability? Daphne's steps halted slightly as she turned and faced John. More of the latter than anything. But it goes far deeper than just a simple brush of emotions. One of our guardian masters is a very talented and natural empathic. But even she is amazed by what I can do. Hey! John said eloquently while scratching his chin. How deep into a person's subconscious can you go? I assume that is what you're scanning when you do, whatever it is that you do. Oh boy! Jane sighed as everyone in the room watched as John and Daphne continued to converse. And there he goes. John's a natural with mind magic. A prodigy even. So to discover a type of mind magic that he hasn't even heard of before, it's going to take something drastic to pull him out of this conversation. From the sidelines, Harry could only nod in agreement, although he was nodding in regards to Daphne. His friend's eyes had brightened considerably since she'd entered the ship and continued to get bright the longer the two talked. It was, to a degree, understandable. No one, not even Harry's mother truly understood Daphne's power. In fact, the only one who probably did understand or even had a clue as to how her powers might work was Daphne herself. So to suddenly find someone who could theorize on the same level as her. So, how do we stop them? Harry asked with a nod towards the duo, who seemed to have completely blocked out everyone else save each other. A small part of him wondered if this was what he and Ahsoka were like when they were taking to one another. As nice as this is, we will be arriving at our destination soon. Simple. Jane said with a slight grin. Hey John, red satin mesh panties. What? John asked, his head snapping around and away from Daphne, effectively ending their conversation. Everyone with the cargo hold busted out laughing, save for Master Kenobi and Admiral Hackett, who merely raised an eyebrow at the display. Realizing what had just happened, John shook his head while Daphne's cheeks tinted ever so slightly red. Haha, laugh it up sister. John grumbled, running a hand over the short dark stubble that covered his scalp. Just remember, payback is a bitch. You wouldn't want what happened in our 5th year to get out now, would you? Jane's face nearly turned the same color as her hair, although whether from anger or embarrassment Harry wasn't sure. You wouldn't dare. Try me sis. Lieutenants. That's enough. Apologies sir. The twins shouted, simultaneously jumping to attention facing the Admiral. Off to the side, Harry had to suppress a grin as he watched Master Kenobi slowly shake his head. Ah, youth. It's good to know that no matter where I go some things never change. Feeling the ship tilt ever so slightly, Master Kenobi made his way towards the rear of the ship. We are beginning our descent, Admiral. We should be arriving any moment now. As if to accent his point, the ship shuddered as it came to a complete stop. The rear hatch hissed loudly as the hydraulics engaged and the ramp slowly lowered. Light poured in from the opening as all of the soldiers the Admiral had brought with him snapped to attention as Hackett walked down the length of the ship until he was shoulder to shoulder with Master Kenobi. Once the ramp had lowered fully, Harry stiffened slightly as he saw the 3 people, despite having already sensed them, that were waiting for them on the landing platform. The main reason for this was the not-so-subtle wave of approval that was emanating from his mother. I'm proud of you, son. His mother's voice spoke in his head as Master Kenobi and Hackett walked down the ramp with Harry and Ahsoka following a few steps behind. You managed to secure a great ally and you managed to capture a beast that hasn't been captured in hundreds of years. Well done, son. Admiral Hackett. The Prime Minister of Britain greeted, stepping forward. It's good to see you again. You as well, Minister. Hackett nodded. I'm glad to see that the rumors of your death were exaggerated. So am I, Admiral. The Minister nodded. And I fear they would have been substantiated rumors if not for our new mutual friends here. With the Valkyries following behind him, Harry walked around the Admiral and towards his mother and her apprentice Astoria. As he turned back around to face the Admiral, Harry watched as Hackett's eyes shifted from the Prime Minister to his mother. I see, Hackett nodded before stepping past the Minister and towards Harry's mother. Ms. Knox, although I suppose that isn't your correct title, is it? No, Knox smirked, shaking her head. Technically my title is Grand Master of the Guardian Order. But that is a bit of a mouthful, so you can just keep referring to me as Knox. And this one beside me is my apprentice, Astoria Greengrass. Wonderful, now we're fighting with children. Might as well throw in the towel now. Harry was seriously starting to reconsider his opinion of the men that the Admiral had brought with him. Granted, Harry and the other knights and apprentices were still young, but they weren't useless. Knox stared over Hackett's shoulder at the man who'd spoken. They might be young man. But any one of them could still hand you your ass on a silver platter. The man who'd spoken eyed Harry and the other younger members of the Guardians who were present wearily, but he didn't look convinced. Only because of their magic, he said with a note of finality. If not for that, then they wouldn't stand a chance. But they're still children. I have a daughter older than that one by your side. And children don't belong on the battlefield. They're a liability. One of Nox's delicate eyebrows arched. You think so? She asked before turning towards Astoria. Astoria. Show them just how weak you are. Just try not to cause too much damage. Yes, master. Astoria bowed before turning her attention fully to the man who'd mouthed off. Astoria turned into a blur as she sped across the landing pad straight for the soldier. Before he even had time to react, she'd already crossed the distance and her small fist as impacted into the man's gut. The soldier instantly doubled over and fell to the ground where he gasped deeply before losing all of the contents of his stomach. That's enough, Astoria. Knox called out to her apprentice, who immediately stopped her follow-up attack and retreated back. Walking forward, Knox stood over the gasping man and stared down at him blankly. Still think that these children are a liability? She asked before turning on her heel. Forgive that little display, Admiral. But your men needed to learn that everyone here is a well-trained solider. No matter their age. I understand. Hackett nodded, as he watched impassively as two others helped the still gasping man up to his feet. But this should not repeated. We are supposed to be allies here. And I will not stand for my men being made fools of. Knox nodded her acceptance. Of course. Now, one more thing. I need to introduce your men into our custodians, if you will. They will take your men to their quarters while I and the Prime Minister have a much overdue debriefing. You three can come out now. The soldiers all started ever so slightly as the three house elves snapped into existence next to his Harry and his mother. This is Winky, Dobby, and Creaker. His mother said, introducing the three house elves to the newcomers. And before any of you ask, yes, they are house elves. However, only Winky is bonded to the temple. The other two are here to support their houses. They will take care of your needs while you're here. To summon them, you merely need to say their names. However, if I hear of any abusive behavior towards them, you will not like the consequences. Am I clear? Yes, ma'am. All of the soldiers shouted, snapping to attention as they did. Good, Knox nodded. And do try and stay away from the southeast tower. At least for now. That is where our resident Vila that VE requested sanctuary and an alliance with us are staying. Vila. Jane Shepherd said, blinking and looking towards said tower. Just how many Vila are we talking about here? I'm not entirely sure, truth be told. Knox answered with a shrug. But the entire French colony plus 4 other smaller colonies from around Europe. So quite a few, I imagine. Jane's face blanched and John turned towards the southeast tower with a small smile growing across his face. Well, I know where I'm heading during leave. Enough. Hackett said sharply, making all of the soldiers once again snap to attention. Get yourselves situated and stowed away. Mission briefing will be at 0600 tomorrow morning. Dismissed. Yes, sir. All of the soldiers shouted, snapping to attention and saluting the Admiral before heading away after an energetic Dobby and Winky, leaving only the Guardians, Creaker, and the Admiral on the landing platform. Harry, his mother said, turning towards him. Where is our guest? Still in the cargo hold, mother. Harry answered. The Admiral, while pleased that they had managed to capture the creature and thereby gaining the chance to find a weakness within them, had not been happy with how they went about transporting it. While the stone prison was capable of holding the Dementor, it was still part of the carrier. So in order to move it, they had to use their lightsabers to cut a fairly decent size hole in the carrier under the stone prison to keep it intact. Good, Knox nodded before turning towards Creaker. See to it that it's brought down into the lower holding cells well away from everyone else, Creaker. Yes, kind mistress. Creaker bowed before snapping his fingers and disappearing in small crack. Now alone, Harry shared a sidelong look with Ahsoka and Ginny before turning back towards his mother. What are our orders, mother? For now, rest. Knox said, nodding towards the Admiral, Master Kenobi, General Rex, and the Prime Minister to head into the temple. Once all three men were well out of hearing, she turned back to him and placed her hands on his shoulders. You've done well, my son. With both the Admiral's and the Minister's help, we might just be able to slowly start turning this war around. I didn't really do anything, mother. Harry responded sheepishly. Master Kenobi was the one who talked him into coming with us. Perhaps. Knox nodded. But your powers of observation are still just growing, Harry. If they were at my level, you would have noticed that it wasn't Kenobi's words that truly convinced the Admiral to join us. Sure they helped. But it was your actions defending his ship and capturing something that no one thought could be captured that truly pushed him to us. So take a reprieve. All of you. This war is just beginning. Yes, mother. Harry nodded with the girls echoing him with, yes, master. Oh, and Harry. His mother called out, bringing him to a stop as he and the others were walking towards the temple. Try not to spend your entire rest sucking Ahsoka's lips off. After all, both Ginny and Nat need some time training under their masters. Harry's face went red while Ahsoka's cheeks colored. Shut up. Harry muttered, almost sprinting towards the temple in an effort to escape the laughter from the girls and his mother that followed him. The still air within Nox's office high within the Guardian Temple was abruptly startled as the lone bowl on her desk vibrated for a moment before half a dozen people emerged from its depths and were deposited onto the floor next to it as if by magic. Nox, Yoda, Obi-Wan, and Sirius were completely unfazed by what they'd seen. But the same could not necessarily be said about the two that had accompanied them. Hackett was holding his own, despite the slightly paler shade he'd turned. The Prime Minister however acted exactly as Sirius had when he'd first seen the memories by pouring himself a large stiff drink and taking it all down in one go. Good God! The Mincit air breathed as he helped himself to a second glass. I can't, this is insane. Hackett, who'd managed to hold himself together stoically through every memory that Nox had shown him, a combination of her own and Master Yoda's, hummed in agreement. How do we know that these memories are genuine? He asked. I admit that my understanding of magic is limited to what has been explained to me by my lieutenants. But from what I've been told, memories can be altered to suit a specific need. Serve no purpose. Deceiving you in such a matter would now. Master Yoda commented, nimbly jumping up onto her desk before turning around and plopping himself down atop it. Hard to accept, this knowledge is. Understand that, we do. But the truth it is, nonetheless. Hackett stared at the diminutive Jedi Master unflinchingly for several long drawn-out moments. Despite just learning that the little creature before was in fact an alien, the Admiral didn't even seem fazed in the slightest. Which was of course one of the many reasons why Nox had chosen Hackett over any of the other remaining high-ranking officers. The man was renowned for being unflappable. So, this Emperor Vitiate isn't just an ancient malevolent spirit. He's an ancient alien malevolent spirit. A spirit that you once served under Nox. That was a long time ago, Admiral. Nox admitted, unashamed of her past. With a subtle wave of her hand she pushed back her chair with the force before sitting down in it. And even when I was part of the Sith Empire, I did not agree with their policies or beliefs. Growing up a pleasure slave has a way of jading one towards the institution and leader that they encourages such a practice. I killed more Sith on my rise to the rank of Darth than most Jedi did during the war between the Empire and the Republic. As the minister began filling his third glass, Admiral Hackett snatched the glass out of his hand and sat down in the seat across from Nox and Yoda. Let's say that we accept what we've seen in these memories as the truth. I assure you, Admiral, they are. Nox said quickly. All the same, Hackett continued. If what you've shown us is true, then these Jedi who are now helping us are enemies of this new galactic empire. Enemies that are currently being hunted down by forces that dwarf anything Earth could mobilize in terms of both manpower and weaponry, even if we weren't in the midst of a global civil war. Why should Earth paint a target on ourselves for such an advisory by continuing to provide shelter for all of you? It is a valid question, Admiral. Obi-Wan consented as he folded his hands into the arms of his robes. And while our presence here might give Sidious an excuse to come here in force, the truth is this world is already a target for him because of its unique properties. Approximately 0.1% of Earth's population are magical, Admiral. Nox continued on. Which means that before this war started, there were approximately 7 million magicals on the face of the Earth, give or take a few thousand. Grand Master Yoda, just before the Jedi Purge, how many Jedi were there in the whole of the known galaxy? Master Yoda hummed slightly before sighing. Few we were. Mere 10,000 the Jedi were before the Purge. Now, only several hundred of our brothers and sisters do I sense. Hackett blinked curiously as the numbers went through his head. Earth is unique, Admiral. In more ways than one. Nox explained, pressing onwards. But what makes it of interest to the Galactic Empire, and Sidious specifically, is its unique resonance with the Force. Not even Korriban or Tython, homes of the Sith and Jedi respectfully, resonate with the Force as Earth does. And that is why there are so many Force sensitives, or rather magicals on your planet when compared to the rest of the galaxy. And that is why this, Sidious will come for us. The Prime Minister stated, connecting the dots. Because Earth is capable of producing more of, well, your people than anywhere else in the galaxy. Yes. Nox nodded. And if he cannot control Earth, he will destroy it. Hell, he might even destroy it out of principle, seeing as how he's already brought the Jedi to the verge of extinction and put the delicate balance of the Force to the edge. One more push, and Force only knows what will happen. But as for why no one has found, or even sought out Earth yet, that question can be answered quite simply. No one even knew that Earth was around. Leaning across her desk, Nox activated the hollow projector on her desk, creating a display of the galaxy. This is what was known as the known galaxy. Now the Galactic Empire. Nox said as roughly 2/3 of the galaxy became illuminated for a brief second. The other third here is the uncharted regions of space. And here, deep within the uncharted regions is Earth. Mapping uncharted sections of the galaxy is incredibly dangerous and tedious. Obi-Wan explained as both the Admiral and the Minister stared up at the map. The chances of finding this planet without a guide, like Master Nox had through the Force, would take a very long time. And then even after they found Earth, it would still be years before any military or expedition force could make their way here, as a hyperspace lane would need to be charted first. But this Emperor is a Sith, is he not? Hackett asked, turning his eyes towards Nox. Couldn't he find Earth in the same manner that you did? In theory, yes. Nox nodded. But at the moment, Earth is enshrouded in a veil of the Force, making it impossible to find unless the Force wants it to be found. But the shroud is failing. Why or how I do not know. But we have only a decade, maybe less, before the shroud is gone. And when it falls, Sidious, if he's even half as powerful as I believe him to be, will sense Earth if even for a split second. And that second will be enough that if he enters a deep state of mediation, he will be able to use what he sensed to find us. And then he'll send every ship available to try and plot a hyperspace lane right to our doorstep. And then he will either seek our subjugation or destruction, according to you. Hackett finished for her. Nox merely shrugged. It's the way of the Sith. Either enslave or destroy anything that might prove a potential threat to you and your power base. And make no mistake, gentlemen. This very world's existence is a threat to the Sith Emperor. He won't let it go, even if every magical or force sensitive on the planet left. Nox had a smirk on her face when she decided to drop another bombshell onto them. Besides, we've already made strides to get Earth into modern age that is the galaxy at large. We have, successfully, built and tested a space-worthy ship. I say tested because it has landed on an asteroid by Mars. You should know, Admiral, you flew in it. This, Emperor Sidious, may be our enemy in the future, the Prime Minister said slowly as he broke the silence. But even by your own estimation, we have years, maybe even decades until he comes for us. Perhaps it would be best if we focus the here and now. Namely this, cabal that is trying to tear the world apart. I agree. Nox nodded. We've already given you everything that we know about them. Unfortunately, moving against them directly is almost impossible. Why? The Minister asked, looking genuinely curious. Because our adversary is as smart as they ruthless. Sirius spoke up for the first time. Voldemort, or rather Vitiate, I guess, as he's the one that's pulling all the strings, has taken to making old magical manor houses into his bases of operation. Manors which are heavily warded and guarded by magical barriers up to and including the Fidelius. And it would take a team of the greatest curse breakers in the world to even disrupt those wards. And that's even assuming that we figured out just where those houses were. Oh, and before you think it would be as easy as capturing and interrogating someone, let me stop you. James and I tried that approach in the last war, when Dumbledore wasn't looking, of course. And magic itself will protect whatever it is that is trying to be hidden. All you'll get from questioning someone about a certain location is headache. So we can't move against their base of operations. Hackett stated rather than asked. So we fight this war through attrition. Take them out whenever they show themselves and cut off whatever aid they hope to receive. Pretty much. Nox nodded solemnly. It wasn't the way that she wanted to fight this war. Not in the slightest. In truth, she wanted to take a Sidious approach and simply walk into the Wizenigmet and start assassinating everyone she knew to be a part of the new Sith Order. But that was not how she could do things. Not yet, at least. For starters, war was a political nightmare. If she just went about and started offing everyone left and right, people would begin to fear her. And while some fear was good, she couldn't let her name become synonymous with fear. That was Vitiate's role to play in this war. Not hers. An ugly way to fight a war. And costly. Hackett stated morosely. I have some friends that I might be able to reach out to for help. Although whether they'll actually help or hinder us is still debatable. But considering the state of things, even the promise of stability can become a beacon for hope. Then do so. Nox nodded. The world is teetering on the brink of all-out war. There will be no clear sides once it starts. And we will need friends, a lot of friends or allies at least, to see the world put back to rights. As the Admiral and the Minister nodded their agreement to her assessment, the door to her office opened, allowing one clearly irate Amelia Bones to walk in. She managed to get 3 steps into the office before finally noticing that Nox was not in alone. Is this a bad time? Not at all. Please, have a seat. Nox said, motioning for Amelia to take one of the empty chairs across for her even as Sirius rushed to her side to aid her. Typical male. Gets a woman pregnant and suddenly thinks that she can't do anything by herself. Amelia, this is Admiral Stephen Hackett of the United States Navy. Admiral, this is Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for Britain and our liaison into the magical world. Ma'am. Hackett greeted, nodding his head. Admiral. Amelia nodded back before turning towards Knox. Well, it could have gone worse. Not by much. But it could have. Let me guess, Knox sighed, letting her head fall back against her chair. They've decided to put their fingers in their ears and bury their heads in the sand. Got it in one. Amelia sighed. They were given the option of joining the fight on either side or staying neutral and sealing up the borders. The old fool pressed for neutrality and he won. Now magical Britain is sealing itself away and I fear that this trend will continue throughout other magical communities. They will regret such a decision in time. Admiral Hackett stated plainly. More than likely. Knox nodded grimly. The only question is, how many innocents will have to die before they actually come to regret their decision? Grabbing the clear crystal that was on the corner of her desk, Knox used the force to lift the crystal a few inches into the air before she started slowly spinning it around in a tight circle. It was a calming exercise that she'd found herself doing more and more often as of late. Was there anything else? Yes, unfortunately. Amelia spat. The Ministry, in its infinite wisdom, has decided to recall all Muggle-born students that are of age back to Hogwarts. Failure to do so will be penalized with expulsion, snapping of their wand and sealing of their magic. What? Sirius balked. Why would those bloody fucking morons? They're tearing families apart. Of course they are. But they don't care. Sirius. Amelia sighed. I tried to argue that very point, as did Madame Longbottom, and you know how she can get once she gets on a roll. But they didn't care. All that they care about is the safety of the magical realm. As the old coot put it anyway. Such insolence. The Prime Minister seated. Apologies to you, Madame Bones, but I see now we've allowed the magical communities too much laxation in terms of the letter of the law. We'll have to rectify that once this war is over. We will be rectifying a lot after this war is done, Prime Minister. Knox stated as she stared at Amelia, a dreadful suspicion beginning to take hold in her mind. Tell me, Amelia. Who was it that proposed this action first? That is the really surprising aspect of all of this nonsense. Amelia grunted. It was Lucius Malfoy of all people who put this suggestion forth in its entirety. That surprised Knox more than she cared to admit. Why would he, unless, oh. Of course he would. Why would Malfoy of all people want to protect the Muggleborns? Sirius asked out loud, giving voice to everyone's thoughts who knew Malfoy. This, Lucius Malfoy you're speaking of, Hackett said slowly. He is one of these supporters of the new Sith regime, is he not? Yes. Sirius nodded, scratching at his beard. But him working to protect the Muggleborns? That just doesn't make sense. He's more of the I'm better than you because my parents are incredibly inbred sort of arsehole. It wasn't his idea. Knox stated, drawing everyone's attention back to her. This is part of the reason why I haven't just started assassinating everyone we know is in league with Vitiate. Better the devil that you know. We know that Lucius would never willingly try and protect the Muggleborns, yet here he is doing exactly that. Which means it wasn't his idea. Rather it was Vitiate's idea. Vitiate? Sirius asked. Why would he care? Does he want as many magicals to survive this war as possible or something? No. Knox replied, shaking her head. Vitiate wouldn't care about who lives and dies. And in truth, it's against the very nature of the Sith to try and save the weak. The trials of Korriban were designed specifically to weed out the weak from the strong. Hell, I killed 2 acolytes before I had my first meal on that rock. So, Sirius said slowly. If he isn't trying to save lives, then why would he have Lucius act completely uncharacteristically to save as many lives as possible? The room went quiet as her guests tried to sort the puzzle out in their minds. Unsurprisingly, at least to Knox, Amelia was the first one to come to the same conclusion that Knox had. There is a child of the Emperor amongst the Muggleborn, isn't there? It would be a safe bet. Knox nodded, to which the 3 men in the room turned towards her with puzzled looks on their faces. We already know that Vitiate, or Voldemort, was planning on using a set of vanishing cabinets that would be smuggled into the school by Draco Malfoy in order to bypass the school's magical barriers. It would make sense that, seeing as how that plan has officially failed, that he would try and find another way to bypass the barriers. But why? The Prime Minister asked. It seems like a lot of work for a school of all places. I would think he would be much more interested in taking over and holding the Ministry of Magic. One would think, but they would be wrong. Knox countered. This temple is built on the juncture of 3 magical ley lines. Because of this the wards and barriers are powered directly by those lines, making them next to impossible to break through. Hogwarts, however, that castle sits on the juncture of 5 magical ley lines. She paused, letting that sink in. With his knowledge in that location, Vitiate could create barriers so strong that you could drop every nuke in your arsenal atop of him and all you would accomplish is giving him a slight suntan. Wonderful. Hackett sighed. Is there a way that we can send one of your own back into the school to prevent whatever he is planning? Sirius rubbed his chin in thought. You know there is a way into Hogwarts I doubt many people know save for few that can be entered from Hogsmeade. This comment drew the attention of everyone in the room. It's not widely known but there is a tunnel from base of the Whomping Willow that goes into the Shrieking Shack. I know it because Remus had to use it during his years at Hogwarts. Wouldn't Pettigrew have told Voldemort this? Amelia asked. Unlikely. Nox shook her head. If Voldemort knew he would not have to use this method. Even so this tunnel would take time to get into the grounds and the castle itself. No, we need a more faster method. I may have a way but I will need to look into it. We'll reserve the tunnel as a backup however. To answer your question Admiral, it would be possible yes, but I'm not going to ask either Harry or the Valkyries to head back to that school. Nox stated firmly. They didn't leave on the best of terms. And let's just leave it at that. But, there might be a way we can cross through the barriers without having to send any of our own into the school at the beginning of the year. Harry would have to begin practicing immediately, but she was sure that her son would be up for the challenge. Staring up at the tent canvas above him, Colin Creevey rubbed his hand through his hair as he tried once again to go to sleep. But even as he closed his eyes, he knew it was pointless. In truth, he hadn't really slept more than a few hours ever since Harry and the others all left Hogwarts in what was probably the most dramatic exit in history. He'd always thought of Harry as a hero. There was no denying that. But, watching Harry effortlessly kill one of their fellow students without even showing the slightest bit of remorse. It shattered the pedestal that he'd placed the boy who lived upon. Sure that Slytherin was about to cast some sort of spell on Harry, but did he really need to kill him? And that sort of light that he used? Where did he get such a weapon? Or the better question, how long had he been carrying it around with him during the school year? But then his speech he gave everyone upon leaving, it confused him and sacred him. A war was starting up again and Harry stated categorically that he was going to fight against the Death Eaters. And then they'd left. In a muggle craft that was straight out of a science fiction novel. As soon as they were gone, Dumbledore wasted no time in assuring all of the students that there was no war going on. And that there were no Death Eaters of a Dark Lord to worry about. But despite the headmaster's assurances, everyone in the castle kept a wary eye on the Slytherins for the rest of the year. His parents, predictably enough, wanted to pull him and his brother from the school as soon as they told them about what happened at the end of year. But after no small amount of pleading from both Colin and his brother, they managed to wear their parents down and they would both be returning to Hogwarts at the end of August. And as summer slowly progressed and he spent time with his family, Colin started to slowly forget about what happened at the end of the year and Harry's warning of a war. It wasn't until nearly a month into the summer holidays that Colin discovered just how stupid he was to ignore Harry's warnings. His family had, a very nice home out the outskirts of London. But now it was nothing more than a pile of burnt ash. He didn't even remember what had happened. All he remembered was that he was enjoying a breakfast with his family and then the next moment the Creevey house was on fire. And not just any fire either. Wizard fire. He didn't even have time to grab his wand before the fire had started to consume almost the entirety of the house. He and his brother just barely managed to grab their wands before they were yanked out of the house by his parents. But then they were out of the frying pan and into the fire so to say. Their entire neighborhood was aflame as witches and wizards wearing bone masks were running all around casting spell after spell trying to do as much damage as possible. He didn't really remember what happened next. All he remembered was seeing a sickly green curse, which he recognized later was the killing curse, strike one of his neighbors down and then he was running with his family. He didn't remember how long or for how long they ran, he just remembered running. At one point his brother tripped and hurt himself, but his father just simply picked him up and carried him as they continued to run. And now, over a week of wandering around here they were. In a football stadium outside of London that had been converted into a semi-refugee camp filled with hundreds of tents and even more people. It was cramped. Dirty. Loud during the day and night. But it was better than being outside the stadium where riots, looting, and fighting were starting to become commonplace. Which was something he wanted to avoid. Coward. Colin cursed himself as he rolled over and punched the ground beneath his sleeping bag. Harry wouldn't have just run away. He would have stood his ground and fought against the Death Eaters. Restrictions of underage magic be damned. He wouldn't have let all of those people die. He would have fought. And what did I do? I ran. Like a bloody coward. And now here I am, hiding like a coward. I'm no Gryffindor. Giving up on sleeping, for the third night in a row, Colin sat up and looked around the small tent he and his family had been provided by the relief workers. He was pressed up against one side of the tent. His mother and younger brother were in the middle of the tent, with his brother sleeping curled up into his mother's side. And his father was against the other side of the tent. Making sure that all three of them were still sound asleep, Colin sat upright before reaching under his pillow he felt for the long slim box that held his wand. It was too dangerous for him to cast magic at the moment, not only because of the restriction against underage magic, but also because word had gotten around between the Muggles that not only did magic exist, but its practitioners were the cause behind the recent attacks. Just 2 days ago, a woman had been beaten bloody because rumor had gotten around that she was a witch. She wasn't, of course. But the fear alone drove the people to attack her. But despite the danger of showing the potential for magic, just holding his wand was a comfort. That should be put away, Colin. We can't afford for anyone to find out just what you and your brother can do. Jumping slightly, Colin hurried to put his wand back in its case. Sorry, Dad. He muttered, pushing the case back under his pillow. Sitting up in the dark, his father turned on the torch he had by his bed space, illuminating the interior of the tent. His mother and little brother both groaned, but otherwise stayed asleep. With a nod of his head, his father unzipped the tent entrance and stepped out with Colin following right behind him. Outside the tent was like stepping into a tent city. Hundreds of tents were pitched throughout the grass field and there were even some up on the flatter areas of the bleachers. His father turned and started walking towards where Colin knew the bathrooms were located, leaving him to hurry after him. Once they were off of the field and into one of the tunnels beneath the bleachers, his father stopped and, after looking around to make sure that they were alone, knelt down in front of him. There was nothing that you could have done, son. His father said, placing his free hand on his shoulder. Yes, there was. Colin said sadly. I could have done something. I should have done something. I should have listened to Harry at the end of the year. I was such a fool. Worse yet, I'm a coward. People were dying all around us and all I could do was. Colin, stop. His father said forcefully. You were not the only one to run away that day. We all did. But what could we have done? If you'd used your tricks, they would have targeted you. Running away to live another day isn't cowardice, son. So don't think for a moment that you are a coward. Colin still didn't feel right, but he couldn't help but feel slightly better than he had. Thanks, Dad. Oh shite. What is that doing here? Before his father could berate him for his language, a high-pitched screech came from just behind him as an owl dropped out of the night sky and landed right next to the two of them. Clutch in its talons was a large envelope that had a large H scrawled across the front. Snatching the letter from the owl, he quickly looked around to make sure that no one had seen the owl land. Thank you, now go, quickly. Before someone sees you. The owl, however, didn't move. It merely stared at him as if suddenly offended before squawking loudly again. I don't have anything to give you. Colin hissed, looking around. Now get out of here before you get us both hurt, you stupid bird. The owl huffed and gave off another loud squawk before spreading its wings flying away. Bloody idiots. His father cursed as Colin turned the letter over in his hands. With everything going on and people suddenly afraid of anything and everything to do with magic, and they still send letters with bloody birds. Idiots, the lot of them. Well, what do they want now? Opening the letter, Colin took the torch from his father and held it steady so that he could read what had been sent to him. By the time he reached the bottom of the letter, he was sure that it was a joke of some kind. But after reading through the letter 3 more times, he was convinced that it wasn't. They're recalling all Muggleborns back to Hogwarts. What? His father asked, all but ripping the letter out of his hands. Unbelievable. His father muttered as he read through the letter. You have to go back, or you'll not only be expelled but your magic will be sealed and your memories of Hogwarts erased. They'd be taking years off of your life. They'll do it. Colin sighed. Harry and the others, Hermione especially. They've always been suspicious of the magical government and how they handle the Muggleborns. If they think that we're a threat to their security, they'll remove us. Either figuratively or literally. Bloody hell. His father breathed heavily, handing the letter back to him and leaning up against the tunnel wall. After several minutes of uncomfortable silence, his father looked at him once more. I'm counting on you to look after your brother while you two are there. What? You heard me. His father said seriously. I want you to look after your brother while you two are at the bloody school of yours. But what? Colin. His father sighed, kneeling down next to him. You've seen what it's like out there. It's chaos. Pure and simple. And you've seen how people are starting to react to those even rumored to have magical abilities. Your mother and I were already discussing leaving this place behind to keep you boys safe, but we simply didn't know where to go. But this gives you a chance to be safe. Licking his lips, Colin tried in vain to fight against the tears threatening to fall from his eyes. But what about you and Mum? We'll be fine, kiddo. His father smiled, although even Colin could tell that it was strained. But more importantly, you'll be safe. And that is all that matters to your mother and I. Unable to help himself, Colin launched himself forward and wrapped his arms around his dad's shoulders. You'll be all right, son. His father whispered to him as he returned his embrace. We'll all make it through this. Standing beside the other Hogwarts professors within the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Dumbledore watched with a smile on his face as groups of Muggleborn students began appearing in the midst of the hall via the porte-cayette. He couldn't help but notice that more than a few of them not in the best of shape. Be it their robes in tatters or, in the case of a few, bandaged. He would have to make sure that Madame Pomfrey got around to check on those students. But there was one thing that was sorely lacking amongst the students. And that was the cheer and wonder that he was used to seeing at the beginning of the school year. Once the last of the students had been deposited into the Great Hall, Dumbledore rose to his feet and spread his arms wide. "Welcome back to Hogwarts, everyone. I am heartened to see so many of you have decided to return," he said joyfully. "Please feel free to sit wherever you wish. This is not a formal feast, so house tables will not be enforced. And once we are all fed and comfortable, I will explain what we will be going over this summer while you are staying with us." With a mighty clap of his hands, food from the kitchens appeared upon all of the tables. Taking his seat, he watched as the Muggle-born students slowly moved towards their tables and sat down. But instead of digging into their food with gusto like he was used to seeing, the students merely picked lightly at the offered food. That was if they even took any food in the first place. It is good that we got them away from the war as soon as we did, Dumbledore thought, watching as the students quietly conversed with one another. Children should not be subjected to war. And Hogwarts is the only safe place for them now. If only I could have brought the pureblood and half-blood students back as well. But they have the protection of their parents and don't require my own. I haven't seen such sorrow in a long time, Albus. Picking up his goblet, he took a slight drink of pumpkin juice while nodding. Indeed, Minerva. I fear this, war has been hard on them. But now we can shelter and protect like they need. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Minerva's cat-like eyes narrow significantly. It isn't just the war, Albus. A war we have done nothing to stop despite the countless chances and warnings we've received over the years. No. We tore these children away from their families and forced them back into a world that looks down on them just for having non-magical parents. Dumbledore's brow furrowed. They are safer here, Minerva. He reprimanded her. We cannot protect them in our world if they remained in the Muggle world. Perhaps. Minerva nodded. But they need their families. Now more than ever. Not a world that looks down on them just because their parents were not magical. Mark my words, Albus, you've made a mistake by forcing these children back here and away from their families. Turning his attention back to the students, a small part of him couldn't help but feel that she was right. He didn't need to be skilled in legilimency to sense the sorrow within the students. Sorrow that he has helped to aggravate by tearing them away from their families. Perhaps Minerva is right. He sighed to himself as he leaned back and used his passive legilimency to feel the aura of the room. Perhaps I truly did make a mistake. As soon as the thought entered his head, he immediately shook it out. No. I wasn't wrong. These children need to be protected at all costs. They could have been hurt if left on their own. Worse yet, if they'd been left in the Muggle world, they might have actually started to side with the Muggles and work to undermine the magical world's way of life. A way of life that has sustained us for so long. Yes. I did the right thing by bringing them all here. Minerva and everyone else will see that in time. Deep within the Guardian Temple within the Watfall room, Harry laid on his side in the grass as he stared up at the cascading water above him. Despite the cool air within the room, he wasn't cold at all. Part of that was his force training, which had included instructions on how to basically ignore the outside temperature no matter whether it was hot or cold. But the true reason he wasn't chilled is the warm body that had her back pressed up against his chest while she slept soundly. For Harry, this was one of the moments that he cherished most. The brief moments when he either wasn't with Ginny training her or out on operation of some sort. When it was just Ahsoka and himself, there was no war outside threatening to kill everyone and everything. There was only the two of them. And he quickly come to recognize how fleeting these moments were. So he made sure that each time the two of them had a moment to themselves, he made it worthwhile to the point where he could power a dozen patroness charms with the mere memory. Moving slowly so that he didn't disturb her rest, Harry carefully extracted his arm out from underneath Ahsoka's head and moved back slowly. Her face scrunched up slightly at his movement, but her eyes didn't open as she rolled onto her back and kept sleeping. Good, Harry thought, smiling as he stared down at her peaceful face. She needs her sleep. We all do. Especially after everything that we've been through so far. The war had been dragging on for weeks now. Summer was coming to and the air around the temple had started to gain a noticeable chill to it. Things had definitely improved ever since they'd managed to get Admiral Hackett and what remained of the loyal US military forces on their side. Soon after, the remnants of the British military, with the help of the Prime Minister, joined in with their efforts as well. Hackett even managed to get parts of the Russian military on their side by convincing one of their generals to side with them, although how he managed to do that remained a mystery to just about everyone. Under normal circumstances, such an alliance would be able to combat quite a bit. But the problem with this war was simply that there were no clear lines. Civil war was running rampart throughout the entire world. Countries were fractured beyond belief. Old hatreds long thought cooled had been encouraged to the point where they were now all anyone thought about. Some of the smaller countries had even gone so far as to band together and form an alliance of sorts. It didn't take a genius to figure out that those countries were under the thumb of Vitiate, especially considering the sigil they'd taken to represent their alliance was the Sith emblem of old. But considering those few countries were suddenly targeted less and less frequently by the Dementors and attacks in general, whispers had begun to spread about others possibly joining up for protection. And such problems weren't just isolated to the non-magical side of the war either. The magical governments had all been fractured and most were in open rebellion from their countries of origin. In short, the world was a complete mess. The only communities that had managed to avoid open war so far are the few, like Britain, that had chosen isolation rather than confrontation. And so because of the constant infighting between people, instead of being able to attack their enemy, the Sith, head-on as many wanted to, the Guardians and their allies were delegated to damage control and pacification. The Dementors would attack a village and the Guardians would respond by repelling them. The children would plan an attack somewhere, and Vila spies that had incorporated themselves into the world would report the impending attack to Nox, and Hackett and Rex would plan accordingly to counter the attack. In short, the only one who was winning in this war was death. And the death toll was counting ever upwards without any indication of slowing down anytime soon. One of the few good things that had happened over the past few weeks had been finalized just a few days ago when Nox presented all of the apprentices who did not yet have a lightsaber with a kyber crystal. They were all synth crystals, so they maintained their distinctive red appearance, much to the chagrin of the former Jedi in their ranks. But until they were able to make a prolonged voyage to Odson, this was the best that they could do. At least now every member of the Guardian Order had a lightsaber to help turn the tides of battle to their favor. Harry. Turning his head, he saw that Ahsoka had turned over fully and her eyes, half open as they were staring up at him. "Hey," he said softly, leaning down and pressing a light kiss to her lips. "I tried not to wake you." "You didn't." Ahsoka smiled. "The chill did. I fear I lost my nice warm blanket." Before he could question what she meant, her hand latched onto his arm and she twisted away, using the momentum to pull him down so that his front was pressed against her back once more and his arm was wrapped around her slim waist. "There," she murmured, pressing herself against him. "That's much better. So, are you going to tell me what is more interesting than me being snuggled into your side?" There was no point in denying it. She was in his head, literally and figuratively. "The war. It just feels like we're going nowhere. We take one step, then have to take one back. The Sith push us back 2 more and then we leap forward 3 only to get knocked back a step. It's never ending. The only thing that happening is that people are dying. A lot of people. It's war, Harry." Ahsoka said softly, turning around in his arms so that they were face to face. "It's never pretty. Nor is it easy. The Clone Wars lasted for nearly 3 years and I was on the front lines for almost all of it. My girlfriend, the war veteran." Harry smiled lightly as he rested his forehead against hers and let out a long sigh. "But it's not just this war. Even when we win, we'll have an even larger war looming in the distance when we're revealed to the Galactic Empire. But we won't be alone in that war, Harry." Ahsoka said confidently. "I know for a fact there are quite a few worlds out in the galaxy that won't be happy with a Galactic Empire. Actually, it wouldn't surprise me in the least if those same worlds haven't already banded together to form a rebellion or, force forbid, another separatist movement. I hope so." Harry sighed, cursing himself for ruining their moment of peace with his thoughts on the war. "Don't worry about it, Harry." Ahsoka's voice rang in his head as she placed a hand on his chest. "You're worried. I know you are. And truth be told, so am I. But right now, just try and relax. I know from experience, Harry, these moments of peace during war are few and far between." Closing his eyes, Harry tried to empty his mind of all thoughts and instead focused solely on the feel of Ahsoka in his arms. Her warm breath on his skin. Her fingers lightly running through his hair. "What would I do without you?" he asked her, not bothering to open his eyes, preferring instead to just enjoy the feel of her with his other senses. "Probably go completely insane." Ahsoka joked offhandedly. "Either that or keel over from stress." "Thanks for the vote of confidence, Ahsoka." Harry smirked, opening his eyes and meeting her own. "You're welcome." She responded cheerfully before closing the distance between the two of them and lightly pressing her lips against his own. A steady heat grew within both of their chests as their kiss deepened. Soon enough, Ahsoka had pushed him onto his back and was straddling his hips as her tongue lightly danced against his. "Force." Ahsoka breathed as the need for air drew the two of them apart. No wonder the Jedi frowned on relationships. No learner or Padawan would be able to concentrate on their lessons if they knew just how good this was. Harry wasn't even able to put in his own 2 nuts before her lips descended upon him again, and once that happened any hope for coherent thought went out the window. Especially once his girlfriend started grinding her hips against his own. Without warning, Ahsoka pulled back from him, her face flush and her breath coming in and out in short bursts. "So, what do you think Master Sakura will find at this mystery location Mortis gave us before he kicked the bucket?" "Bloody hell, Ahsoka!" Harry growled, letting his head drop back against the grass. Well you know. And now you ask me to think. Not all of the blood is in my head. Oh, I know. Ahsoka thought back, making Harry's eyes shot open and stare up at her. Shite, I really did not mean to actually think that thought. Oh, I don't mind. Ahsoka smiled, before she rolled her hips slightly making Harry groan. I consider it quite a compliment actually. Bloody hell, you've been spending too much time with my mother and Tonks. Harry shouted as Ahsoka continued her slow torture. Think of this as good mental practice. Ahsoka continued on, both with her words and her rolling hips. Although he was glad to note that her voice was slightly off-kilter. Now, what do you think Master Sakura will find? I don't know. Harry answered honestly, trying to keep his mind off of the more than pleasant feelings Ahsoka was causing within him. But it's something the Emperor wants, so of course we're going to take it from him. Well day. Ahsoka smirked as she leaned down closer to him. But what do you think? Taking advantage of the situation, Harry flipped the two of them over so that he was now the one on top instead of her. Why don't I ask you the same question? Harry breathed in her ear as he lightly attacked the small spot where her neck and shoulder met. The one spot he knew always drove her insane. What do you think Master Sakura will find? Don't care. Ahsoka moaned as her fingers tightened in his hair. Just don't bloody fucking stop. Holding onto the handles within the LAAT, Master Aayla Sakura watched out the forward window as the land flew past them as they made their way towards their destination. This mission was definitely outside of the norm from what she'd, and the rest of the JE Guardians, had been doing so far during this war. They weren't out to protect a city or respond to an attack. Instead, they were to investigate something for Grand Master Nox. A location that had been given to them by Mortis just before the Grand Master had sent him on into the Force. Master? Are you all right? Looking over her shoulder, she spied her apprentice, Hannah, standing just off to her left and behind her. I'm fine, Hannah. She answered honestly. But I sense something strange. I cannot quite place it and that vexes me. As much as it shames me to admit that. A year ago she would have never allowed for herself to become vexed over an odd feeling from the Force. The Jedi Code did not allow for such thinking. And after her time in as a slave, well, she kept a tight control over herself. A side effect of not having control over oneself for a time. But now it actually felt good to admit that she was disturbed and not have to endure judging looks from her comrades. What is it, Master? Hannah asked. What do you sense? Instead of answering, Aayla turned fully and looked at her apprentice full on. Close your eyes, Hannah. Stretch out with your feelings and embrace the Force, but do not try and control it. Focus on our mission here today and let the Force guide you where it may. Taking a deep breath, Aayla felt it as her young apprentice closed her eyes and reached out with her senses. I sense nervousness and anxiety and a sense of contentment. How is that possible, Master? Because you need to learn how to separate out what you are sensing from the Force, young one. Aayla replied not unkindly, before reaching out and placing a comforting hand on her apprentice's shoulder. Don't worry, Hannah. You're still young and you still have much to learn yet. Master Sakura, the pilot called out over his shoulder. We're 3 minutes out from our destination. Thank you, pilot. Aayla called back as she gave Hannah one last nod of encouragement before turning around and facing the others who were assigned to this mission with them. While she did have some reservations at first, considering the still relative primitive nature of Earth, she had to admit that the soldiers on this world were incredibly well trained. And the 6 that were accompanying them, a squad of 5 with the female Lieutenant Shepard tagging alone, were some of the best trained troops that she'd ever led. And that included her time on the front lines during the Clone Wars. Catching Jane Shepard's eye, the human mage nodded as she rose to her feet. All right, boys, listen up. The lieutenant shouted, bringing the other 5 men to attention. The boss lady has our briefing for this mission. They're all yours, Master Sakura. Thank you, Lieutenant. Aayla nodded to the lieutenant as she pulled out her small handheld holo projector. The small device came to life and a representation of a plain-looking building appeared floating just above her hand. This is our target. It's a small warehouse located far away from any signs of civilization. Our satellites have been watching this location for over a week now and we have yet to see anyone enter or leave the building. Thermal imaging has failed to reveal anything about the warehouse, leading us to believe that it's currently under a magical ward. Which means that it is more than likely still manned within. Manipulating the projector with her fingers, she zoomed out so that the immediate area surrounding the structure was also depicted. We'll be landing here, she said, as a small red dot appeared in a small clearing in the middle of a heavily wooded area roughly a click away from the building. According to our scans, this area should be outside any wards or magical boundaries. From there we proceed on foot. Myself, Lieutenant Shepard and Apprentice Abbott will work to detect and disable any magical traps or wards on our approach. Once we've breached the building I'll be taking point. Apprentice Abbott will be in the center of the formation and the lieutenant will take the rear guard. Our objective here is simple. We're to find whatever the new Sith Order is hiding here and either destroy it, or if possible turn it against the Sith. Any questions? How much resistance can we count on encountering once we're inside, ma'am? One of the soldiers asked. Unknown. Ayla responded almost immediately. As I said, we haven't spotted anyone coming or going from the facility. However, with apparition and port keys they could be arriving directly into the interior of the building. But expected resistance. The Emperor is hiding something here. Something valuable. And he won't give it up without a fight. Rules of engagement, ma'am? Another asked. You have blasters with stun settings on them. Ayla countered back. Use them and assume hostilities. If they start throwing spells back at us, switch to lethal force and exercise extreme prejudice. Understood. Yes, ma'am. Feeling the ship start to tilt forward, Ayla instinctively reached up and grabbed hold of the support struts lining the interior of the LAAT as they made their way down towards the ground. The side doors opened silently as the shuttle neared the ground, and her squad, including Hannah and Jane, jumped out and immediately spread themselves out as they checked for any opposition as the LAAT lifted off immediately, once more leaving them alone in the small field. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Ayla immediately reached out with her senses while keeping an eye on the surrounding woods. Sensing no other life forms around, which in and of itself was strange as she couldn't even sense the presence of the local wildlife, she motioned with her hand for her squad to move forward. With barely a sound, Ayla and her squad moved into the woods and began their slow trek towards the facility with the soldiers in the front and Ayla and Hannah pulling up the rear guard. This is odd, Master. Hannah said softly as the two of them walked side by side through the thick foliage. In what way, Hannah? She asked as the two of them ducked underneath a partially fallen tree. It's quiet. Hannah said tentatively as she looked around, one hand resting on the lightsaber attached to her hip. Too quiet. No birds. No small animals. Nothing. It's strange. You're right, apprentice. This forest is far too quiet. Which means that something, or someone, has scared away the local wildlife. Ayla nodded. Ahead of them, Shepard's arm suddenly shot up into the air, signaling for them all to stop moving before quickly following the motion up with a signal for everyone to take cover. Motioning for Hannah to follow her, Ayla went past the soldiers, all of who had sunk down to one knee and had their weapons raised, and up to Shepard's side. As they got closer, Ayla could sense something from the force. But it was unlike anything she'd ever felt before. What is it, Lieutenant? She asked as the two reached the kneeling lieutenant. The lieutenant didn't acknowledge her, instead the young woman lowered her blaster and brought out her wand. Moving her wand in an intricate pattern, Jane created a light wave of glowing dust that slowly drifted forward before settling onto some sort of invisible barrier. Well, it looks like they didn't leave this place undefended. The lieutenant scoffed as her wand continued to move about in slow circles. Oh, now that's just nasty. Staring at ground Shepard was kneeling before, Ayla noticed that there was a thin line of death that was running across the ground. Reaching out with the force, Ayla nearly blinked at the strange barrier that she hadn't sensed until just then. What type of barrier is this? She asked, turning her attention away from the strange barrier and towards Jane. It's not one that is widely used. The lieutenant explained as she picked up a stick from the ground and lightly tossed it forwards. The moment the branch contacted the barrier it simply decomposed. It breaks down all organic matter that touches it. It's incredibly hard to detect and incredibly dangerous to both those it's trying to keep out and those it's trying to protect. Staring at the invisible barrier before them, Ayla gently probed at the barrier with the force. Can you take it down? She asked. While John Shepard had proven to be incredibly gifted with mind arts, rivaling Ayla herself but not quite up to Daphne's level, Jane had proven herself to be curse breaker that was even more capable than Bill Weasley. Give me enough time and 2/5 of whiskey, yet I could take it down. Jane nodded as she backed away from the barrier line. But the moment it went down, whoever put it up will know. And seeing as how we're still half a click away from the target, they'd be long gone before we could get to them. So how do we bypass it without alerting its creator to our presence? Ayla asked as Jane looked around the immediate area. Jane didn't answer her as she continued staring at the ground. Ah, here we are. She said, kneeling down and picking up a fist-size rock before passing her wand over it. This barrier, while incredibly insidious, has a major flaw. Turning back around, she used her wand to levitate the rock out of her hand while slowly increasing the size of the rock. By the time the rock reached the barrier, the rock was a full 2 heads taller than Ayla and just as wide. Setting the now boulder-sized rock in line with the barrier, Jane then cut out a path through the rock. As I was saying, Jane breathed, wiping at her brow with the back of her hand. The barrier affects only organic material, and it forms around inorganic material. Picking up another fallen tree branch, Jane tossed the stick through the opening in the rock. The stick continued past the barrier completely intact before landing on the other side. See. The lieutenant smirked as she tucked her wand away. Piece of cake. But we best hurry through. Not quite sure just how long that transfiguration job of mine will hold out for. Hesitating for only a second, Ayla marched through the stone arch before anyone else could do so. Emerging on the other side, she released the breath she didn't even realize she was holding. The lieutenant is right, she said calmly, turning back towards the arch and her squad. Let's move. With only the slightest bit of hesitance, the squad made their way through the arch one at a time, with Jane being the last one through. Once they were all on the other side, Jane undid her transfiguration and threw the rock off to the side. The rest of their trek went without interruption until they reached the edge of the tree line and the facility came into view. As soon as they could see the facility, Ayla motioned for her squad to spread out and get behind cover while she and Jane made their way towards the very edge of the tree line. Well, I can't see any type of security, Jane Shepherd commented quietly while looking over the plain-looking building from around the tree she was hiding behind. Just because you can't see something doesn't mean that there isn't anything there, Ayla responded while pulling out her wand and lightly touching the tip to her temple. Omnes videns. Her vision pulsed as the colors of the world around her dampened slightly. Scanning the building, Ayla tried to spot any movement coming from within, atop, or even around the structure. But no matter where she looked, she couldn't find a single soul moving. And that, more than anything, worried her. Well? Jane asked as Ayla shook her head to clear off the last of the effects of the spell. Anything? No. Ayla replied, shaking her head. Nothing. No sentries or guards. And there's no movement within the building either. Shit. Jane cursed, recognizing the implications almost immediately. Means that we're more than likely too late, hey? Possibly, Ayla nodded while signaling for the others to come forward. Or they're waiting for us. Once they were all together, Ayla laid out her plan. Alright, listen up. It looks like this place has been abandoned, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it is. The lieutenant and I will head out first. Everyone else will stay here and prepare to cover us should our assumptions prove false. Once we reach the building, we'll signal for you to approach. Apprentice Abbott will take the lead on your approach. Hannah, keep your senses open for any sign of danger, understood? Yes, master. Hannah nodded quickly before moving back with the other soldiers, leaving only Ayla and Jane near the edge of the tree line. So, Jane said, keeping her eyes trained on the facility before them. How do you want to play this? Run like hell and hope that no one sees us? No, Ayla replied, shaking her head. I have a better idea. I just hope that I do it right this time. Bringing her wand atop her head, she lightly touched it against the base of her leku. The sensation of an oozing substance sliding over her head and down her body nearly made her shiver in revulsion, but she held firm until the sensation reached her toes and then disappeared. Disillusionment. Jane nodded, pulling her own wand out and tapping herself on top of her head on. Good idea. Within moments Jane was little more than an outline that could only truly be seen when the woman moved. Shitballs. She could hear, rather see, Jane shudder. I really don't care for the way that feels. It's better than the alternative. Ayla countered. Now let's get a move on, Lieutenant. Even though she couldn't exactly see the lieutenant, she could hear her as she moved out from behind her cover as Ayla stepped out into the open and began running towards the seemingly abandoned building. After closing half the distance, the two still had yet to encounter any type of resistance. Even upon reaching the building itself they were still left unmolested. Well, Ayla heard Jane breath heavily beside. That was uneventful. Yes, it was. Ayla nodded, making her way along the edge of the building until they reached a side door. Holding up her hand, Ayla frowned slightly as she made a pass over the door with the force. Curious. What is it? The lieutenant asked as Ayla removed the disillusionment over herself. Staring at the locking mechanism on the door, she hovered her hand just above the metal construct. Reaching out with the force, she began to manipulate the tumblers within. There's nothing here, Ayla said, as she worked on undoing the lock. No force barriers, no electricity to indicate alarms. I can't even sense any traps on the other side of this door. Well, maybe we're just getting lucky. Jane shrugged, as her own disillusion disappeared. Perhaps. Ayla nodded as she felt the tumblers fall into place and the lock slide open with a light click. Or perhaps you were right, and we're too late. Cracking the door open ever so slightly, Ayla searched once again for any traps or alarms while beside her, Jane stood at the ready with her blaster pointed towards the opening. There was a feint, something just on the other side of the door, but Ayla could sense any malicious intent. We're clear, Ayla said after a moment as she opened the door fully and signaling for the others to join them. The second group, led by her apprentice, quickly made their way across the clearing. As they drew level with Ayla and Jane, they fell into the order that Ayla had assigned to them, with 2 men joining Ayla on point, 2 more flanking Hannah and the last one joining the lieutenant at the rear. Once they were in position, Ayala stepped into the building and passed through the strange barrier that she'd sensed. The moment she did, her empathic senses nearly threatened to overwhelm her. Anger. Pain. Despair. Fear. Each sensation far more powerful than the last assaulted her senses to the point where she was forced to place a hand against the nearest wall to support her. Master! Hannah desperately called out, rushing to her side and stepping front of her. Master, are you all right? I'm fine. Ayala said, forcing the sudden swelling of emotions out of her mind while falling back on her years of Jedi training to bring peace back to her mind. Whatever that barrier was that surrounded this place, while it wasn't malevolent, it was keeping emotions of those within sealed away. And now that we've crossed that barrier, I sense the despair and anguish within. Patting her apprentice on the shoulder, Ayala gave the young girl a reassuring smile. It was overwhelming for a moment, but nothing more than that. Fall back in line, apprentice. Hannah stared up at her, her concern still etched clearly across her face. Yes, master. She nodded before stepping back and retaking her place in the formation. Keep your eyes peeled. Ayala said to the rest of her squad as she held her lightsaber in her right hand and her wand in her left. Despite outward appearances, we are not alone in here. Moving slowly, the group made their way further into the facility. No matter where they went, however, they were greeted with nothing more than empty rooms devoid of any signs of occupancy. Within the space of an hour, Ayala and her team had searched every room available and were more than slightly puzzled as they stood within the large empty warehouse within the building. Okay, Jane muttered as she stared around at the empty expanse. Is anyone else confused, or is it just me? Perhaps we're too late. One of the men growled. If there was anything here, we would have found it by now. Looks like we're a day late and $1 short on this one, ma'am. Let's just get out of here before someone comes around and catches us with our pants down. Perhaps. Ayala nodded, staring around the empty room. But despite having found nothing, a small part within the back of her mind was almost screaming at her that something was here. That feeling was compounded when she felt the urge to ignore that instinct as well. Something is playing with our minds here. Twisting her wand slightly, she created a small pebble and floated it up until it was right in front of her face. It still amazes me. Ayala thought, watching the small stone slowly spin in front of her eyes. I've probably learned more about the Force in my year on this planet than I have in all of my time amongst the Jedi. Cutting of her musing, she flicked her wand and sent the small pebble flying through the empty space. Nearly halfway across the empty room, however, the pebble clanged off of something invisible and fell to the floor. It appears as if we might not be too late after all. Ayala commented, focusing on the spot where the pebble bounced off of something. All around her, her squad and even Hannah were trying, and failing, to keep their eyes on the location where the pebble had stopped. The lieutenant, however, continued to stare ahead unflinchingly. Oh! Jane breathed, shaking her head. This is a damn near thing of beauty. Compulsion's charms, repelling wards, notice me not wards and disillusionment charms, all interwoven into one another. Fucking A. This is a work of art. Can you remove it? Ayala asked. While her skills were increasing exponentially, this magic was still relatively new to her. Possibly. Jane frowned, pulling out her wand and taking a few tentative steps forward. But, it's going to take some time. For the next few hours, Jane worked diligently on disabling whatever spells were keeping them from their target. The soldiers that had come with them had fanned out and were covering all entrance points to the building, waiting for any potential uninvited guests. Ayala and Hannah split the time between helping Jane whenever and however they could and doing a few force exercises that were commonplace amongst the Padawans back before the start of the Clone Wars. After nearly 2 hours, a thoroughly exhausted and sweat-covered Jane rocked back on her heels. Finally, she breathed as she slashed her wand across her body. The air in front of the rippled, and where there was once nothing, there was now an old, heavily damaged starship. Curious. Ayala muttered, walking forward and inspecting the ship with a trained eye. Master. Hannah said, following behind her. Where did this ship come from? Frowning, Ayala rubbed at her chin. I assume that this is the ship that Ajkaran and the Emperor used to come to this world. She mused as the three of them made their way around towards the lowered loading ramp. Walking up into the ship, Ayala noticed that the decay within the ship was even worse than it was on the outside. Is this ship even still usable? Jane asked as she poked at a rust-covered section of wall, which gave way under the slight pressure of her finger. No. Ayala answered quickly as they rounded a corner and came upon the main section of the ship, which had a large hollow projector dominating the middle of the room. I'm surprised that they even managed to get this ship here from wherever they dug it up from. Walking up to the console, she was more than a little surprised to see that it was still operational, if only barely. Pressing a few keys on the display, Ayala furrowed her brow as she brought up the ship's log and diagnostics. Interesting, she muttered as she scrolled through the log. What is it, Master? Hannah asked, stepping up to her side and staring at the display, no doubt trying to decipher as much as she could. Scrolling through the list further, Ayala stopped as she reached the last action taken. It appears that this is Ajkaran's ship from 3 millennia ago. She said as she read the log aloud. They crash-landed on this planet. However, before he left, Ajkaran cannibalized every ship function save for one, which he diverted all power to keep it running as long as possible. Navigation. Well, that makes sense, doesn't it? Jane asked. Yes. Ayala nodded as she tapped into the ship's navigation system. However, even this system was almost completely cannibalized and rerouted to a single function. A few more key swipes and the log disappeared as the hollow projection displayed this star system Earth was a part of. As the three watched the galaxy spin, a single red dot appeared within the asteroid belt. This ship is tracking something. Ayala said, staring at the dot which was embedded deep in the asteroid belt. And I'm willing to bet that is what the Emperor wants to keep hidden from us. Deactivating the display, Ayala sunk down into her knees and removed the panel on the side of the hollow projector. What are you doing? Jane asked as Ayala reached into the core of the projector and began disconnecting wires. We can't take the ship with us. Ayala grunted as she roughly pulled out a series of wires. I'm surprised that it even surprised its unearthing and transportation here. So, our best bet is to take only what we need from the ship. In this case, the navigational computer. Pulling out a few more wires, Ayala flinched back as a few sparks shot up at her. Unfortunately, she muttered, getting back to work. That is something easier said than done. Sitting in his emperor's makeshift throne room, Ajkaran idly swirled the blood-red wine within the goblet in his hand in small circles as he listened to the ass-kissers present themselves to his emperor and master, or rather his voice as it were. As another witch prostrated herself before the voice and began making some long-winded speech about everlasting devotion, Ajkaran downed the rest of his wine before thrusting his now empty goblet out to be refilled. Truth be told, he was bored. Bored out of his fucking mind. Sure, there had been a lot of fun as of late, and after being sealed away for so long he reveled in the chance to quite literally flex his muscles. But lately the Emperor had been curbing his fun. This world was starting to fall apart at the seams. Just about every major country was facing civil war of some sort. And those that were not were under siege from another country. Old hatreds that had been fanned by his Emperor's children were threatening to boil over. And if not for the fact that Mortis's plan had been done away with a fair portion of the nuclear arsenal available, he was sure that they would now be being used. And with such violence running rampant around the world, the Emperor had started to pull his forces back to conserve them for when they were truly needed. Which, unfortunately, included him. And so now here he was. Forced to listen to fools prattle on about their loyalty and devotion while there was a perfectly good war being fought just outside. It was maddening. His fingers itched to feel the cool metal of his lightsabers in his hands. His ears ached to hear the cries of death once more. His mouth watered for the taste of death and his eyes hungered for the fear of death that entered his victim's eyes as he descended upon them. But no. Here he was. Reduced to nothing more than a fucking ornament on display for his Emperor's pleasure. Richly rewarded for your loyalty, Lady Kuznetsov. The voice proclaimed loudly, drawing Ajkaran out of his self-loathing at being kept from battle. You will have a place of honor amongst the new Sith Order for your loyalty and support. Ajkaran truly hated this voice. He was pompous, arrogant, and reminded him of far too many Sith that he'd met. Most of whom he'd killed. Truly, it will be a good thing when the Emperor finally disposes of his voice and claims his new one. I can't wait to see the look on Voldemort's face when the Emperor abandons him to die at the hands of the boy that will become his successor. Before the woman could continue her long-winded tirade, the doors to the room burst open and a young man ran in. His face was red from exhaustion and his breath was ragged. Utterly pathetic. Ajkaran scoffed, shaking his head. These force sensitives have absolutely no physical endurance. Not one would last even half a day under the instruction of an overseer. My lord voice, the young man panted, falling to his knees beside the woman. Forgive my intrusion, but, that is to say, that. Glaring down at the young man gasping before him, Voldemort reached into his sleeves and extracted his wand from its holster. Speak quickly, boy. Voldemort hissed, moving his wand around lazily until it was pointed directly at the young man. Lest I lose my patience and your chance expires. Again, Ajkaran was forced to hold in his disgust at the man who claimed to be the Emperor's voice. Such a fool. He is no true Sith. Merely one of the hundreds that claim the title but do not have the right to hold it. Only a few have had that right in my experience. The Emperor. Mar. Jadis. And, Nox. Only those 4, well 5 including myself, have ever truly deserved the title of Sith. Yes, my lord voice, well. You have 5 seconds to say what you mean to say, boy. Voldemort hissed, his wand held tightly in his hand. Or you will not enjoy what happens next. The boy visibly swallowed before continuing on in a much clearer, if still more than slightly, nervous voice. My lord voice. The location you set us to watch over, the warehouse. The guardians the they discovered it and raided it. Karen sat up straighter at this as he stared at the young man. Nox discovered my ship. Then it won't be long until she discovers what other little surprise the Emperor managed to send here. If she hasn't already. Despite the situation, Karen felt himself smiling. Well, at least things won't be dull anymore. The room had gone cold. Deathly cold. Which only meant one thing. And as Voldemort's eyes glowed brightly, Karen set his goblet aside and rose to his feet, ready to receive his master's orders. The boy on the floor didn't even have a chance. With barely a twitch of his hand, the Emperor sent the boy's head around in a full rotation and a half. His body fell forward onto his front while his face and eyes stared up lifelessly at the ceiling above. Karen. Yes, my Emperor. Karen called out, sinking to a knee beside his Emperor and Master. She has found it. He stated plainly. Soon she will find what we have hidden. We cannot allow this to come to pass. We must accelerate our plans now. Despite the fact that my child has yet to secure a way in. So we will have to force our way through then, my master. Yes. The Emperor nodded. And I will have to repair whatever damage we cause quickly before she can bring what we've brought up to its full potential. I understand, my master. Karen bowed lowly before rising to his feet. It was finally happening. Soon he would be free of this dreadful excuse of a voice. The castle will be yours soon enough. The Emperor didn't bother acknowledging him as he turned back towards the masses. Darth Bellatrix. Yes, my Emperor. The dark-haired woman, who was the only one deserving of her title of Darth on this pathetic excuse for a planet, called out as she stepped forth from the crowd and knelt before the Emperor. The time has come. He said, not looking at her. Take 4 of your choosing and retrieve that which you have hidden and bring it to me. And me alone. Darth Bellatrix lowered her head in acceptance. As you command, my Emperor. As Bellatrix moved back into the crowd, Karen felt himself smile at what he knew was coming. Once Bellatrix returned with Voldemort's Horcrux and gave it to the Emperor, the fool's fate would be sealed. And once they retrieved the last of the objects that kept him alive, the Emperor would destroy them. And then he would allow the boy to kill him, sealing the boy's fate as the next voice of the Emperor. Darth Nightshade. Nightshade stepped forward next. She didn't kneel on the ground like Bellatrix, but she did bow respectfully. Yes, my Emperor. Your pets, are they ready? Nightshade smiled and nodded her head. Yes, my Emperor. They are ready and will succeed at any task that you set upon them. I promise you, my Emperor. They had better, Nightshade. Vitiate stated plainly. Despite your successes, I will not accept failure from you. And the consequences will be most dire should you fail. Nightshade didn't even flinch at the harsh tone. She well knew the price of failure. Of course, my Emperor. I assure you, my pets will not fail. Blackwood. Yes, my Emperor. Blackwood groveled, dropping to a knee. Prepare our forces. Both force-sensitive and mundane. The Emperor commanded, surprising more than a few present in the hall as most were unaware of the true depth of the forces under the command of their Emperor. It is time for us to come out from the shadows and take our place as the true rulers of this world. Deep within the depths of the Guardian Temple, Nox stood in a triangle formation with Asajj Ventress and Xenophilius Lovegood making the 2 other points respectfully. It could only be the 3 of them for what they were doing, and she would have no other than these 2. Zeno had experience and knowledge that made him invaluable in what they were doing. And Asajj, well, she had experience with, and an understanding of, the dark side of the Force. An understanding that the other more experienced members of the Guardians lacked. And it was that knowledge and experience that was needed here. In between the 3 of them, bound in magical chains and behind unbreakable bars was their prisoner and the focus of their attention. The Dementor that Harry had caught weeks ago when he'd managed to bring Admiral Hackett onto their side of the war. Raising her hand, Nox channeled the dark side of the Force through her, using her hatred and anger at Vitiate as a catalyst. Black wisps of smoke, the physical reaction to the dark side, drifted from her outstretched hand and into the Dementor between them. As soon as the black wisps touched the Dementor, the creature howled out in an inhuman cry of agony as she used the dark side to force her way into the very essence of the creature. Weeks of research on the creature had yielded nothing. So now she was forced to delve to depths she would have preferred not to venture into. This was the other reason why she didn't want the former Jedi, or even her son down here with her while she went to these depths. What they were doing could barely be considered research. It was more akin to torture as the creature wailed and thrashed about against its bindings as she used the Force to peel back its layers, trying to reach the very core of what this creature was. Using a light-sided method perhaps could have achieved the same thing as she was trying to do now, but it would have taken far longer. No. This was the only way to get the information they needed. So she pressed on. Using her hatred to fuel her as she guided Asajj's and Zeno's efforts as the 3 of them tore into the Dementor. Her work halted only briefly as she peeled back another layer and revealed what the creature had once been. A young girl. A child. A frightened child. A child that had been torn from the light and cast into a sea of never-ending darkness and suffering. Even Asaj faltered slightly as the child that had once been was revealed. Zeno held firm, but only just. Pushing her disgust aside, for this was truly revolting even for a Sith, she went beyond that child that had been and looked for what had changed within her. And then she saw it. It was so clear that she had no idea how she didn't see it before. Of course he did this. Nox cursed as she checked, and rechecked, her findings. Wanting to make absolutely sure that what she was sensing was indeed the truth of the matter. Once she was satisfied, she pulled the three of them out of the Dementor and back into their own bodies. Her eyes opened in tandem with Asaj's and Zeno's. Both of whom had a heavy sheen of sweat across their brow. The same sheen that Nox knew coated her own face. Rising to her feet, Nox approached the creature she hated and pitted. The black hood twisted towards her. The tortured face staring up at her blankly. "Mary Lou," she said, kneeling down before the Dementor and drawing out her wand. "That had been your name, child. Once upon a long time ago before you were taken and twisted by the dark side." Raising her wand, she placed the tip right in front of the Dementor's face. There was no fear from the creature. No hatred. Nothing. Not even the depressing aura of darkness that the Dementors extruded. "May you find rest in the Force, Mary Lou," she said softly before drawing on a memory of her son and sending her patroness right into the creature's face, shattering it and ending its pitiful existence. "Well," Zeno said after several long uncomfortable moments of silence. "I take it that you have found what you are looking for then." "Not sure what you found in there, Nox." Asaj grumbled as she rose to her feet. "There was nothing but darkness in there." "Shit, I need a stiff drink and a stiff cock." "Then go to Voss," Nox said quickly, cutting the Dathomari off mid-sentence. "I'm sure he'd be more than up for satisfying both of your cravings." Asaj's smile was almost predatory. "He always is," she said before faltering ever so slightly. "But first, I need to know. What the fuck did we just sense? I've never sensed anything so cold? Dark?" Nox asked rhetorically. "That, my dear Asaj, is a remnant of Vitiate's power." Nox had long suspected that Vitiate was the one behind the creation of the Dementors. Only he would have had the knowledge and will to create something so vile. And the fact that Voldemort suddenly knew how to make them after becoming the Emperor's voice only reinforced her belief. But now she knew for certain. The Dementors were creations of Vitiate. She just hadn't realized the full extent until now. "Gather the council," Nox said, turning her head towards Zeno. The council as it was a collection of the leaders in their war effort to stop the new Sith and try and bring peace back to Earth. "We need to discuss what we've learned." Zeno had just barely managed to nod his consent when there was a crack in the air and Winky appeared right before. "Oh mistress! Forgive Winky!" the house elf cried, falling to her knees. Winky knows mistress asked not to be disturbed. Winky waited, but mistress also said that she needed to know right away. Winky didn't know what to do. "Winky," Nox said not unkindly. "It's all right. We're done here. What do you have to tell me?" Instead of answering, Winky held her hands up. Cupped in between her two bony hands was the large gem that Nox kept on her desk at all times. Snatching the gem out of her hands, Nox gazed into its depths. Scrawled within the depths of the gem was a message. "VV Hogwarts. Winky, get everyone," Nox said, lowering the gem in her hands. "And I mean everyone. Every guardian. Every battle commander. Every witch and wizard of any standing. Every soldier we have and every pilot. Hell, anyone who can hold a gun. Get them all." Winky's eyes went even larger than normal as she nodded vigorously. "Yes mistress," she cried before snapping her fingers and disappearing. "Okay, now I'm curious," Asaj said, stepping forward. "What's going on?" Looking at the gem one more time, Nox felt the corners of her lips upturn. "The time has finally come," she said, turning around towards Zeno and Asaj. "Voldemort and Vitiate are coming out into the open. Unfortunately for us, they're heading straight for Hogwarts." Chapter 24. Standing in the middle of the war room within the Guardian Temple, flanked by Harry and Ahsoka, Nox stared at each of her most trusted advisors who were all congregated around the large hollow projector in the middle of the room. Immediately to her left were Masters Yoda and Kenobi, both of whom had proven their worth with their counsel again and again during this short campaign. Next to them were Admiral Hackett, Major Ryder, and their Russian counterparts. And next to them, representing the magical community were Amelia, Sirius, Remus, and Zeno. "The moment that we've been waiting for has finally arrived," Nox said calmly as she kept moving her eyes around to each of her advisors. "According to our sources, Master Sakura securing that ship for us has more than slightly ruffled the Emperor's feathers. He's sending his Sith back out onto the field with a specific target in mind." Pausing, she activated the hollow projector, which displayed an image of an old and majestic castle. Hogwarts. And according to my deepest embedded spy, the Emperor himself is leading this assault. Why? The Russian general asked. That is a school, is it not? What possible strategic value could such a location hold? Very much so. However, much like this temple, Hogwarts sits upon the juncture of several magical ley lines. Zeno explained for Nox. Those ley lines pump a continuous stream of energy into the wards and spells that protect the castle, making it next to impregnable. And with his knowledge and power, Nox picked up. If he were to get inside, Vitiate could create barriers so powerful that you could drop every nuke in your arsenal on top of him, and all that you would accomplish is giving him a decent suntan. Long and short of it, gentlemen, ladies. We cannot allow him to get into this school and take command of it. If we do, then we're well and truly fucked. Leaning back, Nox began circling the projector. We need to either capture, or kill Vitiate now. And unfortunately we can't kill him due to his precautions, which we still have been unable to locate or even identify. So that leaves us with only one recourse. We have to capture him, or rather Voldemort, and place him into a secure location until we destroy his Horcruxes. Why? Admiral Hackett asked. If Voldemort is truly one of the keystones to this Sith Order, we should take him out and destabilize their ranks. That destabilization would only last for a very short time, Admiral. Nox countered. Plus, at the moment Voldemort is acting as Vitiate's voice. Which means that Vitiate's essence is tied directly to Voldemort with that bond that can only be broken with Voldemort's death. Should he die, Vitiate will be free to find a new host. One that we don't know about. And then we'll be in a worse position than we are now. Pausing, Nox rested her hands against the hollow projector and leaned forward. This war will not be over until Vitiate's essence is destroyed. We failed to capture him on Azkaban, we can't fail this time. If he gets control of Hogwarts and its wards, it's game over. If Voldemort dies and Vitiate's essence leaves him, then we're back to square one. We both capture Voldemort here and now and hold him until we discover what Vitiate is using for his Horcruxes, or we lose. It's that simple. Not to mention that we still need to find the last of Voldemort's Horcruxes before we can even think of ending that snake-faced bastard. Remus sighed heavily. But I guess if they're in captivity it'll give us a little more time to look. Well, we know where one is. Sirius spoke up. It's in my dear cousin's vault in Gringotts. Of course that makes it nearly inaccessible to us despite our good relations with the goblins. But who knows where the other bloody thing is? It's at Hogwarts. Nox said firmly. I could sense it every time I entered that school. But it was elusive. We've searched every room in the castle already, Mother, twice. Harry chimed in. Every room on the Marauders map was checked, even a couple that weren't on the map. The only way it could be in the castle is if it's in a room that oh bugger me sideways. Nox, and everyone else in the room, turned towards Harry. Whoa, James would be so proud of that one pup. Sirius grinned. Of course your mother, both of them, might just be up for slapping you upside the head. Sirius. Shut up. Nox cut in as she stared at Harry. What is it? Letting out a breath, Harry ran a hand over his face. You said that you could sense it every time you went into the castle, Mother, so it's there. But despite checking every inch of the castle, we haven't been able to find it. That leaves only one room that it could be in. A room that is neither here nor there. A room that shifts depending on what is needed from it. The room of requirement. Nox sighed, connecting the dots and feeling like a acolyte back on Korriban. Fuck. Why didn't we think of that before? Thought of it now, you have. Master Yoda comment. Regret not thinking of it before, aid us will not. Heading to Hogwarts, we are. Retrieve and destroy this Horcrux, we can. Well, that's one down. Amelia nodded. We destroy the Horcrux at Hogwarts, and that will just leave the one in Gringotts. And then Voldemort will be vulnerable. The Horcrux within Gringotts will soon be taken care of. Nox said dismissively. No, we just need to focus on capturing Vitiate and Voldemort. I take it that you have a plan then? Master Kenobi asked. Yes. With a wave of her hand, the hollow projector showing Hogwarts altered slightly so that a visible barrier was around the school. We've long thought that Vitiate had a child of his located within the school, a Muggleborn. Which was why Lucius advocated for the Muggleborns returning to the school in the first place. To give them time to work out how to take down the barrier around the school. But we're going to beat him to the punch. Harry, his Valkyries, the other school-age apprentices and 6 of our best squads led by Major Ryder will take 3 port keys to the school grounds at this point. A dot appeared near the back bridge leading into the castle just outside the barrier. From there they will make their way into the school. Are we going to wait for Vitiate to take down the barrier then, ma'am? Major Ryder asked, looking over the 3-dimensional projection of the school with a critical eye. No. She answered, shaking her head. You'll cross while the barrier is still active. That drew a few queer looks from her advisors before she pressed on. Despite how powerful the barrier is, it still has one weakness that is in virtually every magical barrier or ward. It cannot stop a phoenix from magical transporting itself across. Forgive me ma'am, but phoenixes are extremely rare, are they not? Hackett questioned. Yes they are. Knox nodded before motioning towards Harry. So it's good that we have one in our midst. Harry's form wavered for a second as his whole body seemed to shrink. Within a heartbeat where her son once stood, there was a now red phoenix standing tall on the edge of the hollow projector. My son will be escorting you across the barrier in groups. Knox continued on, as Harry shifted back into his normal form. Once you are inside, Major Ryder, you will escort your men to the ramparts and set them up too. Knox's words trailed off as something caught her eye. Raising her hand, Zeno lurched forward slightly as the necklace he had around his neck was roughly pulled off of him and into Knox's open hand. Holding the small gold symbol in her hand, Knox stared down at the pendant blankly. Zeno, what is this? She asked without lifting her eyes. It's the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. She heard Zeno explain while she continued to stare resolutely down at the pendant. The Deathly Hallows. Sirius scoffed. I thought you were smart, Zeno. The Hallows are nothing more than a myth. A myth that is better off not existing in my opinion. If those three objects were to actually exist, I shudder to think what would happen if they were to fall into the wrong hands. Or anyone's hands for that matter. Zeno made some form of rebuttal, but Knox ignored the two men as she felt her anger slowly rising within her. All this time, it was right in front of her and she couldn't see it until now. Master Knox. Master Yoda's voice cut in through the ongoing argument and bringing a sudden and swift end to it. Seen this symbol before, you have? Yes. Knox nodded. Lana Blanco carved this exact symbol into the floor of the Emperor's tomb in Egypt. But I never knew what it corresponded to, until now that is. Fixing her eyes on Zeno, she nodded towards the man. Tell me of these Deathly Hallows, Zeno. Nodding, Zeno drew himself up to his full height before starting. Unfortunately most of what we think we know is speculation, and truthfully the only somewhat accurate accounting of what happened is recorded within the children's book Beetle the Bard. But according to legend, there were three brothers who outsmarted a trap laid before them by death itself. Impressed by their ingenuity, death granted them three items with extraordinary powers. A wand that could never be bested. A stone that could bring the dead back to life. And a cloak capable of hiding one even from death itself. It is said that if one managed to collect all three and unite them, then they would become the master of death. One of the many problems with this story though is that no one can trace the lineage of the three brothers. Some claim ties to them, and say that they existed no more than 1,000 years or so ago. While others argue that this tale is in fact several thousand years old. No one can say for sure. Knox could see it now so plainly that she wondered why she hadn't even considered the possibility before. This certainly sounds right up Vitiate's alley. Tell me Zeno, what are some of the more popular representations of death in both magical and non-magical lore? Zeno blinked and tilted his head to the side. The most common representation is of a figure in a cloak that carries a scythe. There are also the Shinigami of Japan, but those are extremely varied in their representation in lore. Then there is. Zeno's words trailed off as his eyes lit up. Merlin's Sagiballs, a red-faced devil. Ajkarin. Knox said with a note of finality. Wait, hold up one bloody second. Sirius called out. Are you telling us that the Deathly Hallows, three of the most powerful magical items in wizarding history, were created by the Sith? And not only that, but if I'm following your train of thought here then. The Deathly Hallows are Vitiate's Horcruxes. Knox finished for him. It makes sense in a twisted sort of logic that would come naturally to Vitiate. What better way to safeguard something than to turn them into precious objects that people would do anything to acquire while at the same time going to the ends of the earth to safeguard? Bloody hell! Remus growled. So now we know what his Horcruxes are. Well, that's step 1 I guess. Now on to step 2. How do we find three objects that people have been looking for since Merlin only knows when? Out of the corner of her eye, Knox spied her son staring down at the pendant with a look of pure concentration as if he were trying to place it. Creaker! Harry called out suddenly, to which the house elf replied promptly by appearing beside Harry with only the slightest of cracks. Yes, Master Potter. The aged house elf asked, lowering his head. I need you to get my father's cloak for me. Harry said without taking his eyes off of the pendant. Of course, Master Potter. Creaker nodded before snapping his fingers and disappearing. What are you thinking, pup? Sirius asked, staring at Harry. Are you no? That's impossible. That cloak has been in the Potter family for generations. If it was, someone surely would have known by now. Hell, James would have told us if he knew whether or not it is what you're thinking it is. Harry didn't respond to Sirius as they all waited silently for Creaker to return. Thankfully the silence only lasted a second longer as Creaker snapped back into existence beside her son, the silvery invisibility cloak that had been his father's held in the elf's hands. With barely a passing thanks, Harry took the cloak from Kriaker and began frantically searing around the hood of the robe. Here, he said, pointing to a small spot within the hood. Leaning over to get a better look at what he was pointing at, Nox's brow furrowed as she stared down at the small, barely larger than her little fingernail, symbol that was embroidered into the fabric. A symbol that was identical to the pendant she'd taken off of Zeno. Son of a bitch. Sirius breathed, staring down at the mark. It was right there, right under our bloody noses this whole time. Taking the cloak from her son, Nox reached out through the force and into the depths of the magic that was embedded in within the cloak. She'd studied the cloak several times ever since her son had taken ownership of it. But she never noticed anything out of the ordinary about it. Of course, she hadn't given her inquiries any focus. Until now that was. Now that she had something specific she was searching for, it was almost painfully easy to sense the foul presence of vitiate within the cloak. Kriaker. Nox called out, turning her head towards the small elf. The lockbox, you know of the one I speak. Get it? Yes, mistress. Kriaker bowed before snapping his fingers and disappearing, only to reappear less than a second later, the lockbox in hand. Here it is, mistress. Thank you, Kriaker. She said, taking the box and opening it. Reaching her arm into the small box up to her elbow, she felt around blindly until her fingers brushed alongside a smooth velvety surface, which she immediately latched onto. Pulling out the pouch, she appended it into her palm, revealing a stone gemstone. Using the same technique she did with the cloak, she searched deep into the essence of the stone. And this makes two. Nox smirked, levitating the gem off of her palm and onto the edge of the hollow projector next to the Potter family cloak. Around the table the three non-magicals were staring at the cloak and stone with interest. Her two Jedi advisors were both standing stoically beside her. And 3 of the 4 magicals in the room were all staring at the objects with slack-jawed expressions. 2 of the 3 Deathly Hallows, in one room. Amelia breathed. Admiral Hackett cut in, bringing the conversation back around to its starting point. This is a good start, but it is not enough. 2 is not 3. And until we have the 3rd, we might as well not have any at all. Well then, it's a good thing that we know where the 3rd Deathly Hallow is then, isn't it? All eyes snapped over towards the speaker. What? Zeno asked innocently, with a light smile playing across his lips. I'm actually surprised none of you have figured it out yet. Especially you, Amelia. I would have thought that your position as the head of the DMLE would have given you access to this information. But perhaps your predecessor decided not to pass it on as he was required to do so when he left the office to you. Enough with the riddles, Zeno. Amelia shouted, her face flushed and her hand going down to ever-expanding midsection. Taking a few steadying breaths, Amelia fixed Zeno with a glare fit for any Sith. Tell us where, or rather who, has the last Deathly Hallow, the Death Stick or rather the Elder Wand? I would have thought that it was obvious. Zeno replied with a shrug. The Elder Wand is currently in the possession of one Albus Dumbledore. And has been since World War II when he claimed ownership of the wand after defeating its previous holder, one Gellert Grindelwald. Nox nearly smiled. Nearly. How many others are aware of this information? Zeno shrugged. Outside of the ones in this room, maybe a handful. The heads of the more prominent departments in the Ministry of Magic and some of the upper echelons of the Department of Mysteries. But that is about it. Thankfully, our idiot minister was never informed as he was deemed unsuitable due to his connection to the Malfoy and several other suspect families. The Department of Mysteries likes to keep track of powerful magical artifacts. They've long suspected that the Potter family heirloom was one of the Deathly Hallows, but no one has ever been able to study it. And they had no clue as to where the Resurrection Stone might have been. But the wand, they've been tracking that wand and its owners for nearly 5 centuries. We actually lost track of it for nearly 2 centuries until Grindelwald showed up with it during the Second World War. Silence descended upon the room as everyone absorbed what they'd been told. Well then, Obi-Wan said slowly. It seems that this mission has taken on even more objectives. We have 2 of the 3 items keeping the Sith Emperor alive and we know where the 3rd is. And it just so happens to be right where we, and the Sith, are converging. The Force definitely moves in mysterious ways. Indeed, Master Kenobi. Yoda hummed. Shatterpoint, we have reached. The fate of the Force, decided it shall be. Fail, we cannot. Destroy the Sith. We must. Nodding, Major Ryder stood up straight. So what's our plan after we get across the barrier and into defensive positions, ma'am? Setting both Horcruxes aside for the moment, Nox continued on with the plan that she, Admiral Hackett and Master Kenobi had worked out prior to the meeting. You'll hold positions as long as possible until I and the rest of our forces arrive via our LAATs, our fighters, and the Wolfsbane. She explained, bringing the holographic image of Hogwarts back up. I believe the barrier around Hogwarts will buy you some time, but make sure that the men you take with you know that this will be a hard-fought battle until we arrive. If our timing is right, our fighters will arrive before the shield falls and we will be able to attack his forces that are still outside the barrier. Once your men are inside Hogwarts they would take to the high ground and battlements for covering fire. Harry? The map. Harry reached inside his robe and pulled out a folded piece of old parchment. Unfolding it he handed it to Major Ryder. You'll need one of the Shepherd twins to unlock it, but once it's unlocked you'll have the best map of Hogwarts you'll ever find. Comes complete with secret passages and offers a means to coordinate fire because you'll be able to see where people are positioned on the map as their names will appear beside their markers. With a raised brow Major Ryder delicately takes the parchment and sees that it's blank. And how does it open? Harry grins, simply tape the map with a wand and say, I solemnly swear I'm up to no good. I didn't come up with the passphrase. Harry stated, turning to glare at Sirius. Shrinking the hologram, Nox highlighted a circle around the school grounds. Once the barrier is down, and make no mistake that it will fall. Vitiate has had more than enough time to ensure that, and once it does he will push his forces within the school grounds. Once he is within the ward line, Master Voss and Master Ventress will lay down rune stones, which were developed by myself, Zeno and Bill Weasley, along key points along the boundary line of Hogwarts. These ward stones are designed with one specific purpose in mind. To reactivate the fallen Hogwarts barriers with the sole intent of keeping Voldemort from using any forms of magical travel escape. Once he's trapped, I will destroy the last of the Horcruxes, and then we will end the Sith Emperor once and for all. Why wait? Ahsoka asked, nodding her head towards the stone and cloak on the table. We have two right here in front of us. Why don't we just get a head start and take out these two right now? Because if we do then Vitiate will know that we have them and have begun destroying them. Nox explained. And if he senses our true intent, he won't commit himself to the battle. In order for this plan to work, he has to enter the battle. It's only by using the foundation powering the wards of Hogwarts that we'll be able to create a barrier strong enough and large enough to contain him. I still must strongly advise a different course of action. Admiral Hackett cut in. A school is no place for a battle to take place. Collateral damage is almost a guarantee in such conditions. I understand, Admiral. Nox said morosely. Trust me, I do. And if there were any other option I would gladly take it. But the fact remains, that it is only by reversing the wards around Hogwarts that we'll be able to create a barrier strong enough to contain Vitiate and Voldemort. And besides, Nat, Astoria, and Gabrielle will be going with Harry and the others and will be responsible for getting the younger students to a secure location and keeping them away from the battle itself. And hopefully the old fucker and his staff will actually get off their collective asses and help their students this time around. Pushing herself away from the hollow projector, she summoned the cloak and the stone into the pouch that had originally held the stone. What about the older students at Hogwarts, Mother? Harry asked. And what of the list that Narcissa gave us regarding the students who are marked? And the child that is in the school? At this Nox hesitated. The Sith part of her knew that the safest option would be to simply eliminate these future threats. But that would backfire for her in more ways than one. Especially given her current allies. Non-lethal neutralization. She said flatly. They may be young, but they will still fight against us given the chance. We cannot give them that chance. Do whatever you have to, son. Just make sure that they are not in our way. Because once the battle starts, we cannot be held accountable for anything that might happen to them. And what about these dragons that were stolen by the Sith when the attacks first began? Kenobi asked. I've been reading up on them and watching whatever vids we have available on them. They're fantastic creatures. But I dread to think what they've been turned into after being in captivity under the Sith for so long. Pursing her lips, Nox rocked back on her heels. She hadn't forgotten about the dragons. But seeing as how Vitiate had yet to use them, she assumed that he was simply holding them in reserve. And this would be the perfect opportunity for him to use them. We will have to rely on our air support if the Sith unleash the dragons. Nox said after a moment. Our fighters may not be as nimble as a dragon in the air, but they should be able to draw the dragons away from the battlefield and even take them down if they swarm them. Stopping, she met the eyes of everyone in the room. Make no mistake about it, people. This battle will decide the fate of not only Earth, but of the galaxy and the Force itself. Failure is not an option. Now let's see it done. Dismissed. Standing in the middle of the entrance hall of the temple while holding onto the rope portkaya that would soon take them to their destination, Harry was going through every trick his mother had taught him in an effort to calm himself. This was not his first time going into battle. Not even close. But this time the stakes were much higher than ever before. This was the turning point in the war. If they succeeded, they would turn this war in their favor and possibly bring an end to the Sith on Earth. If they failed, no, failure wasn't an option. We won't fail, Harry. Ahsoka's voice sounded in his head as she stepped up beside him. It's not even an option that we can even start to consider. Giving her a quick nod, Harry gathered himself before stepping into the middle of the assembled men and women that had been chosen by his mother to be the first wave of defense at Hogwarts. As soon as he did, All eyes turned towards him and the room went dead silent. Oh fuck! He cursed, swallowing as the soldiers and his friends stared at him. Ahsoka, help! You owe me for this. Ahsoka sent to him as she stepped up beside him. We all know what's at stake here. So we're not going to sugarcoat it. We either succeed, or Earth falls. So go succeed and kick some Sith ass off of this planet. Out of our home. Yes ma'am. The soldiers all shouted as one, snapping to attention and saluting her and Harry before picking up their ends of the long rope porte-cayette. Dropping his wand into his left hand, Harry took a deep breath as he pressed the tip onto the rope while the second group, led by Daphne and Luna, got in position around their own porte-cayette. Licking his lips, he looked up one last time. His mother was standing at the far end of the hall. Her face completely serene as she watched on. May the force be with you, my son. And you as well mother. He sent back. Activate. They disappeared in a swirl of colors as Harry felt a sharp pull at his navel. His feet left the ground as the world spun in tight circles. All around him the magicals who were used to this mode of transport seemed completely at ease. The soldiers, well they were varied from one who looked quite green around the gills to one who looks as if they might nod off. As abruptly as the porte-cayette began, it ended. The magicals and a few of the soldiers managed to land gracefully on their feet as the porte-cayette arrived. But the 2 or 3 green soldiers were not as lucky as one did a fairly impressive faceplant into the ground. And the other 2 promptly turned their heads to the side and threw up as soon as they were on solid ground once more. Well, that was just about as pleasant as I remember it. Jane Shepherd smirked, helping the soldier who'd face planted into the ground back up to his feet. Less than a second after Jane had helped the downed soldier to his feet, there was a soft crack in the air as Daphne and the second wave swirled into existence a few meters away from where Harry and the others were standing. As the second wave were recoordinating themselves, a low drawn-out whistle brought Harry's attention around towards Lieutenant John Shepherd, who was staring up at the castle before them with wide eyes. Damn kids, you all went school here. Turning around fully, Harry started up at Hogwarts. He had to admit, that in dark with the castle all alight, Hogwarts certainly was majestic. Yeah, Harry nodded. Twisting his wand off to the side, he cast a quick Tempest charm to check the time. Right on time. He thought as he cancelled the spell. Everyone within the castle would be at the evening feast right now. And seeing as how this was the feast that celebrated the end of the first week of school, everyone, including all of the teachers and ghosts, would be in attendance. Which left them with free reign of the castle. Provided they could get by the several hundred paintings littering the halls. Shit. The schools in America have nothing on this place. John chuckled as he took a single step forward before stopping in his tracks. Where's the barrier at kid? Holding his hand out to the side, Harry summoned a small rock into his outstretched hand before rocketing it forwards. When it was no less than 2 feet in front of the lieutenant, the rock stopped in midair as a wave of light rippled. Right about there. Harry commented dryly, waking forward and standing beside John. Staring at the spot where the rock had stopped and fallen, Harry started pulling out every trick he knew to keep his heart and breathing under control. Relax, Harry. Ahsoka's voice echoed in his head. Do not doubt yourself. Even for a moment. Because I do not. I believe in you. So does everyone else here. Nodding his head slowly, Harry took in a deep breath and closed his eyes. He felt a warmth flow over his body before he felt himself starting to contort. The first time he actually managed to fully transform into his animagus form, he stopped, fearful that pain would quickly follow. But his curiosity overruled his fear quickly enough, and he found that despite the contortion, despite body shifting into something else entirely, there was absolutely no pain during the process. Of course he was a little peeved that his mother hadn't informed him of that little aspect. But as she explained to him, he needed to overcome his fear, otherwise he would always be ruled by it. Once the shifting was over, Harry bent his head around and checked over his now feathered body to make sure that everything was where it should be. All right, listen up. Ahsoka called out as everyone gathered around Harry. Harry will be taking us across 5 at a time. Place your hand on him and whatever you do, once he starts do not let go. If you do, well truthfully I don't know what would happen, but odds are good that it wouldn't be good for your health. So just hold on. Their men, predictably enough, seemed more than a little nervous about what was about to occur, and none of them seemed eager to be the first ones through. Oh, for fuck's sake. Lieutenant Jane growled as she stepped forward. I've got the biggest set of balls here, and I'm a fucking woman. Pausing, she knelt down next to Harry and grabbed lightly onto his tail feathers. All right kid, do your thing. But if you fuck up my nice tan, I'm going to shove my boot up your ass, while you're still in this chicken form. The men and women around them all let off nervous chuckles as first Ahsoka, then Ginny, and then Major Ryder came up next to him and placed their hands on him. After each of them gave him a slight nod, Harry closed his eyes and reached for the fire within him. He heard, rather than felt, the fire spring to life not only around himself, but around the other 4 as well. Once he felt that all of them were covered in his fire, he reached within himself again and, well, it wasn't apparition but it was close to it. Holy fucking hell, that actually worked. Shaking his head, Harry looked around their surroundings. He, along with Ahsoka, Jane, Ginny, and Ryder, were all 10 feet ahead of the rest of the group. Which meant they'd successfully crossed the barrier with no ill effects. Well, what are you waiting for, Harry? Ahsoka asked, making him look up at her smiling face. We're wasting time. Get moving, lover boy. Walking behind the shapely form of his wife, Rodolphus couldn't help himself as his eyes wandered down her back and to her backside. Even walking through the depths of the Gringotts tunnels, his wife had the same swagger and allure that had made her the most sought-after dame during her entire tenure at Hogwarts. And even beyond. For not the first time, he thanked his father for arranging the betrothal between the two of them, about the only worthwhile thing the bastard had ever done in his life. But it was his mother that had helped him secure Bellatrix as his wife. For it was his mother that helped him to potion Bellatrix enough so that the two of them could layer on enough compulsion charms and enchantments to make sure that she didn't disembowel and geld him on their wedding night. And not necessarily in that order. The tricky part was making sure that they didn't use so many that she lost all of her free will. Otherwise someone would have suspected foul play and the impressive dowry, not to mention the tie into the Black family, would be gone forever. After the ritual was complete, he actually was afraid that they'd overdone it. But his fears were put aside when she woke up the next morning completely devoted to him and the cause, but still retained enough of her original self to make her incredibly dangerous to their enemies. By the Emperor. One of the lackeys that had come with them breathed as their goblin escort led them into an open cavern that was dominated by a large white dragon that was chained to the floor. There actually is a dragon down here. Of course there is. The goblin that was leading them hissed, his head twisting back to look at the three fools that were fooling them. And if you don't want to end up as its lunch, then I highly suggest that you keep your voices down. The three grumbled slightly but wisely kept their mouths shut. Rodolphus wasn't interested in becoming a snack for a dragon or in starting an incident with the goblins. The Emperor, while unconcerned with the goblins in the long run, had made it well known that he didn't want to disturb the goblins just yet. The Sith Empire wasn't quite stable enough. And as long as the goblins controlled most of their wealth, they couldn't afford to antagonize the little beasts. But once the Empire was stable, it would be open season on the beasts who for so long thought themselves superior to witches and wizards. Here we are. The goblin growled as they stopped at one of the many vault doors. The Lestrange Vault. Present your key. Rodolphus reached into his robes for his key, and grasped nothing. What the? He wondered, opening his robe enough so that he could peer into the empty pocket that he kept his vault key in. Where is that blasted? His question was answered as Bellatrix calmly reached into her own robes and produced the key to the Lestrange family vault. How did she, when did she? He wondered as his wife calmly handed the key off the goblin. Without a word, the goblin snatched the key from his wife and turned back to the door. Dragging one of his claws up a seemingly random section of the door, a square formed in the smooth metal surface before moving aside, revealing a keyhole. Putting the key into the slot, the goblin turned it first one way, then back the other before rotating it 3 times around in the first direction. Be quick with your business. The goblin drawled as the door slowly opened before them. We of the Goblin Nation pride ourselves on our neutrality. And you lot with your Sith Nation are disrupting our... A flash of bright white light filled the cavern, followed by a loud sonic boom. The goblin blinked dumbly ahead. Then down at his chest where a bright red spot was slowly growing on his clothes. And up to the wand that had dealt him the fatal wound. Know your place, creature. Bellatrix drawled as she brought her wand up to her lips and placed a kiss to the wood. At the feet of your betters. The goblin raised a shaking hand to his chest in a futile attempt at stemming the tide of blood leaving his chest. You. The goblin breathed before his knees buckled and he fell face first onto the stone floor, dead. The goblin's blood hadn't even started to pool around his corpse before an ear-piercing scream echoed throughout the cavern. Damn it, Bella! Rodolphus yelled, drawing his wand. He would definitely have to redo the enchantments and compulsions on her soon. We were given strict orders. Turning to their 3 companions, he waved them off. What are you standing around here for? The goblins will be on our arses soon. Get down the hall and form a bottleneck and kill every one of these little fuckers that come down the trolley. Now. The 3 hesitated only for a second, but that 1 second was long enough for him to draw out his wand and send a stinging hex at one of them. Move. Now. Or I'll be using the killing curse next. He yelled, to which the 3 immediately turned tail and ran towards the bottleneck point down the corridor. Once they were alone, Rodolphus let out a frustrated growl as he turned around towards his wife. Morgana's cunt, Bella. What the fuck were you think? He didn't get a chance to finish his sentence as Bella had him pinned up against the wall with one hand on his throat and the other holding her wand right underneath his nose. Now husband, that isn't how you should be speaking to me. His wife cackled, her eyes alight with mischief. After all, I'm a Darth now. And you're just a lord. And between a lord and Darth, who reigns supreme in the Sith Empire, dear husband. Rodolphus couldn't move. He could practically feel the magical energy swirling around the tip of his wife's wand, just begging for an excuse to be let loose and end his life in whatever painful and imaginative way Bella could think of. Darth. That's right, my dear husband. Bella smirked widely, leaning in and pressing a heated kiss to his lips. And don't you ever forget it, husband. Pulling away from him, Rodolphus was left in the uncomfortable position of leaning up against the cold stone wall while discreetly trying to rearrange himself. Damn it! He muttered as his hands moved under his robes. She can still turn me harder than dragon scales with a single kiss from her lips. Fucking vixen! As Bella made her way into the vast Lestrange vault, Rodolphus's ears picked up the unmistakable sound of spells being cast coming from down the corridor. Hurry it up, Bella! He called out, taking cover within the vault while pulling out his own wand as his wife made her way carefully through the vault and towards the back. The little bastards are coming. And I don't know how long those 3 pawns we brought along with us will hold out for. If Bellatrix heard him, she made no indication as she reached the back of the vault. Here it is, she said, just barely loudly enough for him to hear from his position near the vault entrance. Raising her hands, she picked up a single gold goblet that he couldn't place off of the shelf in the back. I've been holding on to this for so long, and now it is time. That's what the Dark Lord had you hide in here all those years ago? He asked rhetorically. Good, then let's get the fuck out of here before the goblins get past you. A hideous ear-piercing scream bounced throughout the interior of the vault, forcing him to almost drop his wand as he reflexively covered his ears. When the screams mercifully died down, Rodolphus whipped around towards his wife, and gaped at her. In her left hand she held onto the golden goblet, which was oozing a black thick liquid out from a single point where the edge of a dagger was embedded into it. The same dagger that his wife had had on her person at all times ever since they recovered Karen from his prison beneath Azkaban. It's a goblin blade, dear husband. Bellatrix explained as she stared down at the still oozing goblet with a look of triumph. With basilisk venom infused into the blade. It cost a pretty nut, which you paid for, of course. But it was necessary. I had to make sure that it could kill, or rather destroy, this wretched thing. Rodolphus was still trying to piece together just the bloody hell was going on. Did the Dark Lord really send us down here just to destroy that thing? No. He wanted us to retrieve it. Not destroy it. Damn it, Bella. Rodolphus growled as he leveled his wand at her, status be damned. The Dark Lord wanted that, whatever it was, in one piece. We'll be turned into one of the condemned for this failure. Bellatrix didn't seem to care in the least as she threw her head back and laughed. Bloody hell, she's really gone around the bend now. This thing, dear husband, was a Horcrux. A piece of that half-blood piece of filth's soul. And now, it's destroyed. And dear Riddle's immortality is nearly gone. Rodolphus's stomach sank past his feet and into the floor. She destroyed one of the artifacts that was keeping the Dark Lord alive? Fuck, we'll be lucky if we're only made into one of the condemned. Morgana's frozen cunt, Bella. Rodolphus roared, stepping forward while keeping his wand trained on his wife, who was still staring down at the goblet in her hand. What the fuck were you thinking? He didn't even see her wand being pointed at him as he flew across the length of the vault before coming to a sudden and painful stop against the far wall away from his wife. I am simply doing as I have been commanded to do, dear husband. Bella said, her eyes suddenly clearer than he could ever remember. Or rather, what I volunteered to do. Rodolphus's mind was racing. She was commanded to destroy the Master's tie to immortality? By whom? The Emperor? But then, why would the Emperor want to kill his own voice? Why? He groaned, painfully getting to his feet. Why would the Emperor command you to destroy one of his voice's links to immortality? The Emperor? Bella asked, before throwing her head back and laughing hysterically. Oh please, like I would ever listen to that disembodied dark pile of shite. No, I take orders only from my true master. The one who freed me from yours and Voldemort's control. Grandmaster Nox. The moment the woman's name passed through his wife's lips, Rodolphus was on his feet, wand brandished and ready to end his wife for her betrayal. But she didn't even seem fazed. Fuck, she wasn't even holding her wand. But when she opened her hand at him, he felt an invisible force slam into him, sending him clear out of the vault and onto the chamber outside. The sounds of fighting were almost deafening as the 3 they'd brought with them continued to battle against the goblins, completely oblivious to the traitor in their midst. As he struggled to get to his feet, he felt something invisible rip his wand from his grip. His wand flew end over end across the expanse and straight into Bella's open hand. She's using wandless magic. Rodolphus cried internally. How could she, only the Emperor and his voice have that ability? Well, Nox as well. Wait, how long? How long? Rodolphus asked, pushing himself back along the floor until his back hit one of the stone pillars. Without his wand, his options were extremely limited. Either he had to wait for the others to possibly come back, Unlikely. Or he could, casting a glance over his shoulder, his lips turned upwards. Yes. That is exactly what he was going to do. Not even Bella could hope to take one on alone. I assume you want to know how long I've been serving Grandmaster Nox? Bella asked nonchalantly as she tapped his wand against her open palm. Well, you wouldn't remember this, but years ago Master Nox came and questioned us in Azkaban. After which she wiped all of our memories. But with me, she left something behind. She paused, tapping his wand against her temple. A connection. Through this connection she was able to help me overcome the enchantments, potions, and charms, all of which had weakened during my stay in that hell, and become free. After that, I was Nox's woman through and through. Hearing the sound of fighting drawing closer, Rodolphus racked his brain trying to think of something, anything that might get him out of this situation. Hearing one of his men give off a death scream struck a thought within him and he couldn't help but grin. You screwed up, Bella. He said, rising to his feet. You killed a goblin. And now they'll be out for the blood of the Guardians, making them allies of the new Sith Order. Bellatrix stopped her tapping as her head tilted ever so slightly to the side. How did you ever manage to confound me all these years? She asked, clearly exasperated. The Guardians didn't kill a goblin. Darth Bellatrix Lestrange of the new Sith Order killed a goblin. And now, in case it hasn't registered in that pathetic organ you call your brain. There are 3 members of the new Sith Order just down the hall fighting against the goblins. No. The Guardians won't be blamed for this. The new Sith Order will bear full responsibility for this attack, prompting the goblins to enter the war against them. Rodolphus felt this face go cold as he shivered. She's right, the goblins won't blame the Guardians, they'll go after the new Sith Order for this. You bitch! Rodolphus screamed, charging headlong at his wife. His mistake registered a second too late in his mind as his wife calmly raised her hand at him. Blue lightning shot forth out of her fingers, striking him in the chest and stopping him dead in his tracks. He was no stranger to pain. He'd suffered under his master's, and his father's, Cruciatus curse more times than he cared to remember. He'd even been subject to the Emperor's variant of the Cruciatus curse. But this curse was something else completely. A scream of pure agony tore from his lips before he could help himself as his knees buckled and he fell to the floor in a twitching heap. Interesting, isn't it, husband? He could barely even register Bella's approach, let alone her voice, as his body still twitched from the after effects of the curse. Fucking cunt, what did she hit me with? Let me tell you a secret, dear husband. Fingers clutched at his hair as his head was pulled back to an unnatural angle, forcing him to look up into the cold calculating eyes of his wife. In order to use this technique like I just did, it isn't enough to simply wish to cause harm. No. You have to truly loathe the person that you are using it against. And unfortunately for you, my dear husband, there is no one on this planet that I loathe more than you. If I could, I would make you suffering last for an eternity, or at least as long as I could keep you alive for the things that you've done to me and made me do. But unfortunately, we don't have time for that. So this will just have to do. The pain still coursing through him clouded his vision, limiting his vision to the point where he couldn't see what she was doing. But he could feel it. He could feel the heat emanating from the floor right beneath them. And as soon as he locked eyes with her, he knew instantly what spell, or rather runic enchantment, she was casting. You won't! He shouted desperately, trying to prevent her from activating the Hellfire runic spell growing at their feet. If you cast this, then you will more than likely perish, just like you. Bellatrix finished for him, her eyes unflinching. You're bluffing. Rodolphus shouted, desperately trying to break free from her grip. But no matter how hard he struggled, her hand didn't move. She just stood there, unflinching, holding him in place as the Hellfire runic spell slowly grew beneath them. You won't cast it. If you do, then my blood will boil in my veins first. She answered, explaining the spell that, ironically enough, she learned from the Lestrange family grimoire. Once my blood is boiling, my internal organs will start to deteriorate from my own boiling blood. Then my bones will start to crumble as the marrow within is boiled away. Lastly, my muscle tissue will deteriorate, leaving me in a pile of twitching agony until I die. And while all that is happening, my nerves will stay intact so that I know what is happening to me. And what truly makes this insidious, is the fact that while this is happening, time within the rune is distorted, making the whole process take hours while only seconds pass outside. Rodolphus had never been one for fear, or for begging. Growing up completely immersed in the darker aspects of magic didn't allow one to fear or beg for mercy. But now, knowing what fate awaited him as well as the look in his wife's eyes, he felt fear. And he found himself doing something he hadn't done for years. Please, Bella, please don't do this. He begged, renewing his efforts to break free to no avail. Please, Bella, for all that we have shared. For all that we've shared. Bellatrix shouted, her grip tightening. What we've shared has been nothing but a lie. You turned me into a walking weapon, little better than the condemned that the Emperor is creating. But despite everything, perhaps even you don't deserve this fate. But then I remember one little thing. The one thing that you force me to do that I truly find unforgivable. The runes beneath their feet was growing hotter by the second, but the sweat coating his brow wasn't from the heat beneath them, but rather from the heat glare coming from his wife. Alice Longbottom. She said through gritted teeth. You wouldn't know this, not many did, truth be told. But for years, she was my sister in all but blood. She tried to get me to run away from my family like Sirius did. But before I could, you and your family turned me into your mindless fuck slave weapon. And then, you forced me to torture her to insanity. I could see it in her eyes, even while I was torturing her and her husband into insanity. The forgiveness in them, and the plea to end it. And I couldn't. For that crime, for forcing me to do that to a woman I love like my own sister, I cannot forgive you, husband. And I will not spare you from this fate. Rodolphus only had a second to recognize the feel of the fire licking his boots before the pain set in. His last conscious thought before the pain clouded his mind to feel his wife's fingers leaving his hair as he screamed out in agony. Walking into the deeper sections of the vaults, Ragnarok stared down indifferently at the three wizards that were laid out before him. Coming to the last of them, who was missing the top half of his head, Ragnarok turned and stared back at the dozen or so goblins that were laid out in the passageway as well. A dozen dead, to only 3 of theirs. Pathetic. They had the superior positioning, yes, but still, pathetic. We have truly let ourselves grow fat counting coins over the years. Turning his attention back to the deeper recesses of the vault where the Lestrange vault and several other high-profile purebloods kept their precious belongings. A single goblin was lying down on his back, hands crossed over his stomach, while several others were standing around a 10-foot wide black scorch mark that was embedded into the stone floor. Bloodfist, what is going on here? The goblins that were standing around the scorch mark all turned as one and bowed lowly to him. Director Ragnarok. Bloodfist greeted him. It appears that we have been attacked. Ragnarok growled lowly in his throat. No shit. I can see that by the fucking bodies that I passed by on my way down here, Bloodfist. Tell me, you are in charge of security in this section. How is it that such a fight broke out? And more importantly, why are only 3 wizards dead when a dozen of ours lay dead? Bloodfist sneered while the rest of the goblins in the room slowly backed away. It was no secret that there was no love lost between Bloodfist and himself. The fool was after his position as director after all. As was to be expected. I will not have my readiness be questioned by. Bloodfist words died on his lips as Ragnarok made a slashing motion through the air with 2 fingers pressed together. His rival choked once, coughed, then blood started pouring freely through his white beard and down the front of his clothes. Dust back. He called out while sidestepping and letting Bloodfist fall to the floor, stone dead. You will be taking over Bloodfist duties from now on. Dustback didn't even bother hiding his joyful sneer as he started down at the corpse. As you wish, Director. Looking down at the scorch mark once again, Ragnarok knelt down next to the black stone. Rubbing a single finger along the soot, he brought his finger up to his nose and gave it a tentative sniff. The Hellfire runic spell. Nasty curse here. For both its victim and its caster. Who was it? Bellatrix and Rodolphus Lestrange, manager. Dustback answered immediately. It was also Bellatrix that started this fight by attacking their escort, sir. I see. Ragnarok said, rising to his feet and wiping the soot off on his pants. Then our course of action is set then. Waiting until he was sure that he had everyone's attention, he chose his next few words slowly and deliberately. By attacking us, this new Sith Empire has declared war on the Goblin Nation as a whole. In response, we will ally ourselves with their enemies, the Guardians and Ziri Nox. Prepare our warriors for battle. And close all vaults that belong to known associates of the new Sith Empire and those associated with the Death Eaters. And send word throughout the rest of the Goblin Nation. It is time for us to stop sitting on our asses growing fat by counting coins. Go. Now. His last command sent all of the goblins running from the room, leaving only Ragnarok and the lone goblin laying on his back. Walking over to the downed goblin, Ragnarok stared down at him for a moment before rearing his foot back and planting it hard into the goblin's side. Which made the goblin on the ground cough and curl up into a tight ball. Get off your lazy ass, Griphook. We have work to do. Griphook groaned as he rolled over and got up to his feet. By the stone ancestors, 1 centimeter to the left and that bitch would have pierced my heart. But she didn't. Ragnarok growled, already tired of Griphook's complaining. And you were well compensated by Nox for your role in this little ploy. Now stop whining like a prepubescent youngling. We have work to do. Yes, Director. Griphook nodded, slowly getting to his feet. I must say, sir, when Nox came to us with this plan I was not expecting Bellatrix Lestrange to be her spy. And that was exactly why I knew it to be her. Ragnarok replied, once again staring down at the blackened mark on the stone. She was the Dark Lord's most loyal. None would ever suspect her of turning against him. which was why she was the obvious choice for Nox to go after when she was searching for a spy within the Dark Lord's inner circle. And now that goblin blood has been drawn by members of the new Sith Order, the entirety of the Goblin Nation will throw their support behind Nox. And behind yourself as well, Director. Griphook finished for him as he dusted himself off. As the leading goblin closest to this confrontation, you will be given command of the Goblin Nation. As is your right. Still, it is amazing that Nox convinced Bellatrix to kill herself. Or maybe the bitch just decided to do that on her own Either way, we now get to confiscate the Lestrange vault and numerous other vaults. After all, if everything goes to plan, I doubt that I'll be able to look after Nox's accounts on my own anymore. After Nox takes her cut of the plunder, Ragnok cut in, not wanting Griphook to forget about the deal that had been struck with Nox. Goblins were ruthless, but they were not oath breakers like wizards. And Ragnok would be damned if he let Griphook forget that just because he was upset at losing his first client. Of course. Griphook snarled as he marched up beside Ragnok. The two stared down at the black mark for a time before Griphook coughed and spit a wad of blood onto the pile. Good riddance to her. Careful, Griphook. Ragnok warned, a wicked smile coming across his face as he turned his back on the pile of ash and marched away. I just said that Bellatrix Lestrange was dead. But where one life ends, another begins. What do you mean by that, Director? Griphook called out as Ragnok passed through the tunnel. I meant exactly what I said, Griphook. Ragnok responded, not quite loudly enough for his fellow goblin to hear him. Bellatrix Lestrange is dead, but the Empress's wrath is still very much alive. Have Commander Gregor and his squad to be ready to drop the moment we are within range of Hogwarts. Nox said, staring down at the datapad in her right hand while marching quickly through the halls of the temple with Admiral Hackett on her left flank and General Rex on her right. He will be leading the vanguard into the heart of the new Sith Order's forces. Our objective is to cut their army in half. Give those within the castle time to eliminate their opposition before we fall back behind Hogwarts walls. Yes, ma'am. Rex nodded before running off to see that her orders were relayed to proper personnel. You handle the men well, Grandmaster Nox. Admiral Hackett stated as the two of them made their way through the staging area where dozens of men and women, magicals and non-magicals, were preparing themselves for the upcoming fight. I've had quite a bit of practice. Nox replied as she continued to scroll through the data pad in her hand without looking up. Both in this life and during my previous life, if you will. The Admiral simply nodded his head in acknowledgement before he started scanning the room with a critical eye. Frowning slightly, he turned his attention back to him. What is the round-trip time by LAAT to Hogwarts? I should have asked this before, but I do not like the idea of leaving the first, or rather second, wave of our forces alone against an army of unknown size. Don't worry, Admiral. Nox replied with a slight smirk as the two of them made their way towards the exit of the temple. We're not going to be leaving anything to chance with this fight. We're bringing every man or woman in our forces who can hold a gun or aim a wand in with one wave. Hackett's brow furrowed. How? Even with the LAATs, transport ships, and the Wolfsbane, I do believe we will not have enough space to bring everyone with us. Stopping after they were out of the temple and onto the landing pad, Nox lowered her data pad and faced the Admiral. Then it's good that those are not our only ships then, Admiral. A gust of wind blew across the landing pad, ruffling Nox's robes and making the Admiral instinctively reach up for his hat. Hackett's eyes widened to almost comical proportions as he saw what had caused the gust in the first place. Admiral Hackett, Nox said slowly, turning her back on the man and looking up into the sky. I give you the Sately Shan, the first Earth intergalactic cruiser. The ship hovering a few dozen meters above them was by far the largest ship Nox had been able to produce so far on Earth. In total, the ship measured just over 300 meters in length. The rear half of the ship was 3 times wider than the front half, due primarily to the 2 docking bays, that could each easily hold 4 fighters and 1 LAAT, which were attached to either side of the rear of the ship. The ship was designed to run on a skeleton crew of 30 personnel, but it had enough living quarters to support a crew of a 250. While not even close to the largest, or even most impressive ship Nox had ever seen, she couldn't help but feel proud whenever she looked at it. For this was her ship. Incredible. The Admiral breathed, staring up at the ship and looking like a kid on Christmas morning for a moment before his face hardened once again. How long have you had this ship? We could have used it some time ago. The Sately Shan is fresh off the assembly line, Admiral. Nox replied, not the least bit put off by the Admiral's tone. In fact, it's not even finished yet. There are still a few things that need to be done before it can be considered complete. Hackett tore his eyes away from the cruiser and back to her. You want us to take an incomplete ship into battle? It's complete enough for what we need. Nox shot back. The ship flies, its shields are operational and its railgun batteries, or gauze batteries if you will, are operational as well. It will do for what we need it for. Primarily transporting our troops to the battle zone. And don't forget, we will have the F1 alphas and betas to act as escorts for the ship as well. The Admiral's eyes widened fractionally at the mention of the Gauss batteries. Last I heard, Gauss rifles were still in the research and development phase, let alone Gauss-powered batteries on a ship. Have they been tested? You forget, Admiral, I can cheat and call upon technology that is centuries ahead of anything Earth could even dream of creating. Knox replied with a shrug. And as for the weapons not being fully tested yet, we're in a war, Admiral. You can consider this battle to be their field testing. Appearing mollified, the Admiral took a few steps closer towards the ship. Who's the captain of her? Until we find someone else, you are, Admiral. Knox said nonchalantly, making the older man whip around and face her. It only makes sense after all, that the Grand Admiral of our forces be stationed aboard the most powerful ship in our arsenal. Just try not to ding her up too much, Grand Admiral Hackett, she is fresh of the assembly line after all. She managed to take 2 steps away from the shocked newly promoted Grand Admiral before she was pulled up short as right in front of her, Winky popped into existence. Mistress Knox! Winky cried out desperately, a data pad clutched tightly in her hands. It's be terrible. Snatching the pad away from the wailing house elf, Knox quickly read over the report. Son of a motherfucking bantha. What is it? Hackett asked as he stepped up beside her. Not even bothering to turn towards him, she all but threw the data pad at the Admiral. Vitiate appears to have anticipated our movements. Either that or, and this is more likely, he's covering all of his bases before launching his full-out assault. Taking, or rather catching, the data pad, Hackett stared down at its contents and Knox could feel his fear and anger increase exponentially as he read over its contents. The dragons that were stolen. Hackett read slowly. He's unleashed them. And they're heading towards no less than a dozen heavily populated cities. We need to send our fighter squadrons to these cities and try to end them or at the least drive them off. Which is exactly what Vitiate wants us to do. Placing a hand on her head, Knox started hating the fact that she'd turned to the light so much. In the days of old, this decision would be simple. But now it is anything but simple. Whether he's aware of the fact that we know of his intended attack against Hogwarts is irrelevant. He's trying to divert our attention away from where he is going. And every unit we send away to combat these dragons lessens our ability to stand against his vanguard. And if we do nothing, how many innocents will die? Hackett asked. Grinding her teeth, Knox paced back and forth. They had no idea what type of forces Vitiate would be sending at Hogwarts. It could just be his magical forces, or it could be all of his forces. Including aircraft. And each fighter they sent away lessened their ability to control the air around Hogwarts. But on the other hand, could she live with the fact that she had the chance to try and save lives, and she did nothing? And they still had the Sadal Shan. Their ace in the hole that she'd been hiding from everyone in the hopes of keeping it completely secret from Vitiate until she rammed it up his ass. Coming to a sudden stop, Knox turned her eyes towards the Admiral, who hadn't moved an inch since giving his 2 cents. Send 2 fighters only to each location to try and intercept the dragons before they reach the cities. Or at the very least to help the local forces in minimizing the damage that is about to be done. Yes, ma'am. Hackett nodded before quickly turning away and activating his COMM link that he kept on him at all times to relay her orders. Let's just hope that I don't come to regret this. Knox thought as she turned and marched towards the LAAT that would be taking herself and several of the other former Jedi Masters into the battle. Grabbing hold of the all-too-familiar netting within the transport, Guardian Senior Master Obi-Wan Kenobi hoisted himself up into the LAAT alongside the 20 soldiers and magicals that were within. Master Kenobi. Gregor greeted him as he settled himself into the body of the LAAT. Good to see that you'll be joining with us, sir. Good to see you as well, Commander. Obi-Wan greeted back calmly as he began focusing in on the upcoming battle. The familiar surge within his stomach died as he forced all thought and feeling from him and focused only on the Force as he quietly recited the Guardian Code in his mind. I am the wielder of the flame, protector of balance. As the Guardian Code went through his head, he couldn't help but focus in on this line in particular. For he knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that if Anakin had been raised by this philosophy, and not that of the Jedi, then his friend, his brother, his son, wouldn't have been seduced by the dark side of the Force and the Emperor. Needless to say, it was a bitter pill to swallow. But it was one that he, and all former Jedi for that matter, needed to accept. Darkness would always exist as long as there was light. One could not simply conquer the other. As long as one survived, so too would the other. It was why the Jedi had failed. And it would be why the Sith would fail. Both today and in the future. Just as the last of the men and women boarded the LAAT, one last figure placed her hand into the netting and started to hoist herself up. Obi-Wan usually wasn't one who could be surprised easily, but this was definitely something he hadn't expected. Narcissa. Narcissa didn't say anything as she pulled herself up into the LAAT and stood beside him. Her hand gripping the netting as if it was the only thing keeping her from bolting out the door. Which, judging by her mutely jumbled emotions, was a likely possibility. I'm coming with you. She said, her voice betraying none of the nervousness he could sense from the normally stoic woman. It was only because of his years of training that he managed to keep himself from wincing. I do not believe that would be wise. Because my husband and son are on the other side of this war we find ourselves in. Narcissa said sharply, cutting him off as she turned towards him. There was a fire within her eyes. A fire that he recognized all too well. And for a split second it wasn't Narcissa standing before him, reprimanding him. Rather, it was saddened cries. Well, let me reassure you, Master Kenobi, the image shattered and once again it was Narcissa standing before him. You do not have to worry about that in regards to my husband, excuse me, ex-husband. Well, should that son of a bitch ever find himself in my line of sight again, I plan on using any number of hexes and curses that are anything but beneficial to his health. I am a black, after all. And I know far more than my ex-husband than he would ever care to admit. Obi-Wan could accept that. But her ex-husband wasn't his cause for concern. I know that, milady. And I'm not worried about what happened should you run across your ex-husband. My concern is what will happen should you cross paths with your son today. Narcissa faltered ever so slightly. It was nothing more than a slight twitching of her eye, and if one either wasn't looking for it or didn't know her they probably would have never even noticed. But he did. Tell me, Obi. There it was again, that name that she'd taken to calling him that caused a spike in his chest he thought long buried. If you had a chance to prevent your friend, your brother, your son, from doing what he did, would you take it, or would you stand by the wayside and let someone else deal with him? It was a low blow, but an accurate one. No, I would do whatever I could to try and prevent him from falling. He said quietly before turning towards the pilot. Pilot, take off. And you, he said turning his attention back to Narcissa. I want you to stay close by my side the entire time, and you will follow every word I say to the letter. Yes, sir. Narcissa responded with just the slightest upturn of her lips. Force. Obi-Wan breathed internally. If I didn't know better, I would say that she is Saturn reincarnated. Walking through the halls of Hogwarts, Harry kept a constant surveillance of the area, both with his eyes and with the Force, as he and his Valkyries plus Nat, Gabrielle, and Astoria made their way towards the Great Hall. The soldiers had all already split off towards their intended staging points, with Major Ryder and Lieutenant John Shepard leading their squads towards the astronomy tower, while Lieutenant Jane Shepard, with Hannah as her guide, took her squads to the higher floors. Ron and Tracy had split off as well, heading off in the direction of the 7th floor and the room of requirement. Okay, I will admit that this is more than a little surreal. Hermione commented as she nodded towards one of the dozens of portraits that were lining the walls of the hallway. The portrait was depicting a witch and a wizard in the midst of a waltz, and both were frozen in time as if the portrait was nothing more than a non-magical photograph. The state of the portraits was courtesy to Lieutenant Shepard, who with a single flick of his wand hand sent an almost unnoticeable pulse through the wall, freezing every portrait in place. And after a quick demonstration to everyone else, Harry and the others were able to disable Dumbledore's spies before they were ever noticed. I still can't believe that John was able to freeze all of the portraits with such a simple spell. Daphne commented as they kept moving. Think of how much easier it would have been to get around back when we were in school had we known that spell. I don't think that would have been wise at the time, it would have alerted Dumbledore that someone was casting that spell. Harry pointed out, although had to admit that Daphne was right, it would have been infinitely easier to move around had they known that the portraits could be frozen with such a simple charm. But his mind wasn't on the past. He was completely focused in on the present. More precisely, what was about to happen. The voices drifting down the hall were becoming increasingly louder with each step they took. And with them, so too did the knot in his stomach tighten. You'll be fine, Harry. Ahsoka reassured him, her back straight and her head held high as she marched confidently beside him. We're all here with you. Giving her a mental nod, Harry pulled himself up to his full height as they came upon the partially opened doors leading into the Great Hall. The sounds of voices talking over one another came pouring out from the crack at a level that was almost deafening. Pausing just before the doors, Harry turned and looked back at the ones who were still with him. Ahsoka was her usual calm and collected self, as was Daphne. Ginny was calm on the outside, but his bond with her told him that she was merely a duck on the pond. Hermione was her usually worrisome self, especially seeing as just who they were about to confront. Susan just seemed determined. Luna had a dreamy smile on her face. Astoria seemed to be trying to adapt to a combination of her elder sister's and her master's attitude. And Gabrielle and Nat were both staring around at the castle in open wonder. You all know what to do, Harry said quietly as he centered himself. I'll stall the old coot until Daphne locates the child. Once she does, we subdue and disarm the wannabe Dark Lords and ladies as well as the child. Everyone nodded, and with one last steadying breath, Harry straightened himself up to his full height and threw open the doors to the Great Hall fully with the slightest wave of his hand. The sight that greeted their entrance was one that, if not given the present circumstances, Harry would have found incredibly amusing. The students and the professors within the Great Hall stopped what they were doing, some with food raised halfway to their mouths, as they all turned and stared at Harry and his girls. After the initial shock of their entrance wore off, new emotions started wafting through the hall like a wave: fear, joy, amusement, despair, intimidation, and utter hatred. There were so many different emotions rolling off of the student body that it was impossible to discern just who was feeling what. Marching between the long tables with Ginny and Ahsoka flanking him on either side, Harry made his way towards the head table at the far end of the hall. Dumbledore was already out of his seat, his eyes wide as he stared at Harry as he approached. McGonagall was staring at Harry in shock, but he couldn't help but notice the slight look of approval that shone through on her face. Mad-Eye Moody, who'd managed to retain his position as the defense teacher, was staring at them with a slight grin while his magical eye spun widely. And the rest of the professors were staring at them with some manner of shock or confusion. All save one, that was Snape was staring at Harry with confusion and hatred. "Harry!" Dumbledore called out. "Your wards need some work, headmaster," Harry commented calmly as he stopped halfway down the length of the hall. "It only took us a few minutes to get past them." Dumbledore blinked and appeared confused for a moment, but then his face morphed, taking on his typical grandfatherly look. "But of course you were able to bypass the wards, my boy. You are still students here at Hogwarts after all. But I will take your recommendation into consideration. And while a few weeks have already passed this term, I'm sure that you and your friends will have no problem catching up on your classwork. Now, if you could all please find your seats amongst your houses, we can continue with the feast. But you will need to change into your proper uniforms come morning before classes. And as for your other friends, I'm sure we can find them accommodations for the night. And we can have Madame Pomfrey take a look at your eyes in the morning." Harry was honestly not sure what to say. He and girls were wearing their Guardian Force armor that his mother had commissioned for them, as well as dark black cloaks. All of them had their lightsabers hanging out in the open attached to their belts, and most of them, namely Susan, Daphne and Ginny, had their wands drawn. And Harry, as he'd taken to doing since leaving Hogwarts months ago, was foregoing any type of glamour over his eyes. So his black and green eyes were plain for all to see. "Okay, how thick is this headmaster of yours?" Ahsoka asked in his head. "I mean, I've been all across the galaxy, and I've never seen anyone this thick. I mean, come on. A group of heavily armed people just waltz into your life during a war and all you can say is welcome back and classes start tomorrow? Come on. I'm afraid that you're mistaken, headmaster. Which shouldn't be a new state for you." Harry shot back, his annoyance at the headmaster for failing to realize the situation they were in creeping into his voice. "This is not a social call. Nor are we here to rejoin Hogwarts." Dumbledore froze halfway into his seat as Harry's words reached him. "Oh my boy, perhaps we should head to my office and speak." "No, we won't," Harry said, cutting the old man off before turning to face the rest of the student body. "As I know some of you are aware of this, and we'll be dealing with that in a moment. But for those of you who don't listen closely, the new Sith Order is converging on Hogwarts. And just so we're all clear, they're coming here with one purpose in mind. To take over this school. And if your pet Death Eater sitting beside you hasn't told you this already, then he is either one of two things. A shitty spy, or a traitor. Either way, he's useless." "Harry!" Dumbledore cried out. "This isn't something that..." Cutting the old fool once more, Harry continued, "But regardless of Snape's ineffectual ability to spy, it is you, headmaster, that is primarily responsible for why the Sith will be able to bypass the wards surrounding the school." Harry pressed on, turning and fixing the aging headmaster with a glare. That caused more than a few gasps and whispers to spread through the Great Hall as Dumbledore's face scrunched in on itself. "Harry, there is no impending attack. And I assure you that my primary concern is the safety of every student within these." "Then why did you support Lucius Malfoy's proposal to send all of the Muggleborns back here to Hogwarts?" Harry asked accusingly. Out of the corner of his eye he noticed that Daphne had left her place near the back of the hall and was making her way between the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables. "While I do agree that it was a prudent idea to try and give sanctuary to any who needed it, did you not once stop for a moment to think? Lucius fucking Malfoy, the pure-blood bigot himself, suggesting don't even fucking try it, Draco." Draco, who'd managed to get himself halfway out of his seat, suddenly found himself frozen stiff. His wand arm half in his robes, clearly clutching for his wand. "Harry!" Dumbledore shouted even as Snape shot up to his feet and pulled his wand. "Release him, Potter!" Snape hissed as he leveled his wand at Harry. "If you would use your eyes and your brain, unlikely happenstance I know," Harry sighed. "You would notice that I'm not the one keeping your precious godson from doing something incredibly stupid. And besides, right now I'm not the one that you need to be concerned about, Snape. You see, you failed something basic when confronting a supposed foe. You need to stay on your toes. Constant vigilance and all that." The tip of a wand pressed itself firmly behind Severus's right ear. "The kid's right, greaseball," Moody growled. "You didn't pay attention to your surroundings. Now drop the wand before I start getting creative." All of the professors rose to their feet and turned sharply towards Moody and Snape. Dumbledore tore his eyes away from Harry and towards the Exorer. Alastair. Yeah, I'm sure I'll be hearing about all this shite later, Headmaster. Moody shrugged, seemingly completely unconcerned. But the kid has a point. And if there is a threat coming to this school, we need to know about it. Harry, continue. And don't worry about this greaseball. If he opens his mouth again, I'll give him a new hole to breathe through. Keeping his face impassive, Harry stole a quick glance around the hall. Everyone was on edge. He could tell most of the senior students were already palming their wands and the ones who weren't were trying to console some of the younger students. This is getting out of hand fast. He thought as he sought out Daphne, who was still slowly wandering between the tables although her pace had slowed considerably. Hurry up, Daphne. What's done is done, Headmaster. Harry continued on in a calm voice while carefully weaving the force into every word he spoke in hope of creating a calming effect. We cannot change the past no matter how much we wish it. But we must face reality. You've given Vitiate the means to break the wards surrounding this castle. And he means to take it. And we can't let that happen. He saw someone move out of the corner of his eye and turned to face them. Surprisingly, at least to Harry, he found Neville standing on his feet. A look of grim determination set across his face. We're with you, Harry. What do you need us to do? Mr. Longbottom. Dumbledore gasped even as many more students rose to their feet in support of Neville's decision. Every return to your seats. There is no need for. Once again, Harry cut off Dumbledore. Thank you, Neville. Harry said, nodding to his ex-housemate. Thank you, all of you. And rest assured we can use your help. But for the moment I need you to remain sitting until we're ready. Most everyone seemed confused by this, but after a quick nod from Neville everyone retook their seats. Dumbledore didn't appear too pleased by just how easily and quickly most of the student body was willing to follow Harry's lead. The old man's face looked like he'd just eaten a handful of those sour sweets he had in his office. Harry, I must insist that you return as student of Hogwarts. Dumbledore said slowly. If you don't, I won't be able to protect you from what you did at the end of the last semester. Harry very nearly rolled his eyes. So reason and the grandfatherly smile didn't work, so now he's trying blackmail. Too bad, old-timer, I've already been cleared. Unfortunately, Headmaster, that threat doesn't hold much weight. Harry said, casting a glance towards the Slytherin table. You see, Madam Bones, the head of the DMLE, has already reviewed not only my memory but the memory of everyone who left with us last semester. And she concluded that I was well within my rights to respond with lethal force, given that the fool was trying to cast the killing curse at me. And as for rejoining Hogwarts, I can't. Not because I don't fully want to. But because I, much like Daphne and Susan, are Knights of the Guardian Order. And we cannot afford to be pulled from the front lines of this war simply to attend school once more. Out of the corner of his eye, he said Daphne reach up and brush a lock of her hair behind her left ear. Finally, I don't know how much longer I would have been able to stall for. I was seriously starting to run out of things to say. And now the time for discussion is over, Headmaster. Harry said, reaching into his robes and grabbing hold of his lightsaber and drawing it out into the open. Even though he left it inactive, the students in his general vicinity still drew back slightly and all of the professors who didn't already have their wands drawn drew theirs. It's time for us to fix your mistake, Headmaster. Namely letting marked Death Eaters into the school. And a child of the Emperor. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed to thin slits. I assure you, Harry, there are no marked. Oh, just shut up, you old fuck. The charade is over. The blonde bitch has found me. Though the voice wasn't Harry that cut off Dumbledore this time, it drew everyone's attention. Every eye in the hall snapped towards the Hufflepuff table as a lone boy Harry's age stood up from table. Harry was completely taken off guard by the one who was standing, and as such all he could muster was a simple, you. Justin Finch Fletchley shrugged his shoulders, his face completely devoid of emotion as he stared around the hall. Surprised, Potter? You shouldn't be. Harry's classmate said as he stepped over the bench and locked eyes with Harry. My father chose us diligently to the last people you would expect. My parents couldn't believe it either. In fact, they kept denying who I truly was, even right up to the point where I ripped their still beating hearts out of their chests. If anyone was still near Justin when he stood up, they'd moved as far away from him as possible by the time he'd finished speaking. The professors, even Moody who'd been keeping his wand trained on Snape, moved all of their attention to Justin as he calmly stepped up and over the table so that he was in the center aisle of the Great Hall along with Harry. You're right, I shouldn't be surprised. Harry nodded, his finger itching towards the activation switch on his lightsaber. But I thought that Vitiate had better sense than to select such an unimpressive wizard such as yourself. Justin's face contorted slightly before he sighed. Ah yes, pre-fight banter. Well, not that I care. After all, you're about to move aside and let me walk out those doors right now. Justin! Dumbledore shouted, having finally coming back to his senses. What are you doing, young Shut up! Justin shouted, spinning around on his heel, his wand snapping into his right hand. A sickly green bolt of lightning shot out of his wand and sped towards the stained glass just above and behind the professors. That was a warning, old fuck. Justin growled as he turned back towards Harry, his iris completely yellow. Now shut the fuck up while Harry and I talk. Oh, and Moody, if you even think of trying to get a spell off on my back, I'll summon a student in between the two of us before you can even think the first syllable of your spell. Now Harry, where were we? You were just about to explain to me why I should let you walk out that door unopposed. Harry answered, sticking his thumb over his shoulder towards the doors. It's simple, Harry, Justin shrugged. You're a Jedi. That's why you're going to let me walk out that door. At that, Harry merely raised an eyebrow. Well, I guess that you truly are a child of the Emperor, not that I doubted Daphne for a moment. But only a child would know of a Jedi. But all the same, why does our supposedly being Jedi have anything to do with letting you walk away? Justin merely smiled as he put his hands behind his back. Do you know there is another reason my father insisted on Voldemort marking his servants in such a way? It's a fail-safe, shall we say. Now, let me show you what it can do. Harry let his right foot slide back slightly as Justin raised his right hand and dark energy started swirling around his fist. Death Eaters, servants of my father. As his child I command you, suffer. Every student in the hall that Narcissa had named for them suddenly clutched at their left arms as they all doubled over in pain. Not even Snape was spared, as the potions teacher's face twisted in pain as he fell to his knees. Let them go! Dumbledore shouted, pulling out his wand and leveling it towards Justin's back. Justin didn't even seem to care as he raised his left hand. A young Hufflepuff girl, who couldn't have been more than a second year, screamed as she was pulled out of her seat and suspended in the air between Justin and the professors. Try it, you old fuck! Justin laughed as the dark energy in his right hand intensified and all of the marked students started bellowing in pain and the young girl he was holding behind him started thrashing wildly against the invisible bindings holding her in place. You'll have to get around this young girl to hit me though. How good is your aim, headmaster? Not that good. Especially from this range. And even if you do try it, I'll just continue to intensify the pain all these pathetic fools are feeling until their brains are mush. Now lower your wands. The professors all looked towards Dumbledore for guidance. The aging headmaster looked a century older than Harry could ever remember as he closed his eyes and lowered his wand. Almost as one, the rest of the professors, and the few students who'd drawn their wands, all lowered theirs as well. All save for Harry and his Valkyries, who all kept their wands out and lightsabers in hand. Perhaps you're hard of hearing, Harry. Justin growled as his right fist clenched, making the marked students cry out again. Unless you get the fuck out of my way, I'll torture them all into insanity. Stop this charade and just move already. My father has told me enough about you Jedi to know that you won't let something like this come to pass. Not when you can stop it. Now. Move. Aside. Harry didn't move to set down his wand or lightsaber. Nor did any of the other guardians in the room. What you say is true, Justin. Harry nodded. A Jedi wouldn't allow you to torture people like this, even if they were the enemies of the Jedi. So your plan is solid. But there is just one little problem with it. Justin's face contorted in rage. What? Smirking, Harry activated his lightsaber, which was echoed by the activation of every other lightsaber in the hall. We are not Jedi. You want to kill these wannabe Death Eaters and future murderers? Go ahead. Saves us the trouble of having to hunt them down in the future. Justin's face fell before he tightened his fist once again. And again all of the marked students started to cry out in pain. But neither Harry nor any of the other guardians so much as blinked. Fine. Justin growled. You don't care about these pathetic fools, I can respect that. But what about an innocent like, say this girl right here? The young girl he'd been using as a shield between himself and Dumbledore cried out as she was whipped around and placed in between Harry and Justin. Just a simple twist of my wrist, and I can snap her neck like kindling. What does your pseudo-Jedi code have to say about that, hey? Harry. I know, Ahsoka. But we can still turn this to our advantage. Shooting a quick glance towards Daphne, his fellow knight nodded once. Sighing, Harry deactivated his lightsaber and let his arm fall limply by his side as the other guardians took their cue and deactivated their own lightsabers. I knew you were weak, Potter. Justin smirked as he began walking towards the doors while making sure that the young girl stayed floating in the air between the two of them the whole time. And that is why my father is going to win this world in the end. Harry ground his teeth to keep himself from saying anything as he watched Justin slowly inch his way backwards. Justin. Harry called out just as his classmate was about to leave the Great Hall. I've got a question for you. Justin gave him a curious look. What is it, Potter? When did I ever say that we came here by ourselves? Justin's eyebrows rose as the weight of Harry's words reached him. But by then it was far too late as a red streak of light shot out from around the corner of the door and struck Justin right in the back. The young girl, now free of Justin's hold, ran straight at Harry, and there was little Harry could do expect to catch the young girl in his arms. "Thank you," the young girl mumbled, pressing her face into his chest. You saved me." Smiling down at the young girl, Harry rested a hand on her head. "Of course I did." Looking up he saw Lieutenant Jane Shepherd enter the hall with Hannah beside her, both had wands out and trained on the unconscious boy on the ground. "Lieutenant, Hannah, impeccable timing." Jane merely shrugged her shoulders. "My boys have nearly finished with setting up, so I figured I'd come here and give you a hand." "So, I take it this is the child?" "No," Harry said sharply. Moving quickly, Harry roughly ripped the wand that was pointing at his ribs out of the little girl's hands before pushing her away from him. Flexuasi katinas. Golden chains materialized out of thin air and quickly wrapped themselves around the young girl, sending her to the floor. "Mr. Potter!" McGonagall yelled out in shock, but Harry wasn't paying attention to her as he kept his eyes, and wand, trained on the girl. "The true child of the Emperor. You tipped your hand too soon," Harry said, advancing on the young girl who was glaring up at him with unadulterated hatred. "First, you didn't fool Daphne for a second with Justin. Even I could see the subtle signs of the Imperious curse. Second, you shouldn't have had him use you as a hostage. And third, you shouldn't have tried to pull your wand on me while you were pressed up against me." The girl continued to stare up at him with pure loathing. "This changes nothing," the girl screamed, thrashing in vain against the chains holding her down. "My father will kill you. He'll kill all of you. And I'll laugh while he does. I'll laugh while he peels the skin from your bon." "Oh, just shut up already," Ginny growled, snapping her wand out and sending a red stunning spell right in the girl's chest. "Thanks, Ginny." Harry nodded, patting his apprentice on the shoulder. "No problem, Master." Ginny smirked back as she moved towards the downed girl and proceeded to place even more binding charms on her. Leaving her to the task at hand, Harry faced the rest of the students. Everyone, even most of the teachers, were staring at him. Some with apprehension, but most in awe. "Shite, center of attention again. You're a natural leader, Harry." Ahsoka sent to him. "Embrace it. Someone secure the marked students and take their wands from them." To Harry's utmost surprise, just about half of the student body jumped up to follow his order. Even the Slytherins were helping by binding the marked students that had been exposed by the child and taking their wands from them. "Professor McGonagall!" Harry called out while the students were securing the marked Death Eaters. "Hogwarts is an old castle, I'm sure it has some wartime countermeasures. Please activate them." McGonagall blinked at the order and for a split second Harry was nervous that she wasn't going to comply. But to his utmost surprise, McGonagall merely nodded. "Of course, Mr. Potter. Hogwarts has a few tricks up her sleeve." Dumbledore turned towards McGonagall, a look of betrayal on his face. But it went completely ignored by the deputy headmistress. "How much time do I have to set them up?" A loud explosion rocked the school, making almost all of the students cry out in surprise as the enchanted night sky overhead lit up in flames. "We're out of time." Harry cursed as even more explosions crashed against the wards of Hogwarts. "Shite, are they trying to bring the whole school down with the barrier?" "No, this is a Sith tactic, Harry," Ahsoka said as she and the other Valkyries quickly spread out to try and calm down the panicking students. "They're trying to unnerve us before the true battle begins." Deciding to take a page out of Dumbledore's book, Harry pointed his wand towards the ceiling and let loose a sonic blast. "Everyone sit down!" Harry shouted, letting the force seep into his voice. Almost instantly, every student retook their seats. "They're not trying to destroy the castle. All of this," he said, waving towards the ceiling as another wave of fire stretched across the night sky, "is just to try and make us panic and make rash decisions. Professor Hagrid, do you know of a secure location for both our marked students and the young years?" Hagrid, clearly startled at having been called out, nodded. "Aye, Harry. I know of a place." "Good." Harry nodded. "Everyone from 1st to 5th year are to follow Professor Hagrid and Professor Sprout to this secure location. Nat, Astoria, and Gabrielle, you three will go with them as well. 5th years, make sure that our resident Death Eaters don't have any foolish notions of joining the fight. Madame Pomfrey, please go with them as well and set up a makeshift field hospital. We're going to need a place to send wounded soon. And take Justin with you as well and start treating him for exposure to the Imperious curse. 6th and 7th years, if you want to go with the younger years, I'm not about to stop you. But if you want to fight, then stay here and seek out either Professor Moody or Lieutenant Shepherd here behind me and they'll assign you to an area. Professor McGonagall, get to setting up the defensive measures now. Professors Flitwick, Sinistra, and Vector, see to setting up some extra defensive measures. I don't know how much longer this barrier will hold out for, especially as we don't know what kind of damage the child of the Emperor managed to inflict on them. Guardians with me, we're heading to battlements with Major Ryder. Let's move." He vaguely heard Dumbledore calling out for him, but he paid it no mind as he turned on his heel and marched out of the Great Hall with his Valkyries plus Hannah following behind him. Pulling out his commu-link, he set the channel and brought it up to his mouth. Knight Potter to Major Rider, what's going on out there? The Sith are here, Knight Potter, and they're not holding anything back, it looks like. Major Rider replied after only a second's hesitation. They've got fighters in the air and a big ass fucking dragon as well. On the ground it looks like they've brought every person, magical and non-magical, they have. Sniper teams in the towers have also reported at least 3 tanks and a full artillery unit as well. This barrier had better hold out until Grandmaster Nox arrives with our reinforcements, otherwise this is going to be a real short campaign. Cursing under his breath, Harry and his girls made their way out into the courtyard. Grandmaster Nox shouldn't be too far away by now. I hope. The professors of the school are working on activating the school's defensive protocols and getting the non-combatants to a safe location. Those who are willing to fight are being escorted into position by Lieutenant Shepard and Auror Moody. Good. I'm not thrilled about kids fighting, but right now I'm willing to accept whatever help we can get. Speaking of, where do you need us? On the front lines, taking out as many of these bastards as you can. Copy that, Harry nodded, shooting a quick glance back at the girls fooling him. Let's move out. Standing at the head of the Great Hall, Dumbledore was left speechless and helpless as he watched Harry completely ignore his call as the young man walked out of the hall. How could this have all gone so wrong? He wondered as he watched helplessly as nearly a decade and a half of planning left with the boy. How? You heard Mr. Potter. McGonagall called out, surprising him out of his stupor. Hagrid, see to it that the young years are escorted to the lower levels. 6th and 7th years report to Professor Moody and, Lieutenant Shepard, was it? Yes, and Lieutenant Shepard. Filius, Septima, Aurora. Please see about casting another shielding layer underneath the barrier. The students in the hall all started scrambling to follow the orders, and as they did, Dumbledore felt himself losing more and more control over the situation. This can't happen. Dumbledore thought desperately. Let the Muggles fight, but if these children fight, how many will die? How many magical lines, on both sides, will cease to exist? We can't let this happen. Minerva. Dumbledore called out, stopping his deputy headmistress as she walked around the table. He hadn't even realized it, but they were the only 2 professors, save for an unconscious Severus thanks to a quick stunning spell by Alastor, at the head of the Great Hall. We can't. We have to, Headmaster. Minerva countered him harshly. Potter is right. If we don't fight we will all die here and now. Her face softened, no more than a slight softening around the corner of her eyes, but it did soften. I don't like this either, Albus, but we have no choice. I understand this, but I don't know if you do. Walking back up to the table, Minerva fixed him with a hard glare, her soft eyes vanishing completely. I don't know what happened to you, Albus, during your battle with Grindelwald, but you've changed. And not for the better. Before you took a hard stance on any witch or wizard with dark inclinations. But now you'll bend over backwards to ensure that those witches and wizards get a second, third, or even fourth chance. And while you do, innocents suffer. Now you can either return to the man you were before that battle, the man I grew up respecting. Or, you can put your head in the sand again and leave it there. But the choice is yours alone, just like this is my choice. And with that, Minerva turned her back on him and marched purposefully out of the Great Hall. As her dark robes disappeared around the large doors, Dumbledore realized that he was completely alone in the hall, save for an unconscious Severus. Sinking heavily down into his seat, Dumbledore stared out numbly at the Great Hall. It wasn't right. He was the leader of the light. How could everyone turn their back on him? But even as the thoughts of betrayal swirled around in his head, so too did Minerva's parting shot. You've changed, Albus. And not for the better. Running up onto the landing of the 7th floor, Ron skidded to a stop right in front of the blank space of wall that hid the room of requirement. Thank Merlin, Master Kento insists on daily physical exertion. Ron thought as he realized with a start that he'd just ran the entire length of Hogwarts without even getting slightly winded. Beside him, Tracy didn't seem any the worse for wear either. Although if he was being truthful, he might have not even noticed if his girlfriend was tired at the moment. The armor and robes Grandmaster Nox had given them was, more than slightly form-fitting. Ron, focus. My eyes are up here and the door is in front of us. Neither of which are located near my tits or arse. Sorry, Ron mumbled, not truly feeling sorry in the least. Now, Master Nox said that we should be able to locate the room by simply. A thunderous explosion echoed throughout the hall and the rest of the school, making both Ron and Tracy cover their ears as light shined into the hall through the far window as if the sun had suddenly risen. Bloody hell, Ron gaped, staring out the far window as the light quickly disappeared. That sounded like an explosion. Because it was one nitwit. Tracy scoffed, cuffing him upside the head. Which means the Sith are here, and we're out of time. Not yet, we aren't. Ron replied, shaking his head and starting his march back and forth in front of the blank space of wall. I need the room that Tom Riddle hid his Horcrux in. I need the room that Tom Riddle hid his Horcrux in. I need the room that Tom Riddle hid his Horcrux in. The wall in front of them wavered for a moment before ceasing and revealing a large set of thick wooden doors. See? Ron smirked at his girlfriend as he grabbed hold of the door handles and pulling on them. Easy as, bloody fucking hell. The room beyond stretched on for nearly the length of a Quidditch pitch. Although it was hard to say that for certain, as just about every inch of the room, save for several narrow paths, was filled with books, clothes, furniture, and everything in between. Well, this is lovely. Tracy sighed as she pulled out her wand. Illud me I Tom Riddle Horcrux. Oxio Tom Riddle Horcrux. Both watched with bated breath as Tracy's wand spun in the palm of her hand for a second before stopping as the spell failed to locate what was requested. Anti-summoning and anti-locating spells most likely. Well, Ron muttered. It was worth a shot. Guess we'll just have to do this the old-fashioned way. Tracy, though, didn't appear to be ready to give up. What did Grandmaster Knox say that his previous Horcruxes were? Ron paused and scratched the side of his head. A family ring, Slytherin's locket, a diary. And something in Bellatrix's vault, which she wasn't concerned with for some reason. Tracy bit down on her lip as she stared around the room. Valuable, his family's ring, Slytherin's locket were both incredibly valuable. Maybe that is the key. Ron winced. Not sure how that is supposed to help us. But Tracy wasn't listening, instead she stepped further into the room. Illud me I expensive artifact. This time her wand spun around in her palm 3 times before stopping once, then spinning again before stopping in a different direction. And then spun again before stopping in yet another direction. 3 directions. Tracy muttered. It's better than searching through everything. Pulling out his own wand, Ron repeated what Tracy had done with the same results. How do we know any of these 3 are what we're looking for? We've already proven that the Dark Lord put an anti-location charm on whatever it is. You really didn't pay attention much in school, did you, Ron? Tracy asked as she started off in the direction of the first expensive artifact. When you charm an item not to be located, you need to specify what cannot be located. So when the Dark Lord placed the charm on the Horcrux, he had to specify that Tom Riddle's Horcrux couldn't be located. Unfortunately, the same doesn't apply to anti-summoning charms. But at least this way, we've got a general idea of where to look. Now stop standing there with your foot in your arse and get moving. We need to find this damn thing before Master Knox shows up. And I don't know about you, but I really don't want to have to explain to her how we couldn't complete the task she'd assigned to us. Chapter 25. Standing on the ramparts over the front gate, Major Ryder watched as shells, missiles and magical spells impacted the shields surrounding the school. As he watched the fire spread across the sky, he couldn't help but think that under any other circumstance, such a sight might be considered beautiful to watch. Major. Turning his head to the side, nodded towards the sergeant that had approached him. Report, Sergeant. Giving him a quick salute, the sergeant stood at attention. Major, both GAU-19s are set up on either side of the gate. Sniper teams in Towers 1, 2, and 3 have all reported in and are ready. And Lieutenant Shepard's team has finished their preparations in Tower 4. That was fast. And thank God for those seemingly never-ending packs Grandmaster Knox supplied us. We would never have been able to transport all this heavy equipment here without them. Ryder thought as he nodded to the sergeant. Very well, Sergeant. Resume your post. Yes, sir. The sergeant shouted, snapping a salute to Ryder, which he returned in kind. Just as he turned his attention back to the sky overhead, he heard 3 almost inaudible footfalls behind him. Turning around, he wasn't surprised by who was behind him. Knight Potter, Knight Tenno. Apprentice Weasley. He nodded to each of the 3 seemingly inseparable guardians in turn. Major. Potter responded politely as he stepped up beside Ryder and turned his face towards the sky. Everything is proceeding as hoped. The younger years, and the marked students, are being led to a secure location and will be looked after by one of the professors, as well as our 3 young apprentices. Lieutenant Jane and Aurora Moody are putting the older students who've volunteered to fight into position as we speak. And the deputy headmistress is activating some of the castle's defensive measures. Nodding, Ryder couldn't help but admire the pose the boy was keeping. He'd known battle-hardened infantry commanders who commanded less of a presence than the teenager beside him now. There was no doubt in his mind, that should this young man survive this coming war, he would be a figure of influence known across the world for the rest of his life. And he also knew without a doubt that if he himself survived this battle that he would be right beside this boy until the end. What sort defenses does this castle have? Ryder asked. Unfortunately, I'm not sure. Potter answered. But considering just who designed this castle, and in which era it was built in, I imagine Hogwarts has more than a few unpleasant tricks up her sleeves for unwanted guests. You would be quite correct with that assumption, Mr. Potter. Ryder's weapon was in his hand and he was halfway around before he felt something wrap around him and freeze him in place. "I apologize, Major Ryder," Harry said calmly as the invisible force hold him disappeared. "But I couldn't have you shooting the deputy headmistress. And Professor McGonagall, it's unwise to apparate right next to trained soldiers just before a battle." McGonagall, for her part, had a slightly paler complexion than normal as she realized just how close her actions brought her to physical harm. "I understand, Mr. Potter." McGonagall nodded to him before turning towards the Major. "I apologize, sir, if I startled you. That was not my intent." "Understood, ma'am." Ryder nodded back to the elder woman. "But for the sake of myself, my men and yourself, please do not do that again." "I understand, Major," was it? McGonagall asked, to which Major Ryder nodded. "I will limit operating in you and your men's presence until this fight is over." "It would be appreciated, Professor," Harry said as he turned towards his old head of house. "You said that Hogwarts had defenses, Professor. If so, now would be the time to show us what they are." McGonagall nodded her head and turned back towards the courtyard. "Indeed, Mr. Potter. In fact, I have adjusted the wards to allow yourself and the others you brought with to apparate within the grounds as well. And as for what else Hogwarts can do, just watch and learn, young Mr. Potter." Pulling her wand out of her left sleeve, McGonagall held her wand above her head and parallel to the ground. "Hogwarts, as my duty of Deputy Headmistress, I hereby call upon you to protect your charges." Pier totem locomotor. It started as low groan of stone against stone. But soon, the noise was almost deafening as it seemed the entire castle started groaning. The men Harry had brought with him were all looking around, clearly confused as they tried to pinpoint exactly where the noise was coming from. As for Harry, he was momentarily stunned as a wave of pure force energy washed through him and settled into every inch of the castle, giving it an ethereal glow that was beyond beautiful. A single loud crash startled Harry out of his reverie as he whipped around, lightsaber in his hand ready to face the threat. But instead of a threat, all he found was a single stone soldier, one that had been lining the walls of Hogwarts, kneeling on courtyard's ground. Its halberd held aloft and ready for battle. A second crash announced the arrival of another stone soldier, this one armed with a sword and shield. Then a third as another with a halberd landed on the ground. Looking up, Harry was struck dumb as he watched the stone soldiers step out from the wall, fall to the ground, and right themselves as if they had a mind of their own. Once the walls had been nearly vacated of every soldier, the stone guardians of Hogwarts began to march 5 abreast out of the courtyard, through the gates, and out onto the long stone bridge that served as the primary access point for Hogwarts. Bloody hell, Harry!" Ahsoka breathed as they watched the stone soldiers making their way down the bridge. "I love the magic of this world. Utterly brilliant." "Thank you for that assessment, Ms. Tano, wasn't it?" McGonagall asked, to which Ahsoka nodded absent-mindedly, her eyes still watching the moving statues. "Hogwarts will do its best to protect her children, Major. We have nothing to fear now." Standing on a high ledge overlooking Hogwarts, Voldemort watched as a combination of Muggle and magical attacks impacted the barrier protecting the school. He felt a slight wave of annoyance flicker through him as he noticed that, despite everything they were throwing at the barrier, it was still holding strong. "Calm yourself, my voice. Everything is proceeding according to plan." The Emperor's voice sounded within his mind. "The barrier still stands, my Emperor." Voldemort thought back, his frustration seeping into his thoughts. The child failed. Should have never trusted a Muggleborn to such a delicate task. My child may have failed in this last task, but she did provide me with some interesting information. Yes, Potter is back at Hogwarts. And he brought his bitches with him. Voldemort snarled as he watched the barrage continue against Hogwarts' shield. Yes. But that is not all. The Emperor responded. Where the son is, the mother will not be far behind. Voldemort felt a chill settle over his person. Everyone always said that the one wizard that he feared was Dumbledore. But that wasn't quite correct. He respected Dumbledore's power, and therefore was never stupid enough to openly confront the wizened headmaster in a one-on-one duel. But Nox, that was a different story. He'd been wary of her ever since he'd learned of her existence, but never truly considered her a viable threat. That stance, however, was quickly altered after he became the voice and the Emperor informed him of Nox's true past. And after hearing of her exploits, he did fear her slightly. Not that he would ever admit it aloud, of course. I thought that was why we sent Nightshade out to attack the Muggle cities with her dragons. Voldemort thought, looking overhead as one of the modified dragons swept back down from the clouds and bathed the barrier in a blanket of dragon fire. If she failed to pull Nox and her allies away from this battle, I never expected Nightshade to pull Nox completely out of this fight. The Emperor said curtly. Rather, Nightshade's purpose was to weaken the force that Nox would be able to send against us. We will still have to confront Nox and her so-called guardians. But this will work in our favor. Dumbledore is here. Potter is here. And soon Nox and her Jedi allies will be here as well. All of our enemies in one location. And we will crush them all. One at a time until none are left to stand against us. Voldemort felt the corners of his lips turn upwards. So it's a race then, Master. We just need to defeat Potter and Dumbledore before Nox arrives. And when she does, it will be the sight of her dead son hanging from the walls of Hogwarts. A fire suddenly burst from within Voldemort's chest. A pain of near unimaginable proportions coursed through every fiber of his being as he was left standing stock still, mouth open and his eyes rolling back into his head. Just as Voldemort felt his knees begin to buckle, the Emperor forcibly took control of his body, straightening it so that none would suspect anything was wrong. It seems that Darth Bellatrix has failed in her task. The Emperor's voice was just barely able to reach him through the fog of pain that had clouded his soul. And yet another of your Horcruxes has been destroyed. And now you only have one left. The one you left hidden with Hogwarts. We must act, Master. Voldemort cried from within the prison that was his own mind. He knew better than to try and retake control once the Emperor had taken over. He'd made that mistake only once before, and it was a mistake that the Emperor made him pay dearly for. If they manage to destroy the diadem. They have been at this school for 4 years and have yet to locate your Horcrux, Voldemort. Vitiate chided him. But, it would not do well to have you weakened further. Now watch, Voldemort, as you see that my child did not fail in the slightest. Voldemort's moved beyond his control as he turned around to face his followers. Ajkarin. Cease the bombardment. The Wrath nodded before turning around and barking out orders. Less than a minute later the Muggle fighters and the dragon that had been flying over Hogwarts veered off course and away from the school, and the artillery ceased their bombardment, leaving the valley in a dead silence. Now watch my voice. The Emperor spoke to him as his body moved towards the edge of the cliff. And know my true power. Voldemort felt his wand fall into his outstretched fingers as the Emperor used his body like a puppet. He could feel the buildup of pure magical energy being pulled into his hand and wand in a manner that only the Emperor himself could manage. The air around him crackled and darkened as more and more power gathered within him. And then, without a word or movement, all the energy shot forth out of his wand in a single black bolt of pure magical energy. The bolt sailed across the valley unimpeded until it slammed home against Hogwarts' barrier and disappeared. For a moment it appeared as if nothing had happened. But then a single large glowing crack appeared on the surface of the barrier where the spell had stuck it. The crack expanded and spider-webbed outwards until the entire shield was covered in glowing cracks. And then, all at once, the shield shattered like glass and disappeared as if it never existed in the first place. Unfortunately, the shield wasn't the only victim. Voldemort, as amazed as he was by the display of power, could only stare blankly down at the blackened and ruined stick that was once his wand. This was a useless tool. The Emperor remarked, throwing his now useless wand to the ground. Soon you will lay your hands on the wand that was destined to be held by my voice. Yes, my Emperor. Voldemort mentally nodded as he felt his body turn around and face his followers. Begin the assault. Standing on the ramparts, Harry watched slack-jawed as the barrier was, for lack of a better word, shattered with only a single spell. Well, Harry breathed, staring up at what was left of the quickly dissipating shield. That didn't last nearly as long as we hoped it would. Ryder started barking out orders, which his men were following without a second thought. McGonagall, however, she was staring up at the now clear night sky with horror in her eyes. He destroyed the barrier, with a single spell. That is the power of the Emperor, Professor. Harry said plainly as he stared out over the long bridge that was packed with hundreds of stone soldiers. And it's one of the many reasons why we have to end him here and now before he can become even more powerful. A loud roar echoed across the landscape as dozens of giants, swinging clubs the size of small trees, ran towards the bridge. The stone soldiers at the end of the bridge moved as one, setting themselves into a defensive line with their pikes raised ready to meet the approaching threat. Just as the giants stepped foot onto the end bridge, a dozen black clouds passed overhead just above them. Multicolor streaks of light shot out from the black clouds, striking and destroying the stone soldiers to try and clear a path for the giants. Major! Harry called out. Already on at night. Major Ryder responded as he tapped the 2 gunners manning the machine guns that had been bolted to the ground. Open fire, men. Concentrate on the black clouds and don't let those fuckers get close. The gunners' replies were lost in the sound of gunfire as both GAU-19s let loose, firing off hundreds of rounds at the quickly approaching Sith forces. Walking so that he was standing just behind the 2 gunners, with Ginny and Ahsoka on either side of him, Harry drew his wand and aimed it skywards. Interficium Abaci. The overpowered dark red cutting curse left the end of Harry's wand like a bullet from a gun, cutting through the air until it cut clean through one of the pockets of black mist flying through the air. The mist instantly dissolved, revealing a person that was wearing pitch-black robes, and was cleaved cleanly in 2. Scanning the air, Harry fired off several more cutting curses, each one taking down a misted Death Eater in midair, while beside him Ginny and Ahsoka started taking down their fair share of the flyers as well. Just as Harry was about to fire off his 7th cutting curse, he noticed something. A small speck on the horizon, but one that was steadily getting larger and larger. Ginny, Ahsoka. Joint shield now. Protego. Ginny's and Ahsoka's spells echoed his own, creating a blue opaque bubble that surrounded not just the three of them, but every soldier on the wall as well. The moment the shield slammed in place, the small speck that had been on the horizon, which was then close enough to be easily identified as a fighter, let loose a pair of missiles that were coming straight for them. The missile's impact against the shield was more than a little jarring as the three guardians were literally forced to take a step back as their shield was covered in a wall of fire. Lieutenant Shepard. Major Ryder shouted into his COMM link as the fire rolled off the shield. Take that son of a bitch out before he can make another pass at us. Harry couldn't hear the response that was given, but as the fighter started to bank hard in order to make another pass, several bright lights shot out from the astronomy tower. One of which caught the fighter dead center and turned it into a ball of flames. Good work, Lieutenant. Ryder nodded as he turned his attention back to the bridge. By that point the giants, despite the efforts of the stone soldiers, had managed to cross nearly a third of the bridge. Continue firing. I don't want those guns to stop unless you're reloading. Yes sir. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Karen watched as the fight for Hogwarts progressed. Their giants were making steady progress across the bridge, however their approach had been slowed considerably by the gun emplacements just above the main gate. Emplacements that certainly hadn't been there before this night. Very clever Nox. Karen nodded as he watched yet another giant succumb under the barrage of spells and bullets coming from the castle. I wonder, just how many men did you send in besides your son in order to set up these defenses? Blackwood. Tearing his eyes away from the battle, and the fun in his opinion, he watched as Blackwood stepped forward and sunk down on a knee. Yes, my Emperor. The tower. The Emperor said plainly, without taking his eyes off of the battle. They have snipers and at least one well-trained wizard. Kill them all. Blackwood rose from his kneeling position and gave the Emperor a wide smile. As you wish, my Emperor. He bowed lowly and disappeared in a puff of black mist, but not before shooting Karen a last parting look that almost screamed, I got chosen over you. Fucking idiot. Karen growled, his grip unconsciously tightening on his lightsaber. He doesn't have a clue what a true battle is. This is just a fucking skirmish. A true battle destroys worlds. Patience, Karen. The Emperor chided him without turning around. Despite his many uses and talents, Blackwood is still but a pawn. And the pawns always go first. When the time has come, you will have your fair share of bloodletting my wrath. Of course, my Emperor. Karen nodded as he turned his attention back fully to the battle. Soon, but not soon enough for my tastes. After having set the student volunteers into position with the help of the ex-Auror Alastair Moody, Jane Shepard pulled back to the rear bridge that connected the castle to the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Honestly, Jane sighed, shaking her head as stepped out into the night and came to a stop just at the beginning of the bridge. Why would they call it the Forbidden Forest? I mean, I get the fact that there are a lot of big creatures in there, but still, you could call it something different. Calling it the Forbidden Forest is almost like daring a teenager to wander in and see what makes it so dangerous. Ma'am, they're here. Giving herself a mental shake, Jane forced her attention back to the here and now. Her man wasn't wrong. The supporters of the new Sith Order were starting to file out from the tree line. First there were only a handful. Then there were several dozens. Then there were easily over 100 plus with the number steadily rising. Fuck me sideways. One of her men breathed, as he took a knee and readied his weapon. That is a lot of cannon fodder. Unfortunately. Jane nodded. She and the other officers had spent countless hours over the past months in briefings with Grand Master Nox and they, former Jedi, now guardians from beyond the stars. During these briefings, they were given every scrap of information regarding the Sith that they had. Their motivations. Tactics. Power structure. Anything and everything. And judging by those briefings, her man wasn't wrong. These idiots were nothing more human shields until the true Sith stepped foot onto the field. Prime the charges. She commanded as the line of men and women reached where she knew the edge of the barrier was located and stopping just short of it. One of the more idiotic of the Sith followers yelled something at them and charged at the bridge, only to run headlong into the barrier and bounce back flat on his ass. Well, I guess we can figure out the average intelligence level of our enemies. Jane remarked dryly as she watched as several others pulled out their wands and started throwing spells at the barrier. Corporal, are the charges primed? Yes ma'am. The corporal nodded, holding up a detonator in one hand. Just waiting for your order ma'am. A loud cracking noise came from overhead, making Jane snap her eyes skywards. The barrier was, fracturing in a spider web pattern that was rapidly heading towards the ground. Get your finger on that button corporal. Jane breathed as she watched the fractures descend all the way to the ground before the barrier completely shattered. Leaving the school undefended against the Sith. The members of the Sith that had been waiting on the either side of the bridge gave a triumphant yell before they surged forward and onto the bridge. Conserve your ammo boys. Jane said as her men raised their weapons in preparation to fire. We'll need every round we can spare if we want to survive the night. Pulling out her wand, Jane waved it in a lazy circle before her. The air directly in front of her circled with her wand in a whirlwind pattern before solidifying into a boulder that was as tall as she. With a second flick of her wand, the boulder was sent rolling down the bridge. The boulder took up nearly 2/3 of the interior of the bridge's width, leaving the advancing Sith next to no room to maneuver around it. Watch a little too much Indiana Jones growing up, ma'am. One of her men joked lightly as Jane and her squad watched the boulder rapidly approach the Sith. Just as the boulder reached the halfway point of the bridge, it exploded in a cloud of dust and fractured stones. Dr. Jones never had that type of trick up his sleeve. Jane cursed as the Sith forces kept advancing. Using her wand to draw a box in the air, Jane created a shield over the end of the bridge and took a step back. Corporal. Blow it. Nodding, the corporal pressed down on the detonator. Fire in the hole. The entire bridge shook as the explosives that had been strategically placed along the support structures of the bridge all detonated at the same time. The Sith that were on the bridge had only a second to look startled before the bridge started to give way beneath their feet. She was just barely able to make out the man who'd been leading the charge. His eyes widened to almost comical proportions before the bridge gave way completely and he was caught in the debris falling down in the ravine below. Fall back to secondary positions. Jane commanded as the dust from the explosion began to settle, giving her an unobstructed view of the other side where more than 2/3 of the original Sith forces remained. Yes, ma'am. Her men shouted as they began to systematically pull back into the school while keeping each other covered. Just as Jane was about to enter the school, another explosion rocked the grounds, drawing her attention skywards. The top of the astronomy tower, the same tower that her twin brother was stationed, was falling to pieces as flashes of green, red, and yellow lights came from within. Her first instinct was to apparate right up to the top of the tower and see to her brother. But that instinct was crushed by years of discipline and training. He's all right, she said to herself as she pulled back into the school with her squad. John has his duty, just as I have mine. Setting herself up behind cover, she nodded towards her men and the half-dozen 6th and 7th year student volunteers that she'd stationed just within this entrance. No one gets past us, she said, drawing her sidearm in her left hand while holding her wand in her right. Standing in the astronomy tower overlooking the battle going on below, Lieutenant John Shepard watched through the scope of his sniper rifle as the giants slowly made their way through the plethora of stone soldiers standing on the bridge leading up to the gates of Hogwarts. Higgins, Big Ugly. Third from the front. Yes, sir. Higgins nodded, tilting his own rifle just slightly as he took aim at the given target. Through his scope, John watched as the giant staggered as Higgins' shot took him right at the base of the neck. The beast opened his mouth and let out a cry of agony. His cry was cut short as John put his follow-up shot right through the giant's open maw, blowing out the back of its head. The beast staggered for a moment before toppling over the side of the bridge, taking the giant that had been just behind it down with it. Catching a blur out of the corner of his scope, John quickly maneuvered so he could line up his shot on the black mist that was barely visible against the night sky. Leading the target, he took a breath before pull the trigger. The mist evaporated immediately, and he caught sight of a woman falling out of the mist into her death. Nice shot, LT. Higgins said without removing his eye from his sight. Looks like they've got some more of the big guys at the end of the bridge. Copy that. Shepard acknowledged, moving his sight towards the end of the bridge where no less than a dozen giants were standing, waiting for their chance to proceed single file due to their large size. Primary target is the one in the lead. Copy that, LT. Lining up the crosshairs to the base of the creature's neck, Shepard took a low breath. Fur. The world exploded around him as the roof to the astronomy tower crashed inwards, sending stone and wood debris all over Shepard and his squad of snipers. Rolling over onto his back, Shepard brought his rifle around ready to face the new threat. But the cloud of dust and debris was so thick that he could barely even see the end of his rifle, let alone what had dropped in on them. Shit! Shepard hissed, scrambling to his feet, his eyes ever searching the slowly falling dust. LT. There's someone, Higgins shouted just before a green streak of light pierced through the dust heading towards his voice. For a brief moment, Higgins was illuminated by the green light as it struck him dead in the chest. The private looked stunned as he stared blankly ahead before his body fell backwards over the railing and into the night sky. Fuck. Shepard cursed as several more killing curses emerged from the swirling dust, one of which he just barely managed to dodge by rolling further into the tower. His men, however, judging by the cries and sudden silences, were not faring well. Shifting his weapon over to his left hand, he snapped his right hand out and summoned his wand into his palm before he swiped it vertically across his body while shouting, Ventus. The dust immediately dispersed as his spell cleared the air. And when the dust finally settled, his grip on his wand tightened to the point of almost painful. He'd been given a team of 6 snipers when he's been assigned this position. Higgins was gone, his body more than likely a smear on the courtyard below. And the other 5 members of his squad were all laid out in varying positions within the now clear tower. Diffindo. Only years of training saved Shepard as his body immediately went into a forward roll, the cutting curse that had been meant for his neck just barely missing his head as it passed him by. Coming out of his roll, he turned and slashed his wand across his body. It is circumdatos. A red ribbon leapt forth out of his wand, stretching half the radius of the tower and cutting through everything, stone and wood included, as it followed the path of his wand. Avada Kedavra. Again, John was forced to let go of his spell as he rolled once again to dodge the green curse. Moro Lapis. A stone-laden wall appeared, separating John from the direction the killing curse originated from. The moment the wall was tall enough to conceal himself, he apparat to the far corner of the astronomy tower away from his conjured wall and where his assailant was. Not bad. The voice immediately put John even further on edge. Shit. He's using sonorous spell to cover his tracks. Clever son of a bitch. Your reflexes are superb, and your power is nothing to scoff at either, judging by the ribbon-cutting curse you used to destroy half of this tower. You must be one of the legendary Shepherd twins. John, if I'm not mistaken. How is your sister Jane doing? I take it she's in a different part of the castle then, no? I would be stupid to put two such powerful individuals like yourselves so close together in a battle like this. Casting more than one anti-detection charm on himself, he disillusioned himself before silently apparating once more clear across the tower. And you must be Blackwood, John replied after casting a weak sonorous charm on himself. The Emperor's little bitch boy. Tell me, you didn't shoot the messenger, did you? You know the one I'm talking about, right? The lackey you sent after my sister and myself with the offer to join you. Why? I didn't take you for the sentimental type. Especially with the reply you sent back with my littler errand boy. Nah, not sentimental in the least. At least, not when it comes to you dark magic worshipping cocksuckers. John replied, casting several detection charms in rapid succession but failing to find any trace of the Darth. How colorful. Apparating again, John found himself atop the astronomy tower's roof, staring down through the hole that Blackwood had created when he arrived. I try my best. And in the end it won't be enough. You will regret the day you and your sister rejected my offer. Perhaps, I'll make her my little slave after this is all said and done. Don't worry, I'll treat her well. Well enough of course. But I can't guarantee the same will be said for my underlings that I give her to as a reward. It took every fiber of his being to stay still. Trying to goad me won't work, Blackwood. And plus, if you really think you either force or coerce my sister into that kind of life, then you're an even bigger idiot than I thought. And that is saying something. Then I will enjoy the challenge of breaking her in more ways than one. But I tire of this game of cat and mouse. Why don't you cease being a fool and come out and face me? Who you calling a fool, Blackwood? John shot back. You're hiding your sorry ass somewhere up here just like I am. A moment of silence stretched on between them, making John sigh. You're not going to force me to spell that one out for you, are you, Blackwood? I thought your wee brain had at least a mediocre amount of processing power behind it. Or maybe you did get to your rank by kissing your emperor's ass. Then, to John's complete and utter surprise, Blackwood apparat right into plain view in the middle of the ruined astronomy tower. Here I am, John Shepherd. Blackwood called out, his arms raised slightly to either side. Come out from the shadows and face me like a man. Deciding that honor could take a back seat for a moment, John snapped off a cutting curse at the back of the man's exposed neck. The red streak hit its target. And then did absolutely nothing as it stuck a small shield that John hadn't even noticed was there. Well, that tickled. Blackwood commented as he rolled his neck in a circle while turning to face where John was standing. I must say, I'm impressed. I thought you would be too brainwashed by those Jedi to actually attempt something like shooting me in the back. But still, I'm stupid. No doubt you know that most of my skin is covered in a metal alloy, which red-skinned Jedi would have told you as such. And while my neck does have the alloy, my spine does not, as I like moving my head. So, I took a precaution and placed a small shield charm right on top of my spine. Oh, and you may as well drop the act, Shepherd. I know that you're hiding behind the second pillar to the right on the upper level. Cursing silently, John deactivated the spells that were keeping him hidden and emerged from behind the pillar. So, what now? John asked as he dropped down from the upper level so that he and Blackwood were on even footing. We just gonna start casting spells back and forth at one another until one of us gets in a lucky shot and kills the other. Blackwood merely shrugged. Do you have a better idea, Shepherd? Just this. In the blink of an eye, John had his sidearm out and leveled right at Blackwood. A single gunshot reverberated throughout the tower as Blackwood's head snapped back. Not wanting to take any chances, John kept firing until he unloaded the entire clip into Blackwood's chest, each shot forcing the man to take a step backwards towards the edge of the balcony. When his clip ran dry, John fluidly dropped the clip out of the pistol and reloaded it within a split second. But before he could fire a single shot, he was forced to roll away as a green streak of light shot at him from Blackwood's wand. Not bad, Shepherd. Blackwood commented, as he rolled his head around lazily. But in case you've forgotten, I've had reinforced metal plates surgically and magically grafted onto and under my skin. Including my skull. John felt a sense of dread settle in as Blackwood's head righted itself. His first shot was still embedded into the man's forehead on the surface. Reaching up with a deliberate slowness, the Sith plucked the bullet from his forehead and tossed it aside. Oh shit! John cursed as he kept his gun and wand trained on Blackwood. Well then, Shepherd. Blackwood grinned, drawing a second wand into his offhand. Let's have some fun. It should be right about here. Ron yelled out as he followed his wand to a pile of junk that was stacked nearly to the ceiling within the room of requirement. Shite. Hannah cursed, staring at the pile. I think I should have stayed with the others than to walk into this. This is going to take us longer than the last one. And we're running out of time fast. Ron shrugged. At least you managed to regroup with us in time to find the last one. What kept you anyway? Hannah scowled. Apparently the child was playing hostage, and while I was escorting Lieutenant Jane to Great Hall we walked into that. Then let's make this quick. Tracy said, pointing her wand at the stack. Bombarda. Ron and Hannah both let out cries as they stumbled backwards, trying to avoid backlash of debris caused by Tracy's spell. Ignoring them both, Tracy reapplied the point me charm, which led her to a much smaller pile that had landed just off to her right. Within less than a minute, she was holding up a small gold galleon in her right hand. Holy shite! She muttered, looking at the coin. What? Ron asked, stepping up to her side. Is that the Horcrux? No. Tracy said, shaking her head as she grabbed the coin and began to examine it closely. This is one of the first coins ever minted by the goblins. See the date here? This thing is worth a fortune to the goblins. But it's not the Horcrux. Hannah said, drawing Tracy out of her musing. So either pocket it or drop it. We still need to find what we came here for in the first place. Deciding her friend had the right idea, Tracy quickly pocketed the coin and turned around to see her boyfriend looking at her with mild confusion. What? She asked, brushing past him. This coin is extremely valuable to the right people. And besides, it's been in here for only Merlin knows how long. I doubt the original owner is going to raise much of a fuss over my taking it. Argue later. Hannah snapped, holding up her wand and recasting the point me charm. The first two treasures were a bust. Let's hope the third one is the charm. Falling in step behind Hannah, Tracy pointedly ignored the look her boyfriend was sending her way. Later, Ron. She growled, knowing that this would more than likely lead to one of their little talks again. I didn't say anything. Ron replied sourly. It's just. Holy Mother of Merlin. Tracy had been so engrossed with Ron that she'd failed to notice that Hannah had stopped in front of her until she nearly ran into her back. Shite, Hannah, Tracy breathed, stepping around her friend who seemed frozen in place. What is it, holy shite? Standing proud before them was a blank-faced mannequin wearing a stunning ball gown. But it wasn't the gown that took her breath away. It was the shining, diamond-encrusted raven diadem that was sitting atop the mannequin's head, whose center was dominated with a large sapphire jewel with the emblem of House Ravenclaw carefully engraved into its surface. Is. Hannah breathed, her hand half raised as if to reach out for the diadem. Is that? Yes. Tracy nodded, swallowing heavily. That's Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. Not even Ron was immune to the sight. Tracy's boyfriend, or boy-toy as Daphne liked to call him, was staring at the diadem with completely awe and no small amount of want. As embarrassing as the sight was, Tracy was self-aware enough to admit that she was in a similar state. Her diadem is said to increase the intelligence of the wearer. Tracy thought as she took a half-step towards the object. If I could put it on, even for a few minutes, we could defeat the Sith easily. Then I could show that I'm worthy of being a knight. Maybe even a master. No, with the diadem I could easily replace Master Nox as the Grand Master of the Guardians. That would show everyone that she was worthy. It was that thought that brought Tracy up short. That desire, while it was her own, she had certainly never voiced it before. Palming her wand, she sent a silent stinging hex at her own leg before following it up with two more hexes aimed at Hannah's back and Ron's backside. Ouch! Hannah gasped. Why did you do that? And why did you aim so low with me? Ron demanded as one hand furiously rubbed at the spot that she hit. 'Cause the closer I aim to your bits, the sooner I get your attention. Tracy answered as she kept her eyes off of the diadem. Now stop staring at the diadem. It has a powerful dark compulsion charm on it. More than likely OL Snakeface's doing. If Tracy had needed any more confirmation of her hatred for the Dark Lord, she'd found it. How dare he? She thought spitefully, trying hard not to look directly at the diadem. He took a priceless artifact, a piece of magical history, and corrupted it with dark magic. All for his own gain. That fucking arsehole. Pulling out the black pouch Master Nox had given them, Tracy kept her eyes off the diadem as she reached out with the force and carefully removed the priceless artifact off its stand. Bloody fucking hell! She cursed as she felt the curse trying to force its way to her through the ether of the force. There's no doubt in my mind now, Voldemort turned Rowena's diadem into a Horcrux. Thank Merlin Master Knox sent these bags with us. Hopefully the charms on them will keep the compulsions in check, otherwise we're going to have to stash this thing somewhere until Master Knox arrives. The moment she pulled the string tight and closed the bag, she immediately felt a sense of relief as the compulsion immediately dissipated to the point of being non-existent. Come on, she said, letting out a breath of relief as she turned towards Ron and Hannah. Let's get this to Master Knox. And hope that she knows a way to remove a Horcrux without destroying its housing. She added silently as the trio turned and made their way towards the exit of the room. Rolling forward to duck under a spell, Harry brought his wand to bear as he regained his feet and let a blasting curse go at point-blank range right into the chest of Death Eater. Not bothering to see the results of his spell, Harry spun and threw his lightsaber as hard as he could. The black-purple blade spun through the air, cutting through the chest of two more of the Sith forces before it arched back around and into his open hand. Tracking another streak of black smoke, Harry ran forward as he tried to get to the general area where the mist was heading. As soon as the mist landed, Harry's lightsaber was already in motion, and the Death Eater that had materialized from the mist could do nothing more than gawk at his sudden turn of fortune before his life was ended. Not bothering to give the dead man a second glance, Harry turned his back on him and made his way back towards the edge of the ramparts that overlooked the courtyard below. The yard was a mess as men and women dressed in black cloaks and silver masks ran around the courtyard firing curse, jinxes, and on the rare occasion, using a blaster to fight against the defenders. On the opposite ramparts, Ahsoka and Ginny were jumping and spinning around, their lightsabers and wands a constant blur of motion as they took down Death Eater after Death Eater without hesitation. On the ground level, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were fighting at a level that was, to be frank, surprising given their age and size. McGonagall, while mostly staying stationary for the most part, was proving herself to be a transfiguration and conjuration master as she created dozens of objects, both sentient and inanimate, to fight against the Sith. And Flitwick, the diminutive professor, was moving and fighting with an agility that reminded Harry greatly of Grand Master Yoda. The two squads of soldiers that had been stationed in the yard with them were set up at opposite sides, one with McGonagall and Flitwick and the other stationed at the gun emplacement over the main gate. While they were holding well, Harry didn't know just how much longer they'd be able to continue to do so. The Sith forces were pouring in like rain. For every one that was killed, two more took their place. The only reason that they hadn't been overrun yet was because of McGonagall's stone soldiers that were fighting alongside the Hogwarts defenders. Feeling a new presence behind him, Harry pivoted and readied his lightsaber as a Death Eater materialized right in front of him. But before his strike could land, the Death Eater staggered as the side of his head exploded and the man cartwheeled over dead as a doornail. Jesus kid, I almost feel sorry for these poor fuckers for going up against you. You're one to talk, Major. Harry said, nodding past the Major towards the line of dead that the man had left in his wake. I think you've downed more than me so far. Dropping the empty clip out of his weapon, the Major quickly reloaded. Age and experience, kid. Someday you'll get there. Slapping the new clip in place. But now's not the time to. Both Harry and the Major ducked instinctively as an explosion rocked the grounds of Hogwarts. Snapping his eyes upwards, Harry felt his heart sink as he saw that the top half of the astronomy tower was gone. Shit. Ryder cursed, as he activated his radio. Ryder to Shepard, come in Shepard, damn it. Nothing. Reaching out with his senses, Harry could sense two presences in the tower. One was Shepard. And judging by just how revolting the second presence was, Harry had a good idea about who had entered the fray. The Emperor has sent in Blackwood. Harry cursed. They hadn't expected the Emperor to send in his best. Not yet at least. We need to get someone. A second explosion, this time from the ground level, staggered both Harry and the Major again as the gun emplacement over the main gate went up in flames. Fuck. Harry cursed loudly, grabbing the Major by the arm and operating the short distance to the emplacement. The area was a mess. There was nothing left of the two gun emplacements save for a smoking black crater in the walkway, and only two of the original squad members were still alive, although both were heavily injured. Shit. Ryder cursed, going over to the nearest soldier who was still semi-conscious. Private, what happened? Spikehead, bastards. The private coughed, spitting up a wad of blood in the process. They teleported in, ran at us. Tried to fight them off, nothing seemed to hurt them. When they got close they detonated. Fuck, they're using the condemned as suicide bombers now. Just fucking wonderful. Harry cursed as he stood on the edge of the wall, so he was looking down at the bridge leading up to the main gates. With the support of the turrets or the tower, the giants were cutting through the stone soldiers like tissue paper as they made their way closer and closer to the castle. Raising his wand, Harry closed his eyes for a moment to center himself before opening them once more. Fiend fire. The cursed fire shot out of his wand like a bullet from a gun as it quickly formed into the image of a snake. The snake sunk down to the bridge and started to weave through the lines of stone soldiers before coiling around the nearest giant. The giant screamed in agony as it tried to brush the flames off of it, but all of its efforts were in vain as the dark fire quickly overcame the giant's magical resistance and reduced it to ash. While the snake was still consuming its first prey, a second creature, this one a hawk, shot out from his wand and soared overhead before dive-bombing down onto the second giant. The hawk was quickly followed by stag, then a wolf and then an owl, each of whom avoided the stone soldiers as they made their way down the bridge in favor of the giants. That should buy us some time, Harry said, cutting off the spell after letting loose a dozen fire-made animals. Moving back, he saw that the Major had managed to move both survivors up into a sitting position and was currently applying whatever first aid treatment he could to both wounded men. How much time did you buy us? Ryder asked without looking up from the soldier he was aiding. A few minutes at most, Harry answered before turning back around and firing off a cutting curse, which went right through the chest of a Death Eater that had operated next to him. But only against the giants. We still have these Sith flunkies to deal with. Tying off the bandage on the soldier, Ryder rose to his feet. How much longer until our reinforcements arrive, Knight? Cocking his head, Harry reached out with the force trying to find his mother. Not long, he answered. We just need to hold out a little while longer. Ryder winced. I don't know if we have a little while long, Knight. This position is completely overrun. We need to fall back to within the castle if we're going to hope to survive until our reinforcements arrive. We can't give up the courtyard, Harry said. We have to hold as best we can until Knight Greengrass to Major Ryder or Knight Potter. Come in now. Deflecting a killing curse away with her saber staff, Daphne reached out, her fingers curled in as she grabbed the would-be caster with the force before pulling him in towards her. The man wasn't even able to bring his wand around to bear before he passed her by and her saber staff bisected the man. Feeling an ever so slight warning from the force, Daphne raised her wand just in time to create a barrier around herself and Luna as the windows next to them shattered inwards, showering the hall with glass. Her apprentice didn't miss a beat either. The moment the windows shattered, she ducked behind Daphne until the worst of the shrapnel was past them, and then she was leaping over Daphne's head and bringing her lightsaber down upon the Death Eater's head who'd broken the windows. We should move, Master, Luna commented, turning her head away from the man she'd just killed. They're learning to avoid us and are now heading towards the students we left behind to hold this wing. As if to prove her apprentice's words, a loud explosion came from down the hall, followed by the cries of pain and screams of curses being thrown about. Daphne took a single step to retreat down the hall when she caught something out of the corner of her eye. Turning back towards the broken windows, Daphne gazed at the darkened grounds that lay beyond between Hogwarts and the Forbidden Forest. The ground was moving. No, Daphne thought, staring hard and reaching out with her power only to sense an unbridled hunger and yearning to tear flesh asunder. The ground isn't moving. Something is moving across the grounds. Oh dear. Luna sighed, stepping up beside her, completely calm despite the ongoing war around them and the enemy that was approaching. I do believe that we forgot about the Acromantulas during our briefings. The Sith must have flushed them out of the forest and herded them towards the castle grounds. I wonder how many died for that to happen. Not nearly enough, Daphne responded, lifting her hand up to her ear and activating the comm link that was wrapped around her ear. Knight Daphne to Major Ryder or Knight Potter. Come in now. Ryder. Major, I'm afraid that we have a situation on our hands, Daphne said as she fired off a cutting spell down the hall without looking. The Sith that had been disillusioned gasped as he became visible, his hands clutching desperately at the gaping hole in his chest before he fell face down onto the ground dead. The Sith must have flushed out the Acromantula colony that was in the forest. And they're all heading for the castle as we speak. What the fuck are Acromantulas? Spiders that can get to the size of LAAT's Major. Harry's voice cut in over the COMM. I see them, Daphne. Fuck, how in the name of force did we forget about them? Worry about that later, Ryder shouted back. I see them. Shit, that's a lot of spiders. And our reinforcements are still not here. I need options, people, now. Hermione. Harry's voice cut across the channel. You're our walking encyclopedia. What are our options? Acromantulas are far larger than any known species of spider and are considered a Class 5 beast by the Ministry, Hermione said, her voice more than slightly strained over the COMM. They thrive in the dark, dense jungles, and therefore have developed a slight aversion to bright light. A Lumos Maxima at close range will drive them back for a time. But their size is also their disadvantage as they have trouble in tight corridors. They're also not known to be loyal to dark wizards and are more than likely just as dangerous to the Sith forces as they are to our own. Then that's our plan then, Major Ryder acknowledged once Hermione was done. Everyone, fall to secondary positions within the school. We'll let the Sith and the spiders kill each other and hold a defensive position within the castle until our reinforcements arrive. Wait, Harry said, stopping Daphne in her tracks. He sounded almost relieved. And then Daphne felt it and she couldn't help the feeling of elation that passed through her. Finally. Then that's our plan then. Major Ryder said next to him, his eyes trained on the fast approaching spiders. Everyone, fall back to secondary positions within the school. We'll let the Sith and the spiders kill each other and hold a defensive position within the castle until our reinforcements arrive. The Major hadn't even completed his command to pull back, and Harry was already doubting the plan. The Sith wouldn't unleash something like the acromantulas without having a contingency plan. Pulling back won't work, that's what the Emperor wants us to do. Looking around, Harry felt his stomach plummet as he realized that no new Sith were approaching the castle. Even the giants had momentarily halted their advance. The air cracked next to them as both Ginny and Ahsoka operated into existence next to the two of them. Harry, Ginny said, staring off into distance with a look of utter horror on her face. Why the hell is the entire colony of acromantulas coming out of the forest? Cause the Sith flushed them out and herded them towards the castle. Harry answered swiftly before turning back to the Major. We can't abandon this position, Major. This is the only truly accessible landing zone within the school. Giving Harry a hard look, the Major glanced back at the field. With respect, Knight Potter, we can't hold this position with those things closing in on us. We won't have to. Harry answered, his eyes going skywards. The moment Harry looked up, the field between Hogwarts and the Forbidden Forest came alight as a wall of fire erupted in the middle of the horde, burning hundreds of acromantulas at once and scattering the rest. Our reinforcements have finally arrived. The Major's eyes went skyward as a dozen fighters passed overhead at breakneck speeds, each engaging one of the dozens of fighters that made up the Sith Air Force. Holy shit! Ryder breathed as a ship, far larger than any that had been previously unveiled before, broke through the clouds. I knew Grandmaster Knox said she had a ship, but I never expected to see something like that. The first completely Earth-made space cruiser-class vessel. The Saddle Shan. Harry stated as the two watched as the dozens of batteries that lined the hull of the Shan continued their bombardment of the acromantula-covered field. Turning his back on the field, Harry glanced quickly at the courtyard. They were nearly completely overrun as the Sith continued to appear in different locations throughout the yard. The only reason they hadn't been was because the defenders within the school were providing just enough firepower from their positions to keep the Sith pinned down. We need to clear an LZ for the LAATs. Harry stated as he held his lightsaber diagonally across his back to turn a killing curse back to the Death Eater that had just tried to curse him in the back. We'll fall back to the main entrance and provide covering fire for the dropships as they arrive. Yes sir, Ryder nodded as he moved over to help the two soldiers up to their feet. Just as Harry, Ginny, and Ahsoka were about to apparate the three men to the entrance, Ahsoka stopped dead. Her eyes went impossibly wide as she turned towards the castle. Nat. Pausing, Harry turned to Ahsoka. What is it? Swallowing, Ahsoka turned towards him, her eyes wide and full of fear. Something, I can sense that Nat is in danger. Shite. Harry cursed as he turned and deflected another curse away before returning the favor with a cutting curse. Nat is with Gabby, Astoria and the younger years. If she's in trouble, you two head into the castle. Harry said, making both Ginny and Ahsoka blink. If Nat is truly in trouble, then so too are the younger years. They'll need your help. What about you, Master? Ginny asked as she let loose two powerful blasting curses in quick succession. We can't just leave this position and you alone. I'll be fine. He said with a quick glance skyward. Our reinforcements are almost here. Ryder, the men we have left and myself will be able to hold this position until they arrive. Nat and the others need you two more than I do now. So go. Casting a quick glance skyward, Ahsoka cursed. Damn it. Stepping up to him, she pressed her lips quickly against his own before backing off. Stay safe, Harry. Ginny, let's go. Standing on the bridge of the Saddle Shan staring out of the forward viewport, Admiral Hackett watched on silently as his newly acquired battlecruiser rained fire down on the grounds between the ancient castle and the forest. Admiral. Turning his head, he found his temporary XO, Captain Anderson, standing behind him with a data pad in hand. Report, Captain. Nodding, Anderson's eyes flickered down to the data pad. It's not good, sir. Initial scans indicate that the Sith forces are slightly larger than anticipated. The tower where Lieutenant Shepard was supposed to be stationed is destroyed, however we have picked up energy fluctuations coming from within the ruins. The gun emplacement is gone. And the Sith have almost completely overrun the main courtyard. Nodding, Hackett turned back to the battlefield below. And these, creatures that came from the forest. Scattered. Anderson reported. Most have fled back into the forest, however, some have managed to get to reach the castle walls despite our best efforts. Folding his hands behind his back, Hackett watched as one of the enemy fighters was taken down by one of theirs. Launch all LAATs and inform Grandmaster Knox of these developments. Yes, sir. Staring out the portside view of the LAAT she was in, Nox stared down at the destruction the Shan was raining down on the acromantulas that had been trying to reach the castle. Part of her was kicking herself for not thinking of the spider colony in the forest, but in her defense, only an idiot would lure acromantulas out onto a battlefield. Although I should have had a contingency in place for them, she thought. Vitiate never cared about the losses he sustained, as long as the battle went in his favor. Pilot! She called out as she surveyed the castle and the surrounding grounds, her mind racing as she tried to adjust their battle plans based on the information provided to her by Hackett. Direct LAAT-3 to what's left of the astronomy tower. LAATs 1, 2, and 5 will head down to the courtyard while LAAT-4 will head for the rear bridge of the castle. All other LAATs will unload on the castle walls before taking up a holding pattern around the castle to provide additional air support. Yes ma'am. The pilot acknowledged before he began relaying his commands to the other LAATs. Tonks. Yes ma'am. Tonks asked, moving up alongside her. Staring down, Nox's mind raced as she tried to predict the Emperor's next move. After we land I want you to take a few of our men and find Ron, Tracy, and Hannah. Tonks gave a slight start. What? I have a feeling I know what Vitiate's next move will be. Nox answered, not taking her eyes off the rapidly approaching castle. And if I'm right, I need to be there to prevent it from happening. I can't be running around the castle trying to find those three to see if they've located the last Horcrux or not. After you've found them and the Horcrux, bring them to me. I'm sure you won't have any trouble finding me. Yes ma'am. Tonks nodded. I won't fail you. As they descended past the first tower of Hogwarts, Nox felt a not-so-small thrill swell within her. And so it begins, Vitiate, the beginning of the end of your reign. Staring down at the destruction before him, it was taking everything in Vitiate's considerable power to keep himself calm. The presence of this cruiser was an unexpected variable he hadn't even considered possible. His voice wasn't helping any either. Voldemort was alternating quickly between anger, surprise, and most prevalent of all, fear. Such confliction wasn't helping Vitiate maintain his control as he tried to quickly add this new variable into his plans. My Emperor, should we pull our forces back in? With a wave of his hand, Vitiate sent a blast of force energy at the offending fool, obliterating him into nothingness. Karen. Yes, my Emperor. Keeping his eyes on the vessel in the sky, Vitiate finalized his plans. Retrieve my wand and the diadem. Kill any who stand in your way. He could practically hear the smirk coming from his wrath. As you command, my Emperor. And then, with the slightest cracks, his wrath was gone from his side. Well done, Nox. He thought, staring up at the ship as a slight grin started to form on his face. This may have given you a slight edge, for the moment. But in the end it will not matter. You will still lose. And thanks to you, my new Sith Order will be ready to take to the stars far sooner than I'd originally hoped. Feeling the ship rock, Obi-Wan tightened his grip on the overhead rungs as the LAAT descended into the Hogwarts courtyard. Dozens of black-cloaked individuals were running around the courtyard, using what cover they could to advance towards the entrance of the school despite the heavy onslaught of spells and blaster fire that was keeping them at bay. The gun emplacement that was supposed to be above the bridge was nothing more than a blackened crater, which had allowed the giants to reach the main gates which they were now working on smashing in. And standing alone just before the entrance leading into the interior of the school was Knight Potter, his lightsaber moving in a blur as he turned away. Every shot was being taken at him. The only upside that Obi-Wan could see was that the Sith were so focused in on Harry and the defenders within the school that they'd yet to notice the incoming dropships. Stay close to me, he said lowly to Narcissa, who was standing so close to him that the two were practically touching. This is a hot LZ we're coming into, he continued on, louder so the rest of the soldiers in the LAAT could hear him. We will not be touching down. As soon as your boots are on the ground, spread out and lay down covering fire for the next shuttle behind us. Yes sir. The soldiers all shouted. Just like old times, General. Gregor said with a slight hitch in his voice. This almost reminds me of the report I read on your entry into the second battle for Geonosis. Yes, well, Obi-Wan coughed, as he was inadvertently brought back to that battle when his shuttle was shot down well away from the predetermined landing area. Let's just hope that this battle goes slightly better than that one. While they were still 5 meters from the ground, the side panels on the LAAT opened and Obi-Wan, followed quickly by Gregor, Narcissa and the rest of his troops, jumped out of the LAAT and made the short drop down to the ground. The instant his boots hit the ground, Obi-Wan's lightsaber sprang to life as he jumped into the fray. The first of the Sith forces he encountered was an older man who snarled and tried to cast some sort of dark red spell at him, but Obi-Wan calmly deflected the spell away and into another Sith before closing the distance between the two of them and ending the man before he could get off a second shot. Before the man's body could even hit the ground, Obi-Wan felt a pull from the Force and leaned back as a sickly green spell passed through the air right in front of him. Turning to face the caster, he found himself facing off against a young man that couldn't have been much older than Anakin. Died Guardian scum! The man shouted, raising his wand as he prepared to cast a second spell. Avada Kedavra. A bolt of white light impacted the man before he could finish his incantation and sent him clear across the courtyard and head first into one of the still-standing stone columns in the yard. I thought that you were supposed to be protecting me, Obi, not the other way around. Well, I guess that there is no denying it now. Obi-Wan thought as he deflected another spell away as Narcissa sent one of her own back at the caster. Narcissa is definitely channeling Saturn's spirit through the Force. Behind the two of them, Gregor had set his men up to form a half-circle with their backs to the entrance of the school, so they could provide covering fire for the next LAAT, which was just now hovering over their group. As the side doors opened, Master Sakura jumped out, her blue lightsaber already activated in her right hand and her wand held tightly in her left. Master Kenobi, Sakura said as she landed gracefully next to him while simultaneously blocking a spell and firing off a spell of her own. Master Sakura. Obi-Wan nodded as he stood side by side with the Russian Twi'lek so the two could work in tandem to provide their troopers with time to set up a defensive perimeter. A black-purple blur flew over both masters' heads just as Obi-Wan heard the third dropship start to hover overhead. The black-purple blade arched through the air, cutting down 4 of the Sith before arching around and boomeranging back towards the masters. The air cracked next to Obi-Wan as Harry snapped into existence next to him, his hand raised and ready as his lightsaber came back around and into the palm of his hand. Glad you could make it to the party, masters. We have a very different definition of party, Knight Potter. Ayla responded not unkindly as the three of them stood shoulder to shoulder against the onslaught of Sith. Blocking another spell, Obi-Wan cast a quick glance around the yard. Where's Ahsoka? Knocking another spell away, Harry reached out with the Force and lifted a witch off her feet, letting her hover in the air for a second before throwing her clear over the wall of Hogwarts. She sensed that Nat was in danger. Harry answered, his attention still on the battle around him. I had her and Ginny pull back into the castle to make sure that Nat, Astoria, Gabrielle, and the younger years were okay. Frowning, Obi-Wan kept his focus on the incoming spells. Running after her apprentice as soon as she sensed she was in danger. Ahsoka picked up more than a few bad habits from Anakin, I see. But if those three were guarding the younglings within the school, I cannot say that it was an incorrect decision for her to go. The sound of wood and stone shattering brought Obi-Wan's attention to the far end of the courtyard. Well, it seems like this battle just got a lot more interesting. Harry sighed as the three of them watched as the first of the many giants that had been outside ducked its way through the now ruined main gate. Interesting. Obi-Wan thought, staring up at the beast that was easily 2 to 3 times taller than himself. That is an interesting word for this situation. Standing next to one of the blown-out walls in the astronomy tower of Hogwarts, Darth Blackwood watched as the flying ship blasted the ground with firepower equal to any blasting curse he could have produced. I always knew that there was something to be said for Muggle science. But if they can create this type of destructive force without the aid magic, I can only dream of what we'll be able to create once we acquire that knowledge for ourselves. Hey, asshole, we're not finished yet. Casting a look over his shoulder, he sighed, as he saw a heavily wounded shepherd trying to regain his footing. Part of him respected the wizard. He was powerful, there was no doubt about that. Blackwood would even admit that Shepherd was nearly on par with himself. Nearly. But not quite. Which was why Shepherd was near death and Blackwood didn't even have a scratch on him. You should know when you're beaten, Shepherd. Blackwood sighed, turning his back on the battle going on below them. Slowly getting to his feet, Shepherd had one hand pressed against his side trying to stem the tide of bleeding from the wound on his midsection while holding his wand weakly in his other hand. Suck a cock. Not really my thing, Shepherd. Blackwood shrugged while lazily casting a cutting curse at the man's legs. Showing a surprising amount of agility, considering how injured he was, Shepherd managed to dodge the spell by rolling to his left before righting himself and firing back a spell of his own. Unfortunately, Shepherd was so weak by this point that Blackwood could simply deflect the spell away with barely a flick from one of his wands. Give it up, Shepherd. Blackwood sighed. In the condition you're in, you couldn't even fight your way out of a wet paper bag. Fuck, you. Shepherd managed to get out as he cast another cutting curse, this one Blackwood didn't need to deflect as the spell flew uselessly over his shoulder and into the night sky. With only a half flick from his wand, Blackwood sent the soldier flying across the room and into a pile of debris in the corner, his wand falling uselessly out of his hand in the process. Taking a few steps forward, Blackwood looked down at Shepherd's wand laying on the ground. It was long, probably a good foot in length and was pitch black in color. Picking the wand up, he touched it with his own. Interesting. Blackwood muttered as he magically examined the wand. Even though he'd defeated its owner, the wand refused to acknowledge him like so many others had in the past. You truly are something, John. Your magic is certainly nothing to scoff at. And if it hadn't been for the training the Emperor had personally given me, not to mention my skin, you probably would have wiped the floor with me. But despite my respect for you and your abilities, Shepherd, it's time to end this. 2 more steps forward and Blackwood was standing over a heavily bleeding and barely conscious Shepherd. Wielding Shepherd's wand, Blackwood pointed it at the soldier. Your wand is fighting me quite severely right now, Shepherd. So I apologize if this isn't as clean a kill as I would prefer. Avada Kedavra. The invisible force that struck him square in the face felt like a brick, and he was to roll backwards ass over elbow twice until he managed to right himself. When he did, he glared up at Shepherd, only to have his path blocked. Blocked by the same red-skinned, horned alien woman he fought back on the island of Azkaban. And just like before, standing beside her was the pale-skinned alien with red horns protruding from her forehead. Well, well. Blackwood grinned, rising to his feet. Things had suddenly become much more interesting. And fun. I take it that you two are the cavalry, come to bail that poor sack of shit out of the hole he dug himself into? I thought that you two would know to avoid me after our little squabble back at Azkaban. The pale-faced one looked more than slightly annoyed at the reminder of their last match, but the red-skinned woman just stood there completely composed. Maris, take the lieutenant and fall back to the med point. The pale-skinned one, Maris, looked at the red woman in surprise. A surprise that mimicked Blackwood's, although he managed to keep any from showing. Master Ti. Maris said, keeping one eye on him and one eye on her master. I can't let you fight him alone. I will be fine, Maris. Shock Ti stated simply, which only served to infuriate Blackwood. Did she already forget about the clinic he put on for the two of them? Take the lieutenant and go. I will not be long. The young woman looked like she wanted to argue further, but after a moment of silence she simply nodded her head and retreated to pick up the injured Shepherd. I must say, Blackwood marveled as he watched the young woman effortlessly hoisted the older and heavier Shepherd up onto her shoulder before making her way out of the tower. I am surprised that you would be willing to face me by yourself. Shock Ti's face didn't change as she just continued to stare at him blankly in a manner that was almost unnerving. I will admit, Darth Blackwood, that our first encounter surprised me. I've met cyborgs before, but none have gone to the level you have with your augmentations. But now that I have had time to meditate on it, you will not be able to surprise like that again. Blackwood merely smiled. Brave words. I look forward to breaking you this time. So, how shall we fight? Magic to magic? Hand to hand? Or will you be using your lightsaber again? Either way, you'll lose. Your overconfidence will be your undoing, Darth Blackwood. Shock Ti stated as she shifted her left foot back slightly, yet still remained unarmed, oddly enough. My overconfidence. Blackwood scoffed. You're the one standing before a clearly superior opponent unarmed. Perhaps it is your overconfidence that will be your undoing. A superior opponent? Shock Ti asked, tilting her head slightly before shaking it. Before coming to this planet Darth Blackwood, I was a seated member of the Jedi High Council. And now I hold a seat on the Guardian High Council. Both positions I earned not solely based on skills as a mediator, I can assure you. And one like yourself, who's based solely in the darkness, will never be my equal, let alone my better. Blackwood felt himself grinning. Oh yes, this is going to be fun. The Jedi and the Guardian High Council, I'm almost impressed. Shock. So what? You expect me to fall on my knees? Repent and beg for your forgiveness for my wicked deeds? And then spend the rest of my life in a 6x6 stone cell with only a bucket to shit in and a small window for light? No. The Jedi said, surprising Blackwood. No. Blackwood asked, using one of his wands to scratch at his temple. Which part are you saying no to? All of it. Shock Ti stated plainly. Recent events have changed my perspective. I used to believe that everyone should have a chance at redemption, that no one was too far gone. But now I realize just how naive I was. Those like yourself who've delved so deeply into the darkness do not deserve a chance for redemption. So no, I will not be taking you prisoner today. I will be ending your life, Darth Blackwood. And removing your stain of existence from the galaxy. It was all Blackwood could do not to gape at the woman. This is completely contradictory to everything the Emperor told us about the Jedi. Everything he showed me about the Jedi. Did Nox really change them so much? Haha, I must say Jedi, I'm pressed. But I do have to ask, did it hurt? The woman's head tilted back to the other side. Did what hurt? The removal of that iron rod from your ass. Shock. I thought your Jedi training embedded those things so firmly that they could never be removed. Shock Ti stared at him blankly for a moment before doing something he never expected. She grinned. And it wasn't just any grin, it was a sultry grin that could get the heart of any man racing, even his own. A look that was further compounded as she lightly traced her parted lips with a finger. Oh no, it felt so good, Blackwood. Incredibly good. After all, that is why I shoved it up there in the first place. He honestly didn't know what to say. Her quick shift left him dumbfounded. And as soon as that realization came, so too came the realization that he'd fallen into her trap. Within a blink of an eye she'd managed to cross the distance between them and her right fist was coming straight for his face. It was only because of his years of training in preparation for the return of the Emperor that he could catch the woman's arm before she struck his face. Hand-to-hand combat then? He asked, grinning from ear to ear. But his grin faded slightly as he tried to move her arm, only to find it held firmly in place. She's stronger than she looks. Too bad for you, I've had years of combat training in every area imaginable. You had your opening, and I must admit it was a legitimate opening no matter how underhanded it might have been. But now that opening is closed, my dear. And you won't get a second one. Whoever said that I missed my opening, Blackwood? He felt the muscles in her arm twitch under his grip, drawing his gaze to her hand. A long thin metal cylinder was sliding out from a holster on her wrist. Only too late did his brain recognize the shape of a lightsaber. A lightsaber that was pointed right at one of the only places on his body where he couldn't have armor. His eyes. Oh shit! Was the only thing he managed to get out before a bright blue light filled his vision and he knew no more. A red beam of light shot through the darkened Great Hall of Hogwarts as Dumbledore, who was fighting alone after making sure that Severus was in a safe location, cast another stunning charm at an oncoming Death Eater. So much violence! He thought as he cast a binding charm onto the unconscious man before banishing over towards while simultaneously casting a sticking charm on him so he would be kept out of the battle. Such waste! Tearing his eyes away from the now incapacitated man, Dumbledore looked around the Great Hall and felt a knot of anguish form in his gut. His school, Hogwarts, was being torn to pieces. A mixture of spells and Muggle weapons were destroying the ancient structure one brick at a time. But it wasn't just the destruction of his school that was weighing heavily on his heart. No, it was also the unfortunate loss of life that was occurring all around him. And for what? He thought, flicking another stunning charm over his shoulder and knocking out the witch that had been trying to sneak up on him. We could have had peace under other terms. Sure, we might have had to concede some points to the Death Eaters, but in time I could have worked out how to defeat Tom. And with him gone, the Emperor would have lost his voice and we could have had peace. But no, instead Nox had to escalate this war. And now who knows how many have died because of her incompetence. Snapping off another stunning curse, a Death Eater was flung clear across the room and out of one of the stained glass windows. His internal musing was interrupted when a mocking voice brought him to the here and now. So you do have a decent amount of power. I was starting to worry you wouldn't be entertaining with all this stunning shit you have going on here. Dumbledore stiffened as the voice from the shadowy recesses of the room reached out to him. He couldn't see the individual who'd spoken. But he could feel them. He could feel the darkness about them. Like an endless abyss into the deepest pit of hell. Who is this man? He thought, trying, and failing, to isolate the presence in the room. Not even Tom has fallen to such levels. I didn't think one could fall to such levels such as this. Could this be the one that Severus spoke of? This, Karen. There is no mistaking this darkness. You are the one they call Karen, are you not? Dumbledore called out to the shadows. Show yourself, fiend of darkness. Heavy footfalls coming from behind made Dumbledore turn on his heel. Severus had given him several detailed reports about this Emperor's wrath. But seeing this man, or rather the creature that emerged from the shadows, was beyond anything Dumbledore had expected. His skin was completely blood red and he had almost horn-like protrusions jutting out from his cheekbones and where his eyebrows should have been. But it wasn't just his appearance that put Dumbledore off. It was his presence. Now that he wasn't concealing himself, the stench of darkness that was flowing of the creature intensified tenfold. He was truly, as Severus put it, a true demon. The demon stopped a dozen paces from Dumbledore and fixed him with an almost amused stare. Ah yes, I've almost missed these types of insults. I've heard them all from countless Jedi over my time. And every single one of those fuckers fell to my blade in the end. But please, continue. I'm wondering if you can think of any newer insults than the ones used by the Jedi. I cannot give him time to formulate a plan. Dumbledore thought as Karen merely stood there, unarmed and with his arms across his chest. I do not relish attacking an unarmed foe, but according to Severus even Tom is scared of this man. But then again, there is always a chance for redemption. No matter how far one has fallen. I shall strive to give even this monstrosity that chance. And when Tom's Horcruxes are no more, he too will come to see the light. Well, old fuck. The demon taunted, spreading his arms wide, leaving himself defenseless. I'm waiting. Instead of obliging the creature, Dumbledore snapped off nearly a dozen stunning spells in quick succession and all aiming at differing points on the creature's body. But the man did something that only shocked Dumbledore, but also confirmed everything Severus had been telling him about the man. Instead of dodging, the creature merely held up his hand and batted away each spell with his bare hand as if he was swatting at flies buzzing around his head. Really? Karen asked, his head tilting to the side. Stunning spells? How utterly pathetic. And what a letdown. All I've been hearing since my release is how you are one of the greatest Force users on this planet. So naturally, I've been waiting for our inevitable confrontation. But now, I see that you are nothing more than a sorry old piece of shit, whose mind has gone soft. Pursing his lips, Dumbledore upgraded his spell casting to start including hexes and curses. Each of which was either batted away with Aishkaran's bare hand, or simply missed as he moved out of the line of fire. Getting a little better, old man. Aishkaran taunted as he dodged a cutting curse that had been aimed at his legs. But still nowhere near good enough. But I'm tired of this cat and mouse game. Time to have some fun. His last words spoken in an ear-splitting shout, and in response every stained glass window in the great hall shattered into thousands of pieces. Each of which hovered in midair for the briefest of moments before tilting so their edges were pointing towards the aged wizard. Dumbledore barely had enough time to form a spherical shield several meters in diameter around his person before the razor-sharp glass shards impacted it. As each shard passed through the barrier, they dissolved into nothing more than sand. Whirling his wand around his body, Dumbledore transfigured the sand into a living statue much the like ones that lined the walls of Hogwarts. The statue immediately drew its sword and charged at Aishkaran. But yet again, the creature didn't seem even the slightest bit fazed as he simply sidestepped the attack, and slashed with his own glowing red sword, bisecting the statue. Not bad, old fuck. Aishkaran nodded. I guess you do have a decent amount of power, but how about your physical capacities? In the time it took Dumbledore to blink, Aishkaran had crossed the distance between them and his sword of light was cutting through the air and aiming right for his neck. It was only by sheer luck that he managed to bend back just enough for the blade to singe his beard but luckily miss his neck. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Aishkaran kept spinning and the next thing Dumbledore knew he was sailing through the air after receiving the back of the red-faced devil's foot to his jaw. Shaking his to try and get the spots out of his sight, Dumbledore crawled backwards across the floor away from Aishkaran, who was once again just standing there as if he didn't have a care in the world. HPMH. Pathetic. Aishkaran sighed as he started to calmly walk towards him. You've counted on your power to maintain your position that you neglected your physical body. A classic and fatal mistake, old man. Luckily for you though, you won't be alive long enough to truly regret it. Propping himself up on one arm, he flicked his wand and sent a powerful and silent cutting curse towards the man's arm that was holding his sword. What happened next happened so fast he could barely process it. Aishkaran's sword twitched to the side, his spell struck the edge of the glowing blade, and the next he knew, Dumbledore was short his wand hand. And the Elder Wand was rolling uselessly across the ground away from the two of them. Really? A cutting curse? He heard Aishkaran sigh as he continued to stare down at the cauterized stump where his right hand used to be. I was expecting something a little more. Especially seeing as how it would probably be your last chance to cast anything before I cut you down. Although I will admit it was powerful and fast. But still, a cutting curse? Fucking pathetic. The tip of the glowing red sword appeared underneath his chin, forcing his eyes away from his missing hand and up into the cold yellow eyes of the demon before him. So, any last words, old man? The space between the two men erupted in flame, forcing Aishkaran to jump back as Fawkes flamed into existence between the two of them. Fawkes. Dumbledore breathed, more relieved than ever before to have his familiar by his side once more. What the fuck? Aishkaran spat. What is this? Some overgrown pheasant is your last line of defense? And just when I thought you couldn't get any more pathetic. Fawkes gave a defiant cry at being called a pheasant, but Aishkaran didn't seem to care. Either way, it doesn't matter. After all, you were never my target, old man. Aishkaran held up his hand, and Dumbledore realized a moment too late just what he'd meant when Aishkaran said he wasn't his target. The Elder Wand, which had been laying uselessly on the floor, twitched once and then started sailing through the air towards Aishkaran. But instead of flying into his hand, the wand sailed just above Aishkaran's fingertips and past his ear and behind him. Well, 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 what have we here? Have you two boys started having fun without me? How inconsiderate of you both. Fawkes started cheering merrily, but Dumbledore couldn't find it within himself to feel good about this turn of events. For standing just within the entrance to the Great Hall, holding the Elder Wand in her right hand and tapping it against the palm of her left, was perhaps one of the last people he ever wanted to see holding the wand. Nox. Aishkaran growled, although there seemed to be a tone of excitement to it as well for some reason that eluded Dumbledore. You always did have a way of showing up exactly where you were unwanted. It's a gift, Aishkaran. Nox shrugged before turning her attention to himself, or rather Fawkes. Fawkes, if you don't want your master to die, I highly suggest you get him the hell out of here before he decides to do something stupid. Like trying to get between myself and Aishkaran. Fawkes gave a cry, then turned in before Dumbledore could so much as utter a single word, grabbed hold of him. By the time his mind had finally caught up with what was happening, Fawkes's flames had encompassed both of their bodies. And the next he knew, he was laying on the floor of his office and Fawkes was moving up to his perch. Standing across the now vacant hall, Nox continued to tap the Elder Wand against her palm as she and Aishkaran stared one another down. Well, now that the excess baggage is out of the way, how do you want to die, Aishkaran? One of Aishkaran's horns above his right eye twitched as the corner of his lips turned upwards. Tell me, Nox, Do you even recognize the importance of what you are holding right now? You mean this? Nox asked, lifting the wand and holding it perpendicular to the ground. It's the Elder Wand. One of the 3 fabled Deathly Hallows. Or more specifically, it's one of Vitiate's 3 Horcruxes. That took Karen back, and Nox couldn't help but laugh internally at the unflappable Sith's surprise. So you have figured it out then, Nox? Karen nodded, overcoming his surprise. Although I shouldn't be surprised, should I? You always were praised as being one of the brightest and most powerful Sith-born in generations. After myself, of course. Of course, Nox nodded, humoring the Sith. But tell me, Karen, why did you give these 3 away to those brothers all those years ago? You held the keys to your master's immortality in your hands, and you gave them away instead of using them to your advantage. How very un-Sith-like of you, Karen. I never did care about how Sith I looked, Nox, you should know this. Karen shrugged. And besides, Vitiate is the closest thing to a true god this plan of existence knows. Destroying his soul anchors would temporarily weaken him. It won't kill him. And until I figure just to go about that, I'm more than happy to be his sword, cutting anything and anyone who dares stand in his path. Both his single-bladed lightsaber and saber staff ignited, illuminating the space around Karen with a red glow. Now come, Nox, let us see if your skills have improved at all. Sliding the wand into a holster on her wrist, Nox snapped her right arm down to her side, sending her own lightsaber into her waiting palm. I think you'll find, Karen. Nox smiled as she activated her blood-red blade. That a lot has changed. Grinning like a madman, Karen settled into a dueling stance with his lightsaber held in front of him and his saber staff held across his back. I hope so, Nox.